Chapter 91. Let's go back today. Feng Xiai looked at the tribesmen howling like ghosts and wolves, sneered, and discussed with Qin Yi and others. Let's go back. Qin Yi looked at his tribesmen whose eyes were swollen like walnuts, and agreed decisively. Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu also had the same idea. This harvest is equivalent to dozens of days of harvest, so it's no problem to go back and rest for half a day. A group of people cleaned up the battlefield and set off on the journey back to the base. In the reeds. Oh, fish. Song Luhua didn't expect that a reed fish would take the bait as soon as she put the mutated reed into the water. She pulled it suddenly, and pulled it into the water before the reed fish could react. A level 3 reed fish with light green scales weighing more than 10 pounds suddenly left the water, and landed in the wooden boat with a click, jumping desperately on the wooden board. Sure enough, there is no fishy smell at all, and there is a fresh fragrance of reeds. This fish looks strange and special. Song Luhua used her fingers to pick at the golden mini reed flower between the eyebrows of the reed fish. This caused the fish with golden reed flowers on its forehead to resist violently, arching its body and jumping violently, almost hitting her face. Too weird. Song Luhua tilted her head and looked at the reed fish carefully. According to the 10 Wind Continent's strange beasts, this fish got its name because it feeds on mutated reeds, so it is rare and has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Eating it has the function of beautifying and nourishing the skin. But I have never heard of this thing with a tattoo on its forehead. Forget it, never mind, a fish. Can it turn the world upside down except turning into fish soup? Song Luhua ignored the fish's struggle and happily found a wooden barrel to put it in. As for beauty and skin care, she had already taken the beauty beads, so she naturally didn't need them. However, she could give them to her sister-in-law and Aunt Fengyang. At worst, she could sell them for a lot of money. She was excited to start the next rod, and suddenly, a lot of bubbles appeared on the water. The next moment, countless waves came from all directions. What the hell? Song Luhua's face changed slightly. Could there be a gray crocodile here? Before she could panic, all kinds of fish from all directions jumped out of the water. Level 1 crucian carp, Level 1 weed fish, Level 2 and 3 reed fish, Level 2 white carp, Level 2 green bream, etc. all rushed towards the wooden boat. Song Luhua's eyes widened at first, and after seeing the scene clearly, her eyes narrowed into crescents. I was so scared. I thought it was a crocodile, but I didn't expect it was hungry. Just in time. Song Luhua hurriedly stretched out the wooden bucket to catch the fish. Just as she filled a bucket, more and more fish came crashing down on her. It hurt so much that it hurt. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Song Luhua panicked. She didn't care about catching the fish, and quickly covered her face with both hands and squatted in the boat. She cursed and muttered, "What the hell?" She wanted to wait for these crazy fish to calm down, but she didn't expect them to stop. Song Luhua didn't wait for them to calm down, but waited for the boat to shake violently. Worry. Caught off guard, Song Luhua fell headfirst into the water. Fuck. What bit me? She had just adjusted her posture, floated her head out of the water, and was about to climb onto the canoe when she felt something biting her feet and buttocks underwater. Get out. Song Luhua patted her buttocks with her hands and kicked one leg, and the biting feeling disappeared. This area of water was much deeper than the previous one. Fortunately, she could swim, otherwise she would have been killed by these fish. Song Luhua climbed up the edge of the wooden boat, and she was wet all over like a water ghost. Her black hair stuck to her face in strands. Ah, bah! Song Luhua angrily spat out a mouthful of river water, wiped the water off her face, and twisted her wet hair with her hands. Who would have believed that she was attacked by a group of fish? She didn't want to stay in this wooden boat any longer. She wanted to go to heaven. As for the various fish that filled half of the boat, Song Luhua was too lazy to care. She picked out the 3rd level reed fish with a golden reed flower on its forehead from a group of fish, and flew up to the sky with a whoosh. She took out the spiritual communication stone, and was about to call people over, but unexpectedly saw Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and others coming here with their own tribesmen. Song Luhua immediately put away the spiritual communication stone, and waved to Feng Xiai from a distance. Feng Xiai, isn't that your young lady? Why is she here alone? Qin Yi and others have excellent eyesight, and with Song Luhua's special flying sword, they saw her at a glance. Feng Xiai did not answer him. He said a few words to Feng Shan and the others, took out another wooden boat from the space ring, stood on it, and drove the boat quickly towards Song Luhua. When Feng Xi's wooden boat stopped next to hers, Song Luhua flew down from the sky on the flying sword and landed next to Feng Xiai. Why are you wet? Did you fall into the water? Feng Xiai frowned and took out a coat from the space ring and put it on her. Then he drove the spiritual power to dry her clothes. The cloth that had been sticking to her skin dried up, and Song Luhua breathed a sigh of relief. She told Feng Xiai about her experience of being attacked by a school of fish. That's what happened. I was dragged into the water by a school of fish. Feng Xiai, do you think these fish are crazy? Song Luhua said, shaking Feng Xi's wrist angrily. Feng Xiai looked at the half-wooden boat fish in surprise, and stroked Song Luhua's head with amusement. You? Feng Xiai was about to speak when the water surface shook again. Here it comes again! Song Luhua had no time to explain to Feng Xiai, and hurriedly pulled him onto the flying sword and flew into the sky. The scene that Song Luhua had encountered before reappeared under Feng Xi's eyes, and Feng Xiai was silent. He had never seen such a scene before. But there was only one situation that could make so many fish look like this. When Feng Xiai thought of this possibility, the indifference on his face could not help but crack. Song Luhua bit her white little teeth, pointed angrily at the school of fish swaying near the wooden boat, and complained, Look, these fish must be crazy. You've achieved something by fighting with a group of fish? Feng Xiai tapped her forehead with amusement. Where's the third-level reed fish you mentioned? Speaking of this fish, Song Luhua had something to say. She handed the wooden barrel in her hand to Feng Xiai. Here, is this it? It looks really strange, and there is a small golden reed flower on its forehead, which is quite pretty. Song Luhua commented seriously. It just has a bad temper. If I hadn't been careful, I would have been slapped by this guy. I stew it when I get home tonight, and make soup for my sister-in-law and the others. Sure enough. When Feng Xiai saw the fish clearly, he couldn't help but smile. The beast with a golden mark on its forehead is the king of an area. This reed fish is the king of fish in this area. If you catch it, you will naturally be attacked by other fish. Chapter 92. Song Luhua's silence was deafening. This thing is actually the fish king? Are the kings so weak these days? Song Luhua couldn't help but complain. This thing can't be said to be 100% non-lethal, it is 80% non-lethal. She was just almost slapped by its tail, and threw it into the bucket. It couldn't even jump. Is this the strength of the fish king? Not to mention its own strength. What are those shrimp soldiers and crab generals it summoned? Jump on the boat and try to crush her to death in a self-destructive way. At most, knock the boat off balance, let it fall into the water, and then bite her feet and buttocks. After being married for so long, Feng Xiai has become accustomed to his wife's way of speaking. He smiled and said, The king of a tribe is just special, not necessarily the strongest. Special? Song Luhua nodded thoughtfully. This guy can make so many fish live and die for him. There is indeed something special about him. It is indeed quite special. Feng Xiai asked curiously, How did you catch this king reed fish? Reed fish are rare, and king reed fish are even rarer. They are very sensitive to danger, and will not easily take the bait unless there are special circumstances. Even if you cast a net, they are very cunning underwater, and are difficult to catch. He was very confused. How did his wife do it? Is it difficult? Song Luhua said, I just pulled out all the mutated reeds here, and used the mutated reeds to fish and caught it. Here, they are all here, she said, taking out a basket of mutated reeds from the space. I see. Feng Xiai looked through it, and was quite surprised to find that his wife picked all mutated reeds. Not a single weed. You know, there is no big difference between the appearance of mutated reeds and ordinary reeds. Even if a fourth-level spiritual plant master came, he might not be able to identify them so quickly. She only took one morning to find so many, which is really rare. At this time, Qin Yi and others also arrived. Feng Xiai, why are you running so fast? Are you afraid that your wife will run away? Qin Yi teased. Song Luhua then noticed the strangeness of the crowd. Her elder brother Song Yuan, Feng Shan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing and others had their eyes swollen into slits. Looking at Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were fine, but the corners of their eyes were red, as if they had conjunctivitis. As for Jiang Wenxiu, this fellow was not much better than her elder brother and others. His upper and lower eyelids were almost slits. Song Luhua turned to look at Feng Xiai, and then she found that only the corners of his eyes were slightly red. Feng Xiai had a handsome appearance and a gentle temperament. At this moment, the corners of his eyes were red and his lips were smiling. Suddenly, he had a kind of Yandera flavor of a gentleman. So handsome. Song Luhua screamed like a groundhog in her heart. Feng Xiai looked into her eyes, and was pleased by the joy in her eyes. He gently tidied up her hair that was messed up by the wind. Ahem, you two, stop it. Go home and be affectionate if you want to be affectionate. Qin Yi interrupted in a tactless manner. That's right, flirting in broad daylight is immoral. Jiang Wenqiu glared at the couple who didn't care about their lives. Because his eyes were swollen like walnuts, and he couldn't even open them, Song Luo didn't even notice that he was glaring at her. She snorted proudly, "TSK, I want to, what do you care about me? You can't see anyway, and I didn't hurt your eyes." Song Luo pointed at Jiang Wenqiu's eyes and laughed. "Jiang Wenqiu, forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. My eyes hurt." Feng Xi and Qin Yi looked at Jiang Wenqiu with amusement. At this time, another wave of fish came from the water. The fish began to attack Song Luo and Feng Xi's wooden boat again. Song Luo quickly took out the wooden barrel from the space. "Quick, quick, quick, catch the fish." Feng Xi's hands and feet were very fast, and he turned around with the wooden barrel and just filled a bucket with fish. Song Luo looked at Feng Shan and her eldest brother, who were still stunned, and shouted, "Don't be stunned, come and pick up the fish." "Oh, yes." Led by Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others, hundreds of martial spirit masters from Fancy's team immediately went into the water, carrying wooden barrels to collect fish. One barrel at a time. The martial spirit masters from the Qin, Jiang and Lu families watched them move barrels of fish onto the wooden boat, their eyes red with envy. However, without the order of the young master, they dared not move. The incident happened in a flash, and Jiang Wenqiu was stunned. "What's going on? These fish." Qin Yi narrowed his narrow eyes and looked at Song Luo. "I don't know what Fancy's wife did again." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. "This woman is quite strange. It seems that there will be more trouble. Let's go back first." Qin Yi immediately made a decision and withdrew with his family members. Lu Yuan glanced at them calmly and also withdrew. Jiang Wenqiu saw that the two had left, so he also left tactfully. Bo Shan was still worried that these families would compete with them, and he was relieved when he saw that everyone had left. Feng Xi saw his thoughts at a glance and smiled faintly. Qin Yi and others can still distinguish between big profits and small profits. Hee hee. Fo Shan also felt that he was too stingy. Wasn't this all caused by poverty? Song Luo had a bit of the meaning of using the emperor to control the princes. She held the reed fish king in her palm and attracted waves of fish. She just waited until there was no movement in the water. Fo Shan and others had a great harvest. Buckets of various fish filled 10 wooden boats. Song Luo was busy all morning and was very sleepy. On the way back, she rested on Feng Xi's chest. The station. Qin Yi and others just entered the station and heard the clan members discussing. "I heard that Mrs. Song is crazy. Is it true? Wasn't she fine yesterday?" "I can't lie to you. My wife's sister-in-law's cousin married a farmer." This was seen by the farmer's martial arts master. A slightly fat martial arts master from the Lan family said in a low voice. "You have so many relatives." A confused martial arts master said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "That's right, otherwise how would I know so much information?" A martial arts master from the Li family said, "I always thought she was a little crazy, but I didn't expect she was really crazy." "Don't say that." The Qin family member glared at the martial arts master from the Li family. "You must have seen it wrong." Anyway, he didn't believe that Madame Song would be crazy. She usually smiled when she met people, and she was much kinder than the madam of the main branch of the family. Even the family members of the fourth son of the Feng family praised her. A group of grown men were idle and kept mumbling. Qin Yi thought to himself, Song Luo is a bit more lively, but she is far from crazy. If she knew that she was said to be crazy, she would be so angry that she would die. He had imagined this guy with his hands on his hips trying to clear his name everywhere, and he couldn't help laughing. "You don't believe it. Wait until she comes back and you will know." Before a martial arts master finished speaking, Qin Yi frowned and coughed. A group of men are so capable that they take pleasure from women in private. How can it be decent? Mrs. Song is fine, don't spread more gossip. Any Qin family member caught by me will be punished by the family law. Disperse. Yes. The Qin family members, including others, were stern and dispersed in a swarm. Chapter 93. The road is long. Jiang Wenqiu also heard some rumors about Song Luo when he returned to the base. These two families did the same as Qin Yi. Originally, the rumor was outrageous, but after the heavyweights of the three families refuted it, the rumors about Song Luo among the major families quickly disappeared. Jiang Wenqiu breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "If that stinky girl knew about it, I'm afraid she would make a scene." The people in the farmhouse are the same, they have nothing to do, and their mouths are more chattering than women. In addition to the gray crocodiles they were assigned today, Feng Shan, and the others also caught a lot of fish on the way back. Although their eyes hurt so much that they couldn't open them, they looked very happy. This time, they not only caught a lot of other kinds of fish, but also caught dozens of reed fish. Song Luhua was only interested in the reed fish king she caught. Feng Xi, help me kill this fish, and stew it into fish soup for everyone at noon. The people here are naturally Fingli and her sister-in-law who refine weapons and medicine. Okay. Feng Xi carried the reed fish to the kitchen, pulled out the magic sword with his slender fingers, and waved it a few times easily. A reed fish king weighing more than 10 pounds died instantly. At this time, Feng Yin walked in. Song Luhua said to him, "You can stew this reed fish king into soup for me, and give it to Aunt Feng Yang, Su Yin, Feng Li and others to nourish them." Feng Yin had just counted the harvest of the day, and before he could close his grinning mouth, he saw that the reed fish king praised by Feng Shan and others had become fish meat. He took the reed fish king that had been gutted and cleaned from Feng Xi's hand, and the smile on his face froze. "This is the king of fish. It's a pity to stew it in soup. Wouldn't it be better to keep it alive? It's already been killed. It's too late." Song Luhua waved her hand carelessly. "Let's stew it." "Yes." Feng Yin sighed helplessly. "This is the king of fish. It's rare. You just killed it." "Madam, you acted too quickly." Feng Xi washed his hands and took Song Luhua out. The slender big hand stretched out, and a golden round bead appeared in the palm. "This is the fish bead of the king of reed fish. Madam, please keep it." Fish bead? It was the first time Song Luhua had seen a fish bead, and she picked it up curiously. This golden fish bead was the size of a thumbnail, and its golden color shone brightly in the sun. "If you like it, you can make a pendant out of it." Feng Xi smiled and said, "It's also good for refining weapons." Song Luhua nodded thoughtfully. "This fish bead is made into a pendant, which has no other use except for its beauty. It's better to use it for refining weapons." Lunch, dining hall. At noon today, all the martial spirit masters were here, and a group of grown men were eating and chatting, and the dining hall was unusually lively. Feng Yang, Su Yin, Zhao Qiuyun, Li Zhener, Feng Li, Feng Su, Feng Rou, and Feng Lu sat around a table. Feng Yang was nearly 50 years old, and had seen a lot. She looked at the white fish soup that exuded the fragrance of reeds, and stirred it with a spoon in surprise. "Is this reed fish soup? You have good taste, but this is not an ordinary reed fish soup." "Oh! Is there a different kind of reed fish?" Feng Yang raised her eyebrows and tasted it. In an instant, a refreshing spiritual power spread along her lungs, and she felt that her body was lighter. This feeling lasted only for a moment, and soon disappeared. It was indeed different from the reed fish soup she had drunk before. Feng Yin smiled and said, "I think you have tasted it." Feng Yang nodded. Feng Yin explained, "This is the king reed fish that Madame caught this morning." King fish. Feng Yang was shocked, but after all, she was older and had seen countless good things, so she didn't lose her composure. Feng Lu, Feng Li, Li Zhener, Su Yin and others were extremely happy when they heard that it was the reed fish soup that could beautify the skin. When Feng Yin said it was the king of reed fish, his eyes almost popped out. "Drink it while it's hot. This is what Madame asked me to stew for you." Feng Yin smiled and walked to another table. Everyone looked at the bowls at hand and was speechless for a moment. "Pineapple, phoenix cake, Madame is really generous." Li Zhener didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How does it feel to have a generous mistress and sister-in-law?" Feng Yang shook his head and smiled. "Drink it, don't let your Madame down." "Yes." In the afternoon, Song Luhua went to the refining room and clearly felt that everyone looked at her with more gratitude. "Well, it should be the effect of the fish soup at noon today." Song Luhua smiled and nodded to everyone, greeted Feng Yang, and began to refine. She did not use the golden fish bead at the beginning, but just refined a few furnaces of other things as usual. For Song Luhua, who failed more often than eating and drinking, these were nothing. After Feng Yang finished refining a furnace of spiritual swords, he gave some instructions to Feng Lu, Feng Rou and Li Zhener, and walked to Song Luhua with a frown. Song Luhua's casual attitude froze, and she felt like she was being watched by the dean. Feng Yang stood beside her and watched for a long time, but couldn't tell what she wanted to refine. She was completely random about when to use a high fire, when to use a low fire, and when to add what kind of refining materials. Sure enough, this furnace failed soon. Song Luhua cleaned the refining cauldron skillfully, and when she was about to refine the next furnace, Feng Yang stopped her. "Nonsense! As a 5th-level refiner, She couldn't stand the way Feng Xi's wife refined medicine. Finally, she heard Feng Yang's voice of stopping, and Song Luo finally let go of her worries. She said that Aunt Feng Yang had a serious personality, and when she saw her refining a weapon like this, she would definitely say something. Song Luo opened her innocent eyes and looked at her eagerly. Aunt. She was originally pretty, and her watery eyes were both well-behaved and puzzled. Feng Yang was not a harsh person, and when she thought of her talent, she could not be serious at this moment. Forget it, Feng Xi's wife, you refine it according to my instructions. Feng Yang thought that maybe it was because she had poor talent, and no one taught her, that she made such a mess of the refining. You lead the spiritual fire like this, and control the spiritual fire from a small fire to a medium fire slowly. Take the first-grade spiritual sword as an example. You first add silver saltpeter and melt it into water. Then add the first-grade exotic beast bones and melt it with a high fire. Under Feng Yang's guidance, Song Luo refined a first-grade spiritual sword. Song Luo was quick and familiar with various refining materials. Feng Yang nodded as he watched. Yes, that's right. This furnace of first-grade spiritual swords will be refined soon. Song Luo twitched her lips. She had a bad feeling that the spiritual power in the cauldron didn't seem to be balanced. As soon as Feng Yang finished speaking, there was a sound of puff. The lid of Song Luo's cauldron was blown crooked by a stream of air, and black smoke came out from the gap between the cauldron and the lid. It showed the failure of this refining. Impossible. Even Feng Yang, who was steady, couldn't help but scream. Feng Lu, Feng Rou, Feng Su and others were already used to it. It's not like they didn't teach her before, but they taught her so hard that she doubted her life, and the lady didn't succeed. Legionnaire didn't know that she could refine weapons, and thought to herself, isn't she not talented enough to refine weapons or medicine? Feng Yang didn't give up, and taught her several times. She tried to refine several furnaces in a row, but all failed. Finally, she couldn't help but suspect that there was something wrong with her teaching. After all, she personally watched every step, and there was no problem with the operation. That's not right. Since you can draw out the spirit fire, you can refine weapons or medicine. I heard that you don't have the talent for refining medicine, so you could only refine weapons. How could it fail? Feng Yang was puzzled. There is still one thing wrong. How could it fail so quickly? It didn't even last half an hour. Then, Song Luo was miserable. Feng Yang thought that there must be something wrong with the process, which led to the failure of refining. He forced Song Luo to refine for an afternoon, but all ended in failure. In response, Song Luo had a bitter face. Aunt, didn't you think about it? It's actually because I'm not good enough that I can't refine anything? Feng Yang, I already have some doubts. Forget it, just play by yourself. She gave up. Without Aunt Feng Yang holding her to refine the weapon, Song Luo breathed a sigh of relief, happily put away the refining cauldron and the refining materials scattered all over the floor, and quickly rushed out of the refining room. Feng Yang looked at her cheerful back and shook his head speechlessly. This child is a half-useless person, and can't be relied on. It's better for her to refine more. Chapter 94. In the next few days, Feng Xi and his team killed people everywhere with purple swana. They killed all the gray crocodiles chasing them. The martial arts masters of Qin, Jiang, and Lu families and Feng Shan and his team came back every day with a feeling of satisfaction. Song Luo looked at their red eyes and smiled privately for a long time. Even other families noticed something was wrong. Nong Heng, Yunju, and Li Chong had a small gathering after dinner. Yunju raised his teacup slowly and said, I heard that the martial arts masters of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Feng Xi, and Jiang Wenxiu's team had red eyes every day. Could it be that they were targeted by the gray crocodiles and cried their eyes out of anxiety? Do you believe this? The handsome face of Li Zhong, the young patriarch of the Li family, flashed a hint of noncommittal, and he snorted and laughed. I think they have already found a way to deal with it. Nong Heng sat on one side and said with a smile, I am curious, how did they deal with it? Li Zhong showed a hint of ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth. So what if they know it? Nong Heng smiled carelessly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Since being separated, Feng Xi and his cousin have become more and more distant. He thought that even if Feng Xi and his team had a way to deal with the gray crocodiles blocking the road, it would take a long time. They were destined to suffer heavy losses in this hunt, and would not have any big gains. Li Zhong and Yunju thought so too. After drinking tea and talking about the hunting plan for the next day, they dispersed. At night, Song Luo lay on Feng Xi's chest, and made circles on his chest with her fingers. Feng Xiai, how did you deal with the group of gray crocodiles? In the past few days, they brought back a lot of gray crocodiles. I wonder how big this group of gray crocodiles is. Song Luhua had a bad feeling when she saw the purple swana yesterday. Feng Xiai thought she was worried, so he gently stroked her hair and said with a smile, "It has been solved." Since the group of gray crocodiles were eliminated, gray crocodiles from other areas have been flocking to them one after another. After dozens of groups were eliminated, only a few scattered ones dared to come. Song Luhua was relieved. That's good. If it is not solved, I am afraid that the swana will not last long. Feng Xiai comforted, "Don't worry, go to sleep." While patting Song Luhua's shoulder, he thought that if he continued to travel for another day tomorrow, he might be able to meet up with the 7 great families. A group of gray crocodiles. The next day, Nong Hung, Yunju and other people from the 7 great families were hunting when they saw a group of hundreds of gray crocodiles running from a distance. Defend. Nong Hung, Feng Jing, Yunju, Li Zhong and other leaders of the major families gave orders, and everyone became alert. As soon as they were ready for defense, they saw the group of gray crocodiles passing them and running in another direction. Everyone was used to this situation and soon started hunting the water deer. Lan Qi touched his chin. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and the others are in trouble again this time. Is it trouble or gain? I'm afraid it's hard to say. The young patriarch of the Bo family killed a 3rd-level water deer with a sword, and Bo Tsong's cold face was expressionless. It's good if it's a gain. They prepared a lot for this marshland hunting. I was worried that Feng Xiai and the others would return empty-handed this time. Lu Hung, the young patriarch of the Lu family, showed a perfect smile on his white and slightly round face. Brother Feng Jing, what do you think? Lu Hung asked with a smile. Feng Jing laughed. Of course it's good. If I didn't shoulder the heavy responsibility of the family, I would naturally stay to help. Now, he shook his head. His words were not finished, but his meaning was not over. Alas, I have the same thoughts. I'm ashamed. Lu Heng's friendly face flashed a trace of guilt. Yunju's mouth flashed a trace of sarcasm. People always like to put on a hypocritical coat. If he said, it's natural to put the interests of his family first. Why do so many false things? Feng Xiai left the main branch of the Feng family, and the Feng family is getting worse day by day. Li Zhong had a smile on his face, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Nong Hung smiled gently, did not participate in their conversation, adjusted his posture, and rushed into the herd of water deer with a graceful sword. Several water deer fell under his sword. I'm afraid that the great crocodiles within 100 miles of this place have been killed by us. With the cooperation of everyone, Jiang Wenqiu killed the last gray crocodile with one sword, put away the sword, and said breathlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yi glared at him, "You're such a badass." The sound of the swana rang out, and the gray crocodile's state was reduced by half. He immediately rushed in with his men. Ah, is it over yet? Jiang Wenqiu wailed, resignedly drew out his spirit sword, and prepared to fight. Even with the help of the purple swana, he was almost sick of killing gray crocodiles these days. After a moment of negativity, he immediately cheered up. Fortunately, there's the purple swana. It's broken. As soon as Jiang Wenqiu finished speaking, a member of the Jiang family walked up to him with a purple swana in his hand. At a loss, "Third master, what should I do? The swana is broken." "What did you do?" Jiang Wenqiu almost couldn't breathe. He pinched the tribe member's shoulder and shook it hard. I didn't do anything." The tribe member expressed injustice. "You didn't do anything and it broke like this?" Jiang Wenqiu couldn't believe that this swana spiritual weapon was so fragile. Feng Xiai and others were fighting, and suddenly the swana sound stopped. The state of the gray crocodile changed drastically, and many people were caught off guard and injured. "Retreat!" Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and Lu Yuan immediately ordered a retreat. Fo Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qin, Fengyi, spherical spiritual weapon. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan also immediately ordered the tribesmen to sacrifice the spherical spiritual weapon. A group of people fought and retreated, and finally got rid of the group of hundreds of gray crocodiles temporarily. Qin Yi frowned and asked, "What happened?" Feng Xiai thought of his wife's words, and understood in his heart. The swana is broken. Jiang Wenqiu held the purple swana with a frustrated look on his face. The trumpet head is cracked. Feng Xiai, I will compensate you. This is what he worries about most. After all, this is not his spiritual weapon, so he still needs to get the compensation. But the question is how to compensate. Although he has been in tears for these days, because of this spiritual weapon, It is undeniable that this spiritual weapon is indeed a good thing. Feng Xiai may not be interested in compensating Lingbai. If he compensates with a spiritual weapon of the same grade, even 3 5th grade spiritual swords are not enough to offset this Swana spiritual weapon. Jiang Wenxiu is still thinking. Feng Xiai thought of the Swana and looked at it, and smiled. It must be the time for use, no compensation is needed. Lu Hua reminded me yesterday. It's my fault for being careless, and not explaining it clearly. Feng Xiai said helplessly. That's good. Jiang Wenxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Ye's mind flashed a bowl-shaped spiritual tool that Feng Xi's wife had given him. It also cracked after being used. He wiped his face. The spiritual tool refined by Feng Xi's wife was useful, but it was used too few times and was easy to crack. Lu Yuan said, let's go back today. If they stayed, they would be entangled by those gray crocodiles. It would be better to go back and let everyone rest for half a day. As for the damaged Swana spiritual tool, it is undeniable that this thing is indeed useful. I wonder if Feng Xi's wife can repair it and continue to use it. Chapter 95. Without Aunt Feng Yan watching over her, Song Luhua returned to her usual way of refining. No matter what it was, she would just throw it based on her feelings. As we all know, the Pythagorean theorem has nothing to do with the torque of an excavator. If her refining was compared to the Pythagorean theorem, then when to put in what refining materials, or what temperature, was the torque of the excavator. To be honest, she herself found it incredible. Feng Yan looked like she didn't see it, so Song Luhua smiled awkwardly but politely. Today, the main task is to refine the golden fish beads. After going through the Song family's refining rules, Song Luhua felt that it was almost done, so she increased the heat and put the fish beads in. It is a long process to melt the refining materials into shape. Song Luhua read the storybook while controlling the fire. As the refining was coming to an end, an abstract object flashed through her mind. Did it work? What? Feng Yang, Su Yin, Li Zhener, Feng Li and others quickly surrounded her. What did you do? Madam, did you succeed in refining? Feng Su thought for a moment and asked. Yes. Song Luhua nodded. But how come you are so fast? As a fellow refiner, Feng Lu was quite puzzled. It takes them at least half an hour to refine one furnace. It only took Madam 3/4 of an hour from igniting the fire to success. I don't know either. The black liquid that entered her body from her fingers flashed in Song Luhua's mind, so she would not tell the secret. Feng Yang looked at her strangely. She didn't teach him that day, so she could really succeed by refining it randomly? Open it, and have a look. Li Zhener was also quite curious. Could her sister-in-law really refine a spiritual weapon like this? Under everyone's gaze, Song Luhua opened the lid of the refining cauldron. A strange-looking thing appeared in everyone's sight. Song Luhua took it out and looked at it, and her mouth twitched violently. Could it be that she was too stupid to refine such a thing? There was a green dinosaur baby the size of a palm, with a thick head of green hair on its head, just covering its left eye. On its back was a white wolf cub, with a tuft of red hair extending from the top of its head, covering its right eye tightly, and its mouth was full of big white teeth grinning. The wolf cub's other eye was golden, and it was obviously the golden fish bead. Song Luhua couldn't bear to look directly at it, and covered her eyes. It was a non-mainstream dinosaur carrying a non-mainstream one-eyed wolf cub. A dinosaur and a wolf, the two of them barely made up a pair of eyes. It was so eye-catching. It was really eye-catching. What is this? Feng Yan looked at Song Luhua in confusion. Li Zhener fiddled with the green hair of the green dinosaur covering its left eye. She had just exposed the dinosaur's left eye, but soon covered it again. It looked so strange. Feng Li poked the cheek of the one-eyed little white wolf with her finger, thinking hard, but couldn't find these two species of strange beasts from the strange beasts she knew. It looks a bit like a pendant like a string. Feng Ro touched and looked, and came to a conclusion. Ah. Yes, it's the net. Song Luhua replied awkwardly. Feng Yang glanced at the golden fish beads in the eyes of the little white wolf, and sighed regretfully. Everyone was curious for a while, but when they saw that it was just an ordinary ornament, they dispersed again. Song Luhua pinched the non-mainstream dinosaur anti-wolf spiritual weapon, and threw it into the space without any nostalgia. Refining such a thing is definitely a slander on her weapon refining career. Go to the corner and eat dust. Putting away the refining cauldron, Song Luhua ran out of the refining room like a fugitive. Just as she was about to go and see what the kids were doing, she saw Feng Xiai and his group coming back in a mighty procession. She waved her hand and saw that many people were injured. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they encountered a group of gray crocodiles again today? Feng Xiai took a shower and changed his clothes. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu also came. We encountered a group of gray crocodiles again today. The Swanna's spirit weapon is broken. Madam, can you refine and repair it again? Feng Xiai handed the damaged purple Swanna to Song Luo. Repair? Song Luo waved her hands. It's impossible. The spiritual weapon she refined has another feature, that is, it cannot be repaired. There is a group of gray crocodiles waiting for us. Is there no way at all? Qin Yi asked with a headache. How about you tie it up with green cattle tendons and paste it with mud to see if it can be used? Song Luo came up with a bad idea. Are you serious? Jiang Wenqiu widened his eyes. Whose spiritual weapon is repaired like this? Then there is no way. I said it can't be repaired. It can't be repaired. Song Luo spread her hands in a daze. It's not that she doesn't want to practice, but she was confused when she refined it. When to use what temperature, when to put what materials, the process was too complicated, no less than asking her to solve the Navier-Stokes equation. Moreover, she had a hunch that even if she remembered the refining process, she might not succeed if she refined it again. In this case, she didn't need to remember it at all. Judging from her special refining method, she mainly focused on irreparable unique products. If it's broken, of course it's gone. Feng Xiai patted her hands and said in a clear and gentle voice, if you can't fix it, don't fix it. Feng Shan, try it according to what Madam said. Yes. Feng Shan followed Song Luo's method and first used the second-level blue bull's tendon to wrap it around the mouth of the bell fiercely. After the tendon covered the crack, he covered it with mud freshly picked up from the bottom of the marsh river. Okay. Try it, Feng Xiai said. Feng Shan immediately played the song Wang Matzi Morning, that the martial spirit masters of their families had calluses on their ears. The music sounded mournful and low, and Feng Shan immediately shed tears. It actually works. Jiang Wenqiu looked at Feng Xiai and the others in shock. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan looked at each other. They thought Song Luo was just saying it casually, but they didn't expect it to work. They both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Only Feng Xiai remained calm. It's not that he wasn't surprised, but there were too many such things, and he seemed to have gotten used to it. Song Luo didn't expect that her pure nonsense moves would actually work, and her eyes were blank. Seeing Jiang Wenqiu's shock, she snorted proudly. To be on the safe side, Feng Xiai asked Feng Shan to keep playing to test the use time of the Swanna after such repair. For the whole afternoon, Feng Xi's station was filled with a sad and miserable morning music. Song Luo's eyes were already swollen. She was still in the fun a few days ago, but she didn't expect that this thing would backfire on her one day. I can't stand it. Song Luo left a sentence, stepped on the flying sword and ran far away from the station, and the tears, like rain, stopped. Feng Yang, Su Yan, Li Zhener, Feng Lu and others were all in tears. They could no longer refine weapons and medicine. The women saw the speechless look in each other's eyes. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and hid away with sobs. When the people of other tribes near Feng Xi's station heard the morning music, they thought something happened here and came to watch the fun. When the morning music of the Swanna brought tears to their eyes, they realized that it was a spiritual weapon. After discussing for a long time, they didn't come to a conclusion. Instead, they were watched by each other. Chapter 96. Feng Xiai and his companions tossed around for a long time, and finally determined the useful life of the Swanna after the simple repair. The next day, they went hunting again. When Nong Hung and his companions came back from hunting, they heard from the tribe that Feng Xiai and his companions had a special spiritual weapon. I don't know what spiritual weapon the four sons of the Feng family used. The spiritual weapon man wanted to cry after hearing it, and his fighting power was slightly weakened. I guess the strange beasts would feel the same after hearing it. Oh, there is such a spiritual weapon. Nong Hang's smile froze, and he looked like he was thinking. Interesting. Li Zhong is handsome, but his appearance is rather feminine. His slender fingers lightly tap on the table. Feng Xiai is not simple. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Do you need to tell me? Yunju sneered and said something. Li Zhong's face instantly turned cold. Yunju was not afraid of him either. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he took a sip of tea. Feng Jing's face changed again and again. He didn't expect that this fourth brother, who had his spiritual house destroyed and was separated, still had a trump card. Could it be that Aunt Feng Yang had made it? With this doubt, he felt an inexplicable depression in his heart. Aunt Feng Yang is really something. Can't he, the young clan leader, take care of her in her old age? What's so good about Feng Xiai that she has to help him after the divorce? Seeing him like this, Nong Hung, Li Zhong, and Yunju flashed a trace of mockery in their eyes. This idiot, if Feng Xiai hadn't been abolished, did he think he would be able to take the position of the young clan leader of the Feng family? These days, Feng Jing is arrogant and has made many mistakes in cooperation, which has exhausted the patience of Nong Hung, Li Zhong, Yunju and others. Yesterday, he had a disagreement with them over the distribution of prey, which naturally made him even more annoying. The four families often intermarry, and often cooperate. When they think about cooperating with such a short-sighted idiot in the future, Nong Hung, Li Cheng, and Yunju are not very happy. On the other side, Lanqi, Bo Song, and Lu Hung are also discussing this matter. Lanqi is handsome and gentle, like a scholar, and he speaks directly. I don't know how powerful Feng Xi's spiritual weapon is. I heard that Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu's clansmen are very happy these days. I think the competition is also extraordinary, and they have gained a lot. Lu Hung pinched the double layer of flesh on his chin and said with a smile. Okay, what happened to them has nothing to do with us. We will set off at noon tomorrow. Bo Song was impatient to listen to this, and left after saying a few words. Lanqi and Lu Hung looked at each other, smiled, and left. The Swana spirit weapon did not stir up any waves among the young masters of the major families, but it attracted their weapon refiners to come here in admiration, and they wanted to exchange their experiences implicitly. In this regard, Feng Yang, Legionnaire Feng Lu, and Feng Ro explained countless times, and finally made people believe that they had never refined such a strange thing. Of course, they themselves were also very curious about this thing, but they didn't ask. After all, any strange spiritual weapon is someone's unique secret technique. Unless someone takes the initiative to teach, it is extremely taboo to ask someone about the secret technique of refining weapons. Therefore, Song Luhua has never been troubled by others for refining various strange things. There is no special school for people to learn the skills of refining weapons or medicine in the Tin Wind continent, except for the basic common secret recipes that have been widely passed down. Some people are born with this skill, and they have to rely on themselves to explore it all their lives. Too rigid learning will limit people's development. Besides, even if others don't mind, Song Luhua can't teach them at all. Under the premise that everyone is a waste like her, all she can teach is to be a guide. Let people practice blindly. Feng Xiai and others took the Swana repaired with tendons and mud, fought and retreated, repaired the spiritual weapon, fought again and retreated, and repeatedly pulled several times, and finally reduced the team of hundreds of gray crocodiles to dozens. Lu Yuan handed the completely broken Swana to Feng Xiai. It can't be repaired. Feng Xiai nodded. Looking at the dozens of gray crocodiles that were entangled again, he signaled Feng Shan to use the spherical spiritual weapon. Feng Shan and others were already familiar with the activation method of the spherical spiritual weapon. As soon as the ball was in hand, the body began to swing subconsciously. Against large non-bird beasts like gray crocodiles, the small spherical spiritual weapon could not play a big role, but could only hinder their activities. Fortunately, there were not many left, so they could handle it. Feng Shan activated the spiritual weapon, driving the spherical spiritual weapon to smash a gray crocodile. After hitting it, it immediately changed its trajectory and smashed into another gray crocodile. With a loud bang, the gray crocodile's skin and flesh were torn apart, and it immediately lost its ability to move. It exploded? Feng Shan stared at his big hands in disbelief. Why did it explode? At the same time, the teams of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu all heard the sound of boom. The four parties were silent. Song Yuan asked Feng Xiai, "We still have 3 spherical spiritual weapons left. Do we still need them?" With Feng Shan's previous experience, he was afraid that he would blow up another one this time. He couldn't guarantee that the things his sister refined would explode and crack while being used. Feng Xiai naturally thought of it. He waved his hand with a smile. "Use it. If it doesn't explode now, it will explode tomorrow." Feng Shan received the order and continued to use the spherical spiritual weapon. Sure enough, it exploded in a few strokes, killing a gray crocodile in the process. Qin Yi and others also thought of this layer, and also signaled their martial spirit masters to continue to use it. In the end, 8 of the 10 gray crocodiles were killed by the explosion, and 2 were killed by the siege. The 10 spherical spiritual weapons of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu were all blown up, and Feng Xiai still had 2 in his hand. Qin Yi said jokingly, "Keep these 2, and you can blow up 2 more gray crocodiles next time." Feng Xiai smiled. After dealing with these 100 gray crocodiles, there were finally no blind gray crocodiles to harass them again. Feng Xiai and others finally crossed over. Feng Jing saw Feng Xiai, his face froze for a moment, and soon he smiled generously. Fourth brother, you finally caught up, and I believe you can do it. Feng Xiai nodded with a faint smile. Nong Heng, Yunju, Lu Yuan and others also came up to exchange greetings. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu immediately regained their elegant demeanor, as the young patriarchs and sons of the big families. Lan Shi, Bo Song and Lu Heng also came forward to chat for a few words. No matter what they think in private, they will still act as they should on the surface. The top 10 families always have room for cooperation. Song Luhua went out to play with the children for a day and felt exhausted when she came back. That day, the children called her out, and Song Luhua politely declined. It's not fun at all. These kids only pick water vegetables and fish, and she got bored after playing for a while. She followed them aimlessly, and didn't return until sunset. It's better to refine weapons. Today, she searched through the storage jade bracelets, but couldn't think of what to refine. Seeing a bunch of beef tendons of the 4th level blue bull in the corner, she thought to herself, let's get a rubber band and jump. After a lot of trouble, she failed 10 times, and finally succeeded 1 time in the afternoon. Feng Yang looked at the ruined 4th level blue bull tendons, and her cheeks twitched. This thing is rare, and only her nephew's wife didn't take it seriously, and wasted one after another. Seeing that she seemed to have succeeded this time, she was relieved. No matter what she made, she shouldn't bother with it again. Song Luhua happily opened the lid, my rubber band. I made a mistake again. Chapter 97. Red, yellow, green, blue, purple. What appeared before her was a red dog leash with large flowers of various colors. The flowers on the dog leash were all large peonies, colorful and bright, and looked extremely rustic. Rich. Perhaps a dog named Rich is worthy of it. This. Song Luhua couldn't help but doubt her life. Is her aesthetic really so weird? Even if a dog leash is made, it shouldn't be so tacky. Do dogs need a dopamine leash these days? She swore that she had never thought of this before. Song Luhua held the dopamine leash in her hand depressively and swung it. Legionnaire Fengli, Fengsu, Fenglu, Fengru, including Zhao Qiuyun, saw the bright flowers in her hand, and their eyes lit up. Madam, what kind of flower is this? It's really beautiful. Fengli and Fengru were more lively, and ran over with shining eyes, touching and marveling at the large peony flowers of various colors on the dog leash. I have never seen such a beautiful flower. It's really beautiful. Legionnaire couldn't help but admire it. Song Luhua could understand that girls love beauty, but this is a flower on a dog leash. Feng Lu, can you please not tie that thing in your hair? Song Luhua pulled it back. This flower is called peony, and it's not for tying hair, so don't try it on yourself. Feng Lu smiled shyly. Madam, can I make a few hairpins based on this flower? Feng Su couldn't let go of it, and touched it for a long time, and asked expectantly. Okay. Seeing that they no longer coveted her dog leash to tie her hair, Song Luhua breathed a sigh of relief. The girls gathered together, chattering about when to make it, and what fabric to use to make the peony hairpin, and Song Luhua took the opportunity to run away. The progress of the hunt has been advanced a lot. In a day or two, we will change the station and rebuild the station. Feng Yin and the others have already started to pack up, and Song Luhua is too lazy to go out. She started wandering around the settlements of various families. She often went to the settlements of the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families, and Fengli and Feng Lu often exchanged experiences with the alchemists and weapon refiners of these families. Song Luhua also went there, and heard a lot of gossip. That evening, she was wandering around the settlements of the 10 major families, and suddenly heard a sharp female voice. Song Luhua's eyes lit up. There's excitement. The crowd quickly gathered towards the settlement of the farmer's family, and Song Luhua also trotted over. The settlement of the farmer's family. There were 3 layers of people inside and outside. Surrounded in the middle were the 2 sisters-in-law of the Xie family. Xie Qingqing grabbed Wang Yueya's hair and slapped her face like crazy. Bitch, bitch! You actually betrayed my eldest brother. I beat you to death, bitch. Xie Qingqing felt that the beating was not light enough, so she scratched Wang Yueya's face with one claw, leaving a bloody mark. Wang Yueya sobbed and protected her bulging belly, saying aggrievedly, Little sister, you must have misunderstood me. As long as you admit your mistake, your sister-in-law won't blame you. Admit your fault? Bitch, you still have the nerve to ask me to admit my fault. When thinking of this, Xie Qingqing's pretty face was distorted. Some time ago, after learning that she had feelings for the young patriarch Nong Heng, her so-called sister-in-law was preaching to her all day long. She hinted to her openly, and secretly, that the young patriarch already had a lover. She also said that her appearance and personality were just ordinary, and Nong Hung didn't like her at all, so she didn't want to end up in a situation that made people laugh. That's it, this sweet-faced but bitter-hearted good sister-in-law. She also encouraged her brother to marry her off quickly. This was definitely unbearable for Xie Qingqing, who was determined to marry into a wealthy family. The two sisters-in-law had a quarrel. Until today, she ran into Wang Yueya, the bitch, coming out of the young clan leader's room with a shy and charming look on her face. Only then did she know that this bitch dared to cheat on her eldest brother. What made her even more unacceptable was that the young clan leader was such a noble person, but he had an intimate relationship with Wang Yueya, the hypocritical bitch. This bitch, she must not let her off. Xie Qingqing's eyes were blazing with fire. She raised her arm, and was about to give the bitch another slap in the face. A willing master from the farm jumped out and grabbed her arm. Xie Qingqing, stop it. Yueya is your sister-in-law and she's pregnant with your nephew. Don't hurt her. Get out of here. Xie Qingqing's arm was grabbed hard, and she couldn't break free. She glared at the man who was meddling in her affairs angrily. Yes, Qingqing, Chuan is right. Don't be impulsive. It's not good to hurt the child. Xie Qingqing was restrained by Chuan, and a woman from the farm helped Wang Yueya, who looked aggrieved up. Child. Xie Qingqing suddenly thought of something, and a venomous light shot out of her eyes. Whose bastard this child is. Chuan's eyelids jumped, and the strength in his hands increased, twisting Xie Qingqing so hard that it hurt. Don't talk nonsense. They all saw how the young master treated Wang Yueya, and almost everyone in the farm knew about this matter, except Xie Huaixing, Xie Lushi, and Xie Qingqing, who were kept in the dark. They often laughed at Xie Huaixing, the green-haired turtle, behind his back. I didn't expect that Xie Qingqing, the girl, knew about it from nowhere. Chuan was quite troubled. He couldn't help but complain about Wang Yueya in his heart. She didn't know how to be shy about cheating. What kind of thing is this? The people watching were all from the 10 major families, and this time, the women who picked fruits and the hunting teams came back one after another, making the whole farmhouse more lively. There were not many entertainment activities these days, so everyone was very excited to watch the fun. Thought it was just a small grudge between the sister-in-law and the sister-in-law. Everyone saw Xie Qingqing, the unreasonable sister-in-law, and couldn't help but worry for the gentle and weak Wang Yueya. Seeing that the willing master of the farmer's family knew to stop it, he thought that he must teach this unruly sister-in-law a lesson. At the very least, he had to force her to apologize to Wang Yueya. Bastard. Once it happened, the situation was reversed in an instant. Everyone, So they blamed Xie Qingqing wrongly? Not sure, let's wait and see. Song Luo squeezed in the crowd, and really watched a good show. She had known about the little things between Wang Yueya and Nong Hung for a long time. I thought that no matter how bold the two were, they couldn't do it so blatantly. Hey, Xie Qingqing, a selfish idiot, actually found out. Song Luo couldn't help but praise. The Xie family finally has a half-blind person. It's a pity that Xie Huaixing, a completely blind man, found out so early. Will he be a cuckold in the future? Song Luo touched her chin. She guessed that he would still have to be one. With Xie Huaixing's third-level martial spirit master's cultivation and middle-grade qualifications, the Nong family, with its wealth and power, really doesn't lack such a martial spirit master. This guy can get along well in the Nong family, and Wang Yueya's connection has played a big role. The current situation has pushed Xie Huaixing into a dilemma. If he doesn't get along in the Nong family, at least he can't get into the top 10 families. He can get along in the mercenary union, but the composition there is more complicated. He has lost even the basic dignity now, and his prestige cannot be established. Even if he leads a team, he can't convince the crowd. But if she stayed in the farmhouse, Nong Hung would always take care of her for some reasons, so she could live a comfortable life. The price was that the last fig leaf was torn off, and Nong Hung and Wang Yueya became more unscrupulous in the future. From the fact that Xie Huaixing betrayed her and secretly married Wang Yueya, it can be seen that this guy is profit-oriented. Song Luo waited for Xie Huaixing to swallow his anger. Chapter 98. To be honest, as long as it does not involve the law, there are many things that destroy people's worldviews in private. There are many people who are watching the jokes on others. As long as they are not exposed, they can still watch other people's jokes openly. In response, Song Luo said that as long as life is not over, eating melons will not stop. At this time, Nong Hung came back. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly pushed to a climax. The young patriarch of the Nong family is back. Someone suddenly shouted. Where is it? Where is it? Quick, quick, quick! Make way for young clan leader Nong Hung to go in. The crowd actively made way for Nong Hung to go in. Nong Hung and his group saw from a distance that there were 3 layers of people surrounding their own camp and 3 layers of people outside. He frowned as he approached, and they made way for him. This made him even more confused. Until he walked inside and saw Wang Yueya, who was in a mess and looked pitiful, he frowned even more. Why are you mobilizing so many people? Young clan leader, you're back. Wang Yueya, that bitch, cheated on my elder brother. Is that person? Xie Qingqing shouted fearlessly. Before she finished speaking, Chuan felt something was wrong and immediately covered her mouth. Nong Hang's eyes were as cold as ice, sweeping towards Xie Qingqing, who was being held tightly by Chuan. Xie Qingqing was about to ask for clarification, but Nong Hung glanced at her majestically, and the blood on her face suddenly faded. Nong Hung had already guessed the whole story in his heart. He glanced at the crowd watching the excitement indifferently. When he saw Song Luhua, his eyes paused on her for a few breaths, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. It's just a conflict among the clan members. It's nothing serious. Let's just disperse. Nong Hung waved his hand. At this time, Wang Yueya also saw her. Embarrassment, shame, and an inexplicable sense of relief suddenly surged into her heart. She has always loved Nong Hung. She doesn't love Xie Huaixing, and Mr. Song should know this now. Wang Yueya's guilt disappeared, and she didn't steal her lover. Wang Yueya, who put her worries aside, was supported by a woman from the farm family and walked away quickly with her face covered. If Song Luhua knew what she was thinking, she would definitely spit at her with a smile. Haha, hack you. Of course, she didn't know. She saw Xie Huaixing, who looked confused, in the crowd. His face was as beautiful as a palette. Blue turned purple, purple turned green. Xie Huaixing was still immersed in his younger sister Xie Qingqing's words that Wang Yueya cheated on him. Cuckold. He felt like he was struck by lightning. The blood in his body surged, and a huge panic and anger arose in his heart. How could it be possible? Yueya was gentle and weak and considerate. How could she cheat on him? Impossible. Xie Qingqing must be dissatisfied with Yueya and deliberately provoke the relationship between us. Xie Huaixing muttered to himself. But the eyes of everyone watching and teasing him made him look very ugly. It was difficult for him to convince himself to believe this statement. Just then, he saw Song Luhua, his ex-fiancée. Today, she was wearing a flowing green dress, standing alone in the sunset, and her beautiful face like the sunset attracted many people to secretly look at her. As time went by, Xie Huaixing hadn't thought of her for a long time. Now seeing her living a bright and easy life, he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Everyone's eyes were burning, and he choked up, took a few steps forward, and looked at Song Luhua affectionately. Luhua. Everyone looked like they were going to have another goosebump. They looked at the two of them with burning eyes. Song Luhua had goosebumps all over her body, and suddenly jumped back a step, looking like she was saying, Are you a bitch? Who allowed you to call me by my name? Please call me Madam Song. Luhua. I'm sorry, Madam Song. Are you doing well? Song Luhua rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. I'm fine, but you, eat more vegetables. Don't think she doesn't know what this guy is up to. He must have lost face, and wanted to get it back from his ex-fiancée, the wife of the 4th son of the Feng family. If she had a good face to this guy, people would say that he was not so ridiculous. After all, he made the wife of the 4th son of the Feng family unforgettable. In this way, he would have face, but he would look a little wronged. Song Luhua had to admire this guy's good idea. Don't even think about it, go to shit. Luhua. I don't eat green vegetables. Xie Huaixing said softly. I don't care whether you eat or not, you just need to know that you are green enough. Many people were looking at them, and Song Luhua was about to leave impatiently. Xie Huaixing then realized that she was talking about her green head. The onlookers couldn't help laughing after realizing it. Xie Huaixing's face turned even greener. You? Xie Huaixing held back his anger and wanted to say something, but a gentle male voice sounded. My wife. He looked up and saw Feng Xiai walking through the crowd to Song Luhua's side. Feng Xiai came back and saw the excitement here. He saw his wife in the crowd. As for this person, Xie Huaixing. Feng Xiai opened his eyelids and took a look, then nodded lightly. My wife, let's go back. Xie Huaixing was about to talk to Feng Xiai, but he naturally took her hand, and they left side by side. Xie Huaixing gritted his teeth at the contemptuous look, and he shook his hand and left with a sullen face. On the way back to his own base, Song Luo hung on Feng Xi's arm, chattering about the jokes he saw at Nong Heng's base. The man's clear laughter and the woman's chattering were particularly warm against the backdrop of the setting sun. Farmhouse residence. The incident between Nong Heng and Wang Yueyao was so serious that Xia Lushi heard a lot of rumors when she just came back from picking outside. In addition, Xia Qingqing, the troublemaker's sister-in-law, added fuel to the fire. Mother, I can guarantee that the seed in Wang Yueyao's belly is not my brother's. Xia Lushi was so angry that she went to find Wang Yueyao in anger. The truth was revealed, but it was not as painful as Wang Yueyao thought. At least she could go to Nong Heng openly. Seeing the angry Xia Lushi, Wang Yueyao guarded her stomach with a vigilant look. What are you doing? She shouted. What? I want you to die. Xia Lushi was furious. She was so embarrassed that she showed off her daughter-in-law outside. Xia Lushi screamed, and her plump figure rushed over like a black rock pig. Wang Yueyao's pupil shrank. Her mind went blank for a moment. She stood there in a daze, her face pale. Her child. Who will protect her child? She was unwilling. Wang Yueyao closed her eyes in despair. Just when she thought she was either dead or injured today, she heard a bang, and Xia Lu was kicked far away. Nong Heng's voice sounded in front of him. Take her away. Seeing Xia Lu being dragged away, Wang Yueyao looked at Nong Heng with tears in her eyes. Song Luo knew Xia Lu's character, and thought that even if Xia Huaixing weighed the pros and cons, and was willing to wear the green hat of Yanshi, Xia Lu would still make trouble. Unexpectedly, when she saw her again, she looked very secretive. This was curious. Chapter 99. What Song Luo didn't know was that Xia Lushi was so scared by Nong Heng's punishment that she agreed to accept Wang Yueyao as her cheap daughter-in-law with tears in her eyes, even though she was so upset. Xia Huaixing became a good son who endured humiliation for his mother's life. As for Xia Qingqing, no matter how fierce she was, she didn't dare to say anything when she saw her mother being tortured to death. She stayed in the refining room, like a quail all day. Nong Heng was satisfied with the family's understanding and gave Xia Huaixing a small house in Ponsu City. When Song Luo learned about this from Feng Xi, she was speechless for a long time. The next day, the entire garrison of the 10 major families was to be relocated. The martial arts masters did not go out hunting today, and the women did not go out to pick fruits. The entire garrison was more lively than a vegetable market. The women visited each other and chatted. Song Luo lay on the railing of the flying boat deck and watched a group of children playing around. Fengli, Fengru and the others had already made the peony flowers. The girls were very skillful, and the peony flowers made of colorful yarn were very lifelike. Legionnaire wore a yellow peony flower in her hair, as bright as a hibiscus flower covered with dew on a branch. Her rosy face was elegant and beautiful. She showed a pink peony flower hairpin. Little sister, this is for you. How about I help you put it on? Song Luo thought of the dopamine peony dog leash, and refused in her heart. However, her sister-in-law was too enthusiastic, so Song Luo felt that she didn't refuse her kindness. Thank you, sister-in-law. Legionnaire was a little taller than Song Luo. She raised her head slightly, found a good angle, and gently put the peony flower on her head. It looks good. Song Luo took out a small mirror and looked at herself, and found that she was really impatient. Then she threw the last little worry in her heart behind her. The martial spirit masters were not slow, and they built a new base on the new site that day. The next morning, just after dawn, the major families and women went hunting and picking water vegetables. Changing to a new place, Song Luo became interested. She followed the women on her flying sword. After being in the station for so long, the women of the major families were already used to her behavior. At first, some people would say some words of envy and jealousy, but after a long time, the real owner would pretend not to hear them, and gradually no one would gossip about her. Song Luo was very satisfied with the effect. It felt so good to stand on the flying sword with her hands behind her back and fly around. Ah, Su Shui crocodile. Song Luo was enjoying looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers, when suddenly a scream exploded around a group of children. Song Luo was startled and hurriedly flew towards the shouting. When she got closer, she saw that it was a snow-white crocodile. Its body was only half the size of the gray crocodile, and its snow-white flesh was almost transparent, and several thick blood vessels in its body could be seen clearly. Seeing it getting closer and closer to a 6 or 7-year-old girl, Song Luo hurriedly threw out the dopamine peony flower dog leash from the space. Come here, martial arts master, this is a spiritual weapon. Quickly use it to catch this white snow crocodile. A slightly older child was a first-level martial arts master. After being frightened, He quickly picked up the fancy-looking spiritual weapon. Spiritual power was poured into it, and the next moment, this fancy spiritual weapon stretched rapidly. The boy was a little confused. It was the first time he had seen such a spiritual weapon, and he had no idea how to use it. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Song Luo stamped her feet. She forgot that she was in the air, and the flying sword tilted and almost fell from midair. After finally stabilizing her body, she shouted breathlessly, "Don't stand there, use spiritual power to control this trap to trap it." "Oh, yes." The boy woke up from his dream, and hurriedly did what Song Luo said. Fortunately, he was at home and his father had taught him how to use a spirit sword, otherwise it would be difficult to control this rope-like spirit weapon. But even so, he was still in a panic and failed to put it on after 2 attempts. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. The girl had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, she could only watch the white snow crocodile approaching her. She was so scared that her legs became weak, and she dared not move. Seeing the white snow crocodile getting closer and closer to her, tears could not stop flowing. Is she going to die? Song Luo was also sweating coldly. Her brain was spinning rapidly, trying to find a way to save the child. She was not a saint. If she hadn't noticed this, it would have been fine. But it happened right under her nose. She was the only adult at the scene, and she had life-saving things like flying swords and jade bracelets. She had to give it a try. Seeing the critical situation, Song Luo lowered the height of the flying sword to almost the same level as the water surface. She planned to attract the gray crocodile from the side, took out a stone from the jade bracelet space, and smashed it at the white snow crocodile with a bang. The white snow crocodile was immediately attracted and twisted its body to look at her. Song Luo thought that this creature was a fierce and evil creature. When she met its dark and peaceful eyes, she tilted her head in confusion. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking her. Is this possible? Song Luo shook her head and threw this idea out of her mind. It happened that the boy put the dopamine peony dog leash around its neck. When the loop at the front of the dog leash caught the white snow crocodile, it automatically adjusted to the appropriate size. "It's caught!" The other children cheered. The boy hesitated for a moment, walked in front of Song Luo, and handed the rope in his hand to her. She thanked her with gratitude. "Thank you, Mrs. Song, for your help." "Stay still." Song Luo pulled the rope, and the snow crocodile stopped moving. She nodded with satisfaction. This dopamine peony dog rope looks outrageous, but once the beast is caught by it, it will follow simple instructions. As for complex ones, they don't have the IQ, so naturally they can't understand. Song Luo asked the children curiously, why did a snow crocodile suddenly appear? Logically speaking, this place has been checked by martial spirit masters, and under normal circumstances, such a large-scale attacking beast will not appear. The boy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "We accidentally dug a hole and broke the defense," he said, and took Song Luo to the entrance of the hole. Song Luo was speechless. These kids were awesome. They found a hole at the bottom of the river, thinking there was something good inside, so they sent dozens of kids to take turns digging, and they actually dug through the bottom of the river, just to the other side of the barrier. This is indeed a safety hazard. Song Luo immediately called Feng Yin and others to come and deal with it. When Feng Yin heard about this, he came quickly. He was very experienced in this, and immediately set up a defense shield for the hole. "Madam, do you want me to take care of your white snow crocodile?" After repairing the hole, Feng Yin asked Song Luo. Song Luo hesitated for a moment. "No problem, I take care of it." Feng Yin didn't say anything and left immediately. Song Luo put away her flying sword and tried to get close to the white snow crocodile, and found that this guy was too obedient to be a crocodile. But this is not surprising. The white snow crocodile is a vegetarian, although its attack power is not weak, but it does not eat people. Not to mention, this guy is Snow White, and tied with a colorful dog leash, which is quite festive. Song Luo put away her flying sword and stepped on it even more aggressively, but it didn't get angry. She gave an order, "Go!" The white snow crocodile slowly moved forward in the water, under the astonished eyes of everyone. Song Luo was tired of standing, so she simply sat on its back, holding the rope in her hand, and only needed to move her lips, which was much more comfortable than the wooden boat. Song Luo decided that this thing would be her underwater mount in the future. "I call you rich and powerful, okay? If you disagree, just say something." Song Luo poked its white skin with her finger. White snow crocodile, It can't speak human language. Chapter 100. Mrs. Song, I'm Lan Luo. Thank you for saving our people just now. Lan Luo was the child who had just used the dopamine peony dog leash to tie up Fuguer. He was the 18th son of the main branch of the Luo family. Song Luhua had just brought Fuguer back from a circle on the water when she was stopped by Lan Luo. "You're welcome. I think the child would be fine even if I hadn't saved him." After taming Fuguer, Song Luhua felt that he was quite gentle, and that he might not bite the child if she didn't take action. "You should thank them." Lan Luo looked determined, and he continued, "My people found a spiritual rice field. In order to repay the lady, I would like to ask you to join us in harvesting the spiritual rice. Don't worry, whatever you harvest is yours." Spiritual rice? Song Luhua didn't expect that they actually found a spiritual rice field, and she shouted in surprise. "Yes, are you going?" "Go. Go, I'm going." If it was anything else, Song Luhua would not fight with the children, but if it was spiritual rice, she would like to harvest some back. Spiritual rice was something she had been looking for. There were no spiritual rice seeds on the market. The spiritual rice sold was of low quality, and had been shelled, which was not suitable for use as seeds. She had long wanted to grow some herself. "Then let's go." Seeing that she agreed to go, Lan Luo prepared to take her. "Wait." Song Luhua paused. I don't really like to do these things. Can I ask a child from the tribe to help me cut the rice?" Lan Luo hesitated. He wanted to repay Mrs. Song's kindness, but this magical rice field was found by a child in their tribe. If he asked other tribe members to share it, it would inevitably cause conflicts. It would be fine if Mrs. Song went to harvest it alone, but if there were more people, he would not be willing to do it. Song Luhua understood his dilemma and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. I will just ask a child to replace me. I won't do it, and I won't tell other children in the tribe." Hearing her say this, Lan Luo was relieved. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is? Okay, Madam Song, call someone." Song Luhua immediately called Feng Yan over with the spirit stone. Wow, what a big field of spiritual rice. The spiritual rice here is different from the rice in the previous life. The spiritual rice can better adapt to the environment of the Tin Wind continent. It can survive in semi-dry land and waist-deep water. The spiritual rice plants are taller than people, with golden ears and plump grains. They are high-quality spiritual rice at first glance. A large field of spiritual rice emits golden light in the sun, and Song Luohua's eyes narrow into crescents. "It's really beautiful." Feng Yang's eyes widened. On the way here, Song Luhua had already explained to him the purpose of the visit, but when Feng Yang saw such a large piece of spiritual rice with his own eyes, he was still shocked. After the shock, he was envious. It would be great if his own people found such a large piece of spiritual rice. However, thinking about the days before, when the lady led them to get so many spiritual Christian carps and small red shrimps, the envy in his heart gradually faded. "Madam Song, this is it. No matter how much you cut, it's all yours." Lan Luo pointed to the large field of spiritual rice in front of him. "I'm going to cut the spiritual rice. You can do whatever you want." Song Luhua nodded with a smile. Feng Yang was the handyman she hired to cut the spiritual rice, and Song Luhua pulled the rope and stepped on Fuguer to shuttle through the spiritual rice field. Occasionally, you can see spiritual Christian carp, blue bream, and spiritual mandarin fish jumping out of the water, and Song Luhua will take a net bag to catch them. Fuguer, the white snow crocodile, is very sensitive to these movements. Once there is movement, he will immediately take Song Luhua over. Song Luhua has a good aim, and the man and the crocodile cooperate perfectly, and soon they catch a lot of various fish. The spiritual rice field is where red and green ducks gather. The Lan family has many children, more than 100 of them. With so many people moving around in this spiritual rice field, and chirping, it is natural that there is a lot of noise. From time to time, red and green ducks flap their red and green wings and fly away from the rice field. These winged creatures are not easy to catch. Song Luhua only took a look and let them go. The parents ran away, but the cubs are still there. Song Luhua pulled apart a bunch of spiritual rice, and saw a nest of red and green duck eggs. TSK. I can drink egg drop soup again. Last time, she picked up a few nests of red and green duck eggs in the reed marsh. She took them back and asked Feng Yin to cook 2 egg drop soups. The taste was really delicious. Song Luhua couldn't help but think about it. This time, she happened to meet them again. Judging from the red and green ducks that flew away, there must be quite a few. I guess there must be quite a few red and green duck eggs here. Sure enough, Song Luhua just caught a spiritual mandarin fish, and found another nest of red and green duck eggs in the spiritual rice bush on the upper left. Pick it up. Song Luo was busy fishing and picking up red and green duck eggs. Suddenly, Feng Yang exclaimed, "Madam." Song Luo thought something was wrong with him and hurried over in Fudyear. "What's wrong?" "Madam, look, this bamboo spirit rice looks different. It has abundant spiritual power, and it's not a third-level red rice?" Feng Yang's eyes sparkled, and he pointed excitedly at a spiritual rice with red ears. Song Luo breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no danger, and then she carefully looked at what he pointed at. To the naked eye, this is indeed a red spiritual rice. Song Luo used her spiritual power to feel it, and jumped 3 steps away in fright. "Oh my god, red aphids. So many!" According to the records of strange beasts in the Ten Wind continent, red aphids are a third-level pest that specializes in eating spiritual rice in the Ten Wind continent. Only spiritual plant masters above the 3rd level can see it. Many people can't see it, and will mistake it for red rice. What's more amazing is that the spiritual rice produced by this spiritual rice parasitized by red aphids looks no different from normal red spiritual rice. But once eaten, it will cause unbearable abdominal pain. If not treated in time, the poison in the red aphids will penetrate the intestines and die in pain. Therefore, ordinary people, if they cannot distinguish between red spiritual rice and spiritual rice parasitized by red aphids, will not touch this thing. Red aphids. Feng Yang jumped away in fear when he heard it. Song Luo laughed at him for being timid. "I am afraid of insects, so I want to avoid it. You are a martial spirit master, and you haven't eaten this thing. What are you afraid of? If you cut it off, I will burn it to death with the cauldron. If the red aphids are not removed, and the Lan family's children cut them back and eat them as red rice by mistake, it will be bad." Song Luo thought about it, and decided to just use high temperature to transcend. After solving the red aphids, Song Luo thought about it, and said goodbye to the Lan family's children. Lan Luo carried a basket full of red rice ears. "Mrs. Song, this is the red rice we picked. Please help check it." Song Luo nodded, used her spiritual power, and checked each plant one by one. "This one is red aphid rice, and that one is also. The one at the bottom is wrong too." And Lan Luo calmly picked out everything Song Luo pointed out, and threw it into the refining cauldron Song Luo had specified in advance. "Okay, that's all. The rest are all genuine red rice. If you're worried, go back and ask your parents to check again." Lan Luo had heard about Song Luo. Although he was curious about how a person with low talent could identify the difference between third-level red aphid rice and red rice, he didn't ask, and just did as she asked. As for asking the spiritual plant masters in the tribe to check it again, it is natural to check it. This is not a question of trust or not. Once the red aphids are eaten, even if the life is saved by timely treatment, the person will suffer. He did not say that he trusted her, and Song Luo was not angry. She even appreciated it. It is good to check anything that is risks a few more times. I hope that the children in my tribe can also act in this way. Chapter 101. After seeing the red aphid rice, Feng Yang was no longer so worried. When he encountered it, he would learn from the Lan family's children, and put it in a basket separately. When he had collected a certain number, he would give it to Song Luo for inspection. Song Luo continued to catch fish, and pick up red and green duck eggs happily. She found that Fudyear had been following her to catch fish and pick up duck eggs for a long time, and seemed to have experience. Now he didn't need her to command him. He would go over by himself when he heard a noise, and he would go over by himself when he saw red and green duck eggs. Because it was a strange beast, its facial features were more sensitive than hers, and it could find fish and red-green duck eggs much faster. Song Luo had just finished picking up a nest of red-green duck eggs when she saw Fudyear turn 360 degrees. His big eyes above the water spun around and quickly locked onto a direction. Letting it lead the way, they saw a nest of red-green duck eggs. Then, Fudyear acted like a cheat. When there were fish, he led her to catch them, and when there were no fish, he led her to find red-green duck eggs. So much so that Song Luo's eyes were useless. She spent the rest of the trip taking advantage of Fudyear, using only her hands to catch fish and pick up red-green duck eggs. Song Luo was very happy. Black-headed pheasant. Get out of the way. The black-headed pheasant is coming. Song Luo had just caught a fish and hadn't put it away when she saw something whizzing past her and robbed her of the fish and the net. When she heard the children's exclamations, she realized that there were many big birds in the Ling rice field. The big birds were the black-headed pheasants the children had mentioned. The black-headed pheasants were snow-white in color, and their heads were black from the neck. They looked like robbers. Sure enough, she saw a particularly different black-headed pheasant among the flock of birds. How was it different? Of course, it was holding her net in its mouth, pecking at the fish she had just caught, and throwing her net from mid-air to the ground in disgust. The group of fierce black-headed pheasants screamed sharply, and some swooped down, clearly aiming at the straw cut by the children, and took away the baskets and rice together. Some were mean, picking on small children and attacking them from mid-air. Some of the nimble boys were able to escape, but a black-headed pheasant knocked a 5-year-old with pigtails to the ground, crying in pain. The wooden barrel with fish on the bamboo raft tied to Fugue's tail by Song Luhua was also targeted. A black-headed pheasant swooped down and robbed one of the barrels with fish. She worked hard for a long time, and only caught 3 barrels of fish. This guy robbed 1 barrel at a time. Song Luhua was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Damn it! I want you to pay the price. She took out the non-mainstream dinosaur anti-one-eyed white wolf spiritual weapon from the jade bracelet space, Feng Yang. Madam. Song Luhua threw the dinosaur carrying wolf spiritual weapon to him. Take this, and kill these damn bandits. Take this? Kill this group of black-headed pheasants? Feng Yang held the strange pendant in his hand, and looked at Song Luhua in disbelief. Madam, are you sure it can work? It's not that he doesn't trust his wife, he really doesn't believe it. You look down on me, don't you? Song Luhua saw the boy's distrust. Boy, just do what I say, I promise to let you pull your butt and open your eyes. Lan Luo was afraid that Song Luhua would be attacked by these black-headed pheasants, so he commanded the children in the tribe to protect each other, and then rushed over here. As soon as he arrived, he heard the conversation between the two. Thinking of the fancy rope tied to the snow crocodile, he immediately said, Madam, he doesn't want to try it, but I am willing to try it. Who said I don't want to? This is what our madam gave me, you go away? Feng Yang saw Lan Luo trying to snatch this strange pendant, and refused to do it no matter what. Madam, tell me, how to use it. How to use it, ahem, it's very simple, you have to open one eye, close one eye, inject spiritual power, and keep saying Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Aim at those black-headed pheasants, and then do this and that. Isn't it simple? It's simple indeed. Feng Yang finally got interested after hearing such a strange thing. Song Luhua instructed Lan Luo again, I'm afraid, I need your cooperation later. If Feng Yang hits those black-headed pheasants, you may need to bring martial arts masters to completely subdue them. Feng Yang also needs someone to replace him. With his own strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain the long-term use of this spiritual weapon. Of course, we will also give you a share of the black-headed pheasants we hunt. Are you willing to do that? Yes, yes, ma'am, I am willing. Lan Luo was so excited when he heard that there was something for them to do, he almost patted his chest to express his intention. After Lan Luo found the right people, Song Luhua signaled Feng Yang, let's get started. Yes, ma'am. Feng Yang followed what Song Luhua said, closed his left eye, and poured his spiritual power into the dinosaur wolf's spiritual instrument. Instantly, a white light flashed, and the dinosaur wolf's spiritual instrument in his hand suddenly grew larger until it became the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Feng Yang didn't expect that this thing, which looked plain, was actually a spiritual weapon. It was the first time for him to come into contact with such a special spiritual weapon, and he grinned excitedly. He followed Song Luo's instruction, and while saying Bayu in his mouth, he aimed the golden eyes of the one-eyed little white wolf at a black-headed pheasant. The scene that happened the next moment not only shocked Feng Yang, but also shocked Lan Luo and others at the scene. I saw a transparent bubble shot out from the golden eyes of the little white wolf in the dinosaur wolf's spiritual weapon, and the bubble slowly flew towards the black-headed pheasant that Feng Yang was aiming at. The black-headed pheasant didn't know the danger was approaching, and curiously poked the transparent bubble with its claws. The next moment, it was framed by the entire bubble that suddenly grew larger. Fall? Feng Yang saw that it was framed so easily, and immediately took the next step excitedly. He just shouted fall, and the huge transparent bubble that framed a black-headed pheasant slowly fell into the rice field. It was Lan Luo's turn to appear. Brothers, go! He led the way, and rushed up with a group of little boys. Lan Luo and the dozen little boys he led were all first-level martial spirit masters, especially Lan Luo, who was close to second level. They were all very strong, stronger than adult women. Lan Luo shouted, break! The transparent bubble burst, and a group of children took out ropes, and tied up the black-headed pheasant weighing more than 100 kilograms. With the experience of the first cooperation, Feng Yang and Lan Luo teamed up to pin down a few black-headed pheasants. The children cheered. Song Luo could see that these black-headed pheasants were very entangled. Let's go! These spiritual rice, that they assumed was their private property, was cut by the human cubs, and they were naturally unwilling. Let's not go. These human cubs are extremely hateful. I don't know what they used to catch their own kind one by one. A group of black-headed pheasants hovered in the air in a tangle. Chapter 102. After continuously manipulating the spirit tool to circle a dozen black-headed pheasants with bubbles, Feng Yang's face turned pale. Song Luo kicked him on the butt. You bastard, don't you want to live? Lan Luo, come and switch with him. Lan Luo took Feng Yang's position, and Song Luo walked to the side holding Feng Yang's ears, and gave him a loving education. Madam, are my words just wind in your ears? Don't you know that as a martial spirit master, the most taboo is to show off? If you accidentally hurt your spirit palace, do you want to be a waste in the future? Song Luo thought about the days when she first came here. Wasn't it because her family was looked down upon because of the injury to the eldest brother's soul palace, and the decline in cultivation that caused them to be looked down upon? If you need to retreat, retreat. Don't hurt your foundation just to show off your strength. Feng Yang felt some pain in his soul palace. After being told off, he felt cold in his heart and nodded in fear. Song Luo saw that he was afraid, shook her head, and took out a soul-replenishing pill from the space of the jade bracelet. You should have a good rest. Yes, madam, I won't dare to do it again. Feng Yang took the soul-replenishing pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then sat down on the bamboo raft beside him and adjusted it. Lan Luo took over the spiritual weapon of the dinosaur wolf. After a little awkwardness at the beginning, he used it more and more smoothly the second and third time. Looking at the children in his team, they still worked neatly without Lan Luo's leadership. Song Luo couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference between the core children of a big family and ordinary children. Song Luo could see that Lan Luo's identity was not ordinary. He was probably similar to Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Rui and others. He was also a direct descendant. In the past, Song Luo thought Feng Yang was pretty good among the children. He arranged things, allocated, and managed other children in an orderly manner. Now I see Lan Luo. Feng Yang's ability is indeed a little inferior. However, if you want to talk about liking, naturally the children of one's own family are likable, except for the main branch of the Feng family. Song Luo thought about it here and there. Lan Luo couldn't hold on any longer, so he called another child to take over. He took out a soul-replenishing pill from the space ring and threw it into his mouth, sitting quietly beside Feng Yang to regulate his breath. In less than half an hour, more than 20 black-headed pheasants were caught, and this group of black-headed pheasants did not dare to rush down without scruples to grab things and hurt the children. Seeing that the children of the Lan family were harvesting rice, Song Luo also drove Fugir to look for red and green duck eggs. When she found another basket full of red and green duck eggs, she realized that she hadn't heard the sharp calls of black-headed pheasants for a long time. Looking up at the sky, she saw that there were only a few black-headed pheasants left in the large group that was circling just now. After another quarter of an hour, these few pheasants disappeared. Lan Luo wiped his face, and told the children in his family to load all the black-headed pheasants that were shot this time on the wooden boat, and pull them over. Madam, I return your spiritual weapon to you. Yes. Song Luo took the dinosaur wolf-carrying spiritual weapon that had turned into a palm-sized one and threw it into the space jade bracelet. We hunted a total of 53 black-headed pheasants this time. How do you think we should distribute them? Lan Luo handed the right of distribution to Song Luo. Feng Yang's eyes lit up, and he looked like you should know what's your place. Song Luo shook her head. Since she was asked to distribute, she had to make sure both parties were satisfied. Although she didn't do much, anyone with eyes knew that the hunting of so many black-headed pheasants this time was all thanks to her spiritual weapon. Thinking that this boy was grateful, Song Luo pondered for a moment and said, "Then give us 18, and the remaining 35 are all yours." "Thank you, madam." Lan Luo had originally thought that she would take at least 50% or 70%. After all, they only contributed a little. I didn't expect that Madame Song was so generous, and I was so happy that I thanked her. Lan Luo has a delicate appearance and a fair face. When he smiles, his white teeth sparkle in the sun, and he is a sunny and warm boy. Song Luo couldn't help laughing. After a busy day, the spiritual rice in this field had been harvested almost completely. After Feng Yang finished harvesting the last strand, he watched the children of the Lan family pulling boats of golden spiritual rice bundles, and then looked at the amount he had harvested, which was enough to fill a wooden boat, and couldn't help feeling depressed. Alas, it's all my fault for being too slow. He wanted to harvest more, but the last bunch was completely gone as the children of the Lan family swung their sickles. Song Luo smiled and tapped his forehead. That's enough, today's harvest is already good. I give you a black-headed pheasant when I get back. Thank you, madam. Feng Yang was immediately revived. Following madam, he could eat meat. He decided to cling to madam's thighs in the future. Lan family residence. Lan Luo told Lan she what happened today. Including the appearance of the white snow crocodile, Song Luo fell from the sky and dropped a fancy rope. He used this rope to subdue the white snow crocodile. Brother, you will definitely not believe that Madame Song is now riding the white snow crocodile as a mount. When he first saw it, Lan Luo was shocked for a long time. Now, when he talks about it, he still feels a little magical. By the way, today's black-headed pheasants were also caught by Madame Song. She took out a strange spiritual weapon, and we caught a lot of black-headed pheasants with this spiritual weapon. Lan Luo led him to a fence. These children made a lot of noise when they came back, and Lan Shi had heard about it. When he actually saw the black-headed pheasants jumping around tied to the fence, he was still shocked. He counted them and found that they were all alive, and there were as many as 35 of them. He calmed down and smiled. You kid got a big advantage. You have to know that these black-headed pheasants weigh about 100 gene each, and they are level 3 exotic birds, and they can fly. The highest cultivation level of these guys is only Lan Luo, who is about to break through the first level to the second level. How much effort can they exert? Not to mention that they can only exert some strength. Even for adults, it takes a lot of effort to catch these flying things. Even if Lan Luo only gets half, it is still a great bargain. Lan Luo nodded quickly. Yes, Madame Song is really kind. We hunted a total of 53, and Madame Song only took 18. Lan Shi was speechless. Feng Xi's wife was indeed generous, even a little silly. If he were Song Luo, it would be good to give Lan Luo 13. Lan Shi thought about it, turned around and walked out of the camp. Lan Luo asked hurriedly, Brother, where are you going? Your boy has taken such a big advantage. I will naturally go to thank you. What else can I do? In front of outsiders, Lan Shi is a handsome and elegant nobleman with a bookish air. In front of his family, he is even more natural. Oh, brother, go quickly. When Lan Luo heard about this, he urged him happily. Next time there is something good, he will call Mrs. Song to come together. He is smart. Lan Shi could not understand the thoughts of his 18th cousin, kicked his butt with his foot, and walked towards Feng Xi's camp with his hands behind his back. Chapter 103. Thank you, Madame Song, for saving my Lan family members today. The light of the setting sun shines on the woman in front of her, as if she is covered with a beautiful halo. On her white face, fine hairs are faintly visible. Lan Shi was stunned for a moment. Is this Feng Xi's wife? Who are you? Song Luo had been busy all day. She had just washed and changed her clothes, and was about to sit down to rest, when she heard Feng Yin say that someone was looking for her. She was still wondering. The man in front of her was wearing a blue martial arts uniform, with a handsome face and a gentle air in his words and deeds. She roughly guessed who the person was. Sure enough, the next moment, the man cupped his hands and said with a smile, I am Lan Shi. If it weren't for Madame Song's help today, the children of my clan would be in danger. I came here to thank you for this. Song Luo waved her hands. Young Master Lan, you are too polite. The children have already thanked you. It's not just for this matter. I heard Lan Luo say that if it weren't for Madame Song's spiritual weapon today, they wouldn't be able to hunt such a black-headed pheasant. Lan Luo took advantage of Madame Song in this matter, so he should thank her. I'm willing to give it. Song Luo disliked his nagging. She hated it most when he kept dragging on about one thing. Lan Shi, who was taking things out of the space ring, You don't want it even if it's good? This? Lan Shi didn't know what to say. After a busy day, Song Luo was tired and hungry, and just wanted to lie down and rest for a while. No need to thank me. I wonder if the young master of the Lan clan has anything else to do. Song Luo's tiredness showed on her face, and Lan Shi knew what she was thinking after thinking about it. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she shook her head and said, I came here just to thank you. It's getting late, I go back first. Take care, Chief Lan. Song Luo breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing off the guests, she became like a wilted eggplant, leaning limply on the armchair. Thinking of the spiritual rice harvested today, Song Luo nodded with satisfaction. She had asked Feng Yin to preserve these spiritual rice for her, as she wanted to make seeds. As for the black-headed pheasants, she kept 2 for herself, except for the one given to Feng Yang, and the remaining 15 were all given to the tribe members as a meal. That day, Song Luhua woke up and found that her eldest brother Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others were all there. She was still quite puzzled. When asked about this, Feng Yi couldn't help but sigh. We are afraid that we really have to go back this time. Fortunately, we hunted so many gray crocodiles some time ago, so this hunt was also successful. Song Luhua was confused and couldn't help stamping her feet and asked, So what happened? You should explain it clearly. Feng Qing kicked Feng Yi who was sighing, and explained in a serious manner while holding the spirit sword. Yesterday, we went to Huaxi Valley and found the traces of golden water bears. Golden water bears are level 6 exotic beasts. They are not only thick-skinned and strong, but also have an IQ no lower than that of a 7-year-old human child, and can deploy troops. That's the first reason. Second, there is miasma in the Flower Valley. If you breathe in the miasma, you will lose your strength. It would be extremely dangerous to encounter a golden water bear at this time. And the third reason is that after investigation, we know that in addition to golden water bears and miasma, there are countless dangerous things in the Flower Valley. The situation is too complicated. Once you enter the Flower Valley, it is difficult to get out safely. Since we can't attack, just go around it. Why go back? Song Luhua didn't understand. Feng Yi pursed his lips. It would be great if it was as simple as you said. Oh, is there another way? I'd like to hear about it. Song Luhua was really curious. The Flower Valley stretches for thousands of miles, and there are flocks of feather phoenix chickens above. Even if you walk for 3 months, you can't get around it. They had already experienced the power of feather phoenix chickens when they hunted last time. Now that all the spherical spiritual weapons have exploded, they have no spiritual weapons to deal with the feather phoenix chicken. How dare they rashly control the flying boat to pass through the Huaxi Valley? Song Luhua didn't expect there were so many tricks in it. No wonder Feng Xi and his team wanted to retreat. There are not only martial spiritual masters in the team, but also women and children. They have no power to protect themselves. Once attacked, they are likely to be in danger. They have to consider this part of the tribe. After breakfast, Song Luhua walked around outside the camp and didn't see Feng Xi. But she saw her brother Song Yuan holding his sister-in-law and wandering around the camp. Song Yuan did not go out hunting today. Li Zhener was very surprised. After hearing about the Huaxi Valley, she was not in a hurry. Others may not know about the harvest during this period, but she knows that she has been hunting in the marshland for more than half a month and has harvested a lot. With the food Song Yuan stored at home, she does not have to worry about the next 3 months. Whether to go back or not does not affect her much. Since coming to the marshland, the two of them have rarely had time to secretly relax, and they are happy even if they walk around. The brother and sister-in-law talked and laughed, and Song Luhua was very ignorant to be a light bulb. She ran to Song Yuan's left side. Brother, have you seen Feng Xi? I haven't seen him since early in the morning. At the Lan family's residence, the 10 great families are discussing countermeasures. Go find your Feng Xi. Song Yuan said, as if asking why you don't leave. Don't disturb me and your sister-in-law to cultivate our relationship. A guy who values his wife over his sister. Song Luhua gritted his teeth, greeted Li Zhener, made a face at Song Yuan and ran away. Hey, this girl. Song Yuan was not happy that his sister asked Feng Xi right away, and he deliberately angered her, but he didn't expect that this guy would be even more annoying. He even made faces at him. Then, he couldn't help laughing. Li Zhener thought this scene was quite heartwarming, and smiled. You are so old, and you still tease your little sister. Hee. After Song Luhua ran away, she couldn't help but curl her lips. I hope that her brother-sister relationship with Song Yuan will never change. The Lan family's residence. The leaders of the hunting of the 10 great families gathered together. Feng Xi, the fourth son of the Feng family, was an exception. Everyone invited him without prior agreement. Feng Jing was somewhat dissatisfied. He could not speak before, but now Feng Xi was separated, and he was everywhere. Why? Because of the incident in Huaxi Valley, the atmosphere was a little solemn. Everyone had a serious face, and Feng Jing's face was naturally long and stinky. Long eyelashes covered the thoughts in his eyes. Feng Xi's eyes flashed a trace of coldness, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was also a little cold. How could he not know the thoughts of his good brother? Such a person is about to leave the Feng family, ridiculous, sad, and lamentable. The thoughts were buried in the dark under his eyes, and Feng Xi turned the storage ring in his hand slowly. Chapter 104. The atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. As the host, Lanqi smiled helplessly and spoke first. What do you think about the Huaxi Valley? Advance or retreat? Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu have hunted a lot of level 4 gray crocodiles in recent days. Each family has a lot of them, so they are not very anxious about the Huaxi Valley. They sat calmly without saying a word. Now it was the turn of the other 7 families to be embarrassed. Feng Jing was particularly unwilling. This was the first time he led a team to conduct such a large-scale hunting activity. He absolutely could not go back like this. Otherwise, how can he win the support of the family? Feng Xi was cleared out, and there are still 2 brothers in the family who are eyeing his position with ill intentions. Besides, Feng Jing looked at Feng Xi with a little chill, and he might not be a threat at all. Can't retreat. Won't retreat? A trace of sarcasm flashed across the feminine and handsome face of Li Zhong, the young patriarch of the Li family. You said you won't retreat, so don't retreat. Do you have a way to dissolve the miasma or restrain the golden water bear? Humph, if you want to retreat, then retreat. Anyway, my Feng family will not retreat. Feng Jing snorted coldly. Li Zhong was too lazy to pay attention to him. He raised his eyelids, sneered, and turned his head to look at Nong Heng. What do you think? Dilemma? Nong Heng frowned tightly, and glanced at Feng Xi subconsciously. Feng Xi smiled warmly in return, and continued to turn the storage ring in his hand. Nonsense, if it's not a dilemma, what are we sitting here to discuss? Bo Song was tall and tough. He couldn't help but slap the table when he heard this. Young Patriarch Bo is so majestic. Nong Heng's face suddenly darkened. Okay, let's talk it over. Lu Heng advised and asked Qin Yi, I wonder what you think. Qin Yi leaned lazily on the armchair, supported his chin with one hand, and said indifferently, then retreat. Do you all think so? Lu Heng couldn't help but ask Feng Xi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu again. The 4 of us have always advanced and retreated together. What Qin Yi thinks is naturally what we think. Jiang Wenxiu nodded, showing his support for Qin Yi. Lu Yuan nodded his chin, and Feng Xi smiled. Lu Heng and the other 6 people looked at each other, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that the 7 families really need to discuss. As for the next topic, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu did not speak, but watched the other families sneer and argue, and finally reached an agreement. We will not retreat. Then how to resolve the miasma? Yunju asked. Collect some miasma, and let the alchemists of each family try to refine the antidote in the next few days. Nong Heng said. The major families have many talents. I don't believe that a small miasma can stump them. Feng Jing boasted, I brought a 4th level alchemist this time, who will definitely be able to refine an antidote to dissolve the miasma. Okay, this important task is handed over to you. After solving the miasma, it's the golden bear. The golden bear has thick skin and flesh, and knows how to deploy troops. There are many golden bears in Huaxi Valley, and I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with them. Lu Heng is mainly worried about this aspect. The spirit sword cannot be less, and the grade must be higher. Lan Shi's eyes flickered as he looked at Feng Xi. 2 days ago, Lan Luo described to him the spiritual weapon that Madame Song had taken out. They had used that spiritual weapon to easily catch so many black-headed pheasants. If they could have the help of this spiritual weapon this time, they would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. He even suspected that Feng Xi and his team had also relied on some special spiritual weapon to solve the problem after being entangled by the gray crocodiles this time. If they could get the strange spiritual weapon in Madame Song's hand this time, their chances of winning would be much better. We have decided to continue to enter Huaxi Valley. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Li Yuan, Wenxiu, why don't we go in together? Lan Shi asked tentatively. Okay. Feng Xi knew this would be the result, and answered with a smile. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu looked at each other and nodded. At this point, the 10 great families plus Feng Xi all agreed to enter Huaxi Valley to try their luck. Song Luwan knew that Feng Xi was talking to Lan's family, so she didn't bother him. She hadn't refined medicine for a long time, but today she was in the mood. In the refining room, Song Luwa took out the refining cauldron and casually grabbed a bunch of spiritual plants and placed them outside. Legionnaires' eyes almost popped out when she saw her refining medicine again. Little sister, are you refining medicine? Aren't you a weapon refiner? Although she didn't refine anything decent. No, she clearly planted things when she was at home. How come she is a spiritual plant master, a weapon refiner, and now she is refining medicine? What kind of person is she? Legionnaire was confused. Song Luwa smiled. Sister-in-law, I am a versatile person. I will show you my skills right away. Various talents? Legionnaire almost said that she was a complete waste. Song Luwa didn't expect her to believe it. She kept muttering to herself, while lighting the fire and adding spiritual plants to the refining cauldron. Legionnaires' mouth twitched, and she knew that her sister-in-law was unreliable. Who would refine medicine like this? Look, Fingli and Fingsu beside her were dealing with spiritual plants with flying fingers, adding them in an orderly manner, and controlling the size of the fire was also very particular. She shook her head and stopped watching. Feng Yang came in from outside, and saw Song Luhua standing in front of the refining cauldron, with a small table set up. He thought she was refining the weapon randomly again, so he glanced at her casually. It was this glance that made her pupils shrink, and a trace of indescribable expression appeared on her face. Is she refining medicine? She didn't know that Feng Xi's wife was an all-round talent. It's just this technique. Compared with Feng Li, Feng Su, and Su Yin next to her, it's better not to watch. TSK, she also added water, stones, and charcoal into it. The roughness is even worse than Jian's refining equipment. Feng Yang turned his head away, unable to watch. Everyone was not optimistic. Song Luhua swore that she would surprise them. The next moment, bang! There was a bang, and the lid of the refining cauldron was blown away by a huge force, and the refining cauldron in front of Song Luhua suddenly broke into pieces. The charcoal ash and black ash of the spiritual plants inside erupted, and Song Luhua was hit by them, and was covered in them. Pooh, pooh, pooh! Song Luhua was choked. Legionnaire Fingli, Su Yin, Feng Yang and others were startled by the loud noise, and their hands suddenly trembled, and all the medicines or spiritual tools they were refining failed. But they didn't bother to look, and stared at Song Luhua in astonishment. Ha ha. Feng Rou couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. Someone laughed first, and laughter suddenly broke out in the refining room. Luhua, your face. Legionnaire chuckled. Is this what she meant by showing her a skill? She didn't show her a skill, but she showed her face. Look at your black face. Come and wipe it off. Legionnaire took out the handkerchief from her waist, walked quickly to Song Luhua, and wiped her face carefully. Song Luhua, whose face was covered with black ash, only had 2 eyeballs and white eyes to show her human appearance, knew what she looked like without thinking. She didn't dare to laugh, and didn't dare to speak at all. Song Luhua was afraid that if she opened her mouth, the black ash would fall into her mouth, and her teeth would be stained black, which would be even uglier. She could only keep a black face, and let Legionnaire wipe the ash off her face. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Legionnaire laughed so hard that her hand holding the handkerchief was shaking. Feng Yang raised the corners of his mouth high, glanced at Song Luhua, and couldn't help turning around. Chapter 105. Legionnaire worked hard for a long time and finally wiped Song Luhua, the sister-in-law, clean from the black face. Song Luhua didn't even change her clothes, and took out another refining cauldron from the jade bracelet space. Legionnaire was surprised. Little sister, you still want to refine medicine? Yes, I want to avenge my previous shame. Song Luhua clenched her fist. Hee, then you wash it. Legionnaire smiled awkwardly to show her support. Feng Su, Feng Li, Su Yin and others silently moved their stalls a little further away. I don't know what the lady is refining this time. What if it explodes again? The 3 of them were close to each other just now, and some of them were splashed on their bodies. They just changed into clean clothes, and couldn't let them be ruined again. Song Luhua was persistent. She thought she could do it. Facts proved that she couldn't. She refined 5 furnaces in a row, and each furnace exploded, and black ash splashed all over her head and face. Legionnaire Feng Yang, Feng Li and others went from holding their foreheads at the beginning to being calm now. Song Luhua wiped the black ash around her nostrils and mouth, and continued to refine. A great man once said, if it doesn't work once, try it 1,000 times. There is always a way. Song Luhua firmly believes that she is such a talent. Refining and refining, lunch is ready. Song Luhua is guarding the furnace in her hand, and waiting to let Legionnaire and others go first. Although she really wants to get something without working, people will occasionally burst out a little passion. Gurgle, gurgle. Forget it, the passion of 1 second is over. She is hungry, and needs to eat. As for the pot of medicine in her hand, forget it. The way the great man said should be a retreat. Song Luhua left decisively, and went straight to the kitchen. She forgot that she hadn't washed her face yet. Please imagine the ghostly appearance of a noble lady with a black mask running outside. It happened that Feng Xi was walking towards this side with Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wenxiu was shocked. Fuck, what the hell? It looks like Feng Xi's wife. Qin Yi rubbed his eyes, and the back figure looked very similar. It's her. Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Feng Xi, why did your wife become black-faced? I don't know. Feng Xiai just came back to his senses from his daze. I think it's probably because he was blown up while refining medicine and his face was covered in dust. Qin Yi guessed after reacting. Quick, go and have a look. Jiang Wenqiu's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to see Feng Xi's wife's joke. Feng Xiai stretched out his hand to stop him, but Jiang Wenqiu was eager to see the fun and had already run away. He held his forehead and smiled bitterly. My wife, I'm sorry for you. Madam. Your face. Feng Yin was shocked at first, thinking someone was poisoned. Song Luo realized that she had forgotten to wash the dust off her face. She smiled awkwardly but politely, and quickly washed her face with the water that Feng Yin had brought. She looked like a decent person now. Feng Yin smiled and poured out the dirty water. Song Luo took the food and prepared to go back to her room to eat. As soon as she walked to the kitchen door, she saw Jiang Wenqiu coming towards her with his mouth wide open, and she didn't know what he was happy about. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? I'm laughing. Huh? Jiang Wenqiu looked at her disappointedly. This girl was fast enough. Nothing to laugh at. TSK. Song Luo knew that this guy wanted to laugh at her. She took the food, rolled her eyes and left. TSK. Jiang Wenqiu pinched his throat and rolled his eyes, like Song Luo. Qin Yi and the others saw him and laughed at him for a long time. After eating and drinking, Song Luo took a nap and didn't think about what she was refining at all. In the afternoon, when she arrived at the refining room, the spiritual fire had gone out. The refining cauldron didn't explode either. Song Luo naturally thought that the refining had failed. She was not going to refine anymore, and was about to clean up the refining cauldron and put it away. Unexpectedly, when she opened the lid, she was shocked by the densely packed things inside. The refining was successful? But what is this thing? Song Luo expressed her confusion. Red bean? It shouldn't be. This thing is the size of a red bean, bright red, round, and has a special fragrance. Can it be eaten? She didn't get any hints. What exactly is this thing used to treat? Song Luo fiddled with it with her fingers, and the next second, a groundhog scream came out of her mouth. Ah! Everyone go out, go call Feng Xiai. Feng Xi's wife Yu. Feng Yang was refining a weapon, and was startled by the sudden scream. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, she was interrupted by Song Luo. Aunt Feng Yang, don't say anything, get out quickly. Song Luo's face was pale, and her eyes were full of anxiety. Little sister, what happened, you? Everyone get out. Feng Yang knew that Song Luo was not a reckless person. Since she ordered like this, she must have her reasons. He immediately took everyone out. Li Zhener saw that something was wrong and wanted to stay with Song Luo, but was forcibly pulled away by Feng Yang. Feng Xiai rushed over quickly after hearing the sound. Seeing his wife, who was frightened and pale, a trace of heartache and anxiety flashed in his eyes. My wife, what's wrong with you? He looked at his wife, who was stiff, with one hand motionless in the refining cauldron, and realized that something was wrong. Slowly approaching her. Every minute and every second of waiting was anxious for Song Luo. She didn't dare to move, for fear of triggering the thing in front of her. Hearing Feng Xi's voice, Song Luo's tears flowed down. She said pitifully, Feng Xiai, help me. What happened? Feng Xi's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word help. A trace of panic flashed in his calm eyes, and his eyes moved to the refining cauldron. Except for a furnace of small red pills, there was nothing unusual. I dare not move. This thing will explode. If I move, it will definitely explode into slag. Not only will she be blown into slag, but the entire refining room will be blown into slag. It must be wrapped with the spirit of the martial spirit master so that it will not explode. Song Luo said aggrievedly. How could she know that she didn't expect the success of the things she refined casually, and this thing was not only refined by mistake, but also this extremely dangerous thing. The key point is that this thing smells good. Song Luo thought it was a pill. Wang Defa, I didn't expect that it was a spiritual food that would explode. Sure enough, a road can be a retreat or a road to heaven. Song Luo was sweating coldly. One step short, and she would see her again. Feng Xiai listened and followed Song Luo's instructions with a serious face. He first used his spiritual power to slowly wrap her little hand in the alchemy cauldron, and then moved the spiritual food in her hand step by step, until he transferred all the spiritual food to a special box and put it in the space ring. The crisis was resolved. Song Luo's body was limp like noodles, but fortunately Feng Xiai hugged her. Woo, next time I will never throw things randomly to make medicine. Especially charcoal and unknown stones found on the ground. Chapter 106. Inside the Flower Valley. Song Luhua was shocked by the scene before her. Large patches of colorful and beautiful flowers swayed on the water, as if entering a fairyland on earth. The wooden boat slowly moved forward in the sea of flowers, like a dream. Song Luhua opened her mouth slightly, trying to resist the itch of her hands, and just watched in amazement. There was miasma in the flower valley, and they took a miasma-breaking pill to stay normal inside. Using your toes to think, you can know that it may not be easy to survive in the miasma and bloom brilliant flowers. Song Luhua is not a two-armed man, so it is impossible for him to pick them easily. He should inspect them before picking them. Just as Song Luhua was thinking, she saw a half-human-high, face-sized, delicate red flower split in the middle in front of her, revealing a row of bright red jagged sharp blades, trying to attack the martial arts master who was driving the wooden boat. The martial arts master was already in a state of high alert. When he noticed something was wrong, he immediately slashed with a spiritual sword. Don't overestimate your own abilities. As the sword light flashed, the stem of the delicate red flower separated on the spot, and the broken petals fell on the water and drifted with the water. A gurgling red liquid came out of the hollow pole, with a very strange smell. Song Luhua looked at this scene in amazement. She couldn't help but sigh. Huashi Valley is really dangerous. Even a flower can attack people. Feng Xiai smiled and flicked her head. I told you to stay in the base. You have to come with me. Before entering Huashi Valley, the 10 major families had made preparations for several days, and prepared the 2 necessary things, the spirit sword and the spirit pill. After setting off, the family only brought 2 weapon refiners and 2 pharmacists. As for Feng Xiai, he had few men, so he only planned to bring 2. Song Luhua shamelessly took one place, and the other was Aunt Feng Yang. As for the soul-replenishing pills, they had accumulated a lot during this period, so it must be enough, and there was no need to take another person to take risks. Huashi Valley is not small in area. The 10 major families plus Feng Xi's team are advancing side by side, and it is still very vast. So far, they have not encountered any major dangers. After walking a distance, the major families ordered to repair. After a simple repair, everyone took out fishing nets and other tools and started to cast nets. After Feng Xiai gave the order, he also got busy. Aunt Feng Yang was busy refining spirit swords. Since she came, the martial spirit masters in their family also had spirit swords of the 4th rank or above. Song Luhua did not disturb anyone, took out the refining cauldron, and after failing a few furnaces, she sat quietly at the stern of the boat to fish. Since she put out an empty hook, it would be the same as it was when she put it down. As expected. Song Luhua curled her lips without any surprise. She just wanted to try if there were any stupid fish. It is said that Jiang Taigong fishes, and those who are willing will take the bait. Although she is not Jiang Taigong, she admits that she has a bit of princess syndrome. It seems that princess syndrome is not good. Then let's have some bait. The space of the jade bracelet is filled with dried meat of exotic animals that Feng Yin has given her. These are all dry food. Song Luhua is reluctant to give them up when she is away from home. Spiritual fruitcake? No. Candy? Fish don't eat candy, right? Orange seeds? It seems that they don't eat them either. Song Luhua squatted in the wooden boat and searched in the space for a while, and found that there seemed to be nothing that could be used as bait. Hey! She suddenly saw the refining cauldron that she had thrown into the corner a few days ago, and had not had time to clean up. It was still filled with the ashes of the spiritual rice infested by red aphids that she had burned in the spiritual rice field. How about trying this thing? She took out the refining cauldron that was the size of a wash basin, and the depth of a wooden barrel from the jade bracelet space. Wow, I burned a lot of spiritual rice infested with red aphids last time, and the refining cauldron was full of spiritual rice ashes with red in the ashes. Song Luhua took out a medicine shovel, scooped a shovelful and poured it on the handkerchief, added stream water, stirred it, thought about it, and resisted the nausea, and rubbed this thing into small strips with her hands. Gray with red, not very pretty. With a pair of beautiful eyes, Song Luhua finally found a nice flower in the sea of flowers. This flower has only 3 petals, a small one, bright red in color, and orange stamens. It is actually a first-level spiritual plant. It's you. Use your fingers to crush the petals to get the flower juice, and mix it into the spiritual rice ash, and the spiritual rice ash will instantly turn brick red. In this way, rub it into a long strip as thick as a thumb, and it will look much better. But the problem is that it has no viscosity, and will definitely fall apart when it comes into contact with water. Or, should we refine it? This time, she didn't use the refining cauldron, as she was afraid of another accident. She took out a small pot, took out the charcoal, and made a fire to dry the long brick-red strips as thick as thumbs. Take a bite, it's crunchy. Song Luo flicked the brick-red strips of spiritual rice, ash, that she had baked harder than bricks with her fingers. The texture of bricks, the fragrance of spiritual rice. She tied it to the line without hesitation and threw it into the water. Then she sat at the bow in a daze. The fishing rod didn't respond for a long time, and Song Luo was too lazy to even pull it. She thought, maybe one is not enough. Then add another one. After putting one down for a long time, there was still no response. Song Luo's stubbornness also came up. Two are not enough, add another one. A quarter of an hour later. Not enough. Add another one. Quality is not good, quantity wins. Add one. Add another. Feng Xiai took the time to look at her, and saw that the wooden boat she was riding was full of bamboo poles. He shook his head with amusement, and continued to cast the net. Song Luo couldn't help but ponder, could it be that this thing has no attraction at all? I think so. Otherwise, why is there no movement at all? Could it be that I got up too early this morning? Why does Song Luo feel a little sleepy, mainly dizzy, and want to sleep? I really want to sleep. After saying something to Feng Xiai, he boarded the large ship carrying cargo behind him. This ship was originally prepared for this hunting trip, and it happened to be used when it encountered Huaxi Valley. Not only Feng Xiai, but other families also have it. It was much bigger than Feng Xi's boat. After all, his family had more people. After returning to the room, Song Luo fell on the bed, and fell asleep the next moment, unconscious. Feng Xiai led Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others to continue casting nets to catch fish. Huaxi Valley was quite dangerous, but the harvest was also very tempting. In less than 2 hours, hundreds of them caught a lot of various fish. From level 1 to level 2, level 3, they were all. Baskets of fish were carried to the storage room of the big boat by the martial spirit masters. Just when Feng Shan was excited, he suddenly turned pale, and his whole body went limp. The next moment, he fell into the water with a splash. Feng Qing, who was beside him, saw this and was about to help him, but he also felt dizzy and fell into the water. When Song Yuan realized something was wrong, he had already fallen into the water. Get on the big ship! Everyone get on the big ship! Chapter 107. Feng Xiai shouted loudly, flew over to pick up Feng Shan, Feng Qing and Song Yuan, and threw them onto the big ship. Although everyone was puzzled, they immediately followed the order. Some martial spirit masters fell down as soon as they got on the big ship. Feng Xiai also felt a little unwell, his strength seemed to be draining away, and his brain was dizzy. Fortunately, he was already at the 5th level, and could still stay awake. Fortunately, the tribe members acted quickly, and not many people fainted and fell into the water, so they were quickly rescued. Oh no! Feng Xi's face changed drastically, and he suddenly thought of Song Luo and Aunt Feng Yang. Without hesitation, he went directly to the room where Song Luo was resting. Pushing open the door, on the wooden couch against the wall, in the light lilac-colored gauze curtain, the faint breath of the woman relaxed Feng Xi's tense nerves. He took a few big steps with his long legs, walked quickly to the couch, opened the gauze curtain, and saw the woman sleeping with a rosy face. Feng Xiai checked and saw that she was just sleeping soundly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He tucked the corner of the quilt for her, then got up and left. As for Aunt Feng Yang, because she was of a high level, she just felt a little dizzy at the moment, and was sitting aside to rest. Seeing that they were fine, Feng Xi's heart was completely relieved. At this time, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu hurried over, and their faces were extremely ugly. Feng Xiai, it's not good. Yeah. Feng Xi's face was slightly gloomy. The barrier-breaking pill is not right. You also found it? Qin Yi narrowed his phoenix eyes. Your elder brother is really as unreliable as ever. Feng Jing is 8 years older than Feng Xiai. Qin Yi has worked with him before. This guy doesn't even understand the basic hunting strategy, and likes to give blind orders. What is annoying is that he thinks he can do anything. He changes the hunting plan agreed upon beforehand. After several collaborations, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu have no good impression of him. That is why he would rather cooperate with Feng Xiai than with Feng Jing. They've lost a lot of prey, and the tribesmen were injured because of his random command. He promised solemnly to refine the barrier-breaking pill this time, but he didn't expect to refine such a thing. What kind of miasma-breaking pill is this? It's clearly said that one pill can last for a day, but it didn't last for half a day. Jiang Wenxiu endured the dizziness and was indignant. I've tried it, and taking another pill is useless. Lu Yuan said lightly. Qin Yi rubbed his dizzy head and said with a bitter smile, "For now, we can only retreat first." But Jiang Wenqiu was a little unwilling to retreat like this. Having tasted the sweetness, it would be uncomfortable for anyone to be asked to retreat again. "Feng Xi, what do you think?" Lu Yuan looked at Feng Xi. "The miasma-breaking pill is useless, no matter what you say." Feng Xi pondered for a moment and said, "However, I have read in a miscellaneous note that huashi fish can detoxify miasma." Huashi fish. Jiang Wenqiu's eyes lit up. "What does huashi fish look like? We caught so many fish today, maybe there are huashi fish among them." Qin Yi, Lu Yuan just had a little expectation in his heart, but it was suppressed. If there was, Feng Xi would not say it now. The biggest possibility is that the huashi fish is extremely rare, and they didn't catch even a small one. As expected, Feng Xi shook his head. It is rumored that the huashi fish is white all over, emitting colorful light, and is good at fighting miasma. But it is very good at hiding and very timid, so it rarely appears. Don't even mention that you caught 1,000 caddies of fish. Even if you caught 100,000 caddies, you couldn't catch a huashi fish. What you said is the same as saying nothing. With hope shattered, Jiang Wenqiu complained in a depressed tone. Feng Xi glanced at him calmly. "I just want you to give up completely." Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He felt that this was said to him. No words. Qin Yi clapped his hands. "If that's the case, let's withdraw. Anyway, we have gained a lot this time. Let those 7 families worry about it." That's right. With the 7 families as a comparison, Jiang Wenqiu instantly became bright. "There is no time to lose. Get out quickly," Lu Yuan said, turned around and prepared to leave. If it's too late, the tribesmen might be in danger. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, and Jiang Wenqiu nodded in agreement. "Let's go!" Feng Xi sent the 3 to the deck and saw a scene that made him dumbfounded. This is huashi fish. Jiang Wenqiu looked at the small white fish floating on the water with colorful brilliance, and was so excited that he almost jumped into the river to catch it. Is it true? Feng Xi? Qin Yi and Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. After being shocked, Feng Xi looked at it carefully and matched it with the description in the notes. It's huashi fish. Great, we don't have to go back. Jiang Wenqiu, Qin Yi, and Lu Yuan smiled at each other. The 4 of them flew off the big boat and jumped directly onto Song Liuhua's wooden boat. Even though they saw a lot of huashi fish from a high place, they were speechless at the scene in front of them. On the river full of flowers of various colors, a wooden boat was domineeringly lying on it. The upper edge of the wooden boat was chiseled with thumb-sized holes on all sides, and bamboo poles were inserted tightly around the wooden boat. Choked to death? Jiang Wenqiu found that there was a huashi fish on the fishing line of each bamboo pole. He opened the fish's mouth and pulled out a hard, thumb-sized brick-red strip from it. And these huashi fish, which were emitting colorful light, were choked to death by the hard stuff. This scene was inexplicably familiar. Looking at the things on this boat, lingua cakes and small ant stoves, it must be the wooden boat of Feng Xi's wife. The style was consistent. This time, Jiang Wenqiu did not complain. He was secretly happy that although Song Liuhua was a little bit arrogant, she was still a good person. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were silent after their joy. Feng Xi's wife was as eye-catching as ever. As for Feng Xi himself, he just said that huashi fish was rare, and his wife came to spoil it. Feng Xi laughed, and secretly made up his mind that he would never say no easily next time. The same situation happened to the 7 families of Lan, Lu, Bo, Feng, Yuan Li, and Nong. Lan Qi looked gentle, but in fact, he was swift and resolute. At the beginning of the incident, he ordered everyone to get on the big ship. Except for fainting, no one from the Lan family fell into the water and died. The young clan leaders of the Lu, Bo, Yuan, Li, and Nong families were not ordinary people. They reacted quickly, and the situation was under control very quickly. Feng Jing of the Feng family heard that a clan member had fainted, and cursed him for being useless. He impatiently had someone throw him onto the big ship. After the clan members fainted one after another, he was a little dizzy before he could give orders. Seeing the fate of the clan members, who fainted and fell into the water, he didn't care about controlling the scene and hurried to get on the big ship. The clan members of the Feng family hadn't reacted to what was going on, and there was no one to command them, so they were immediately panicked. Some were slow to react and stood there at a loss, while others were quick to react and immediately climbed onto the boat. Some tried to rescue the tribesmen who fell into the water, but the next moment, they themselves fainted and fell into the water. A 5th-level tribesman couldn't stand it anymore, stamped his feet, and went to find Feng Xi. "Fourth master, many tribesmen fainted for no reason, please help us." Chapter 108. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and the others ate a small piece of freshly roasted huashi fish meat, and instantly felt their chaotic brains cleared up a lot. The blackness in front of their eyes did not appear again, and they were secretly happy. This huashi fish is really useful. Feng Xiai threw a few huashi fish to a tribe member and ordered, "Cook it into fish soup and drink it for everyone." Just now, they found a total of 39 huashi fish next to Feng Xi's wife's wooden boat. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu got 9 each and rushed back. Although the miasma won't harm people's lives for the time being, I'm afraid that other problems will arise over time. Feng Xiai rearranged the wooden boat according to the fishing method arranged by Song Luhua, and then returned to the room. He took out a small ant stove, lit a fire, took out a huashi fish, cut off a few pieces of white fish meat, carefully removed the fish bones, and quickly and simply cooked a small bowl of fish soup. Song Luhua felt that she slept soundly until she felt a warm touch at her mouth, and a stream of fragrant soup flowed into her mouth. After swallowing it into her stomach, she felt even more comfortable. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth slightly, and whispered, "I want more." Feng Xiai smiled, and slowly fed her spoonful by spoonful. The sweet taste entered her throat, and Song Luhua completely lost her sleepiness. Opening her eyes, Feng Xiai was sitting by the bed, holding a white jade bowl, looking at her with a smile. Song Luhua smacked her lips, "So this taste is real." She thought she was dreaming. "Wake up, get up and play for a while." Feng Xiai cleaned up the table, and got up and went out. At this time, the main branch's martial arts master came. "Fourth master, many clan members fainted for no reason, please help us." The incident happened suddenly. Feng Xiai had no time to pay attention to other places, and now looking at the main branch of the Feng family, he saw that it was in chaos. The Nong, Yuan, and Li families were busy with their own affairs, so naturally they had no energy to deal with them. Feng Xiai frowned. Where is the eldest brother? The young clan leader. The main branch's martial arts master was unable to speak. The young clan leader hid in the big ship at the beginning, and was still fainted. As the martial spirit master was talking, he felt dizzy and said with difficulty, "Fourth master, I can't hold on any longer. For the sake of being from the same clan, please save my brothers. They can die under the claws of strange beasts, but they must not be drowned in such a miserable way." The martial spirit master of the main clan had tears in his eyes, and fainted on the ground unwillingly. Feng Xiai indifferently ordered people to drag him aside, give him huashi fish soup, and those who have woken up, come with me to rescue the clansmen of the main clan. Song Luhua learned the whole story from Aunt Feng Yang, and secretly thought that Feng Jing was too unreliable. Feng Xiai was also unlucky, having such an elder brother, who was incompetent but always wanted to get promoted. Well, he finally got promoted, but he made a mess, and Feng Xiai had to clean up his mess. She guessed that Feng Xiai was almost annoyed with him. However, after living with Feng Xiai for so long, she had figured out his details. This guy looked gentle, but in fact he was colder than anyone else. Just wait and see, this favor will not be in vain. The Feng family members looked at their members fainting in the water, like dumplings in despair, and wanted to save them, but they were also dizzy. The next moment, he fainted on the ship. There were only a few 5th-level martial arts masters, with higher cultivation at the scene, who were trying to rescue people. But there were too many people who fainted, and they couldn't rescue them all. For many people, only black hair was left floating on the water. Some people with bad temper said with a stern face, "No matter what, I have to go down to save people. I can't watch my brothers die like this." The martial arts master just got off the ship and fell into the water after a few steps. The rest were so anxious on the deck that they turned around and didn't dare to get off the ship easily. Seeing that the tribesmen were about to fall into the water one after another, and were about to die, the martial spirit masters asked Feng Jing for help. "Young clan leader, please save the brothers. If they continue like this, they will not be able to hold on." "Ridiculous. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. How can you let me take risks? Feng He and his friends will save them." "Wait." Feng Jing looked at the tribesman with a bad face. He patted the table in annoyance. "How does Hua Gu do things? She can't even refine a miasma-breaking pill. It's really killing people." Feng Jing couldn't help but complain. Hua Gu's real name is Feng Hua. She is the cousin of the previous generation of the Feng family. Her parents only have her as their only daughter, so they took her in to serve them. It can be said that she has been serving the Feng family until she was over 40 years old. A few days ago, Feng Jing took on the task of refining the miasma-breaking pill. Feng Hua knew that this task was important, and was unwilling to do it alone. She wanted to gather ideas and discuss the refining with the alchemists of the 10 major families. Unexpectedly, Feng Jing's words had already been spread, and he was afraid of losing face, and refused to let other families participate. She complained but to no avail, so she worked day and night to study, only to achieve half of the results, but he boasted that she had achieved 10 points. Now that something has happened, he is pushing the responsibility onto her. How can it not be disheartening? Feng Hua was originally anxious about this matter, and seeing the serious consequences, she wanted to discuss it with Feng Jing, but she didn't expect to hear such a sentence as soon as she stepped into the room. Her heart immediately turned cold. Thinking of another outstanding nephew, Feng Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. It would be great if Feng Xi was here. As soon as this thought came up, she heard a cheer from the deck. Feng Hua's heart skipped a beat, and she looked down, only to see Feng Xi and a group of people coming to rescue them. They moved quickly, and with a clear purpose, and soon pulled everyone up. On the deck, Feng Xi was soaked, and when he saw Feng Hua, he nodded and greeted her. Feng Hua covered her sore nose excitedly. I'm afraid these two are hopeless. Prepare for their funeral. Feng Xi looked at the two main tribesmen lying in a row, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. On this continent where the weak are the prey of the strong, human life is the least valuable, but at the same time it is also the most valuable. Several martial spirit masters were in disbelief at first, then suddenly knelt down, and shook the two people violently, but unfortunately there was no reaction. Wu, Heizi brother, wake up. Aming, you can't be in trouble. If you are in trouble, what will happen to your wife and your unborn child? Wu, how can I explain to your parents and your brother and sister-in-law? Wu. Song Luo heard the howling from a distance. The voice was miserable and desperate, and it also brought a trace of sadness to her heart. She frowned and said to Feng Shan, who was already awake, What's going on over there? Take me to see it. Forget it, I go by myself. Song Luo looked at Feng Shan, who was a little exhausted, and took out her flying sword. She was asking knowingly. He was crying so hard. What else could it be except life and death? Song Luo sighed. She knew some first aid knowledge for drowning in her previous life. Let's go and see. It's been delayed for a while. I don't know if it will work. Many of the martial spirit masters in their team lost their fathers when they were young. Song Luo often heard Fengyi talk about how difficult his childhood was. Even the original body and Song Yuan had a hard time after losing their parents. No one in this world has it easy. All she can do is to help if she sees it. Chapter 109. Don't gather so many people, disperse. Song Luo landed on the big boat of the main branch of the Feng family on the flying sword, and saw people gathered in circles. She couldn't help but frown and shouted. You? The men looked very ugly when they heard this, and turned their heads to see who was talking nonsense here. Fourth madam. The men's faces eased a little when they saw her, but they didn't do what Song Luo said. One by one, their faces drooped, with tears in their eyes. People are dead. We just want to send our brothers off for the last time. Why do you care about these things? Song Luo didn't have time to talk nonsense with them. Back off. A group of big men surrounded the two martial arts masters, who fell into the water. Not to mention whether the air could circulate. Even if she wanted to go in to check the situation, she couldn't squeeze in. Although Feng Xi didn't know what she wanted to do, he naturally didn't think that his wife was making trouble. Immediately, his face darkened. Didn't you hear what the fourth lady said? In that case, I won't recognize you as the fourth master anymore. Song Luo was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she saw Feng Xi get so angry. Even when he was scolded by his biological parents and despised by his brothers and sisters at Feng's house, he didn't get so angry. Not to mention, when a usually gentle person gets angry, it's quite scary. Sure enough, the martial arts masters of the main branch immediately changed their faces after hearing his two casual words. They left obediently. If Song Luo hadn't felt sorry for the two lying on the ground, she would have turned around immediately, and didn't bother to pay attention to them. She nodded to Feng Xi and walked quickly to the side of the two men. They were so loud just now, and these two men were not interesting at all. After checking, Song Luo was stunned. The two people's heartbeats were still beating, but very weak, almost imperceptible. She sniffed and found no breath. In this case, cardiopulmonary resuscitation must be performed immediately. Song Luo naturally would not do it herself. She looked at the martial arts masters, who were staring at her with strange eyes. Quick, come here immediately, two people. After being beaten up by Feng Xi, these people became much more honest. A group of people looked at each other, and two strong men came out immediately. Madam. Song Luo pointed at the web-wooling master lying flat on the deck and said, unbutton their collars. And you two go check if their ears, mouths, and noses are blocked by anything. If so, clean them up. Yes. Although the two willing masters didn't know what she was going to do, they did it obediently this time. The inspection was completed quickly, and water plants were found in the ears and nose of one willing master, and in the mouth and throat of another willing master. Seeing the two men quickly clear the blocked area, Song Luo nodded with satisfaction. She pointed to the middle of the breasts of the two people who fell into the water with her finger, and posed a standard CPR posture. You guys, like me, fold your hands, press this place with your palms, quickly, and press it 30 times in a row. Quick! Seeing the two strong men still stunned, Song Luo shouted angrily. The two men woke up from their dreams, and immediately did as they were told. They really didn't know what the fourth lady was going to do. Although they were a little overwhelmed at the moment, they had no choice but to do as they were told since things had come to this point. 1, 2, 3. On the way, the two martial spirit masters felt dizzy, their eyes went dark, and their bodies were shaky. Gone! Song Luo couldn't help but swear, and she forgot about the miasma. At this point, it can only be done by our own people. She looked at her own martial spirit master behind Feng Xiai, and everyone was startled and immediately lowered their heads to reduce their presence. Feng Xiai immediately guessed her thoughts, shook his head, took out 2 pieces of washi fish meat from the space ring, and ordered someone to stuff them into the mouths of the 2 rescuers. After a while, the 2 strong men regained their clarity. Song Luo then directed the 2 men to work. Feng Xiai watched the whole process. Although he did not understand the meaning, he looked at his wife, who calmly arranged all this, and inexplicably felt that she was dazzling at the moment. But other tribesmen did not think so. Some people could not accept it. Fourth Madam, what are you doing? Heisei and Aming are gone. Why are you still tormenting them? Yes, the brothers' affairs are already uncomfortable enough, and you let people do this to them. Heisei and Aming will not rest in peace until they die. A man complained with tears in his eyes. Song Luo looked solemn, and had no time to deal with him. She had to stare at the 2 men and perform CPR, counting silently in her heart. When she reached 30, Song Luo immediately shouted, "Stop, give them mouth-to-mouth breathing. Quick, don't hesitate. If you hesitate any longer, they will be completely hopeless." Song Luo knew that in this day and age, letting a man give another man mouth-to-mouth breathing was a bit of a test of people's acceptance. But now if she wanted to save people, she could only suppress it. Hearing that Heisei and Aming might still be saved, the 2 strong men's faces changed slightly, gritted their teeth, and took a deep breath, pinched open the mouths of the 2 men and began to breathe. After breathing, the 2 martial arts masters who fell into the water did not show any obvious reaction. Continue. Song Luo said immediately. The voices that were still chirping at her just now were not heard. Song Luo turned her head and took a look, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Few of these people could hold on, and they were like a pile of monks, dizzy and lying all over the place. A martial arts master on Feng Xi's side asked, "Young master, should we move them to a different position?" "No need." Feng Xi glanced at the Wu Ling master calmly, and uttered 2 words. Song Luo was happy. She gave Feng Xi a heart, looking like she had done a good job. Feng Xi smiled softly. These people don't know what's good for them, so let them press for a while, they won't die anyway. 1, 2, 3. 30. CPR continued. Wu Ling master had good physical strength and pressed very quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, another round was completed. This speed was not bad for a single person to press. Breathe in. This time, the 2 strong men did not hesitate at all, and immediately passed in 1 breath each. Maybe the willing master was in good health. After passing in 1 breath, the 2 willing masters with pale faces who fell into the water suddenly coughed, spit out a mouthful of water, and immediately breathed. The color on their faces slowly returned. Alive. Really alive. The 2 strong men were surprised and happy, and could not help but punch Heisei and Aming, who had just opened their eyes, and did not know what was going on. "You kid, you scared me to death." The strong man cried and laughed, looking like he had survived a disaster. The other strong man told the 2 what happened after they fell into the water, and secretly glanced at the 4th lady standing next to Feng Xi, admiring her. He thought she was just fooling around, but he didn't expect that she could really save someone. Thinking of his previous misunderstanding of her, he apologized with guilt. Song Luo was not so petty, and waved her hand to indicate that the matter was over. Anyway, she didn't get along with him, and after today, Who would remember them? With this brain capacity, it is better to look at the beautiful and lovely young lady more. Thank you, fourth madam, for saving me. Heisey and Ameng, who were rescued, recovered and were supported by two strong men. They were about to bow to Song Luhua to thank her, but were stopped by Song Luhua. I received your thanks, I will reply first. As she said, she took out her flying sword and left first. She saved people out of her heart, and she was too lazy to listen to these procrastinating thanks, so she just let Feng Xiai handle it. This made Heisey and Ameng confused. They looked at Feng Xiai blankly. Fourth young master, fourth madam. If you have the heart, just remember it, no need to say more. Go down and rest. Seeing that the two of them were top-heavy, Feng Xiai knew that they were affected by the miasma again, waved his hand, and said lightly. Chapter 110. Huashi Fish. Brother, Feng Shan, come quickly. Song Luhua was quite surprised to hear from Feng Xiai that Huashi Fish can break the miasma. What's even more amazing is that she can actually catch Huashi Fish with the fishing enforcement she casually got to kill time. This world is so magical that she has the illusion that she is the chosen one of the world. The white Huashi Fish emitting colorful light, each only the size of a palm, are floating near her wooden boat like flowers scattered by fairies. There is a kind of broken beauty. When Song Luhua learned the cause of their death, she was stunned. Fuck. My mother. Fo Shan and Song Yuan had already arrived, and Song Luhua held back her curse words. This fish was choked to death? She picked up a colorful flower stream fish that almost blinded her eyes, and pulled out the brick-red thumb-thick fish bait that she had baked herself from the fish's throat. Hurry and look at the others. I want to know the cause of their death in half a quarter of an hour. Song Yuan and Feng Shan were almost shocked to see so many Huashi fish. 1, 2, 3. 50. 50 Huashi fish. There were about 100 of them, and 3 Huashi fish could make a big pot of fish soup for them to detoxify the miasma and spend a day in Huashi Valley. How many days would 50 fish take? Fo Shan counted on his fingers. Half a month. 50 Huashi fish would be enough for them to stay in Huashi Valley for half a month. Song Yuan's brain was working fast, and he grabbed the flowers in the water and plucked petals one by one. It took him a long time to understand. Song Luhua looked sideways. So they all settled accounts this way? Shrugged. One more pretentious item. After the excitement, Song Yuan and Feng Shan quickly collected the Huashi fish in the water. Every one of them was choked to death. Song Yuan and Feng Shan were speechless. Looking at Song Luhua, without asking, they all knew that it was the masterpiece of his younger sister's wife. Were they all choked to death? Song Luhua didn't understand, but was shocked. She coughed lightly and glared at the two of them. What are you looking at? It's normal for a fish to be choked to death. Okay, take the fish and return the fishing rod to me. I will catch more Huashi fish as a meritorious official. She is a meritorious official, huh? Song Luhua held her head high with pride. Song Yuan came over, put a fishing rod in her hand, patted her head, and said with a smile, Little sister, lower your neck a little, don't twist it, haha. Don't pat my hair, it messes up my hairstyle. Song Luhua glared at him in pretended anger. Haha. Song Yuan laughed again. Feng Shan was overjoyed, but unfortunately, he was not his wife's brother, so he dared not offend her. After seeing off Song Yuan and Feng Shan, Song Luhua continued. Fishing. After arranging the fishing rod, she sat cross-legged on the boat and made a wreath to wear. Fengxi dealt with the main branch and came back to see Feng Shan and Song Yuan grinning, obviously very excited. Fengxi, my sister's fishing rod has caught a lot of Huashi fish again, look 50. Fengxi was not surprised at all. She smiled and nodded, got it. Turned around and went to find Song Luhua. Song Luhua picked a lot of non-toxic flowers, red, pink, yellow, blue, white, all kinds of colors. The flowers were picked, but she seemed to not know how to make a wreath. While she was groping, Feng Xiai came. He smiled and looked at the boat full of bright flowers, picked up a few, twisted them lightly, and the flowers with long stems gradually took shape in his hands. Then a purple flower, 2 small white flowers, a red flower, 2 small yellow flowers, and the colorful flowers quickly formed the prototype of a wreath in his hands. Feng Xiai sat opposite Song Luhua, weaving a garland in his hand, and asked, Madam, how much of this bait do you have left? Look, I can make a lot with this stuff. Song Luhua directly took out the refining cauldron filled with spiritual rice ash from the space of the jade bracelet. A lot. Feng Xiai looked up and took a look. His hands did not stop, and he had some thoughts in his mind. He was deft, and a delicate and beautiful garland soon appeared in his hands. The garland was made of various flowers, twisted together in a staggered manner according to color and size, colorful and very beautiful. Feng Xiai held it above Song Liuhua's head and gestured at it, looking at it carefully, somewhat dissatisfied. His eyes fell on the pile of flowers Song Liuhua had picked, and he selected a few small yellow flowers to decorate the outermost circle of the wreath. He gently put it on Song Liuhua, making her pretty face look watery and beautiful, like a spring flower in March, eye-catching. Feng Xiai smiled and tapped her forehead, and before leaving, he said, "If you feel uncomfortable or it's dangerous in the water, I let Feng Qing and Feng Yi protect you." "Yes, go ahead." Song Liuhua looked at the wreath on her head from the water, and sent Feng Xiai away. Flowers were blooming in the stream of Huaxi Valley, and the sparkling water reflected the beautiful figure of the woman. Song Liuhua, with the beautiful wreath on her head, looked like a flower fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. All of the above were her own imagination. Song Liuhua admired it for a long time. "It's pretty good." Feng Xi's aesthetics are also online, not bad, really good. On the Lan family's big boat, Lan Shi, Bo Song, and Lu Heng gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. After a while, Bo Song spoke. "Retreat." Lu Heng was also helpless. In this situation, even if he wanted to insist, there was no way. It can only be like this. Lan Shi felt dizzy and rubbed his forehead with his slender and clean fingers. The 10 major families should discuss it again. If they came together, they should come up with a charter even if they want to retreat. Even if the other families are unwilling to retreat, they have already reached an agreement. Afterwards, no matter what happens, it will naturally have nothing to do with them. Lu Heng and Bo Song agreed with this proposal. On Nong Heng's boat, Nong Heng, Yunju, and Li Zhong sat around a table with serious expressions. "Has Feng Jing not come yet?" Yunju patted the table impatiently and shouted to the tribesmen outside, "Send someone to hurry up. It's such a critical moment, and that idiot is still dragging his feet." Nong Heng and Li Zhong didn't say anything, and their expressions were obviously not good. After a cup of tea, Feng Jing came over with someone's help. Yunju sneered, "You are finally here. If you don't know, you would think you were going to die." Feng Jing was already dizzy, and at this moment, Yunju's words made him almost faint. He drank a glass of water and felt a little better. He sat aside with a dark face, and when he saw Yunju's face, his face darkened even more. Through this incident, everyone fully realized that Feng Jing was unreliable, and they were too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Nong Heng said straight to the point, "I think we should withdraw from Huaxi Valley and wait until we can refine the antidote to break the miasma before we can enter again. What do you think?" "I have no objection." "Retreat." Yunju and Li Zhong immediately expressed their views. "What about you?" Nong Heng turned his eyes to Feng Jing. "Nonsense, do you even need to ask this?" Yunju replied impatiently. Nong Heng ignored him and said indifferently, "If that's the case, then retreat. Please ask Lan Shi, Qin Yi, and others to come over later." They understood that there was nothing to discuss. In this case, it was nothing more than retreat. It was just that the major families made the decision together, and the words of each family were consistent, so as not to leave people with complaints and regrets. "Pack up your things and prepare to retreat." The 7 major families here all issued orders. Chapter 111. No retreat. After Lan Shi, Nongheng and other 7 families expressed their intention to retreat, Qin Yi spoke. "What? No retreat? Qin Yi, you are crazy." Feng Jing stood up and shouted angrily, "In this situation, you don't retreat, waiting to die in there?" Qin Yi sneered and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Lan Shi and others understood that things had taken a turn for the better, and their eyes lit up immediately. "Qin Yi, do you have a way to deal with it?" "Of course." Feng Xiai replied indifferently. "Feng Xiai, what's the solution? Can we share it?" Yunju was not too surprised. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, although Feng Xiai is now weak, but most of the time, Feng Xiai is still the leader. Huaxi fish. Jiang Wenxiu added the role of Huaxi fish. It is much more useful than the miasma-breaking pill, and the most important thing is that Feng Xi's wife has Huaxi fish bait. Feng Xiai, I use 1,000,000 lingbai to exchange for some bait from your wife. Is it feasible? Nong Heng said first. Feng Xiai smiled and shook his head. Qin Yi sneered, "Nong Heng, you are too good at fooling people. Huaxi fish are so precious. How can the bait for catching Huaxi fish be so cheap? 1,000,000 lingbai, you are giving away beggars." That's right, Feng Xiai has been divided out now, but it doesn't mean he lacks these few million lingbai. Jiang Wenxiu shouted. Why waste time talking to them? Just let them leave. We can stay in Huashi Valley for as many days as we can. At worst, we will leave if we encounter powerful monsters. Before that, take as much as you can. Lu Yuan glanced at everyone. Since Feng Xiai was willing to sit here and talk with them, he must have had the idea of sharing the Huashi fish bait in his mind. Lan Shi thought for a moment and asked Feng Xiai directly, Feng Xiai, I don't know what your conditions are, but if I can agree, I will not refuse. Your tribe harvests 108 exotic beasts every day. Feng Xiai was also straightforward and gave his bottom price directly. 108. In addition to Feng Jing, even Nong Heng, who had just been given a face, began to calculate. Okay, I agree. Feng Shi thought about it, and thought this business was feasible. He couldn't help but look at Feng Xiai, who was smiling calmly, and sighed with a smile. Feng Xiai was not stupid, and this price was just right for their bottom line. The number of 180, plus the power of his hundreds of martial spirit masters, just filled the gap between their gains and those of the 10 major families. It made it impossible for them to refuse, but they would not feel resentful. The other 9 families all approved of this cooperation method. Feng Jing had a stinky face, and Feng Xiai smiled and asked, I wonder what Big Brother means. You want to withdraw with your clansmen? You? Humph, you know exactly what I mean. Feng Jing snorted heavily. You and I are from the same bloodline, brothers. Do you have to be so calculating? Being petty. Feng Xiai was not annoyed, he smiled faintly. Brother has never been separated. I am afraid you don't know how difficult it is to survive. If you don't be petty, I am afraid my clansmen would have starved to death long ago. Okay, if you are sure you don't want to participate, I will sign a contract with the 9 major families. You? Feng Jing was so angry that he almost hit him when he saw that he was so hard-hearted. As soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. After recovering, he squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Agree. The 10 major families reached a consensus. Feng Xiai took out the contract that had been written long ago from the storage ring. Everyone signed their names one by one, and took out the tokens proving the identities of the 10 major families, and stamped them. After signing his own name, Feng Xiai stamped his own seal. A flash of white light flashed on the contract. At this point, this contract is bound by the power of heaven and earth. If it is violated, the consequences will be disastrous. In the 10 Winds continent, except for the power of marriage contract, which is generated by heaven and earth and cancelled by heaven and earth. Other contract powers require both parties, or even multiple parties, to reach a consensus, jointly write a letter, offer sacrifices to heaven and earth, and refine exclusive seals before they can be established. The contract power of the 10 major families has been established for thousands of years. After the age of 6, each direct descendant will be refined with an exclusive seal for the purpose of forming a contract between families. After the contract is signed, the matter will be supervised by the heaven and earth. As long as there is no trickery, it will be fine. In the past, Feng Xiai cooperated with Qin Yi and others. They had different feelings and naturally trusted each other. Cooperation with the 10 major families must be more cautious. Another piece of Huashi fish was choked to death. Song Luo took out the fish bait and found that these fish baits had no changes except that the outermost layer was worn off. TSK. It's really economical. It just so happened that Feng Xiai wanted her to help make more fish baits, so she did it by the way. After mixing with water and adding the juice of 3 petals of safflower, she baked it and made 2 kilograms of it. It was a piece of cake for her. She thought that these would be used for a long time. After all, she didn't know how many Huashi fish had been choked to death by these fish baits. The major families acted quickly, got the baits, and started fishing for Huashi fish. Bo Tsong looked at the hard fish bait with some doubts, and tried to break it with his hands. He used 50% of his strength, but he couldn't break it. Do Huashi fish like to eat this kind of thing? It's not that he doesn't believe it, it's just that this is too puzzling. Feng Xiai shouldn't make a mistake since they signed the contract. Let's go fishing. Lan Shi thought of Feng Xi's wife, a quirky person who always has quirky ways. Not surprising. Lu Heng suddenly became curious about Feng Xi's wife. Heard that she was an extremely mediocre woman, just based on the fact that she could think of a way to fish for Huashi fish. He didn't think she was the one that everyone rumored. The same doubts also arose in Nong Heng, Yunju and Li Chong. Feng Jing got the thing and sneered. Feng Xiai is really crazy, using this thing to fish. If it can catch Huashi fish, I can drink all the water in Huashi. After hearing what Feng Jing said, Nong Heng, Yunju and Li Zhong didn't want to say anything. Anyway, you just need to try it to know who would be like this idiot. Song Luhua was shamefully driven off her little wooden boat. In her brother Song Yuan's words, Huashi fish is our treasure. You hit it with a pole, and the light is gone. What can you still see about the fish? What a waste of good things. Well, the only happiness was taken away. Song Luhua returned to her lazy days, lying on the big boat, looking around and looking for fun. She couldn't bring her snow crocodile Fudyer with her. If she had brought her, it would have been great to ride Fudyer in the water. Here, Fudyer led a group of children, wandering around in the water, having a lot of fun. Feng Yang's pupil shrank. Fudyer, you brought us to the great crocodile's lair. Chapter 112. Crocodile eggs? So many crocodile eggs. Feng Yang pulled aside the water plants and stared at the crocodile eggs as big as his head. He was so excited that he almost drooled. Fudyer, well done. Fudyer happily spun 360 degrees in the water. Feng Yang counted them and found that there were 200 eggs. He grinned with a big gap in his teeth. Yes, he had lost a tooth recently. I haven't dared to laugh for several days. Seeing so many good things now, Feng Yang didn't care whether he was embarrassed or not. He looked at a group of little girls and boys who were missing teeth and cheering, and soon let it go. Anyway, he is not the only one who has lost teeth, so no one should laugh at anyone else. Huashi Valley. Caught fish, really caught fish. After tying the brick-red bait to the fishing rod and throwing it into the water, good news came from all the families soon. Hearing this, Lanchi immediately took people to see. Is this Huashi fish? He stood on a wooden boat, and he and the tribesmen behind him saw dozens of palm-sized white fish emitting colorful light on the water surface covered with flowers. A trace of excitement flashed in the gentle peach blossom eyes. Strange, how come it's dead? Lanchi pulled up a fish himself, but found that the fish was dead. It was not until he pulled the bait out of the fish's throat that he found that it was choked to death. Didn't Feng Xi's wife think of making the bait smaller? Maybe? The tribesmen behind Lanchi were speechless for a moment. Forget it, it's going to go into the stomach anyway, so what does it matter if it's alive or dead? This might save more bait. Lanchi handed him the Huashi fish and threw the big bait into the water with a smile. Take the fish and make soup to detoxify the tribe members. Yes! The tribe members of the main branch of the Feng family excitedly found Feng Jing with the Huashi fish in their hands. Young tribe leader, we really caught a Huashi fish. The unconscious tribe member can be detoxified. Great. Quick, make a fish soup for me to detoxify. If you don't come, I will faint. Feng Jing stood up excitedly and suddenly felt dizzy. He urged, go quickly. The willing master originally wanted him to order the Huashi fish to be boiled into fish soup to detoxify all the tribesmen, but Feng Jing only cared about himself. He replied with a frustrated voice, yes, young clan leader, I will order people to do it right away, but the tribesmen. Feng Jing glared at him. Does this young master not know the importance of things? Cook the rest to detoxify them. Yes. The moment he turned around, willing master curled his lips. He wanted to tell him in person that he was such a person who did not know the importance of things. I missed the time when I worked for the fourth young master. Forget this one. In less than half an hour, the 10 major families harvested dozens of Huashi fish. With Huashi fish, the people who were poisoned by the miasma of Huashi Valley were quickly cured. Suddenly, the huge Huashi Valley regained its vitality. Song Luhua stood on the deck of the big ship, watching the martial spirit masters of the major families get off the big ship like dumplings, driving small wooden boats to fish in front. Based on Feng Xi's contract of 108, Song Luhua was very happy to see their diligence. The 10 major families are their workers. The more they harvest, the more her family gets. Happy. Huashi Valley is really dangerous. Song Luhua lay on the side of the boat, and saw several martial arts masters catching a net of fish not far away. A young tribesman of about 17 years old suddenly jumped 3 feet high, and then sat at the stern of the boat with his hands covering his feet, and screaming in pain. His companion hurriedly asked, What's wrong, Ah Rong? What's wrong with you? He rolled up the bloody cloth on Ah Rong's calf, and couldn't help. Hiss. A big bloody hole suddenly appeared on his lean and powerful calf. No wonder Ah Rong's face turned pale. Ah Rong endured the pain and pointed at a sharp black fish in the fishing net. I didn't pay attention just now, and got stung by this thing. Be careful. Ugh, it hurts. The 2 martial spirit masters looked over, and couldn't help but gasp. The black fish opened its mouth and showed a sharp, saw-toothed fang that flashed a cold light. and the tail was sharper than the thorn, and there was blood on it, which clearly showed that it was it that had just stabbed Rong. After sending Rong to the big ship, the two martial arts masters immediately took the dangerous fish and reported the situation to Feng Ci. Feng Ci described the appearance of the black fish a few times, nodded, and indicated that he understood. Seeing someone injured here, Song Luhua knew it was her turn to play. There should have been an alchemist in the team, and the alchemist occasionally had to play the role of the doctor. She took this position, and naturally took on the responsibility of treating the wounded. Sure enough, a roan was sent to her. Song Luhua gave him a soul-replenishing pill without saying anything. It was a small white soul-replenishing pill that she had refined before, which could instantly replenish the spiritual power of a martial spirit master. Feng Ci was reluctant to use it, and kept it for emergency use. Aron took a small white soul-replenishing pill, adjusted his breath, and his face regained some color. The bleeding hole on his calf also stopped. In the Ten Winds continent, soul-replenishing pills can solve most injuries. The rest are difficult and complicated diseases. Actually, compared to refining tools and medicine, Song Luhua is an unorthodox spiritual plant master. As she ate more and more top-quality orange melon seeds, she felt that her brain was obviously different from when she first came. Any plant, whether it was wild vegetables, spiritual plants or weeds, many of which she couldn't name, could faintly feel a little different. Maybe it was the function, maybe it was the taste. In short, the mixed information was inexplicable and flooded into her mind at some point. No one knew that when she chose the red and yellow three-petal flower as the dye for the bait, she didn't choose it casually. That day, when she rolled the spiritual rice ash into strips, the idea of dyeing it flashed in her mind. The red flower with yellow stamens and 3 petals sparkled among a bunch of colorful flowers. She felt that she should choose it. It's nothing serious. Just go back and rest for a night. Song Luhua took out a small porcelain bottle and put a white soul-replenishing pill in it. After an hour and a half, take the soul-replenishing pill and draw spiritual power to the wound. It will be healed tomorrow. Thank you, madam. Aron thanked her and limped back to the room with a small porcelain bottle. The young man was injured, and Song Luhua ordered the kitchen to cook him a good meal. After that, she had nothing to do. She was not wanted for fishing and huashi, hunting, and she could not make a successful medicine. Song Luhua went from being a human to being a salted fish. No matter how beautiful the scenery of Huashi Valley was, Song Luhua got tired of it after a few days. She lay listlessly on the deck chair basking in the sun. So boring, is there anything interesting? She just muttered, opened her eyes, and suddenly saw a group of colorful things in the sky coming towards this place. What the hell? Song Luhua jumped up from the recliner in fright. Chapter 113. Feng Ci had sharp senses, and noticed something was wrong at the first moment. 3-color bees. Everyone, retreat to the ship immediately. With his clear shout, Feng Shan, Song Yuan and other martial arts masters immediately dropped everything in their hands, and quickly retreated towards the ship. But it was too late. The group of red, white, and blue 3-color bees were the size of a fist, and they came fiercely and quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the surface of the water. Fight and retreat. After Feng Ci gave the order, he took the lead and drew his spiritual sword to fight the 3-color bees head-on. The 3-color bee is extremely poisonous. If you are bitten by it, you will suffer great pain even if you don't die. The most chilling thing is that the antidote for the 3-color bee is still unknown. Life or death depends entirely on God's will. Fighting is the only solution at the moment. Nong Hung, Lan Shi and others also discovered the abnormality in the sky. Seeing that Feng Ci had already reacted, they immediately ordered all their family members to return to the big ship. Fighting and retreating all the way, the 10 major families and Feng Ci's people finally returned to the big ship. The buzzing sound of the 3-color bees outside became more and more urgent. Many martial spirit masters were bitten by the 3-color bees, and their bodies quickly swelled up with huge lumps. The martial spirit masters wailed in pain and rolled on the ground. The alchemists were anxiously running around. Song Luhua cursed inwardly. Didn't she just say that it was boring? What's the big deal? A group of bees stung people. If she hadn't run fast, she would have died if she was stung by a bite. Ah, kill me! It hurts. Itchy. In the cabin, Feng Ci ordered people to hold down the cheeks of the tribesmen, who were swollen like balls, purple and swollen, and rolling in pain, feed each of them a spirit-replenishing pill. Yes! After feeding the white soul-replenishing pill, the dozen or so martial spirit masters, who were stung by the 3-color bee cried out in pain less loudly, but Feng Ci's brows were still furrowed tightly. No! The soul-replenishing pill cannot cure the venom of the three-color bee. Ah! Kill me! It hurts so much. Sure enough, after a few moments, the stung tribesmen began to breathe rapidly, and their faces were twisted in pain. It was extremely terrifying. If this continued, these tribesmen might not be able to survive. Feng Xi's face was solemn, and his brain was working rapidly, thinking about what he had learned in his life, trying to find a way to save people. Song Luhua was also very anxious. She had learned from Feng Xi how powerful the three-color bees were. She knew that even if a 6th-level alchemist was here, there was no way to save these people. It was too painful to watch the lives of the living people slip away before her eyes. Moreover, now, she was the one who was responsible for the treatment in the team. No matter what, she couldn't turn a blind eye. Song Luhua was so anxious that she paced back and forth. Kill me! Please! A martial spirit master was swollen all over, and he was begging for death and pain. Feng Xi ordered his men to untie his martial arts uniform, and Song Luhua took a breath of cold air. His body under the clothes swelled up and became transparent, and he was twice as big as before. His feet were also swollen beyond recognition, and his shoes were stuck on his soles, and could not be taken off at all. It was only when the tribesman used the spiritual sword to cut the shoes into pieces that his feet were freed. How do we detoxify? Song Luhua was so anxious that she took out all the spiritual plants from the jade bracelet space. Chu Chi Chow, Huaquan flower, Yangqi vine. No, none of them are right. She searched for dozens of herbs, but none of them worked. Jiuxia flower, Jiang grass. None of them. After looking at hundreds of spiritual plants, Song Luhua's head was buzzing. Unfortunately, after screening all the spiritual plants in her jade bracelet space, none of them could cure the venom of the three-color bee. Feng Xi, do you have any spiritual plants in your space ring? Take them out and let me see. Feng Xi saw that she was pale and slightly blue due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. Without saying anything, he stuffed a white spiritual pill into her mouth. Nonsense! After the soul-replenishing pill went down his throat, a warm current filled his spirit palace, and Song Luhua's face instantly improved. Seeing his dangerous expression, Song Luhua hurriedly said flatteringly, I'm fine, I was just in a hurry and forgot about the soul-replenishing pill. To be honest, she usually didn't consume much spiritual power when refining tools and medicine. After all, what she did most was to control the spiritual fire. The soul-replenishing pill was really used less. Human life was at stake. Feng Xi didn't say anything else, and took out all the spiritual plants in the space ring. Wow, they count by baskets, basket after basket, all kinds of spiritual plants. After taking out 7 or 8 baskets in a row, Feng Xi reminded, these spiritual plants are all picked from other places. Since the tricolor bees come from Huaxi Valley, perhaps the spiritual medicine in Huaxi Valley can restrain its toxicity. It's a pity that Huaxi Valley is mostly wild flowers, and there are no spiritual medicines. After Feng Xi's reminder, Song Luhua woke up from a dream. Very. Why didn't I think of it? Song Luhua immediately asked Feng Xi to put away the spiritual plants outside Huaxi Valley, and searched for the spiritual plants she picked in Huaxi Valley from her own space. There are 3 types of level 4 spiritual plants. One has palm-sized yellow flowers, similar to a small sunflower, one has purple flowers, and one has green pointed leaves without flowers. She could feel that none of these would be effective in treating tricolor bee venom. She also found that none of the level 3, 2, and 1 spiritual plants she had picked up could treat bee venom. Song Luhua was shocked. Oh no, Feng An fainted. Feng Mian is dying too. What should we do? A group of big men were so anxious that their eyes turned red. Song Luhua was sweating all over her forehead, and threw out all the plants she had collected in Huaxi Valley. It didn't matter if it was a piece of grass that she thought was pretty, or a wild flower used as a specimen or bookmark. She even threw out the wreath that Feng Xi had made for her. Song Luhua quickly checked the spiritual plants from small to large. At some point, the buzzing sound outside faded away, and Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu all came. The 3 of them looked extremely unhappy. Feng Xi, do you have a solution for this bee venom? Feng Xi shook his head solemnly. What can I do? Many of my clan members have been bitten. It seems that we can't get over this hurdle. Jiang Wenqiu said dejectedly. No one spoke. There were also weak groans from a few martial arts masters, who were bitten by tricolor bees. The atmosphere was extremely depressed. Hunting exotic beasts has always been dangerous, but in such a dangerous situation, death is only a moment. It is rare to encounter such a blunt knife cutting the flesh and dying. There is no way to save them. They could only watch the lives of their fellow tribesmen pass away, which is naturally more heartbreaking. Qin Yi looked at Song Luo, who was in a panic, and the last glimmer of hope in his eyes was extinguished. Feng Xiai was well read, and he had no choice. Feng Xi's wife was strange and had many tricks, so she was also panicked. It seemed that the tribesmen could not be saved this time. Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenqiu had the same idea. After sitting for a while, they all stood up and planned to go back to take charge of the situation. No, none of them. Song Luo was going crazy. She was really unlucky today, encountering these evil tricolor bees. If she could find a way to detoxify them, she would definitely whisper in Feng Xi's ear and ask him to kill these mean things. The last wreath. Song Luo picked up the wreath disappointedly. These flowers were really just picked to make wreaths for her beauty. Many of them were ordinary flowers. There were so many spiritual plants in front of her, and the probability of there being an antidote here was probably 100 times lower than her dream of winning the lottery ticket. So what should she do? Chapter 114. Song Luo was so focused that she didn't realize the swarm of bees had retreated. With a gloomy face, she picked up the last wreath to explore and sense it. The flowers on the wreath had wilted after 2 days. She first checked the colorful big flowers on it, but the result disappointed her. There was not a single antidote. Then, there was a circle of larger yellow flowers on the outside, which was even more speechless. They were just ordinary garbage flowers. The rest were small white flowers that were wilted and black, not much bigger than her little fingernail. Song Luo believed that in 2 days, they would shrink into mud. At the last moment, it was basically certain that there was no way out, and Song Luo's mind was blank. Suddenly, a vague picture was inserted into her foggy brain. The general idea was that a person was bitten by a poisonous bee, and after eating this white flower, he became alive and kicking. The poisonous bee was only 3 colors on its body: red, blue, and white. Song Luo had never seen a 3-color bee, but she had heard Feng Xiai describe it. Isn't the picture in her mind a 3-color bee? And the symptoms after being bitten were exactly the symptoms of rapid swelling all over the body, which was exactly the same as the Wu Ling master who was bitten this time. Ha ha! I found it! Song Luo was stunned for a few seconds. Then she laughed out loud while holding up the small white flower she had taken off the wreath. Quick! Give it to them, 1 for each. Song Luo hurriedly approached the dozen or so Wu Ling masters, who had already lost consciousness. Fo Shan took it without hesitation, stuffed it into one of them's mouths, and used his spiritual power to transform it into his lungs. The small white flower took effect very quickly. The next moment, the swelling on the Wu Ling master's body disappeared, the purple on his face faded, and his breathing became stronger. It works like a charm. Quick, madam, give me 1. Everyone was delighted. After taking the small white flowers, the dozen or so martial spirit masters were out of danger, and were carried to the room to rest. The crisis was resolved, and Song Luo, who was in a state of high tension, breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that her legs were free, and she sat down on the ground. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled comfortably. She looked at the wreath that she had torn into pieces. Fortunately, she thought the flowers were fresh and pleasant at the time, so she picked some. Fortunately, Feng Xiai had a very good aesthetic sense, and knew to decorate the wreath with these small white flowers. Otherwise, this time would be really miserable. She couldn't rest, and had to pass the antidote to Qin Yi and the others. Song Luo supported herself, and climbed up from the ground. Perhaps she was too nervous, and she fell to the ground again before she could get up. Qin Yi and the others just walked onto the deck when they heard Song Luo's laughter and cheers from the martial spirit masters. He paused. He turned around in surprise. Feng Xiai, did they find the antidote? Probably. Feng Xiai loosened his tightly clenched fingers, and finally smiled. Let's go and have a look. Lu Yuan took a few big steps, and walked into the cabin first. Qin Yi, Feng Xiai, and Jiang Wenqiu followed immediately. Feng Xiai came in, and saw Song Luo sitting on the ground. His face changed slightly, and he walked up quickly, and picked her up. Song Luo didn't care about the posture of the two at this time, and handed the remaining small white flowers in her hand to Qin Yi and others. You guys pick this flower and bring it back for everyone to take. This flower can detoxify the bee venom of tricolor bees. Thank you. Qin Yi glanced at her, and immediately turned away. I remember this. Lu Yuan nodded and left quickly. Jiang Wenqiu rarely praised, well done, I will thank you later. He also left after Qin Yi and Lu Yuan. After seeing off a few people, Song Luo was carried back to the room by Feng Xiai, who covered her with a quilt. Feng Xiai left a kiss on her forehead and said softly, "You should have a good rest. I will come to accompany you after I finish my business." "I'm fine, I'm just too nervous. I'd be fine after a good sleep." "You can go and get busy," Song Luo urged. Then she covered her mouth with a quilt, leaving only a pair of big watery eyes outside, and closed her eyes obediently. Feng Xiai pinched her little hand, and quietly left the room. "Fo Shan, the antidote for the tricolor bee, you send someone to inform Lanqi, Nongheng and other 7 great families, and say that it was discovered by the lady." "Yes." Fo Shan was stunned for a moment, led 6 people, and quickly went out. "Brother, take people to collect the antidote for the tricolor bee." Feng Xiai thought for a while, and continued, "Collect as much as possible, remember, don't conflict with the 10 great families." "Yes." "Three-color bee?" Feng Xiai knocked on the table, with an unknown meaning in his eyes. "Sir, the Qin family came to send something." "Sir, the Lu family sent a thank-you gift." "The Jiang family." "The Lan family, the Lu family, and the Bo family sent gifts." "The Nong family, the Yun family, and the Li family also sent gifts." For a while, the 10 major families, except the main branch of the Feng family, sent thank-you gifts. When Song Luo woke up, she felt sore all over, yawned wildly, and was stunned by the scene in the room when she opened her eyes. "Ah! This? The room is full of all kinds of things, even the bedside is filled with all kinds of boxes. What is it like?" Song Luo said, "Thank you for the invitation." "It's just like the feeling of returning home from college and finding the room filled with all kinds of sundries, messy and crowded. If the pattern of the quilt had not changed, she would have thought she had traveled through time again. I want to get out of bed, but there is no place to put my feet." Standing on the bed and looking around, the elegant and simple bedroom turned into a storage room in seconds. All kinds of beautiful cloth and gauze were stacked high, and baskets of processed spiritual medicine were squeezed in the corner like wild vegetables. First dash, second dash, and third level spiritual fruits were packed in baskets and placed in the room in a mess. Song Luo could still smell the fragrance of spiritual fruits. This was absurd yet also a bit pleasing. She suddenly felt something hard under her feet. It hurt her feet a bit. She lifted the quilt, and saw a series of exquisite small boxes in front of her. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9. 9. Song Luo opened her mouth wide, and the next moment, she burst into a barbell-like laugh. "Ha. I'm rich." She recognized these boxes. They were gift boxes from the 10 great families. There must be good stuff inside. She looked around. Except for the Feng family, there were gift boxes from other families. She opened the first one. It was the one Qin Yi gave her. Song Luo rubbed her fingers expectantly. Space ring. Oh my, 5 cubic meters? Qin Yi is so generous. Space rings are precious. The ones circulating in the market are basically 1 or 2 cubic meters. They are also very expensive. Song Luo is used to the big ones, and doesn't like these small ones. I didn't expect Qin Yi to be so good. Chapter 115. With Qin Yi's luxurious gift, Song Luo developed a strong interest in the gifts from other families. See what the Lu family gave? Space ring. And a 5 cubic one? After receiving 2 space rings of medium size, Song Luo's eyes lit up, thinking that the road was far from bad. Half a minute later, when she opened the same 5 cubic space rings from 7 families including Jiang Wenxiu, Lanqi, and Nongheng, her cerebellum shrank instantly. Are they selling space rings? Song Luo fiddled with the 9 identical space rings, and fell into deep suspicion. With a wave of her hand, she put all the gifts such as cloth, spiritual plants, and spiritual fruits into the space jade bracelet. The room was emptied in an instant. It became much more spacious and brighter. It's stale, after all, it's a priceless thing, and it can be sold for a lot of money. Really, I waited for a long time in vain. Song Luo pursed her lips. How did the 9 families come to have such a surprising consensus? Speechless. As for the room being filled with gifts, whose idea was it? It was Feng Xiai. Song Luo thought in a good mood. When Feng Shan heard that his son had piled all the gifts from the major families into his wife's room, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve. Is the son okay? What was he thinking of filling his wife's room with these gifts? Song Yuan scratched his ears. What did you say? I said, the young master piled all the gifts given to the lady by the major families into her room. You didn't see that thing, it was piled up full. Also, I suspect that he wants to bury the lady with these things. So I heard it right? Song Yuan waved his hand. You don't understand. My sister made just like this. This, the lady's hobby. It's quite special. Foshan wiped his sweat. But then he thought, if he woke up and found that he had so many good things, he would be happier than the lady. Feng Xiai and Song Luhua have been married for such a long time, so naturally he has figured out some of her hobbies. His wife is a little greedy, and although the gifts from the 10 great families are not expensive, she will surely be delighted to see them when she wakes up. Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Hung and other 10 great families and Feng Xiai gathered together to discuss matters, and he smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. Lan Shi and Nong Hung just felt that they had found the antidote for the tricolor bee, and they were happy in their hearts, so they didn't think much about it. Only Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu looked at each other and tacitly looked away. Getting married is amazing, except for Feng Xiai and Lan Shi who had seen some records of tricolor bees in the book. The others didn't know much about tricolor bees. Lan Shi talked about the habits and toxicity of tricolor bees. Feng Xiai added some more. Nong Hung and others only then knew what they had encountered this time. Since tricolor bees appeared here, there must be a tricolor bee nest nearby. Do you have any plans? Speaking of the tricolor bees that almost killed many of his people, Yunju gritted his teeth. Attack! Li Cheng hated the tricolor bees, but he didn't show his emotions at the moment. He said 2 words calmly, expressing everyone's thoughts. Of course, we have the antidote, so we don't need to be afraid of these poisonous bees. Qin Yi said. Both Song frowned coldly, then let's fight. I agree. Lu Hung smiled. Lu Yuan said coldly, count me in. Jiang Wenxiu, haha, now we can have a good fight with these poisonous bees. Feng Xiai smiled and said, I am willing to advance and retreat with you all. Lan Shi naturally nodded with a smile. As for Feng Jing, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling whenever he thought of those poisonous bees. He thought to himself that even if there was an antidote, people would still suffer. This was more painful than being stepped on by a strange beast. He was a little hesitant in his heart, but facing the eyes of the crowd, he still straightened his chest. Of course my clan will go too. At most, he would command from behind and eat 10 antidotes at a time. Even if those poisonous bees could break through the siege and fly in front of him, they would not be able to hurt him at all. Feng Jing thought. Other families didn't care about his little tricks. As long as it didn't harm their own interests, he could do whatever he wanted to the Feng family. Feng Xiai smiled faintly, and continued to discuss the plan to destroy the 3-color bee nest with other families. Song Luhua didn't know that even if she didn't whisper to Feng Xiai, he had already discussed with the 10 major families to fight back. Feng Shan and her eldest brother were taking the martial spirit masters to collect small white flowers that could cure the 3-color bee venom. Song Luhua drove a small wooden boat and searched everywhere under the protection of Feng Yi and Feng Qin. The alchemists and spiritual plant masters brought by other families also came out to help. Their team did not bring any extra spiritual plant masters. Feng Qin and Feng Yi watched others picking one plant every 3 or 5 steps, while their side was full of martial spiritual masters. They could only rely on their eyes to find one plant after another, and they could not find many in half an hour. Their eyes were red with envy. Song Luhua said, she was not panicking. This is my strong point. She closed her eyes, mobilized the spiritual power of her whole body, and carefully felt the vast sea of flowers. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Go this direction. Go inform Feng Shan and my eldest brother, all go this direction. Song Luhua ordered. Feng Yi and Feng Qi now believed her words without a doubt, but they also carried out their orders 100%, and immediately gathered the teams of Song Yuan and Feng Shan. About 100 people, more than 30 wooden boats, turned back to the southeast in an orderly manner. This attracted the attention of the 10 major families. Everyone asked curiously, we have already searched the southeast direction, but it was just an ordinary flower field. What are they doing there? They don't have a spiritual plant master, so they are just like headless flies, running around in a panic. A spiritual plant master of the Yuan family looked at Song Luhua, who was leading the team in front with a majestic look, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The wife of the 4th son of the Feng family has low talent, but she is still showing off. This time, she just accidentally discovered the antidote to the 3-color bee venom, which made them look incompetent in this bee venom incident, causing them to be criticized. Many spiritual plant masters and alchemists from the 10 major families had opinions about her. If she hadn't been lucky, she wouldn't have been able to become the wife of the 4th son of the Feng family. If she hadn't been lucky, how could she, a person with low talent, find the antidote for the bee venom that so many people were helpless against? In terms of talent, family background, and ability, they were not inferior to her at all, but they lost because of the preference of God for her. However, they believed that preference was only temporary, and if they wanted to gain a foothold and win the support of the people, they naturally had to rely on their ability. The spiritual plant masters and alchemists of each family were working hard to find the antidote for Xiao Baiwa. Song Luo said that this job was not something that could be done by humans without some ability. Chapter 116. When they led the tribesmen to the destination, a field of wild flowers and grass came into view. Fo Shan, Song Yuan and others took a quick look and saw red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and all kinds of flowers were colorful and competing for beauty. They came to find the white detoxifying flowers, and there was not a single white flower to be seen here. Since Song Luo arrived in this area, she made a quiet gesture, closed her eyes, and did not speak for a long time. A group of tribesmen watched quietly, quite puzzled, but did not dare to speak. Fo Shan and Song Yuan were on a wooden boat behind her. Fo Shan lip-synced and silently asked Song Yuan, "What is Madam doing?" "How should I know?" Song Yuan moved his mouth to indicate that he didn't know. "You are his elder brother. How come you don't know? You are also a member of her husband's clan. You don't know, and you ask me." In the silent atmosphere, the two quarreled silently. "Found it." Suddenly, Song Luo opened her eyes suddenly, and a smile curved at the corner of her lips. Before she came here, she had sensed the spiritual power from the same source as this little white flower, but she didn't expect that when she really came here, the spiritual power from the same source disappeared. She was confused for a moment. She just used her spiritual power to sense it again, and didn't expect these little things to be quite interesting. They also know how to hide. Unfortunately, she is a technical person, and this little trick is not difficult for her. The root is here. No matter how good it is at running and hiding, can it run away from the monks and the temples? Song Luo pointed to a location and said, "Feng Qing, Feng Yi, drive the boat forward. Others, stay where you are." "Yes." When they arrived, Song Luo squatted in the boat, used her palm to push away the flowers and weeds on the water, and waited quietly for a moment. Sure enough, she saw a bunch of white fruits the size of a little fingernail, climbing on a long green vine in an orderly manner, swaying left and right, and tentatively swinging up and down. "Hey, I got you!" Song Luo seized the opportunity, and quickly grabbed the long vine with a bunch of white fruits. As the saying goes, if you pull out a radish, you will also pull out the mud. This long vine seemed to have no end. It was pulled out of the water 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, and it didn't stop. The nearly bare green vines were covered with white fruits the size of fingernails, which Song Luo threw roughly onto the wooden boat, forming a huge heap. Song Luo pulled it for a long time. Just like pulling wool, her arms were sore, and she hadn't played with it yet. She was tired. "Go call for help." Song Luo threw the green vine in her hand to Feng Yi, took out another wooden boat from the space, and stepped on it. Feng Qing did not hesitate, and after conveying Song Luo's order, she boarded her boat in a protective posture. Song Yuan and Fo Shan looked at the strange white fruit that was almost on the boat, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. "Aren't they here to find Xiao Baiwa? What is this white fruit?" The two were a little anxious, and Song Yuan spoke first. "Little sister, you brought us here just to find this thing." "Yes." Song Luo rubbed her sore wrist and answered casually. What about your antidote for bee venom? Let's not look for it. Isn't this it?" Song Luo pointed to the white fruit with vines that were casually piled on the wooden table. Ah. Song Yuan, Fo Shan reacted, first confused, then screamed, "Such an important thing? Is it really okay to be so casual?" Fo Shan saw a few white fruits being crushed by Feng Yi carelessly, and the light juice wet a corner of the wooden boat, and his forehead throbbed with heartache. You are really..." He didn't know what to say. He quickly asked the tribesmen to carefully pick the white fruits on Feng Yi's wooden boat and save them. During the period, he disliked Feng Yi's actions as too rough, and drove him away, and took his place. Feng Yi pulled for a long time, but there was no end. He was a little bored. Seeing this, he smiled and put the cane in Feng Shan's hand, and jumped happily onto Song Luo's boat. "Madam, you are really amazing. The spiritual plant masters from the 10 great families are not even as good as you. There are so many detoxification fruits, and they have so many eyes, but they didn't find them. Our madam is wise, and has a sharp eye. You flattered me well. This madam is very happy." Song Luo smiled proudly. Feng Qing turned his head away, indicating that he didn't know this flattering guy. Feng Yi rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, "I heard that the 10 great families gave you a lot of storage rings. You see, when I go hunting, if I have a storage ring, wouldn't it be very convenient? So? Song Luo looked sideways. It turned out that he was eyeing her storage ring. She has so many, it's not impossible to give him one. It depends on whether Feng Yi is sincere. Can you sell me one? The two-sided ring in the world costs 100,000 lingbai, and your five-sided ring, I wonder if it's worth 1 million? Song Luo did not answer him, but asked, how many lingbai do you have? Feng Yi felt that this matter had hope, and hurriedly said, I have saved 250,000 lingbai's wife's capital. I will pay you first, and the rest will be paid in 10 years. Do you think it's okay? He was very confident that he would be able to get lingbai with the young master and a lady, and he would definitely be able to save 750,000 lingbai in 10 years. Seeing his serious look, Song Luo chuckled, okay, who wants your wife's capital? Feng Yi thought that this matter was hopeless, and shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. What? How can I use up all these storage rings? I was planning to give each of you one. They have a small family, and are inefficient. If they have a few storage rings, it will be much more convenient. Although Song Luo complained in her heart that the 10 great families gave duplicate gifts, she didn't dislike storage rings so much. Feng Yi didn't expect the unexpected turn of events, and jumped up excitedly. Thank you, madam, you are the best, madam. Song Luo snorted and laughed. Don't be too happy too soon. I just give it to you now to make hunting easier. If it is still good after 20 years of use, it will belong to you. Don't worry, I will use it carefully, it will never break. Feng Yi dare not say anything about other things, but the storage ring, which can be used for thousands of years, will never break. Give it to them for 20 years, and return it to them after 20 years. Isn't it the same as picking it up for free? It can also be passed down in the family for 3 generations. Feng Yi was very happy. Madam is very generous. Racking his brains, and thinking of all he had learned in his life, Feng Yi praised Song Luo from beginning to end, with the most exaggerated words. The smile on Song Luo's mouth never stopped, as if she had the potential to be a tyrant. Feng Yi was already dumbfounded. He didn't know if he was among these people, but as a grown man, he felt that he had no power to resist the temptation of the 5-sided storage ring. He wanted it, envied it. So he blushed and praised her. Madam is kind and generous. She is always concerned about others' needs, and thinks about others' needs. She is truly a virtuous mistress throughout the ages. Ahem, ha. Feng Yi covered his mouth, and almost laughed to death, listening to him. Song Luo glared at him, before he stopped. That, Feng Qing, be yourself. Listening to your words is better than digging 2 acres of land with my feet. Help, she is not hungry yet. Not all flattery will work. Spare her toes. Fearing that he would say something else. Grand talk, Song Luo immediately said, you have a share of the storage ring. Thank you, ma'am. Feng Qing put on a paralyzed face, bowed his hands to thank him, turned around, and acted defensively, as if nothing had happened. If he hadn't noticed the other party's red ears, Song Luo would have thought he was not embarrassed. Chapter 117. The small white fruits on the green vines are the ripe fruits of the little white flower. When the fruit is ripe, it will automatically hide in the water, occasionally coming out of the water to bask in the sun. This way, it can perfectly seal its own breath and avoid the destruction of the 3-colored bees and other tribes. But no matter how smart it is, it can't escape the more vicious Song Luo. That day, she was just looking at the mirror on the water surface to show her beauty, and she didn't expect to find this thing. At first, she didn't take it seriously, but the incident of the little white flower detoxifying the bee venom reminded her of this paragraph. After a focused investigation, it was found that the two were indeed of the same origin, but in different forms. This allowed her to discover the small white fruit hiding in the water. Song Luo led a group of people to pull out the long vine with small white fruits in the water, like plucking wool. A total of 7 or 8,000 small white fruits were found. Great! With so many antidotes, it's no problem to use these fruits to destroy the nest of the tricolor bee. Song Luo threw several baskets of small white fruits into the space jade bracelet inside. Let's go back. Before leaving, she glanced at another vine swaying violently in the water, revealing a villain's smile. A qualified villain must learn to be steady and long-term. If they are wiped out in an instant, how can they get the wool next time? The spiritual plant masters of the 10 major families were working hard to find more white flowers, and Song Luo had already returned to the big ship. Fo Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu, Feng Yu, you wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and entered the room. Reception room. Fo Shan asked in confusion, I wonder what madam wants to tell you, Feng Yi, do you know? Something good is going to happen, wait for it. Feng guessed that she was going to get the storage ring, and smiled mysteriously. Foshan punched him. You kid, you are still keeping us in suspense. Song Luo took out 7 of the 9 5-square storage rings she received. She gave one of the remaining 2 to her sister-in-law, and kept the other for herself. When she came to the reception room with the storage ring, everyone looked at her with burning eyes. It turned out that Feng Yi couldn't help showing off, and everyone knew that Song Luo was going to give everyone storage rings. The status of a square storage ring is like a modern car, and a 5-square storage ring is comparable to a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Being stared at by so many wolf-like eyes, Song Luo almost thought she was a piece of fat meat. After repeating what she said to Feng Yi, Song Luo gave out 7 storage rings. 1 for each person. It will be considered a public property within 20 years, and after 20 years, it will belong to you personally. If there is no objection, then sign the contract. Song Luo took the prepared contract and handed it to everyone. No objection, thank you ma'am. Foshan took the contract and signed it first, took the storage ring, and went out happily. Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu, Feng Yu and others were not to be outdone, and signed the contract neatly, took the storage ring, and went out excitedly. The 10 great families and Feng Ci reached a consensus, and each assigned people to investigate the nest of the tricolor bees. 2 days later, there was finally a clue. The nest of the tricolor bees was in a narrow valley gap. Outside the canyon, there were many flowers. At a glance, you could see the tricolor bees busy in the flowers. Their bee venom is extremely powerful, but their own combat power is not strong. It is not difficult to solve. Chapter 118. After taking the antidote for the tricolor bees before the battle, Feng Ci and the 10 great families rushed into the nest of the tricolor bees with their clansmen and started a one-sided massacre. The fist-sized tricolor bees had not yet discovered that their bee venom had lost its effect. The blacks swarmed up, and the poisonous arrows they fired could only cause some skin injuries to the martial spirit masters. The martial spirit masters were graceful, each holding a spiritual sword, slashing as they pleased, and each move was free and easy, and soon the group of tricolor bees was wiped out. Spiritual honey, so much spiritual honey. There were densely packed beehives hanging in the cracks of the canyon. A few beehives at the bottom were cut by the spiritual sword in the fight just now, revealing the golden spiritual honey inside. A martial spiritual master dipped his finger in it, put it in his mouth, and took a sip. In an instant, the fresh and sweet spiritual honey, with the fragrance of flowers, filled his heart. A gentle spiritual power instantly replenished the spiritual power consumed by the spiritual palace. Good stuff. The martial spiritual master's eyes lit up, looking at such a large area of spiritual beehives, salivating. Feng Ci naturally knew that it was a good thing, otherwise why would he bother looking for it? Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Hung and others tasted it, and immediately ordered everyone to collect beehives and collect spiritual honey. The remaining scattered tricolor bees were not very useful, and could only watch humans pick the fruits of their hard work. This revenge was a great victory, and a lot of spiritual honey was collected. Feng Ci's team got a large share of the spiritual honey, plus the 180-pound commission from the 10 major families, which was a full 180 kilograms. And these tricolor bees are level 3 alien insects. After processing and frying, they can also be regarded as a good ingredient. Each family received about 500 kilograms. After sharing the extra things, each family left the canyon gap with satisfaction. They didn't know that 2 days after they left, a group of golden-haired golden water bears roared wildly at the empty valley. Roar! Song Luo got the spiritual honey, took out the special ant stove, and prepared to make a spiritual fruit tea. Take out the transparent glass teapot, and boil a pot of water. Peel the 3rd-level spiritual peach, and cut it into small pieces, and cut a portion of the miscellaneous 1st-level and 2nd-level spiritual fruits set by the 10 major families. When the water in the stove boils, put various spiritual fruit pieces and 2 spoons of spiritual honey into the transparent glass pot, first on high heat, then on low heat, and cook for 1/4 of an hour. Various spiritual fruits are mixed together, and the fragrance of spiritual honey and spiritual fruit is mixed together, which is very tempting. The colorful spiritual fruits and light yellow spiritual fruit tea are particularly beautiful in the white glass pot. Song Luo thought about it, took out the white small fruit that could detoxify the 3-color bee venom picked yesterday from the jade bracelet space, washed it, and threw a few in. After another cup of tea, the colorful and fragrant spiritual fruit tea was ready. Pour it into the matching white glass tea cup, and the exquisite spiritual fruit tea is ready. Take a sip while it is hot, with the fragrance of flowers and fruits entering the throat, and in an instant, Song Luo seems to be in a fairyland on earth. A warm current flows through her body and gathers in her soul. She only feels bloated, a little hot, and a little comfortable. She can't help but drink the whole pot of spiritual fruit tea one cup after another. The next moment, she seemed to hear. Puff. With a sound, a huge spiritual power spread from the spiritual palace to the whole body. The brain was blank, and the whole body was floating in the air. After an unknown period of time in this state, Song Liu's eyes regained color. A hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. She stared at her hands blankly and murmured, "Have I made a breakthrough?" She took out the refining cauldron from the jade bracelet space, and the spiritual fire in her palm gathered. There was a hint of light red in the orange spiritual fire. If you don't look carefully, you can't find anything at all. She tried to refine a furnace of medicine, but failed after a quarter of an hour. During this process, she didn't find anything different. In other words, although she is now at the second level, she still hasn't made any progress in refining medicine. What the hell? Song Luo was confused, and could only comfort herself that since she had upgraded, it was a good thing. She just drank these spiritual fruit teas, and accidentally broke through to become a second-level auxiliary spiritualist. What if I drink more? Wouldn't it be possible to upgrade again? Thinking of this possibility, Song Luo danced with excitement. Spiritual fruit tea is very simple, and she also remembers the type and quantity of spiritual fruits that were added just now. Soon the second pot of spiritual fruit tea was ready. Song Luo couldn't wait to drink it. It tasted sour and sweet, similar to the first pot, but her spiritual power didn't increase at all. Not willing to give up, she cooked the third pot according to the first recipe, but still nothing happened. Keep trying. An hour and a half later. Song Liu's stomach was so full that she lay on the table with no desire to live. She looked at the pots of spiritual fruit tea on the table, and gave up completely. What went wrong? Song Luo didn't understand. How come it's the same as refining medicine and refining tools, and no one can make the same one twice? No repeat. Shit! In an instant, Song Luo felt that she had grasped the key to the problem. If I had known that making spiritual fruit tea would be the same, I wouldn't even bother to try. Song Luo looked at the 20 or 30 white glass pots of spiritual fruit tea on the table and the floor with a bitter face, and sighed. Making so many spiritual fruit teas, she used a lot of spiritual honey alone. Although it had no effect on her spiritual power, the spiritual power contained in it was real. Song Luo immediately thought of Feng Xiai and Song Yuan. After poking the nest of the tricolor bees, the 10 great families and Feng Xiai still led their people to fish in Huaxi Valley. Song Luo saw Feng Xiai rolling up his sleeves from a distance, revealing his smooth wrists, and easily pulling a fishing net out of the water. He looked powerful and calm, and coupled with his beautiful and gentle face, it was simply a killer. Song Luo admired the handsome husband's appearance for a while, and turned her eyes to the 10 great families. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Lan Qi, Lu Heng, Bo Song, Nong Heng, Yunju, Li Cheng, all the young clan leaders did it themselves. These people are worthy of being the young clan leaders of the major families. Their every move is neat and not vulgar. Even when fishing, they have a noble demeanor. It's quite interesting. Song Luo sighed that it is not easy to be the leader of a large family. Not only do you have to lead the way in hunting exotic beasts, but you also have to do fishing yourself. Jiang Wenxia worked very hard with a wooden boat. His big white teeth sparkled in the sun, almost blinding Song Liu's titanium dog eyes. I guess after this hunt, the position of the young patriarch of the Jiang family will be decided. As for the main branch of the Feng family, Feng Jing was nowhere to be seen. She was no longer surprised. Since the last time she was attacked by the 3-colored bees, Feng Jing's behavior and character have been revealed. She could still pretend before, but she found that even if her family members didn't like her, they didn't dare to say anything, so she became more unscrupulous. She has been hiding on the big ship for the past 2 days, and no one knows what she has been doing. Chapter 119. Feng Xiai, Big Brother, let's drink tea. There were so many endless spiritual fruit teas, and Song Luo thought of Feng Xiai and Song Yuan first. Feng Xiai washed the fishy smell on his hands with a fragrant soap, took out a handkerchief to wipe the water on his hands, and smiled sideways. I wonder what kind of tea did my wife make? I made spiritual fruit tea. You are in for a treat today. Song Luo felt that the spiritual fruit tea tasted really good. Song Yuan smiled very flatteringly. What is spiritual fruit tea? It sounds good. I must drink to my heart's content today. Arrange. With a pung tong. sound, Song Luo smiled and pushed open the door. Young master, please have some tea. The table and the floor were filled with pots of spiritual fruit tea in transparent glass pots, which were presented in front of Feng Xiai and Song Yuan. The uncle and the brother looked at each other, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. This tea is too much. Dang 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 dang. You can really drink all these spiritual fruit teas. Come on, drink it quickly, while it's hot. In fact, Song Luo had another intention. She wanted Feng Xiai and Song Yuan to be her guinea pigs. Although these spiritual fruit teas did not work for her, she firmly believed that the spiritual fruit tea made with her recipe must have other uses. It would be a waste not to use the ready-made guinea pigs. Sister, don't you think you are too attentive today? Song Yuan felt a chill on his back. A hint of smile flashed in Feng Xi's eyes. His wife's dark eyes turned, and he didn't know what tricks she was up to. When Song Luo pushed the glass cup filled with spiritual fruit tea in front of her, Feng Xiai still drank it without saying anything. After drinking a cup of spiritual fruit tea, Feng Xi's eyebrows flashed with surprise. It was dense, fresh, and tasted great. This spiritual fruit tea. Can it actually increase spiritual power? At the same time, Song Yuan also tasted something different. Little sister, what kind of spiritual fruit tea is this? My spiritual power increased a little, although it was only as thin as a hair. But for a martial spirit master, this little bit of growth is already shocking enough. Different from replenishing spiritual power, it is actually an increase in the upper limit of spiritual power. If he only relies on the meat of exotic beasts to replenish spiritual power, according to his qualifications, the increase in the upper limit of spiritual power will take a very long time, and it will take at least 10 years to become a 5th-level martial spirit master. It was the first time that he felt the increase in the upper limit of spiritual power so clearly. Song Luo was very surprised that these spiritual fruit teas that were useless to her could actually increase the spiritual power of Feng Xiai and Song Yuan. But why did she drink it too? But it didn't work at all? Song Luo racked her brains to figure this out, but she still couldn't figure it out. Until Feng Xiai and Song Yuan drank nearly a pot each, the growth of their spiritual power limit stopped. When drinking it again had no effect, Song Luo finally understood the reason. It turned out that it wasn't just for her. The levels of Song Yuan and Feng Xiai didn't change. Although Song Yuan regretted that he couldn't break through to become a 5th-level martial spirit master with this spiritual fruit tea, if nothing unexpected happened, the time he would take to become a 5th-level martial spirit master would be shortened by half. Feng Xiai had a feeling that it would not take long for him to break through the 5th level and become a 6th-level martial spirit master. There was still a lot of spiritual fruit tea left. Feng Xiai and Song Yuan had already drunk it, and drinking it again would have no effect. Song Luo asked Feng Shan to share it with 100 or so clan members. Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and others drank it, and soon noticed something was wrong. They looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. The clan members in Feng Xi's hands were all sensible, so naturally no one would spread such things outside. In the next 2 days, Song Luo had nothing to do, so she cooked dozens of pots of spiritual fruit tea for the tribe members to drink. The next day, more than 10 tribe members broke through. Among them, 7 or 8 young first-level martial spirit masters broke through to the 2nd level, and 3 second-level martial spirit masters broke through to the 3rd level. Feng Xiai did not deliberately hide Song Luo's ability. The tribe members under his command had known her for so long, and they knew her more or less. Feng Shan teased, "If Our Lady doesn't take action, it's fine, but if she does, it's amazing." That's right. Obviously everyone agreed with this statement. This time, the spiritual fruit tea raised their spiritual power limit. No matter what their qualifications are, the corresponding advancement time will be shortened a lot. Don't show off your good things. If others get them, we will lose a lot. It's right to make a fortune in silence. Feng Yi said with a smile. Look at what you said, you understand it. How can we not understand it? Feng Wu smiled and kicked him. In the tacit understanding of everyone, Song Luo's good things were kept tightly covered. Song Luo was also happy not to be in the limelight. She only cared about her own family. What did other families have to do with her? The team stopped and went, catching fish when there were fish, and hurried on when there were no fish. On this day, the huge team of the 10 major families, plus Feng Xi's team of 100 people, stopped at a water area with abundant fish. Just after casting 2 nets, Feng Xiai noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. No, be alert. Feng Xiai quietly made a gesture, and Feng Shan and Song Yuan quickly spread the silent order to the entire team. Flowers are blooming, and the calm and poetic water surface is quiet and beautiful. No one would think there was any danger. Feng Xiai had been hunting for so many years, and had reached a level close to the 6th level, so he would not be careless and think that everything was as good as it seemed. At least when hunting a few days ago, there were small splashes and bubbles in the water from time to time. Feng Xi's abnormality instantly attracted the attention of the 10 great families. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu also quietly ordered to be on guard. Nong Heng knew Feng Xiai, and when he saw him like this, his face instantly became serious, and he ordered the team to be on guard. Yuan Ju and Li Cheng were not fools, so they also stopped fishing and adjusted to a fighting stance. Lan Shi, Lu Heng, and Bo Song noticed something was wrong with these families, so they also gave up their fishing gear, took out their spirit swords, and carefully checked the surroundings. Although Feng Jing was ambitious and lazy, he could still understand some of the signs. He immediately ordered the tribesmen to do so. In an instant, tens of thousands of people in the entire Huaxi Valley fell silent, and everyone took their positions, holding their swords solemnly, and looked vigilantly at the 3 directions of land, sea, and air. Song Luhua and Aunt Feng Yang were talking in the training room, and suddenly realized that the atmosphere was wrong. When she walked onto the deck, she saw this unprecedented scene. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. In the vast and distant flower valley, thousands of boats floated silently on the water. The people on the wooden boats held swords and did not move, like statues. She frowned, realizing that things were not going well. The danger that made everyone treat it so carefully and be on high alert must be quite big. The last time the 3-colored bee made everyone panic, and this time, no one knew what dangerous thing was coming. Song Luhua looked at Feng Xiai and the others worriedly. Chapter 120. Tens of thousands of people were in a stalemate for a quarter of an hour, and the surroundings were still calm. Feng Xiai raised his eyebrows, lowered his head, and a trace of contemplation and doubt flashed in his eyes. Nong Heng, Yun Ju, Li Cheng, Lan Shi, Lu Heng, Bo Song and other 6 people were a little puzzled. The clansmen under his command were a little relaxed. What's going on? I was on guard for a long time, and I thought there was some terrible beast coming, but there was no movement at all. I don't know. Everyone was talking. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu all flashed a trace of disbelief. This is impossible. Feng Xiai would not shoot without a purpose. Qin Ye's capable general asked Qin Yi, young clan leader, should we continue to be on guard? Qin Yi hesitated for a moment and said, continue to be on guard. The capable general looked at the relaxed members of other families and hesitated to speak. Qin Yi waved his hand, be on guard, it's better to be prepared. At the same time, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu made the same choice. Feng Jing mocked, my brother is so self-righteous. He was scared to death by the slightest disturbance. It's really funny. During this period, Feng Xiai has been in the limelight, making him, the young patriarch of the main branch, look useless. Feng Xiai finally made a fool of himself, and Feng Jing took the opportunity to belittle him. Although the clan members also felt that the 4th young master was making a fuss this time, they felt very uncomfortable listening to Feng Jing's words. He secretly thought, if the 4th young master hadn't been unlucky and his spirit palace hadn't been injured, would it be your turn to show off here? It's a pity that he is just an inconspicuous clan member, and doesn't have the courage to confront the young patriarch openly, otherwise he would at least piss and let the young patriarch take a good look. Fo Shan looked at the 10 great families that were on alert because of him, scratched his head, and asked awkwardly, Sir, it seems that there is nothing. Should we still be on alert? Feng Xiai glanced at Fo Shan with a faint smile. What do you think? He was obviously smiling, but Fo Shan felt that there was no warmth in his eyes at the moment. He shuddered and continued to be on alert, not daring to say anything more. Lan Shi, Nongheng and other 6 families, although they were a little bit unconvinced that something was coming, still kept some people on alert. Feng Jing couldn't stand their petty appearance, so he waved his hand and ordered the tribesmen to continue fishing. The calmness just now was broken. The atmosphere on the scene was still polarized. The alert faction led by Feng Xiai, Qin Yi and others, the open faction led by Feng Jing, and the other half-alert faction led by Lan Shi, Nongheng and the other 6 families. Seeing Feng Xiai and his group of people being alert like fools, the tribesmen on Feng Jing's side caught a lot of fish. All kinds of fish were spiritual fish, fresh, plump and colorful. Feng Jing shouted proudly, "Fourth brother, why are you standing there like a wooden stake when there are so many fish?" Feng Xiai ignored him. Feng Jing was not annoyed, and said in a fake manner, "If you don't catch them, I will catch more." He hoped that Feng Xiai and the others would not move, just stand there without moving, so as to avoid competing with him for prey. Here it comes! Suddenly, Feng Xiai touched the water surface with his feet, flew up and stepped on the flowers, and stabbed the spirit sword fiercely into the water surface in front of him. The next moment, a huge monster jumped out of the water. The golden hair was not wet, and it was dazzling in the sun. Wow! It's the golden water bear. The golden water bear is the tyrant of Huaxi Valley. It has a 6th level cultivation level, is not afraid of water, and can hold its breath in the water for more than half an hour, which makes it extremely terrifying. Feng Xiai didn't expect to face it so soon. The fur of this strange beast is very thick. He just used 30% of his strength, but he didn't hurt its fur at all. It can be seen that the golden water bear is difficult to deal with. Besides, there is more than one golden water bear under the water. Feng Xiai immediately ordered, "Retreat." Since everyone was on alert, the tribe members reacted very quickly and retreated to the big ship in an instant. At the same time, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu's territory also found the golden water bear. Although they had a large number of people, they were always on guard. The moment something unexpected happened, they retreated in an orderly manner. Qin Yi was unlucky, and was slapped by the golden water bear. Luckily, he was prepared and released most of his strength, otherwise, he would have been beaten into a meat pie. Nong Heng, Lan Shi and others did not expect that there would be a powerful beast. Several tribesmen did not react, and were beaten to vomit blood. A first-level martial spirit master in the Nong Heng tribe, who was unlucky, relaxed and cast the net in a haphazard manner. The fishing net fell into the water, and happened to catch a passing water bear. Thinking that it had caught something good, it happily called a few companions to pull it up. The golden water bear was not very patient to deal with the little Kurami, but the boy was ignorant, and slapped it twice. The first-level martial spirit masters of the farmer family had weak defense and reaction capabilities, and died on the spot due to internal organ rupture. Song Luo stood on the deck and watched with fear. Feng Xiai and others came up, and they were relieved when they heard Feng Xiai order to reorganize and prepare for battle. "I didn't expect that the golden water bears have the ability to dive. I'm afraid retreating blindly is not a good idea. If I'm right, we have been surrounded by them." As soon as Feng Xiai finished speaking, golden bear heads appeared above the water in the distance, grinning at them. The dense golden color shone beautifully in the sun, but it was frightening at the moment. Song Liuhua's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly took out the dinosaur anti-wolf spiritual weapon from the space jade bracelet and stuffed it into Feng Xiai. She said how to use it. "The golden silk water bear is too powerful. I don't know if this thing is reliable. You can use it as you see fit." She knew nothing about fighting, and at this moment, she could only pray that everyone would be safe. With the appearance of the golden silk water bear, the main branches of the Lan, Nong, Yuan, Li, Lu, Bo, and Feng families did not have time to withdraw to the big ship, and many low-level martial arts masters were injured. Some were killed on the spot. The main branch of the Feng family, and the farmers were the most. The blood color spread to the entire surface of the water, and the bright petals in the water were splashed with blood beads, which were enchanting and weird. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Lan Shi stood on the deck and looked at the golden water bears approaching leisurely and said, "Are we surrounded by these golden water bears? Prepare for battle." When he said this, Lan Shi's momentum changed, and the gentle scholar's spirit suddenly became fierce. "There is no way to retreat, so kill them." Li Cheng licked his slightly red lips, and a trace of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. The other families had already seen the current situation clearly, and even the dizzy Feng Jing gave the order to fight. Roar. Roar roar. The roars of the golden water bears were urgent. Chapter 121. In addition to the dinosaur anti-wolf spiritual weapon, Song Luo suddenly remembered the spiritual food that almost blew her into ashes last time. She took out the spiritual stone. "Feng Xiai, when necessary, throw a few spiritual foods to try. I refined some time ago, the kind of spiritual food that can explode." After she said this, Feng Xiai also remembered. "Thank you for your reminder, madam." Feng Xiai reminded, "It may not be safe on the deck. Luhua, you go to the cabin first." "Yes, I will." Song Luhua will see the situation. If it is dangerous, she promises to run faster than a rabbit, but for Feng Xiai, in order not to make him worry, it doesn't hurt to agree first. The stalemate lasted for another cup of tea. The golden silk water bear took the lead in attacking, and the martial arts masters of the 10 great families immediately engaged in a melee with it. Song Luo stood on the deck and found that these golden silk water bears were extremely difficult to deal with. They not only attacked in a specific formation, but also changed simple formations. This made the battle of Feng Xi and others extremely difficult. And the golden silk water bear was extremely cunning. After being injured by the joint efforts, this guy would pretend to be dead, and when others approached, he would suddenly attack and hurt people. Jiang Wenxiu almost fell into its trap. The bear's claws hit his head at close range. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, leaving only a deep claw mark on his cheek. "Pa, damn it!" Spitting out the blood, Jiang Wenxiu looked fiercely at the half-dead golden water bear that was attacking him. He poured spiritual power into the spiritual sword and used all his strength to swing it towards the eyes of the golden water bear. It was already seriously injured, and this sword was aimed at its weakness. It screamed and died instantly. "Be careful, they are pretending to be dead." Jiang Wenxiu's reminder made everyone even more frightened. The golden water bears are both offensive and defensive, and they are fighting on water, which is extremely advantageous. Moreover, they are cunning and hard to guard against. In less than half an hour, more than half of the martial spirit masters of each family were seriously injured, and only a few golden water bears were killed. Qingyi looked at the wounded, who were carried back to the big ship in batches on the battlefield. His face was very solemn. The golden water bears are dozens of times more powerful than expected. Could it be that this Huashi Valley is the place where we will be buried? Lu Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and sneered. "Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of its flesh." Jiang Wenxiu laughed. "Lu Yuan is right. Even if I die, I will not let them have an easy life. Humans and alien beasts are enemies, and dying in their hands is not shameful. It's a pity that I haven't married yet." "Ha. At this critical moment, you still have the mind to joke." Qingyi rolled his eyes at him. Jiang Wenxiu waved his hand indifferently. Feng Xi took out the spiritual weapon given to him by Song Luo and threw it to Feng Shan. "Try this. This is spiritual weapon. Did your wife make it?" Qingyi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu were all delighted. "Well, let's try it," Feng Xi said calmly. "The things made by my sister-in-law are always powerful. We are saved." "It's too early to say now, Feng Shan. The way to activate the spiritual weapon is open one eye, close one eye, inject spiritual power. Bayu. Open one eye, close one eye. Such a weird way of activating. It is undoubtedly made by my wife." Feng Shan felt relieved. He tightly grasped the spiritual weapon in his hand, treating it as a life-saving straw. He closed his left eye, opened his right eye, and input spiritual power into this strange-looking pendant. The next moment, in the expectant eyes of everyone, this palm-sized gadget flashed white light and became as tall as a 5- or 6-year-old child. The golden eyeballs of the white-haired and green-haired wolf were exposed, and as Feng Shan shouted, "Bayu, Bayu, Bayu," it slowly shot out transparent small and large bubbles. Qingyi and others looked forward to watching the small bubble grow from the size of a thumb and slowly fly towards the golden water bear. "It's done. It's done." Feng Yi looked excitedly. "This time, I'm sure these golden water bears will look good." Qingyi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu looked forward to watching. As the transparent bubble approached the golden water bear, the next moment, everyone watched the transparent bubble, which was already the size of a wash basin, cover the ears and eyes of several golden water bears. The bubble grew bigger and bigger. "They're finished." The clansmen of the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families have been cooperating with Feng Xi for some time, and they are very confident in the spiritual weapon he brought out. At this moment, everyone stared at it excitedly. They just waited for the golden water bear to be restrained by this strange bubble, and then they went up to kill all around. The golden water bear seemed to notice something strange on its head, and scratched its head with its claws in confusion. After scratching for a long time, the huge bear paw touched a round thing, and it could not scratch its head. They felt a sense of being restrained, and shook their heads frantically. Even being hit by the sword light of the spirit sword, he didn't care, and stood in the water shaking his head wildly. "It's possible!" Everyone's eyes were burning, seeing that the transparent bubble was about to spread to the nostrils of the golden water bear. Nearly several bears were still in a state of not fighting back, and a group of martial spirit masters tacitly increased their combat power. "Prepare." Qingyi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu felt that it was almost time. Just as the order was issued, the transparent bubble stopped growing, and just covered the position above the nostrils of the golden water bear. After the golden silk water bears swung for a long time, they found that this thing had no other harm except being put on their heads, so they ignored it. They stopped swinging and attacked the martial spirit masters with fierce eyes. It's broken. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu immediately flew forward and caught a group of tribesmen who were beaten away, and stuffed a spiritual pill into each of them. Feng Xiai settled the injured martial spirit masters, and said to Feng Shan calmly, "Spiritual weapons can't deal with golden silk water bears. Feng Shan, put it away first. It's too big, it's stuck." Song Luo stood on the deck, looking at her dinosaur anti-wolf spiritual weapon in disbelief. She made this thing, and she could see clearly where the problem was. Unexpectedly, because the golden water bear was too big, the bubble could only become this big, and it couldn't fit in at all, and it got stuck, so it didn't work. This kind of rollover was too new to her, and it was also very unbelievable. Before she could swear, a martial spirit master, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, dragged his difficult steps to her. "Madam, help!" Song Luo gave him a white spirit replenishing pill, and found that there were several more people lined up behind him, so she shouted, "Next!" There were still a dozen people lying in the cabin, and now another 10 were injured. In less than half an hour, a team of 100 people lost more than 20 people. "We can't go on like this." After giving out the white spirit replenishing pill, Song Luo took out a transparent glass pot and started to make tea. "We must replenish their spiritual power immediately." She didn't want to be torn into pieces by these golden water bears. After cooking the spiritual fruit cubes, Song Luo took out the spiritual honey, as usual, and prepared to add a spoonful of it. The golden spiritual rice was evenly colored and beautiful, and the sweet floral scent and abundant spiritual power spread in the air. If it wasn't too sweet, Song Luo would have wanted to eat it directly. What she didn't realize was that when the scent of the spiritual honey leaked out, the golden water bear in the water instantly went crazy. Chapter 122. What's going on? Are these golden water bears crazy? Everyone was fighting hard with the golden water bears. Suddenly, the golden water bears stopped attacking them. As if they had agreed, a group of golden water bears gathered towards a large ship. It's Feng Xi's ship. What's going on? People from the 7 major families, including Lanqi and Nong Hung, stopped fighting and looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Feng Xi. Qin Yi looked at Feng Xi worriedly, but saw that Feng Xi's face changed drastically, and immediately ordered, "Everyone retreat." He had failed to use the strange pendant spiritual weapon before, and he had never found a chance to use these explosive spiritual foods. Now was the right time. Feng Xi immediately took out a purple box from the storage ring and opened it. A box of red bean-sized spiritual foods came into view, with a special aroma of spiritual foods. Feng Xi tentatively gathered his spiritual power in his palm, took out a red bean spiritual food, and accurately threw it at the group of golden water bears in the front. The moment the red bean spiritual food landed on the back of a golden water bear, he heard, boom. With a loud bang, a huge splash of water exploded from the water, accompanied by the screams of the golden water bear. Song Luo was brewing spiritual fruit tea, and she shuddered when she heard the loud noise. She jumped up from the chair and leaned on the side of the boat to look outside. She was dumbfounded when she saw it. I am surrounded? From a high place, the view was the clearest. The golden water bears that had just fought with the 10 major families were swarming towards her. She could clearly see that these golden water bears were tightening the encirclement, and wasn't she the center of this circle? No, she had done nothing, and it was like a disaster for her. Feng Xi finally used the exploding red bean spiritual food, but Song Luo felt that the situation was not optimistic. The golden water bear that was hit head-on by the red bean spiritual food was still alive. It was incredible. It was just that its golden fur was burnt, emitting a burnt smell, and the exposed skin was black. It's still jumping and howling. Song Luo's eyelids twitched. Pills. Pills. What should I do? Song Luo's eyes swept over the golden spiritual fruit tea on the table, and a cartoon clip suddenly flashed in her mind. The little brown bear was digging for honey, and was stung all over his head. Could it be spiritual honey? People are different, and bears are different. No matter what kind of bear it is, maybe they all taste the same. These golden water bears definitely love spiritual honey. When she didn't make spiritual fruit tea, these golden water bears ignored her. As soon as she scooped out a spoonful of spiritual honey, these golden water bears surrounded her. It was confirmed that golden water bears love to eat spiritual honey. The more Song Luo analyzed, the more she felt it was right. As for how to deal with them, it is known that golden water bears like to eat spiritual honey, and their skin is thick and rough. The exploding red bean spiritual food can only barely injure their fur. This method is rejected. This thing has a golden and double-colored fur, which is simply invulnerable to swords and guns. Feng Xiai, together with Feng Shan, her eldest brother, Feng Qing and other 20 or 30 martial spirit masters above the 4th level, surrounded and suppressed it for half an hour, and barely injured one. There were at least 500 golden water bears, not to mention thousands, that had appeared on the water. If they were to compete with each other in terms of manpower and strength, they would only end up dead. Moreover, now that these golden water bears were heading towards her family's ship, if other families took the opportunity to flee, they might still be able to escape. At the critical moment, Song Luo didn't want to test people's humanity. Nor could she withstand the test. At least, she saw that the main branch of the Feng family's big ship was slowly turning around. What was gratifying was that many of the main branch's martial arts masters jumped off the big ship and docked on the water in wooden boats. Song Luo glanced around and saw Ah Ming and Haizi, the 2 people she had saved. There were many others, but Song Luo was unfamiliar with them. Feng Jing was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Go, all of you! You deserve to die if you can't see the situation clearly." The main branch's martial arts master was too lazy to argue with him, and jumped off the big ship without saying a word. It was better to die than to abandon his family members and run away alone. Even if the 4th young master was separated, he was still a member of the Feng family. Besides, they were saved by the 4th young master more than once when they were in danger. Last time, he had paid the price of serious injury to his spiritual palace for his family. No matter what, they should not abandon him this time. As for the eldest son, the young clan leader, he can do whatever he wants. Anyway, he might not be able to return alive this time, so who cares whether he is happy or not? Faced with this situation, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenqiu smiled bitterly. It's really a dilemma. The 3 of them discussed and decided to retain the main force of the family. Everyone will die sooner or later, and I, Qin Yi, am not a coward. 50 of my people will stay to support Feng Xiai. Grow up together, die together, and be brothers in the next life. Jiang Wenqiu laughed and ordered people to select 50 clan members, who volunteered to stay. Life is short, why fear death? Lu Yuan smiled, staring at the golden water bear with murderous intent. Lan Shi smiled bitterly. This situation is really embarrassing. Take this opportunity to escape, and leave 30 people to help Feng Xiai. I am the young patriarch of the Bo family, and I have never betrayed my loyalty. My Lu family has never done that. Lu Heng smiled and arranged to retreat for the clan members, and stayed where they were, waiting for the battle. Nong Heng asked Li Cheng and Yun Ju, "What do you think of this situation? What are you looking at? Whatever happens, it will be." Li Cheng had already arranged the affairs of the clan, and wiped his usual spirit sword with a handkerchief. Nong Heng did not expect that Li Cheng, who was cold-hearted, would actually stay. He thought it was a bad idea. He asked Yun Ju again. "I am the same as you." Yun Ju kicked the ball back to Nong Heng. He had no choice but to stay. Seeing that such a powerful force could not do anything to these golden water bears, Feng Xiai was also helpless. Suddenly, a sweet taste came from the air, and combined with the golden water bears that were a little more agitated at this moment, Feng Xiai narrowed his eyes slightly. If the fur is hard to break, then don't break it. Take out a can of spiritual honey from the storage ring. Dip hundreds of thousands of red bean spiritual food in spiritual honey, wrap these explosive red beans dipped in honey with spiritual power, and scatter them towards the place where the golden water bears gather. As soon as the rich and sweet spiritual honey came out, the golden water bears in the water showed amazing food-grabbing ability. Each of them opened their big mouths, pushing and shoving each other, and accurately took one or several red bean spiritual food dipped in spiritual honey. The familiar sweet taste went into the throat, and the golden water bears, who received the spiritual honey, narrowed their big bear eyes comfortably. Those who didn't get the chance angrily pounded their chests with their big fists, and roared to the sky. Their big nostrils were full of heavy air. However, before they could get angry for long, a loud noise suddenly came from the stomach of their companions beside them. The golden water bear, which was still immersed in the deliciousness of the spiritual honey, suddenly spit out a mouthful of bloody internal organs, and fell into the water with a thud. The scene was full of puff puff puff. The sound was muffled and not small. As this sound rang out, one by one the difficult golden water bears fell into the water, and died completely. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenqiu, Lan Shi and others had just arranged the funeral when they saw this scene, and were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Chapter 123. Song Luo was still thinking about countermeasures, but she saw that Feng Xiai had already solved most of the problems. She widened her eyes and said in disbelief, This is too damn immoral. But I like it. The golden water bear pounded his chest angrily, vowing to teach these stealing humans a lesson. Roar. The next moment, he saw his companions fall down one after another and became silent. He was stunned for half a second, whoosh, and dived into the water and disappeared without a trace. The accident came too suddenly, and Lanqi, Nong Hung and others embarrassedly put away the tragic look on their faces. Ahem. No need to die. Lu Hung said blankly. Yes. Lanqi wiped his sweat and resumed his gentle demeanor. Feng Jing and his men had just retreated 2 miles, and seeing this, he secretly cursed Feng Xiai for his bad luck and immediately ordered the ship to turn around. Qin Yi, Li Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu was sweating profusely. Jiang Wenxiu laughed and said, This is the first time in my life that I have bravely died. I didn't even use my spirit sword, and the crisis was resolved. It's really good luck. Idiot. Lu Yuan said 2 words lightly, and ordered people to help clean up the mess. Huaxi Valley returned to peace. If it weren't for the countless bodies of golden water bears floating on the water, the river surface full of broken flowers would still give people a sense of incomplete beauty. Bears, run! The surviving golden water bears escaped from the bottom of the water without any hesitation, and Song Luo cursed in disbelief. Where is their moral integrity? They left their companions and ran away. Do they still have the basic moral integrity of a bear? I despise these people. Since knowing that the target of this group of golden water bears was Lingmi, Song Luo had a vague guess. The development of the matter was very simple. It was probably that a free-range dog bit someone, was beaten and eaten by someone, and took away the dog bowl by the way. The dog owner came to seek revenge and wanted to get the dog food back, but was killed in return. This time, Feng Xiai accounted for 50% of the water bears, and the top 10 families accounted for 50%. Although Feng Xiai contributed the most, in times of crisis, the major families did not abandon him. Qin Yi, Lanqi and others risked their lives and stood together with him. Feng Xiai felt that the remaining 50% should be divided. That night, in order to celebrate their escape from death, each family prepared golden water bear meat for dinner. A golden water bear weighs 1,500 kilograms. 6 to 7 out of the more than 500 golden water bears were killed or injured. Even if Feng Xiai took the lion's share of 50%, each family still had a huge harvest. The golden water bear is a 6th level beast, and there is a lot of spiritual power in its meat. One golden water bear is enough for 200 people to have a full meal. After experiencing life and death, each family was willing to give up. The sunset reflected the water surface covered with flowers, and the rich aroma of rice was wafting from the major ships. There is a feeling of peace and tranquility. Song Luo wanted to make Buddha jumps over the wall, but found that the ingredients in the ingredients list were only enough to make a huge golden silk water bear paw. So she made a pirated substitute. The bear is a national first-class protected animal. The children in front of the screen don't need to try it. It's too cruel. If you really want to try it, please wait until you can beat a bear after traveling through ancient times. The golden silk water bear is the overlord of Huaxi Valley. In the last battle, the golden silk water bear tribe suffered heavy losses. On this way, Feng Xiai and others did not encounter any traces of the golden silk water bear. Song Luo thought these guys were just cowards. The last escape posture would not be possible without 2.5 years of practice. That was good. The rest of the journey was peaceful. Every day, the major families were either fishing or on their way to fish. The fish in Huaxi Valley had no natural enemies, and they were just like picked fish. Thousands of kilograms of fish were caught in one net, and most of them were level 2 spiritual fish, with a lot of level 3 and 4 fish. Everyone was so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. We came to the right place in Huaxi Valley. Song Luo looked at the storage compartment that was filled to the brim, and was so happy that she almost lost her way. Unexpectedly, the biggest beneficiary of this hunt was her family. They took huge risks, and they deserved it. That day, walking through a sea of flowers, Song Luo saw something golden from a distance. It was so bright that it almost blinded her eyes. Feng Xiai and the people from the 10 major families also saw it. Feng Shan, who went to investigate, said excitedly, "There is a golden lotus in front, with many lotus seeds, all of which are level 4 spiritual plants. There should be lotus roots underneath." Song Luo's eyes lit up when she heard this. "I haven't seen golden lotus and lotus roots yet." "Then let's go and have a look." The big boat slowly sailed into the golden lotus field. Feng Xiai took out a small wooden boat from his storage ring and pulled Song Luo on board. The golden lotus leaves were as tall as a person, and the lotus leaves in the water were so dense that Feng Xi's boat could barely move forward. He took out his magic sword, swiped it a few times, and instantly opened a waterway large enough for the wooden boat to pass through. It's amazing. After coming to the Ten Winds continent, she became a country bumpkin. The lotus leaves are endless and green, and the lotus flowers are red in the sun. Yang Wanli, who wrote this beautiful poem, was also stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Her fingers touched the golden lotus leaves with the fragrance of flowers and plants, and the tender grass, and with texture was particularly clear. A huge lotus pod suddenly appeared in front of her. The lotus pod was bigger than the face of the young patriarch of the Lu family. Song Luo's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, she held the lotus pod stem and tried to pull it off. However, this thing was stronger than a hemp rope. She bit it with her mouth, leaving only a shallow tooth mark. Ah! Pa! The boat was still moving forward, and Song Luo hadn't reacted yet, but she was already hanging on the water with the lotus stem. Her confused and funny look made Feng Xiai laugh. He had just used the spirit sword to open the way ahead, and when he turned around, he saw that his wife had disappeared. Looking at the lotus stems on both sides, he saw her hanging on a lotus stem, her two short legs kicking in the air. Poochie, my lady, you. Feng Xiai laughed as he drove the wooden boat back a few steps, circled Song Luo's slender waist, and lifted her off the lotus stem. Song Luo touched a handful of thorns. Her white and soft palms were pricked red, and her mouth was also pricked with fine small cuts after biting the lotus stem. Feng Xiai shook his head with a smile, and took out a silk handkerchief to clean her up. You want this? He pointed to the slightly bent lotus pod, took out the magic sword, and cut it off neatly. The root of the golden lotus is very tough. I'm afraid you don't have enough strength to break it. Huaxi Valley is full of dangers. Since ancient times, many people have come here, but few have returned. Feng Xiai has only seen some records and scattered notes. Among them, the golden lotus has only been mentioned once. Only the lotus seeds and lotus roots are known to be edible, and nothing else is known. When he was clearing the way, he found that these lotus stems were extremely tough. If it were not for a martial arts master above the 3rd level, it would be impossible to cut them off easily. Song Luo thought of the embarrassing scene just now, and nodded in approval. He struggled to dig out a golden lotus seed about the size of a baby's fist, peeled off the skin, and revealed a pale golden lotus kernel inside. This lotus seed smelled very fragrant, and it must taste good. Song Luo couldn't wait to try it. Just as she put it to her lips, the fragments that flashed in her mind made her feel like she was struck by lightning. She was so scared that she threw the thing into the water. Scary. Chapter 124. Why don't you eat it? But is there a problem? Feng Xiai asked in surprise. It's a big problem. Song Luo patted her chest in fear, and suggested sincerely. You can eat this thing, but I suggest you don't eat it carelessly. Fortunately, she is sensitive, otherwise she would be in trouble. Why? Feng Xiai was puzzled. If you want to have 7 treasures in one pregnancy, just eat it. Feng Xiai, After a long silence, she asked, what if a man eats it? Let me put it this way. This golden lotus seed has another name, called yin yang. If a woman eats it, she will have many children, and if a man eats it, his yang will turn into yin. Song Luo smiled and warned Feng Xiai, don't touch this thing, unless you want to be my sister. Feng Xiai almost choked to death on her saliva. She could no longer maintain her usual gentleness. She was so scared that her face turned blue. Of course, your husband doesn't have such an idea. Song Luo smiled with relief. Then I'm relieved. After all, it would be weird if her husband suddenly became a sister. The cheerful voices of the martial spirit masters floated in the distance. Feng Shan, are the golden lotus seeds sweet? Sweet. Song Luo stumbled and almost fell into the water when she heard the conversation between Feng Shan and her elder brother. Fortunately, Feng Xiai helped her. The couple looked at each other, and a crack flashed in their eyes. Feng Xiai asked, is there an antidote? Song Luo shook her head mechanically, I don't know yet. Then she seemed to think of something and screamed, brother, don't eat it. Song Yuan peeled a golden lotus seed and was about to show it to his mouth, but his little sister's shout frightened him, and his hand trembled, and the golden lotus seed in his hand fell into the water. The next moment, Song Luo and Feng Xiai stepped on the spirit sword and came to him. Song Yuan was very depressed after losing the lotus seed. Little sister, why are you screaming? What can't be eaten? Song Luo anxiously opened his mouth. Did you eat it? Did you eat the golden lotus seed? Song Luo wanted to pick it out with his hands, but Song Yuan was so scared that he shook his head. I didn't eat it. I didn't eat it. Let me go. I didn't eat it. Huh? That's great. Song Luo was relieved. What's going on? Seeing her nervous look, Song Yuan also became nervous. This golden lotus seed can't be poisonous. Fo Shan, Fengyi, Feng Qing and others have eaten a lot, and many martial arts masters in the clan have also eaten it. Song Luo then told him about the function of the golden lotus seed. Song Yuan was petrified after hearing it. Give birth to a child, turn into a girl. They all ate it. Is there any hope? Feng Xi looked unhappy. It's over. My brothers are going to become siblings. Song Yuan couldn't accept it, wailed, and hurried to find Feng Shan and the others. Song Luo's Kong hand still failed to hold him back. She wanted to say that it takes a month for brothers to become siblings. She wanted to find the antidote secretly, but now her eldest brother has revealed it all. Not only Feng Shan and others were affected, but also many martial arts masters from the 10 major families were affected. In an instant, the whole Golden Lotus Leaf land was filled with monkey cries. The wailing startled the young clan leaders of the 10 major families. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu. What a dirty thing, scare me to death. Jiang Wenxiu was holding a freshly picked golden lotus pod in his hand, and threw it 100 feet away in an instant. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan's faces turned black, and they threw away the golden lotus pod and golden lotus root in their hands, as if they had encountered the plague god. Lanqi, Yunju, and Lu Heng looked at the freshly peeled golden lotus seeds, and silently retracted their hands. Ahem. Fortunately, I didn't eat it. Lanqi waved her hand, and threw a whole plate of golden lotus seeds into the water. This is unusual. Let's brainstorm, and see how to deal with it. Yunju and Lu Heng nodded solemnly. Nong Heng, Yunju and Lu Yuan were not interested in these things. After a long time, they didn't move. They all frowned when they heard this. Many people in my clan have been tricked. How can we solve it? Yunju's calm face broke. Those families are not much better. Let's discuss it together later. Since entering Huaxi Valley, there have been many exciting and bizarre things, and Li Cheng quickly calmed down. When Feng Jing learned about this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. There was still half of the golden lotus seeds on the table. Hearing that the major families were discussing countermeasures, he waved his hand with a sullen face and overturned the remaining half of the golden lotus seeds. He went to the farmer's boat in a panic. After this happened, the members of the major families no longer had interest in collecting lotus roots and lotus seeds, and even changed color when talking about lotus seeds. The 10 major families asked their members to go back to the boat to rest. On the big boat of the farmer's family, everyone gathered together. Song Luo also came. This was the first time that Lu Heng, Bo Song, Yunju, Li Cheng and others saw her, the wife of Feng Xi, who was rumored to be born in a commoner family, and was extremely useless. To be the heir of a big family, there are few who are not smart. Feng Jing, who got the position by chance, does not count. Not to mention the past, since entering Huaxi Valley, many crises had the shadow of this rumored useless behind them. From dissolving the miasma to finding the antidote for the three-color bee, all of them are her credit. Including the discovery of the strangeness of the golden lotus seeds this time, she was the first to bring it up. None of these things are simple. Even if she is really pretty, with a rosy face and a charming appearance, leaning against Feng Xi like a vase beauty who knows nothing about the world, Yunju and others will not treat her as a vase. Vases are not worth their attention, and they will not look down on those who are truly capable. Lu Heng has always been good at dealing with things. He took the lead in greeting and said with a smile, "Thank you, Madam Song, for your help in the past few times, which has enabled us to get to where we are today." Song Luo knew most of the young clan leaders present. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu were the ones she dealt with the most. Nong Heng and Feng Jing were the elder brother and cousin respectively, and they had met a few times. They were not familiar with each other, but they were not strangers. Lan Shi had dealt with him once because of Lan Luo's matter. He seemed to be a good person to talk to. Song Luo still remembered him. He had never met the young masters of the Lu family, the Bo family, the Yun family, and the Li family. The person who was speaking was in his 20s, with a fair complexion, a slightly round figure, clear eyes, and smiling facial features. He was very friendly. This must be Lu Heng, the young patriarch of the Lu family. Song Luo smiled and waved her hand. "Young patriarch Lu, you are too kind. It's just a coincidence. Besides, I have accepted everyone's thank you gifts, so how dare I thank you?" Just consider it as a payment. Don't flatter me anymore. I know this is about the golden lotus seeds, so I must tell you everything I know. Song Luhua was afraid that this person would be too polite, so she forced a change of subject. As expected, Lu Heng stopped being polite. Does Madame Song have an explanation? Chapter 125. No solution for now. Song Luhua spread her hands and sighed. If we can't find the antidote within a month, I'm afraid it will be irreversible for the rest of my life. Song Luhua was not exaggerating. Things were just so cruel. To this day, she couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the Ten Winds continent. There was nothing she couldn't imagine. When Feng Jing heard this, her face turned green. She clenched her fists tightly for sister-in-law. I believe that since you know the harm of the golden lotus seeds, you must have a way to detoxify them. Are you hating me for abandoning you that day and still holding a grudge in your heart? So you deliberately didn't tell us how to detoxify the golden lotus seeds? He became more and more excited as he spoke, staring at Song Luhua with his eyes fixed on her, almost emitting fire. Snort. Brother is self-aware. If I really had a way to detoxify you, I would not have told you if you were the only one poisoned. Look, I told you that she knew and deliberately didn't tell us. Feng Jing pointed at Song Luhua and shouted excitedly. Except for Feng Jing, everyone was not stupid, so they would not believe his clumsy provocation. No one paid any attention to him. Your ears cannot understand human language, so you can cut them off and give them to those in need. Song Luhua rolled her eyes. I don't like your behavior, but I have no grudge against the people of the 10 major families. It's ridiculous for a man to become a woman. If I have any way, I will definitely not remain indifferent. Listen to advice. Generally speaking, mutual promotion is accompanied by mutual restraint. How about this? The spiritual plant masters of the major families will lead people to find spiritual plants in the golden lotus field. No. Collect a portion of all the plants, and wait for me to identify them. Song Luhua is not a genius doctor with excellent medical skills, so now he can only use this stupid method. You can't go out with millions of sons and daughters, and return with millions of daughters. There are still many people in her family who have been infected. Most of them are the only children in the family, and many of them are newly married. If they can't be saved, how can she and Feng Xi explain to their mothers and wives? After determining the general direction, Song Luhua became the person in charge of the detoxification. Although many spiritual plant masters from the 10 major families don't like her, they have to work indignantly due to the orders of the family. Song Luhua never takes these people's sour words and dissatisfaction seriously, nor does she have a strong desire to slap them in the face. Because invisible pretense is the most deadly. In the previous life, she had enough of fighting with her stupid colleagues. When she won 200 million yuan in the lottery, she bought a large flat and fired the two-armed boss. Her stupid colleagues drooled with envy, and couldn't help but say a few sour words. At that moment, she understood that as long as she lived well, other people's opinions would not hurt her at all, and would even piss off those pickled fish who wanted to laugh at her. Well, although her life in the previous life ended on the first day of moving into a large flat in the center of a bustling city, it was something that pickled fish might not be able to reach in their entire lives. The stupid former colleague would probably die of laughter. Laugh if you want, anyway, she can still live a good life in a new place. Don't be angry with the past life, be angry with the present life. Song Luhua didn't work at all. She stood on her own big boat, looking down at the spiritual plant masters of the major families, who were struggling to get around in the golden lotus field as high as a person. She is now a high-level technical waste. Who has ever seen a technical person doing odd jobs? Song Luhua felt at ease. Fo Shan walked in front of Song Luhua crying. A big man cried like a dog, so pitiful. Woo, madam, what should we do? Has my voice changed? Behind him were a series of tearful Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and other tribesmen. Everyone looked at her tearfully like an abandoned puppy. Even Feng Qing, a young man who always had a blank expression, had red eyes. Song Luhua twitched her lips, and felt a huge pressure on her body. What is this? Feng Shan was still there, whining, I have no face to go back. I might as well die in the hands of that golden water bear. Fortunately, I still have Feng Yang at home. If I die, I trouble you and Duo to take care of the family. Song Luhua held her forehead. Fo Shan, be normal. Your voice hasn't changed. Your gender hasn't changed. I find a way. Be quiet. You're a grown man. Why are you crying? And you guys, you've seen all kinds of storms, but you can't sit still over a small thing? I think you're all idle, go dig mud. Song Luhua felt upset when she saw these guys. Oh! After she scolded them, these people felt a little relieved. Song Luhua became more anxious and turned around on the deck. It happened that the plants found by the major families were all sent over, and Song Luhua screened them one by one. No. No. Still no. The spiritual plant masters of each family were not convinced by her. Seeing that she just searched for a while, she kept muttering no, no, denying their achievements for most of the day, and felt annoyed. Can you do it? That's right. Do you know that we spent a long time looking for these spiritual plants? You just said it's not possible. Can you do it? What's your basis? If you can't do it, don't blindly command people and waste everyone's time. If our people really don't come back, can you take responsibility? Hardened. Song Luhua's fist hardened. Don't be angry, we are civilized people, we must win people over with virtue. Taking out a table from the jade bracelet space, Song Luhua stood on the table and gave them a king's contempt. That sesame-faced man, why do you think I can do it? You can't do it, otherwise you can use me, a useless person with low talent? And that one, the one with a body that looks like it was crushed by a wheel, if you can do it, go ahead, find someone who can take responsibility, I take your surname. You? The sesame-faced spiritual plant master, the flat spiritual plant master choked, and was about to attack. Feng Yu held a sword across the necks of the two. The shy face retracted, please respect yourself. The sword light was cold, and the two shivered in fear. Song Luhua stood on the table, with her hands on her waist and a crooked smile. Are you stupid? Don't you know whose territory you are in? You dare to argue with me. Don't even mention my territory, even in your home, you dare to talk to me like this. Do you believe it or not, I can make you lose a layer of skin if I just spread a little slander to your young clan leader? Song Luhua smiled coldly, but she would not let people ignore the chill in her words. In a world where martial arts is respected, there is naturally no lack of killing. It's just that the major families are harmonious on the surface, and those who are really not afraid of death will not end well. They are not on the same level, I will ignore you, but you dare to treat her like this in front of her, don't show some color, and treat her as if she is dead. The two girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale instantly. They didn't even dare to say anything harsh and ran away. The rest recalled that they had just said bad things about Song Luhua together. They broke out in a cold sweat, and didn't dare to look at her in the eye, fearing that she would stare at them. They waited quietly for Song Luhua to finish testing the spiritual plants, and then ran away like escaping. Song Luhua cleared the table with satisfaction. To win people over with virtue, and to spread virtue throughout the world is the right way. Chapter 126. After 3 days of hard work, 10 families and tens of thousands of people searched for various spiritual plants. Song Luhua was exhausted, but she didn't find anything that could detoxify the golden lotus seeds. As time went on, many martial arts masters had health problems. For example, Fo Shan had been busy working non-stop in recent days to detoxify. Normally, he should have had a shaggy beard. It has been 3 days, and his chin is still very clean, without even a single stubble. There are also many martial arts masters who found that their leg hair fell off. Some had softer abdominal muscles, thinner thighs, and some had whiter and smoother skin. There were even a few 16-year-old boys in the voice change period, whose voices were much sharper. The 10 major families were all in a gloomy mood. Song Luhua also felt that it was very troublesome. She had basically screened the plants in this golden lotus field in the past few days. Except for finding a few special spiritual plants that were useless like dog shit, there was no trace of the antidote. Fo Shan, Feng Yi and others went from hope to disappointment, and waited for the indescribable changes in their bodies, and their mood was extremely depressed. Song Luhua didn't know how to comfort them, so she just asked them to continue digging mud. What else can I do? Let off some steam and think less. Lan Shi, Bo Song, Lu Heng, Nong Heng, Li Cheng, Yun Ju, Feng Jing, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, and Feng Xi sat quietly in the lobby. They thought they had escaped the golden water bear, but they didn't expect that there would be a bigger disaster waiting for them. More than half of the martial arts masters from the 10 families were poisoned by the golden lotus seeds. This Inyan lotus is really poisonous. A first-level martial arts master in my family has lost his fighting power. It is unknown whether he can still lift the spirit sword in a month. Yun Ju had a stinky face, and cold air was coming out of his body. There are some in my clan too. Lan Shi smiled bitterly. We should set a rule. Next time, no matter what spiritual plant or spiritual fruit you pick, you are not allowed to try it privately. Bo Song slammed the table and said angrily. After this lesson, I'm afraid no martial spirit master will dare to eat anything randomly. Lu Heng sighed, not to mention those who don't recognize them. Even if they do recognize them, they have to ask the spiritual plant masters to confirm several times before they dare to eat them. Just relying on those rubbish? Li Cheng snorted contemptuously. Even if the golden lotus seeds were poisonous, they hadn't discovered it first. A tribe member came to him the other day to complain, saying that he was scolded by Feng Xi's wife and asked him to seek justice. Li Cheng couldn't believe it. How could such an ignorant idiot appear in his tribe? His ability was average, but he had done a lot of shit. She was asked to explain everything, and she hesitated for a long time without any solution. Even so, she dared to ask him to save her face. Idiot! Feng Xi, is there any progress with your wife? Nong Hung placed his hope on Song Luhua. No. Feng Xi shook his head, his face not relaxed at all. Men understand men's minds best. If there is really no solution, he knows how far things will develop. That's why he is more worried. But there is no other way at the moment. The young masters of the 10 major families are all worried because of a golden lotus seed. Song Luhua is already exhausted. Tired physically and mentally. Several spiritual plant masters from the Lan family placed the collected spiritual plants in front of Song Luhua. Madam Song, all that can be found is here. If you look for more, they will all be the same. Song Luhua looked at the little faces scratched by the lotus stems and waved her hand. I know, you can go back and rest. She had a hunch that maybe there was nothing. Sure enough, after checking it again, there was nothing. When Feng Shan and others carried a golden turtle shell with a big chest and a foot basin, Song Luhua didn't know how to face them. She could only smile and greet him, pretending to be busy rummaging through the spiritual plants piled on the deck. Feng Shan may have seen her embarrassment, so he smiled and said, Madam, this is what we dug out when we were digging mud just now. Doesn't it look good? Looks good. Song Luhua's voice choked. She could tell that Feng Shan's voice had changed. The strong male voice became shrill, not very obvious, but she was always paying attention, and she would not fail to notice the change before and after. And Feng, who was originally a fair and handsome young man, looked even more handsome in the past 3 days. Even Feng Qing, the cool guy with expressionless face, had a softer facial contour. There's probably still a lot in this river. Let's go dig more and make soup for you. Feng Shan said, smiling happily and taking Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others to work. Hey! Song Luhua stood on the deck, looking at the tribesmen working hard in the golden lotus field, and her eyes were inexplicably sore. They probably knew that they couldn't detoxify, and had made the worst plan. They wanted to take advantage of this time to save more things, and take care of the tribe and family. Oh, her tears were like shit. At some point, the deck was wet. With blurry vision, Song Luhua suddenly felt a damp heat on her feet. She wiped her tears with her sleeves, and the next moment, she wanted to chop off her feet. F***K, you **K. I'm not clean anymore. She was already uncomfortable, and this golden bastard shit on her instep. The golden shit, with the stench of golden lotus, rose from the instep to her nostrils, and she got goosebumps. Ugh! Woo-woo, you beast, you're here to piss me off. Song Luhua's tears flowed even more fiercely. Just wait, dog, I serve you tonight. Chapter 127. Another 3 days. As time went by, the changes in the martial arts masters, who had used the golden lotus seeds, became more and more obvious. The major families were gloomy. Fourth brother, does your sister-in-law have any solution? She didn't have the ability, but she insisted on taking on this job, causing us to trust her so much and wasting so much time. So many martial arts masters have been hurt by her. With so much time, it's better to return to the city early. There are so many martial arts masters in the city, who is not better than her? Feng Jing said angrily, pinching his slightly shrill voice. Feng Xi put down the teacup in his hand heavily, looked at Feng Jing for a long while, and then slowly said, If you can't wait, you can go first, no one will stop you. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and other people from the 9 major families were also anxious, but they were not so stupid. Golden lotus seeds are rare spiritual plants. There are countless spiritual plant masters outside, who have not heard of them, let alone detoxification. They knew very well that if they left this golden lotus land, there would be no hope. Since Feng Xi's wife could predict the toxicity of the golden lotus seeds, she was the most likely person to find the antidote. And Feng Jing? This person was like a jumping clown, jumping around everywhere. In the past, they didn't bother with him because of the Feng family, but now it was the critical moment of irritation, and even Nong Hung and others were very annoyed with him. Li Zhong sneered and threw the teacup in his hand on the table beside him, looking up and down at Feng Jing, whose behavior was already somewhat feminine. Feng Xiai is right. If you can't wait, just go first. Your feet are on your body, and no one can stop you. Lan Qi straightened his slightly messy cuffs and said with a smile, since our Lan family has chosen to believe Madame Song, we will believe her to the end. Seeing that no one on the scene stood on his side, Feng Jing rolled his eyes in anger. Finally, he waved his hand and left. The troublemaker left, and the atmosphere returned to harmony. Several people sat for a while, and then dispersed. There was no wind today, and the weather was very good. Fo Shan and others fished in the river for several days, but except for some fish, they never caught the golden turtle shell. Seeing that Feng Shan's rough face had become more refined, Song Luo sped up her movements. Come on, this is good stuff, try a bite? With Song Luo's calls, the turtle shell, which was the size of a foot basin, stretched out its golden little head, its black eyes flashed a trace of confusion, and its big nostrils, as thick as its wrists, sniffed hard. Song Luo pinched its neck skillfully, scooped a large spoonful of spiritual honey mixed with ingredients, and fed it into its mouth. During this time, she skillfully scraped the spiritual honey that flowed out of the turtle shell's mouth with a large spoon and stuffed it back into its mouth. The next moment, a foul smell spread. Song Luo covered her nose with a handkerchief, retched, held her breath, and collected all the spiritual ingredients. Another day later. Good news, great news. The antidote is available. As the news spread, the people of the 10 major families were excited. Song Luo had already set up dozens of large iron pots on her ship, and pretended to add a lot of spiritual plants. Finally, add the soul sauce of fragrant 10 miles away, and the 10 pots of antidote are all ready. Feng Xiai, the young clan leaders of the 10 major families have watched their clansmen become increasingly depressed these days, and they are all gloomy. They didn't react for a long time after hearing the news. Qin Yi was sitting quietly on the deck of his ship. Hearing the words, he stood up blankly and asked the clan member next to him uncertainly, "Did I hear it right?" The clan member was stunned at first, and then a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face, and he nodded like pounding garlic. "You heard it right, Madame Song found the antidote. Go and have a look." "Yes." Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, Lan Qi, Nong Heng and others also heard the news at the same time, and all sent people to inquire. Song Luo stood on the deck of her house and shouted, "People from the 10 major families line up in 10 teams and come to get the antidote. Bring your own bowl." Finally, Song Luo added another sentence. "Not to mention that there are tens of thousands of people from the 10 major families, half of whom are poisoned by the golden lotus seeds. She simply does not have 5,000 bowls. Even if she had, she would not be willing to give them to use. After all, this bowl has been used to hold antidote, which she would definitely despise." When the clansmen of each family heard that there was an antidote, they cheered, and then obediently brought their bowls to line up for detoxification. Song Luo arranged for her family members to drink the antidote first. Fo Shan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing and others thought they were dead this time, but unexpectedly, they were overwhelmed with joy. Until holding this disgusting antidote, the smile froze on his face. "Madam, are you sure this is the antidote? Do you have any other flavors?" "It's not the antidote. I'm free, so I make soup for you. It's good to have something to drink. Why are you so picky? I'm telling you, this is it, nothing else." Song Luo glanced at them and said, "You can drink it if you want. If you don't, you can be my sister." The serious psychological shadow of the word sister on the part of a group of grown men was immediately frightened. They didn't care about the bad smell and nausea, picked up the bowl and gulped it down. Fo Shan and others were relieved when they saw the various spiritual plants in the big pot after drinking. Although the taste was a bit strange, it was also boiled with spiritual plants, so there was nothing wrong with it. "Okay, the antidote has been taken. You will be back to normal tomorrow. Go down and rest." Song Luo knew what they drank. She suppressed her nausea and waved her hand as if nothing had happened. For their physical and mental health, Song Luo believed that she had put a lot of effort in. She could have just used the soul juice to detoxify them, but she also took the trouble to cook so many spiritual plants. She didn't even tell Feng Xiai the secret of the soul juice. Who knows what's in it? Look, she is so considerate. The whole day, Feng Xi's ship was unprecedentedly lively. A group of old men lined up in dozens of long queues for a bowl of soul antidote, just to taste its unique fragrance. That night, Song Luo held a grand recognition banquet for the golden turtle shell, the great hero. Yes, in view of its special nature, Song Luo decided to give it a home. These golden lotus seeds are not only bad, On the bright side, it can cure infertile women, although in the form of 7 babies in one birth. It is comparable to the elixir of fertility and good fortune. In order to prevent someone from taking it by mistake and regretting it, Song Luo decided to adopt the golden turtle shell, the antidote of the golden lotus seeds. This is my adopted pet, named Sufener. Come on, Sufener, smile. The golden turtle shell was placed on a mahogany table, timidly stretched out its head, and its clear eyes were full of confusion. Okay, the ceremony is over. Song Luo smiled and announced. Feng Xi had never heard of holding a recognition banquet for raising a spiritual pet. He was just laughing at his wife's mischief. Fo Shan, Song Yuan and others had never heard of it. It was just a spiritual pet. There was no need to be so serious. There was also a golden turtle shell called Sufener. Are you sure it fits? In response, Song Luo said that it was too golden. It would be fine to give it a simpler name. Everyone, Chapter 128. In order to find Sufener. To get the antidote, Song Luo used some extraordinary means. The turtle became a little listless, and Song Luo felt guilty, and asked Aunt Feng Yang to make a huge pond for it. After she returned, she would definitely build a pond and plant golden lotus in it. The people of the 10 great families were very grateful for her help in solving such a big problem. When they heard that she wanted some mud, golden lotus seeds and the like, they diligently dug a lot for her. Fortunately, her space was not small and could accommodate it. This time, the 10 great families said many good things again. Song Luo was very satisfied with their tact. It was just that Feng Jing took her antidote without even a word of thanks. But the clan members below were quite polite and paid for some things out of their own pockets. Song Luo accepted some symbolically. Although she had a bad impression of several peers or elders of the main branch of the Feng family, she had a good impression of these clan members. The next step was to pick golden lotus seeds and golden lotus roots. Song Luo, who was powerless, did not join in the fun. After 2 days of hard work, a group of people finally finished harvesting such a large area of golden lotus seeds and golden lotus roots. The rest of the journey was smooth. The main thing in Huaxi Valley is fish. There are countless kinds of spiritual fish. There are also many aggressive plants. Song Luo has even seen hedgehog flowers disguised as harmless small yellow flowers. When this flower is closed, it looks like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum. Once a fish or a person passes by, it will explode instantly, firing countless yellow spikes. If you dodge a little slower, you will be immediately stabbed into a hornet's nest. Fortunately, this thing is not fatal, except for pain. It is only painful. The trouble is that even if the martial arts master takes the soul replenishing pill, if the thorns on the body are not all pulled out, they can only grow in the flesh. Song Luo was simply impressed by her elder brother. This fool, regardless of the injury, directly took a soul replenishing pill. Now the thorn grows in the flesh, and it hurts so much that it grimaces. Little sister, you must be gentle, okay? Song Luo held a knife in one hand and gestured on Song Yuan's arm. Hearing this, he threw the knife to Feng Shan, who was laughing and crying, "You come! I can't do it!" He turned and left the cabin. Don't! Song Yuan's Erkong hand didn't leave Song Luo's resolute back. Fo Shan held a thin knife, smiled, and approached Song Yuan. The next moment, Song Yuan's miserable howl came from the cabin. Song Luo twitched her mouth. She wanted to see if there was anyone more stupid than her eldest brother. "Madam, help me! Save me!" Just as this thought came to mind, Feng Yi and Feng Lu were followed by a series of people, each of them jumping over with their arms open, like a chicken. There were bumps on this face and a ridge there, but the skin outside was smooth. Song Luo held her forehead. She shouldn't have given each person a white spirit replenishing pill just for convenience. These guys with strong limbs, can't they think a little more? Pointing to the cabin speechlessly, Feng Shan will treat it, go find him. Not long after, there were waves of pig-killing screams and her eldest brother's laughter in the cabin. Song Luo didn't see it, so her heart was at peace. She stepped on the flying sword and turned around, and a kind of emerald green star-shaped water grass leaves attracted her attention. Palm-sized star-shaped water plants floated on the water, and the light green color was extremely refreshing. After poking it with her hands, she found that it was quite thick. Song Luo picked one and looked at it towards the sun. In the center of the green star-shaped water plant, which was so thin that it was almost transparent, there was actually a small dark green bead. What is this thing? She mobilized her spiritual power and tried to sense it, but failed for a long time. She only knew that it was an edible, non-toxic, first-level aquatic spiritual fruit. After searching around nearby, there were many star-shaped fruits, but not all of them had small dark green beads. Song Luo put away the star fruit that was different from Yuzong, and took a normal one and took a bite. This fruit was not as sweet as she had imagined, but light and tasteless. It was not bad to say that it was unpalatable. It was just that it had a lot of water and no taste. She took out the basket from the jade bracelet space and started picking. Digging wild vegetables is digging wild vegetables. Picking fruits is picking fruits. Song Luo made a clear distinction. Level 1 spiritual fruit is also dry food. Other spiritual plant masters had already discovered this strange-looking fruit, but it was only level 1, so they looked down on it. Since entering Huashi Valley, there are plenty of good things, especially spiritual plants, water vegetables, and spiritual fruits, many of which are second and third level. Naturally, she looked down on this lowest level spiritual fruit. Song Luo couldn't explain it, but she liked it very much. Unfortunately, there weren't many of these things, and she only picked one basket, and it was gone. As for the star spiritual fruit with dark green beads, she stuffed it into Feng Xi's mouth. Is it delicious? Song Luo asked Feng Xi curiously with her big eyes open. The fruit flesh with a cold taste melted in the mouth, and Feng Xi hadn't tasted it yet. The next moment, an extremely pure spiritual power entered the spiritual palace. The barrier of the 5th level spiritual power was broken in an instant. Breakthrough? Before Feng Xi could react, stronger spiritual power flowed from the spiritual palace to the meridians of his body. The familiar feeling returned. Feng Xi was sure that he had broken through the 6th level. Feng Xi was stunned for a moment, and soon came to his senses. He was about to break through. The spiritual power of the spiritual fruit just now was pure, and he borrowed its power, so it was not normal to break through at this moment. It tastes good. Song Luo heard that he liked it, so she stuffed a lot more into him. Feng Xi tasted it, and these were just average. In his opinion, they were just ordinary first-level spiritual fruits. He didn't realize that at this moment, there was a trace of light green spiritual energy in his meridians. Song Luo only liked the appearance of these star spiritual fruits, but didn't like their taste, so she distributed them to her clansmen. The martial spirit masters didn't like these bland spiritual fruits either, so they collected them and planned to bring them back to their wives and children at home. In the following days, the major families fished, picked water vegetables, spiritual fruits, etc. day after day. On this day, Song Luo and others found a large area of water cranberries, all of which were second-level spiritual fruits. The major families were enjoying the harvest when suddenly a sharp bird cry passed through the sky. Oh no, it's the phoenix chicken! During this period of time, they relied on the Flower Creek fish to detoxify the miasma, but they didn't realize that the miasma in the Flower Creek Valley had dissipated at some point. The phoenix chicken first passed through the miasma and came to the Flower Creek Valley to hunt fish. Retreat! The phoenix chickens were numerous, and their combat effectiveness was not weak, so the major families immediately decided to withdraw from the valley. We have harvested a lot during this period, and the flood season is coming, so it's time to go back. Chapter 129. This hunting trip was a complete success. Feng Yin counted all the supplies, and was dumbfounded. 8,000 gene of spiritual Christian carp, 18,000 gene of small red shrimp, 60,000 gene of level 4 gray crocodile meat, 300,000 gene of various spiritual fish caught in Huashi Valley, 240,000 gene of level 6 golden water bear meat, 5,000 gene of level 3 golden lotus seeds, 15,000 gene of level 3 golden lotus roots, and 180 gene of spiritual honey. There were also other scattered harvests, such as reed fish, 17 black-headed pheasants, red and green duck eggs, etc., all of which were caught by the lady. The young master said that he would not participate in the distribution. Even so, the harvest this time also shocked him. They were the biggest beneficiaries of this marshland hunting. It was incredible. You know, each of the 10 major families has 8 or 9 times more people than them. I wonder how the supplies should be distributed this time. Feng Yin asked the question everyone was expecting. Feng Xi looked at the booklet recording the supplies, pondered for a moment, and said clearly, each person will receive 50 kilograms of spiritual Christian carp, 100 kilograms of small red shrimp, 300 kilograms of level 4 gray crocodile meat, 1,500 kilograms of various spiritual fish caught in Huashi Valley, 100 kilograms of level 3 golden lotus roots, half a kilogram of spiritual honey, and 100 kilograms of level 6 golden silk water bear meat. Level 2 martial spirit masters, weapon refiners, and pharmacists who participated in this hunt will receive an additional 40 kilograms of golden water bear meat, 50 kilograms of level 4 gray crocodile meat, and 100 kilograms of washi fish meat for level 3 masters who participated in this hunt. Level 4 masters will receive an additional 100 kilograms of golden water bear meat, 200 kilograms of gray crocodile meat, 300 kilograms of spiritual fish, and half a kilogram of spiritual honey. Since taking the red turtle eggs, most of the martial spirit masters in Feng Xi's team have been promoted to level 2 martial spirit masters, except for a few who are still at level 1 spiritual power. The number of level 3 masters is also around 30. In addition to Feng Shan, Feng Yin, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Song Yuan, and other 5 people in the 4th level. They all contributed a lot in this hunt, so they should get more. Feng Yin, Feng Shan, you two make arrangements. As soon as the clear and gentle voice fell, the atmosphere on the scene was stagnant. Feng Xi smiled and glanced at the petrified people. Do you have any objections? Feng Shan, Feng Yin, and others took a breath of cold air and shook their heads quickly. No objection. The next moment, cheerful exclamations rang out in the martial arts arena. Feng Yin, Feng Shan, Song Yuan, and others began to get busy. The audience dispersed. Song Luo pulled Feng Xi's arm and looked through the book in his hand. The book recorded the harvest each time. The harvest in the first 2 times was not small. Compared with this time, it was a world of difference. TSK, I made a fortune. She closed the book with a smile. Feng Xi patted her head gently and smiled softly. Mrs. Quan, I helped. Song Luo raised her head with satisfaction. The smile in Feng Xi's eyes deepened. The people who went out hunting returned to the city, and Yanqing City became lively again. This hunting trip made Feng Xi's clansmen rich overnight, and the women were all very proud and came to pay their respects to Song Luo happily. The house was very lively every day. No matter who came, Song Luo would ask Yang Ma to prepare the best fruits, snacks, and tea. Spiritual fruit tea, orange melon seeds, 3rd level spiritual peaches, and various wild spiritual fruits were served one by one, making the women jealous and embarrassed. An elderly woman swallowed her saliva and smiled. We come here every day, and I'm afraid that all the good things here will be ruined by us. They also knew Song Luo's character to some extent, and she was kind and generous. Of course, if they were asked to take advantage of her being the old lady in the old house and bully her, they would not dare to do it even if they had 10 guts. The son had already warned the men in the family that if they dared to act rashly, the young master's methods were not for show. The older one still remembered that the 16-year-old 4th young master had dealt with a clan member who dared to join forces with foreign tribes to plot against him. The means were unknown, but the clan member disappeared in just one day, and they had not seen the girl again in the past 8 or 9 years. After this incident, everyone knew that although the 4th young master looked kind, he was actually very powerful. With the 4th young master watching them, they would not dare to bully the mistress even if they had 100 guts. Moreover, the madam was kind and generous, and they benefited a lot from it. Naturally, they would not be stupid enough to offend her and protect her in front of outsiders. Song Luo was not a person who would make trouble for no reason, and the atmosphere at the scene was harmonious. No matter how the female relatives thought of her in private, at least they protected her in front of outsiders, and for that, Song Luo was willing to treat them better. These foods are great things for them, but they are just very simple things for Song Luo. Of course, we still have to say something to save face. She smiled and said, It's rare for us to get together, so of course I want you to enjoy yourself. As long as you enjoy yourself, these things are nothing. Don't save money for me, just eat well, drink well, and have fun. Today, there are not enough people. I will send an invitation to invite all the female relatives to come to a small banquet another day. That's great, and it will be more lively with more people. A young wife clapped her hands happily. I thought so too. Song Luo said, inviting everyone to eat and drink spiritual tea. She took the lead and threw out some gossip. Sure enough, the atmosphere gradually relaxed after a while. When a group of women mentioned gossip, their eyes lit up and their hands unconsciously reached out to the table, sometimes a handful of orange seeds, sometimes a petal of spiritual peach, and occasionally a sip of spiritual fruit tea. Spit flew everywhere. From the top 10 families to the ordinary people's homes in the east and west streets, gossip and bloody events were flying everywhere. A group of women were either laughing or talking mysteriously, and Song Luo was fascinated by them. She cracked a handful of orange seeds in her hand very quickly. What about the eldest brother, and the second brother's wife ran away? The second brother led the third brother's wife to live in seclusion in another place, and the eldest daughter-in-law cried her eyes blind with 2 children. Such explosive rural gossip made Song Luo's brain work at high speed, and she even cracked orange seeds slowly. As the sun set, a group of women got up and went back to cook. Song Luo smacked her lips and got up regretfully. The days without hunting are also very rich. 5 days after returning, Song Luo enriched her barren brain in such a cheerful atmosphere. She believed that if she was given a pen, she could write 100 wonderful books in one breath. The materials are all ready, guaranteed to be true stories. Today is the last day of the warm season. The atmosphere of the entire Yanqing city is unprecedentedly serious. The flood season is coming. Chapter 130. Outside the towering Yanqing city wall, the 10 major families, the mercenary guild, and the martial spirit masters of other small and medium-sized families were fighting with the alien beasts that broke in during the chaos at the foot of the wall. The people in the city were walking around the city, each carrying a pottery jar. It was the flood season in the Ten Winds continent, the weather was warm, and the sun was shining. But a large amount of water from the deep mountains and forests outside the city surged to the surface, and many land-based alien beasts began their annual migration to the south. Many alien beasts that lost their way broke into human towns. At this time, all the major cities cleared the strange beasts that had mistakenly entered according to the routine. In addition, in the Ten Wind continent, every flood season, a lot of crystal-clear water droplets would float in the air. The water droplets were only the size of peas, floating in the air, shining brightly under the sunlight, and extremely dreamy. Song Luo saw this scene with her own eyes, and was amazed. This is completely unscientific. After saying that, she sneered again. After traveling through time, who would still talk about science? Song Luo walked on the street, and many people were holding their own coarse pottery jars to collect these water droplets. These water drops contain weak spiritual power, and they taste sweet when drunk. They are best used to make wine and tea. From the original owner's memory, Song Luo knew that there was an extremely precious water spirit hidden in these water drops. Water spirit is a very good thing for martial spirit masters. After taking it, it can ensure that martial spirit masters are not afraid of the cold and snow in the winter season and can go out hunting. You may not find a water spirit in 10,000 drops of water. The appearance of water spirit is no different from water drops, so it is not difficult to distinguish. But because water spirit and these ordinary water drops are insoluble, water spirits are also incompatible with each other, and even if they fall to the ground and get covered with dust, they still maintain their shape. Every year during the flood season, collecting water spirits is a very important thing. Each family will dispatch people to look for water spirits. Today, even Madame Yang carried a basket with a pottery jar, and went to the street to look for water spirits and collect water beads. Song Luo used her spiritual power to sense it, but found nothing. I don't know if there is no water spirit, or it is not easy to sense it. Women, girls, and children are very fast. They run and jump, like grabbing beans, and put water beads into their jars one by one. Occasionally, someone would jump up in excitement after picking up a few water drops. This attracted the envy of others. Song Luo was also a little envious, so she picked up her tool and started working. She didn't care whether it was water drops or not, she would just pick them up. After working all morning to collect several jars of water drops, Song Luo was so tired that her waist and back ached. She hadn't experienced such a long period of physical labor for a long time, and she took out the several jars of water drops she had found despite the pain, ready to check to see if there were any water drops. Madame Yang found a water drop in the morning and carefully placed it in a white jade bottle. She shook her head. "Your health is not as good as my old bones, so you should rest." As she said this, she took the pottery jar from Song Luo's hand, took out a palm-sized bamboo sieve, and poured a pot of water drops into it. Ordinary water drops left the air and merged together like ordinary water. Water spirits are insoluble in anything, and they will appear after a slight sieve. Madame Yang just symbolically passed through it. She caught 5 pots of water drops today before she was lucky enough to find a water spirit. "Madam, these 3 jars are not even full, so there is probably no hope. She has to finish this quickly and prepare lunch." Seeing Song Luo standing by with her arms supported, Madame Yang suggested again, "Madam, you should take a rest. According to my experience, there is probably no water in it. You are tired all morning. I am afraid you are very uncomfortable. I will call you after I prepare lunch." Madame Yang looked at Song Luo and poured all the water in the pottery jar into the fine bamboo sieve accurately. Song Luo was about to turn around, but the next moment, she was blinded by the crystal-clear things on the bamboo sieve. Her mouth opened slightly, and her feet were nailed to the spot. Nani Yang thought she wanted to wait for Feng Xiai to come back, and smiled and waved her hand. "The young master, he may not come back for lunch, Just take a good rest, don't wait. Song Luo waved her hand and pointed to the bamboo sieve below her. Mammy, what is this? What? Mammy Yang didn't react, and subconsciously looked at the place where Song Luo pointed. The next moment, a scream came from the elegant courtyard. It's Shui Ling, Shui Ling. Madame Yang looked at the Shui Ling on the bamboo sieve at a loss, and her words were a little lisp. Song Luo picked up a piece with her fingers and pinched it. It was soft and bouncy. It seemed to be covered with a protective film. It could be pinched into various shapes, but it couldn't be pierced. Miraculously, her fingers were not wet. My wife, stop playing. This is precious. A Shui Ling can make people stay in the cold season as if it were a warm season. One more day of hunting means one more day of food. Take it. Song Luo had had enough fun, and gave it to Madame Yang. 1, 2, 20! Madame Yang counted them one by one, and there were a total of 20 water spirits. She was so happy that her hands could not move the jade bottle, and it took her a long time to put the 20 water spirits into the bottle. There are still 2 jars. Madame Yang looked at the remaining 2 jars of water beads expectantly. Song Luo saw that she was holding the 2 jars of water beads as preciously, more precious than holding her own grandson. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she said, Madam, you don't have to be so exaggerated. Just now, I was lucky. How can there be so many? As the saying goes, no one can be good for 1,000 days, and no flower can be red for 100 days. If you want to be good every day, you must have God as your father. You still need to cook, so hurry up and go to work. Madame Yang didn't care. Shui Ling is so precious that it's not too careful. She slowly and carefully took the pottery jar out of the bamboo basket, and carefully prepared to pour it into the bamboo sieve. The action was slower than 0.1x. Song Luo couldn't bear it, so she took the pottery jar and poured it into the bamboo sieve. After one jar was emptied, another jar was quickly poured in. Under the sunlight, the bamboo sieve was covered with a layer of shiny, transparent water spirit. Song Luo blinked. Mammy, are you sure this is real water spirit? Not something else? No, isn't it said that this thing is rare? She thought, it's everywhere. This is a full sieve. There must be more than 100. Not to mention Song Luo didn't believe it. Mammy Yang also doubted herself at this moment. Not sure, let's take another look. Madame Yang picked up a water spirit, rubbed it, smelled it, looked at it, and looked at it from various angles towards the sun. After looking for a long time, she finally confirmed. This is a water spirit without a doubt. Madam, look, in the sun, you can see a hint of light red in the center of the water spirit, and no other colors. Song Luo took a closer look, and indeed, she could see a very light red in the center of this transparent water spirit. So have we made a fortune? After all this talk, Nani Yang also regained her composure. She quickly collected all the water spirits on the bamboo sieve, and said with a smile, compared to ordinary people, they are naturally rich, but compared to the 10 major families, they are still far behind. They have more people, so they must have collected more water spirits than us, and they are also better at hunting in the cold season than us. You are lucky. You found more than 100 water spirits today. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, you may not be able to find as many water spirits as today. After 8 months, when the flood season is over, the water drops in the sky will also disperse. It will be a blessing to be able to collect water spirits for half a month. Chapter 131. 3 days later, the water droplets in Yanqing City were almost collected. Song Luo also lost about 100 water spirits every day. Nani Yang sighed and said, what a pity, it would be better if there were more. If we want to collect outside the city, we have to wait until the monster tide is over. Song Luo shrugged, there is still a long time. It will take a month for the monster tide to pass. During this month, the women could not go out of the city to dig wild vegetables, so they planted various vegetables at home. Thinking of the spiritual rice collected from the marshland last time, Song Luo called Feng Yang and a group of children to help make a half-acre paddy field in the yard. And the golden lotus seeds brought from Huaxi Valley also need to be planted. Wouldn't the golden big turtle soofan have a home? When the children heard that they would be provided with food, they ran faster than the rabbit beast. Song Liuhua's yard is not small, and the vegetable garden alone covers nearly an acre. After walking around the vegetable garden, Song Luo selected 2 plots of land. One of them is used to repair the paddy field and plant spiritual rice. The other is used to build a lotus pond. The paddy field was leveled, and the ridges were built with stones. The paddy field was soaked and beaten with mud, and the ridges were covered with mud. Under the command of Song Luo, a paddy field was quickly repaired. Building a lotus pond was even simpler. First, the land was marked out, and then it was dug and dug. All the boys who came were very strong. In just one morning, a large pit as high as a person was dug. The surrounding area was built with stones, filled with water, and the pond mud dug from the Golden Lotus field in Huashi Valley last time was poured in. Souffleur's nest was initially formed. Lunch. Song Luo was not stingy. There was still a lot of black-headed pheasant meat left from the last catch. She asked Yang Ma to roast a whole one. Yang Ma's cooking skills were excellent. She roasted the 100-pound roasted black-headed pheasant meat until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the aroma was overflowing. A group of children were a little restrained. They surrounded the fragrant roasted black-headed pheasant and drooled. Song Luo waved her hand and said, "Let's eat. This whole one is yours." "Yes." Feng Yang took the lead and tore off a piece of roasted black-headed pheasant meat. The meat was tender and chewy, and the fresh fragrance was tempting. It left a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Delicious. Feng Yang's eyes lit up, and he chewed faster. After a moment, he tore off another piece of meat and ate it quickly. Seeing this, the other children no longer cared about being shy and reserved, and they ate one piece after another, making their mouths greasy. During the meal, Madame Yang also brought some stir-fried vegetables and some spiritual fruits. The children ate too much meat, and they ate all the vegetables with it. After the meal, Feng Yang and a dozen other little boys had eaten their fill. The black-headed pheasant weighing more than 100 kilograms was left with only a skeleton that had been eaten clean. Song Luo was worried that they would not be able to finish the food, but she did not expect that these children were so greedy. No wonder they said that half-grown boys eat their parents out of money. The meal was over. Song Luo filled a bag of orange melon seeds for each child and gave 2 third-level spiritual peaches. The children thanked her and ran out of Song Luo's house happily. The crisp and lively children's voice made Song Luo feel very good, and Yang Ma also smiled kindly. Song Luo's planting has always been simple and rough. She scattered the spiritual rice seeds she had selected in advance into half an acre of paddy field and mixed them with growth liquid. In an instant, the spiritual rice seeds took root, sprouted, grew taller, blossomed and bore ears, and grew full. The dense spiritual rice grew crowded in a palm-sized area. Song Luo stood aside, feeling the rich fragrance of rice, which was quite a leisurely pastoral scenery. Nanny Yang cleaned up the mess and went out to see the scene, and she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. "Oh, so many spiritual rice, I'm afraid it can produce more than 20 kilograms of spiritual rice. It just so happens that the spiritual rice at home has been used up, and I was thinking about going to the mercenary market to see if I can buy some good ones. Isn't this a coincidence?" As Madame Yang spoke, she plucked a few rice grains from a rice ear, twisted them in her hands, and then took a bite. The rich spiritual energy and the rich and sweet rice fragrance made her eyes light up. After savoring it carefully, Madame Yang spit out the rice husks in her mouth and said excitedly, "This is the best spiritual rice, and the spiritual rice that comes out must also be the best spiritual rice. Madam, do you want to harvest the rice? I help you." Song Luo nodded. "Cut, of course I have to. Thank you, madam, over there." She took out 2 sickles from the space and started working swiftly. In her previous life, the village primary school she attended would organize students to work and study every summer vacation, harvesting rice for the villagers in exchange for some pocket money. Song Luo was also good at farm work. Madame Yang was also very skillful. When she was young, she also went up the mountain and down the field, digging wild vegetables and looking for spiritual plants. It was no problem for her to do such a simple thing as harvesting rice. Fortunately, the land was not large, and the 2 of them worked for half an hour and harvested all the spiritual rice. After harvesting the rice, Madame Yang was busy sending the spiritual rice to be shelled. Song Luo started to tinker with the lotus pond again. She threw the golden lotus seeds into the pond and poured in the growth liquid. In the blink of an eye, the golden lotus leaves covered the small pond, bloomed, and produced lotus pods. The breeze blew, and the lotus fragrance filled the yard. Golden lotus leaves, golden lotus flowers, golden lotus pods, everything was dazzling gold. The simple and elegant yard was instantly decorated with golden splendor. Legionnaire just came out of the refining room and smelled a strong lotus fragrance. Following the scent, she turned the corner door and saw the yard of Song Luo's house, which had changed a lot. The corners of her mouth could not help but twitch. Her sister-in-law was very capable. In just half a day, she had already made a field and a lotus pond in her yard. I don't know what was planted in the field, only a bunch of golden grass roots were left. And the lotus pond, A pond of golden lotus almost dazzled her eyes. Song Luhua was worried that she couldn't drag the lazy Soofaner alone, and then her sister-in-law came and waved to her. "Sister-in-law, help me get this thing into the lotus pond." Legionnaire came back to her senses, and saw a golden turtle, as big as a foot basin lying at her feet. Her sister-in-law pushed the turtle's back with both hands, her face flushed. Song Luhua's silver teeth were almost broken. This Soofan was so lazy. Except for eating actively, she was too lazy to move at all. She saw that the lotus pond was built, and wanted to change its home. After persuading it for a long time, it refused to move. She pushed it for a long time, but even a toe didn't move it. Normally, you can lure it into the lotus pond by offering it some food. Song Luhua doesn't like to spoil people, and neither does Wang Ba. The two of them got into a fight for no apparent reason. Legionnaire rolled up her sleeves and approached, saying in surprise, "This Wang Ba is not small, it must be over 100 pounds. Little sister, stand aside, I do it." No, it's too heavy, you can't do it alone." Before Song Luhua finished speaking, she saw her sister-in-law grab Soofaner's 2 legs, as if possessed by Lu Zhishan, and threw her in a 360-degree spin. After arguing with her for a long time, Soofaner, who was as heavy as a bag of cement, fell from the sky into the lotus pond with her legs up in the air. Enan. Song Luhua was speechless. Hee, sister-in-law is amazing. Her sister-in-law is a gentle woman. Hee. Song Luhua rubbed her hands, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 132. Madame Yang came back happily, with a small bag of spiritual rice. "Madam, this spiritual rice is the 3rd-grade high-quality spiritual rice. You don't know that when the owner of the sundry shop saw these spiritual rice, his eyes were straight, and he wanted to trick me into selling the spiritual rice to him. The sundry shop is similar to the place where rice, noodles, and oil were milled in the previous life, but their business scope is wider, and they also take care of vinegar, wine, and rice grain business. They don't think about it. Could it be that I am a fool? How can such a good thing be sold? I want to buy it myself, but I can't find anyone selling it." Song Luhua listened to Yang Ma's chatter with a smile. She was thinking about planting some more so that Yang Ma wouldn't have to think about buying magical rice all day. That afternoon, Song Luhua gathered a group of children to help plow and prepare the land. This time, she also called the girls over. In addition to being too lazy and not wanting to do it herself, she also wanted to subsidize the children. This month, the women could not go out to collect and plant, and the family income depended entirely on the little money the men got from hunting exotic animals at the foot of the city wall, which was not enough to cover the expenses. When the beasts are untied, killing the beasts is not the goal, driving them away is the safest way. Therefore, after deducting the daily consumption of the martial spirit masters, there is not much left. As for the stocks in each family, they are reserved for the winter season, and it is not good to move too much. Feng Yang's father is Feng Shan, and his mother Zhao Qiuyun is a 2nd-level alchemist. The couple will share the supplies with the martial spirit masters every time, so they don't have to worry about food and drink. But it is not necessarily the case for other children. The 9-year-old boy named Huzi has lost a lot of weight in just 10 days. It's not good to openly subsidize and set a precedent. Anyway, she has work to do, so she calls the children to eat, and it's good to save a meal for the family. It's better to call both boys and girls. Feng Yang and others were very happy when they heard the order. A group of children were called out of the house one by one, and then went to another house and called other children. The boy who ran out of the door was holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old, and said, "Mom, my sister and I are going to help the lady, and we won't be back for dinner tonight." Then he joined the big team with a smile. "Got it." The hostess was sewing the soles of shoes, looked up at the backs of the brother and sister, and smiled gently. The neighboring women were sitting in the yard making clothes and shoes, chatting and gossiping. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Didn't your boy just help yesterday? Why are you using him again today? And your Lanner, she is so young, what kind of work can she do? Don't let her get tired. You don't have an elder to guide you at home, and you don't know if you are bullied. She is obviously bullying your child because you are easy to talk to. If I were to ask her, she should detain your child. If we don't go, what can she do to you? I have never heard of a clan mistress ordering her child to work for her. Even if she reports it to your master, she is not right, and can't do anything to you." The women talked to each other, and they seemed to be pointing out the situation, teaching the master how to deal with the vicious Zhou Baopi mistress. Feng Jiang and her husband have been married for 10 years. They only saved enough Ling by last month, and moved to this slightly more spacious courtyard. Before the neighbors got along well, they went out hunting and planting for more than a month. Today, she finally got some free time and spent a day at home. When the neighbors came, she also greeted them warmly. She was reluctant to eat the peaches sent by the lady, and the children also controlled the amount, so there were still a lot left. Today, the neighbors came to visit, and she reluctantly took out a few and cut them to treat everyone. At first, they talked about some gossip, which was harmonious. Her children went to help the lady, not only to have a full meal, but also to save a meal for the family. Feng Jiang was willing. Not to mention that the lady also asked Lanner, a 3 or 4-year-old girl, to take along. How could she not know the intention of saving money for them? Not only did she not feel resentment, she was very grateful in her heart. After these women said that, it was the lady's fault. If she was confused and listened to their instigation, she would probably hate the lady. If there is any good thing in the future, the lady can call these ungrateful wolves. Feng Jiang thought about it, and felt a little cold in her heart. These people are really worthy of death. Looking at the kind faces of these people who seemed to be doing good for her, Feng Jiang secretly cursed that people's hearts were hidden. She just thought that the people's instigation was just farting. She kept smiling and listened quietly, neither nodding nor shaking her head. The women talked to themselves, and when she didn't respond, they felt bored and changed the topic. Feng Jiang sneered in her heart. She was the head of the family, and took care of the housework when she got married. If she didn't have any ideas, how could she live a prosperous life? These people wanted to harm her, but they were still not good enough. Song Luhua had no idea that calling the children to work would lead to such a disaster. She was happily directing the children to clean the paddy fields and renovate them. A handful of millet was sprinkled, and the paddy fields were instantly covered with spiritual rice. The children clapped their hands and cheered in amazement. Song Luhua gave each child a small sickle, and the children took the sickle and started working, doing a good job. Soon a small piece of spiritual rice field was harvested. In the afternoon, the children repeatedly renovated the paddy fields. Song Luhua scattered rice, cut rice, and renovated the fields. They worked until sunset, harvesting a total of 400 kilograms of spiritual rice, and Yang Mama took it to the sundry shop to be 230 kilograms of spiritual rice. The owner of the sundry shop wanted to threaten and force the purchase, but Nani Yang revealed her identity as the owner of the shop, and the owner was so scared that his face turned pale, and he dared not do anything rash again. After respectfully escorting Nani Yang out of the sundry shop, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned around to breathe a sigh of relief. Nani Yang came back and told Song Luhua about it, and her proud look made her laugh. No wonder they are called the top 10 families. Even if it is a branch, it is not easy for ordinary people to offend. This shop owner was born a commoner, relying on his good business, backed by someone behind him, and raising a few third-level martial spirit masters as thugs. He forced to buy some common people's goods at a low price, and when he saw that no one was going to stop him, he became crazy. This time he hit the wall, which just happened to wake him up. If he really dared to rob their spiritual rice today, Song Luhua believed that Feng Xi would let him know the consequences. If she hadn't heard Feng Xi's gossip occasionally, Song Luhua would not know that her husband was a ruthless person. 200 kilograms of third-level spiritual rice would probably take a while to eat. In order to reward these children, Song Luhua asked Yang Ma to make 2 roasted black-headed pheasants. A group of children burped after eating, and when they returned home, the women touched the children's round bellies and thanked them for a long time. The next day, Song Luhua just got up and heard Yang Ma say that the fragrant chickens she raised had laid eggs. "Madam, let's go pick up the eggs." Song Luhua heard it, wiped her face with a handkerchief, and ran quickly to the chicken coop. Chapter 133. In the chicken coop, flocks of fragrant chickens were leisurely pecking at the vegetables. Nani Yang was a very diligent person. She cleaned the chicken coop very cleanly without any odor. The spacious chicken coop had many chicken nests. Song Luhua saw the fragrant eggs, which were white and a little brown. She was so happy that she picked up the basket and went into the chicken coop. As soon as she stepped in, the fragrant chickens in the chicken coop instantly went crazy, screaming at the top of their lungs and flapping their wings to fly around. Instantly, a foul smell filled the air. Song Luhua calmly adjusted her crystal goggles and the mask on her mouth. "Little guy, I'm prepared." It was enough to be fumigated by Xiang once. She would not make the same mistake again. There were about 100 Xiang chickens in the chicken coop, and this was the first time that Xiang chickens laid eggs. There were 3 chicken nests in this chicken coop, 5 chicken nests in that chicken coop, and there were 40 or 50 chicken nests. Song Luo looked at them one by one, and almost every nest was not empty. Song Luo carried a basket and wandered around the chicken coop like a hard-working little bee. Soon, her small basket was full. Nani Yang weighed the food in her hand and said with a smile, "I make you a wild vegetable egg drop soup at noon. The golden lotus seeds and lotus roots in the lotus pond are ripe, and Song Luo is thinking about asking the children to help harvest the lotus roots and lotus seeds later." After thinking for a moment, she said, "Make more, so that the children can have some supplements when they come to work later. Let's change the taste today, roast some blue cattle meat, and make a few blue crabs." Hey! Nani Yang took the order and immediately got busy with the ingredients. The children came soon. After Song Luo explained the precautions, she asked Feng Yang to supervise. In order to prevent these children from not knowing the seriousness of the matter and accidentally eating the golden lotus seeds and refusing to tell others, there would be no room for maneuver after the deadline. Feng Yang patted his chest and said, "Madam, don't worry, I will take good care of them." Song Luo nodded and glanced at the children below. "This thing is highly poisonous, and you must not take it privately." When the children heard this, they shook their heads faster than a pendulum and agreed again and again, "Madam, we will definitely not eat it." "No!" The younger child said these two words in a daze. Song Luo was still worried and planned to give everyone some antidote later. The antidote was not poisonous anyway. Some were just hard to drink. After explaining all this, she entered the refining room. Song Luo had not refined medicine for a long time, and she was a little unfamiliar with her own refining cauldron. She was in a daze for a long time, not knowing what to refine. After searching in the jade bracelet space, she found a lot of messy medicinal materials and water drops collected a few days ago. She had tasted this water once. It was sweet and delicious, with rare spiritual energy, very pleasant. Long-term consumption has the effect of maintaining health. But it is not a necessity. Many people in the city collected it, but they were reluctant to eat it themselves and took it to the mercenary market to sell it. The top 10 families with a little strength collected a lot of it for the women in their families. Feng Xi also saved a lot for her. Although Song Luo didn't need these things much, since she was given them, she would naturally benefit from them. At this moment, I don't know what to refine, so I just use this water as a guide and add various spiritual plants according to my feelings in the middle. Outside Yanqing City, Feng Xi and Feng Shan stood on the city wall, looking at the flocks of fire cloud ducks flying over frequently, feeling annoyed. These fire cloud ducks were small in size, red all over, with wings on fire, and everything they passed by was burned black. If that were all, the fire of these fire cloud ducks could not be extinguished. When the spirit sword approached, it was also burned with cracks, making it impossible to deal with them. There were only a few in previous years. Why are there so many this year? Feng Shan led a group of tribesmen to attack in a panic, preventing these fire cloud ducks from entering. Who knows? Song Yuan took a breath. This group of fire cloud ducks is too wicked. They flew here only when the water beads were gone. I think they really want to make trouble. What do a group of beasts know? If I had known this earlier, I would have let everyone collect the water beads later this year. Feng Yi glanced at the burned spiritual sword and wrinkled his dimples. They can easily burn the spiritual sword. No matter how thick the water beads are, what use can they have? Now I just hope that these beasts will come less. If they take advantage of the opportunity and run into the city, it will be dangerous. As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, Feng Qing looked into the distance seriously. Fire cloud ducks. It's a flock of fire cloud ducks. Just after repelling a group of fire cloud ducks, a large group of fire cloud ducks gathered like a dense cloud of fire. Feng Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. It's over this time. With so many fire cloud ducks, there will always be some that slip through the net. By then, it will be easy for any one of them to fly into the city and set fire to a group of houses. What's more serious is that the fire on this thing is more powerful than the spiritual fire of the alchemist. If a living person is slightly touched by it, he will be burned to ashes in less than half a minute. They had to be careful to deal with 5 or 6 ducks just now, not to mention so many. Feng Yin and others felt a chill in their hearts. He grew up in Yanqing City, and had never seen such a large number of fire cloud ducks. Everyone at the scene was panicked. Feng Xi frowned slightly, and took out dozens of protective shield jade cards from the space ring, and threw them to Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others. Set up protective shields. Yes! Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, Lan Qi, Nong Heng and other 10 major families and mercenary unions saw that the situation was not good and decisively set up protective shields. In the blink of an eye, a large group of fire cloud ducks had already flown to the city gate. The martial spirit masters of the major families and mercenary guilds swallowed their saliva in fear, staring at the large group of fire cloud ducks that were flying. It was not until the fire cloud duck flying in front of them crashed into the protective shield with a bang that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this protective shield is useful, otherwise these beasts can fly, and there are so many of them. I'm afraid the whole city will be set on fire by this thing. I don't know when these beasts will leave. The alien beast tide will last for a month. It's useless for us to watch in the city all the time. Without a harvest, the food we have saved in the past few times may not be able to withstand the ravages. Seeing that the protective shield easily stopped the group of fire cloud ducks, a martial spirit master started to complain again. It's already this time, and you still have time to worry about this. His companion rolled his eyes speechlessly. I think you don't have to worry about it. A black-faced martial spirit master in his 30s noticed something unusual. The protective shield is cracked? Fo Shan shouted loudly, and Feng Yin, Song Yuan and others were all startled. They all looked at the place he pointed, frowned, and their hearts were beating. What should we do? For a moment, a mess of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. The first thing Song Yuan thought of was his sister and his wife. For a moment, he even wanted to run home and protect them behind him. The fire cloud duck was brainless. It hit the invisible barrier in midair, felt dizzy and spun a few times. After waking up, it continued to crash into the protective shield in the city. Everyone seemed to hear the crackling sound of the protective shield breaking. Seeing the cracks on the protective shield getting bigger and bigger, everyone's heart was in their throat. Holding the spirit sword tightly, sweat soaked in the palm, not daring to blink for a moment. If they were really broken by these beasts, they would be buried in the next moment. Some martial spirit masters even thought, I must marry a gentle and beautiful woman in my next life. The young martial spirit master couldn't help twitching when talking about the tigress at home. It's all my mother's fault. She forced him to marry such a tigress. If he looked at the young and beautiful girl for a second, she would scratch his face if she heard it. If your wife knew, she would chase you with a kitchen knife. The neighbor beside him laughed out loud after hearing what he said, and the tense atmosphere eased a little. Feng Xi flew forward and observed the cracks on the protective shield from a close distance, thinking that if it was not repaired, it would not last long. Mobilizing spiritual power and injecting it into the crack, he injected 1/10 of the spiritual power in the spiritual palace and barely repaired the crack. This method does not work. It is difficult for him with the 6th level spiritual power, and it would be even more difficult for others to repair it. Feng Xi gave up this idea. Seeing that the protective shield was about to collapse, he immediately took out another protective shield from the ring and replaced it. This is not a solution. Song Yuan came to his side at some point and handed him dozens of protective shields, saying worriedly, these are the protective shields collected by Aunt Feng Yang. If we use up these 10, we will have none left. Protective shields are not easy to refine. A refiner above the 3rd level may not be able to refine one in a year. Feng Yang is a 4th level refiner, and it took her more than 10 years to collect 10 protective shields. Other families and mercenary guilds may have some in stock, but Yanqing City is not small, and there are many fire cloud ducks. I don't know if they can last for 2 hours after such consumption. Feng Xi sighed helplessly, I still have 20 in my hand. I don't know how long they can last. Let's use them first. Feng Xi did not take the 10 protective shields given by Song Yuan, but took out the remaining 20 protective shields in his spare time, and gave them to him together. You? Before Song Yuan could say anything, Feng Shan's exclamation came. No, this protective shield is going to break. Song Yuan nodded, and quickly ran towards Feng Shan. Outside the city gate, there was a tense atmosphere, but inside the city, there was a peaceful life. Song Luhua didn't know how many furnaces of medicine she had refined, but she failed one after another. She was already immune to this. She firmly refined the medicine according to her intuition, adding all the water droplets with weak spiritual energy, silver frost grass, cartilage orchid, and unknown spiritual plants found in Huaxi Valley. This pot was boiled for an hour, and it didn't fail. Song Luhua was puzzled. It didn't work either. What went wrong? Did it take too long to cook it? Song Luhua had no other ideas. She just cooked it with the spirit fire, and tried again if it failed. The lotus pond in the yard was not big, but it produced a lot of golden lotus roots. The children in Fengyang remembered that they should not eat anything randomly. Their faces were serious and their mouths were tightly closed. Everyone was digging and picking in the mud pond. Their clothes and faces were covered with black mud. The golden lotus roots and seeds that were dug out were washed clean, neatly packed in baskets, and placed on the bluestone slabs. There were 10 baskets of golden lotus roots, and 1 basket of golden lotus seeds. Song Luo nodded with satisfaction. Feng Yang's little face showed a hint of smile at this time, and he said proudly, "Madam, we have finished digging. No one eats the golden lotus seeds." "Very good." When he said this, a group of children behind him nodded in agreement. Song Luo looked at the 2 3-year-old children, who were obviously confused. There was still a trace of golden silk under their small fingernails. She didn't point it out. The child was too young, had no sense of destiny, and couldn't understand what the adults said. Song Luo had foreseen this situation, and immediately took out the antidote she had prepared long ago. She was refining medicine today, and didn't have time to add spiritual plants, so she used the soul juice to mix some water and spiritual honey. I made spiritual tea on purpose. Although the taste is a bit bad, it has spiritual honey. It quenches thirst. Feng Yang, 1 cup per person, you share it. Everyone must drink it. Song Luo issued a death order, threw down the jar with disgust, and stood far away with her hands in her pockets. Feng Yang and the others thought she was afraid that the mud on their bodies would stain her clothes, so they didn't think much about it. He was still happy in his heart, holding the jar expectantly, surrounded by a group of children. He thought to himself, with the addition of spiritual honey, how bad could it be? Brother Feng Yang, this must be delicious. The children were so greedy that their saliva was dripping. When my mother got the spiritual honey my father brought back, she only dipped a little with chopsticks for me to eat, and hid the rest like a treasure. I took a look at it, and was scolded. She also went to check every day to see if there was any lack of spiritual honey. If she thought there was less, I would be beaten. I didn't even look at it yesterday, but I was beaten. A child said aggrievedly. As soon as this was said, many children immediately echoed, my mother is like this too. Feng Yang was a little better than them, but not much better. His mother would dig a mung bean-sized piece of spiritual honey every day, and mix it with a large bowl of water for him to drink. Although it was still very sweet, the taste was much lighter. Madam has always been generous. I think she put a lot of spiritual honey in the tea she made. In order to suppress the touching taste, Song Luo did add a lot of spiritual honey. The question is, what can be mixed with soul juice to make it taste good? Therefore, when Feng Yang and others opened the can with great anticipation, a strange smell came out, and made the children present want to vomit. Ugh. This spiritual tea, Feng Yang's surroundings quickly became a vacuum zone. The children who had just tightly embraced him scattered in an instant, and even the little ones of 3 or 4 years old were running fast with their short legs rolling and crawling. Feng Yang was already dazed by the smoke, holding the can, not knowing which way to turn. Song Luo had the foresight to cover her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, waved to Feng Yang, and said, drink it while it's hot, and share it with everyone. Madam, don't you want to drink it? The children were so scared when they heard that they had to drink this stuff that they shook their heads. I'm not thirsty. The other children nodded frantically, and said in unison, I'm not thirsty either. Song Luo smiled and shook her head. No, you have to drink it even if you're not thirsty. Feng Yang, why are you still standing there? Fill everyone up quickly. Chapter 134. Outside Yanqing City. After discussing, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, and other 10 major families, and the mercenary guild unanimously decided not to sit and wait for death. The fire around these fire cloud ducts was fierce and dense in number. In just half an hour, no less than 50 protective shields were destroyed. At this rate, the protective shields in their hands could only last for 10 hours at most. The Lord of Ponsu City still had some protective shields surviving, but the tide of strange beasts would not recede. Who would dare to go to Ponsu City for help? There were also many birds and beasts in the sky. Anyone who took the flying boat out would be immediately besieged by these strange birds in the sky and be torn to pieces. Moreover, according to this trend, the situation in Ponsu City may not be better than theirs. Now if they want to have a chance of survival, they can only save themselves. Everyone decided to take the risk of building a passage with a protective shield, put in a small number of fire cloud ducts, and solve part of it first. Maybe, after the impact force is reduced, they can escape by luck. In this way, the 10 major families gathered at one entrance again. At this point, everyone no longer felt extremely nervous, and Qin Yi sighed. I thought I could have a good year this year, but I didn't expect that I might not be able to survive this year. Jiang Wenxiu curled his lips. You just can't celebrate the new year, but I lost the position of the young patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Wenxiu was originally the candidate for the patriarch favored by the Jiang family. After several trials, the head of the Jiang family, and the elders of the family unanimously believed that he had the ability to serve as the young patriarch of the clan. He also planned to wait for the monster tide to pass, hold a banquet, invite all major families, celebrate for him, and convey the important matters of the family. With the title of the third son of the Jiang family, he always felt that he was inferior to Qin Yi and Lu Yuan. Well, now they can finally meet on an equal footing, and everyone must die. What's going on? Jiang Wenxiu was quite depressed. You're about to die, and you're still struggling to decide whether you can be the young clan leader. You're really stupid. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at him. Jiang Wenxiu chuckled and asked Feng Xiai, you are the only one among the four of us who's married. Why don't you go back and see your wife? Go and see her. Who knows, one look at her will make her. Qin Yi also advised. They weren't married yet, and most of their relatives were in Ponsiu City. They couldn't see them even if they wanted to. Feng Xiai curled his lips, and was about to answer when he saw that the passage had been built. Hundreds of fire cloud ducks had been sealed in. After fighting with them for almost a day, Yunju hated them. These fire cloud ducks have come out every time the season changes for thousands of years. I don't know how many cities have been harmed by them. If there is no other way, I really want to kill these things. Nonsense. Li Cheng sneered, took out the spirit sword, and joined the battle. Feng Xiai also put away the smile on his face, picked up the sword and jumped up. Qin Lane. The children have been busy for almost a day, and Song Luhua is not Shou Ba Pai. She took care of the dinner, gave each person half a caddy of orange melon seeds, and sent them back. When the group of children in Fengyang heard that they were being called away, they said hello and ran away quickly. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, they would be caught and made to drink some strange spiritual tea. The spiritual tea at noon was salty and bitter and astringent, and had a floral fragrance and sweetness of spiritual honey. The key was the pungent smell, which made them vomit many times before they reluctantly swallowed the bowl of spiritual tea with their noses pinched. Oh, by the way, the lady also gave them all the bowls of spiritual tea they drank today. Even if the lady provided meals, and the food was good, Feng Yang would not want to come tomorrow. If he was caught drinking the spiritual tea she cooked again, he would rather not eat for 3 days. At least, they did not eat much for dinner today. I don't know if they can eat tomorrow. After sending away a large group of children, the yard suddenly became deserted. A smell of medicine came from the refining room, and Song Luhua suddenly remembered that she was still refining medicine. She had not taken care of it for a while, and now she should have failed. When she walked into the refining room, she was surprised that the spiritual fire under the refining cauldron was still burning, and a lot of white smoke came out from the gap of the refining cauldron cover. Has it not failed yet? She was a little confused, but it didn't seem to succeed. It was a bit annoying to waste time like this, so Song Luhua searched through the space of the jade bracelet, and threw a water spirit she had collected a few days ago into it. The boiling liquid in the cauldron, the moment the water spirit was thrown in, a small piece of ice white the size of a soybean appeared in the slightly turbid green liquid in the cauldron. Song Luhua felt it was magical. She had a hunch that this furnace would definitely produce something. At this moment, she didn't care about feeling sorry for the water spirit, and poured bottles into the cauldron one by one until all the water spirits on her body were poured into the cauldron. For a moment, all the liquid in the cauldron turned into ice white. A huge icy mist rose from the cauldron. In just a moment, the temperature in the cauldron dropped sharply, and a layer of white frost covered the tables and other furniture. Song Liuhua's face was covered with white frost, and her teeth were creaking from the cold. Her hands were already numb from the cold, and she took great effort to cover the cauldron lid, walked out of the cauldron, and went to the yard. The sun outside shone on her body, and it took a long time for the frost on her body to disappear. Song Luhua exhaled a breath of cold air and shuddered. She was shocked by her own absurdity. There are explosive spiritual food in front, and something that almost freezes people to death in the back. This medicine is made by someone who has 9 lives, so it's really scary. It's called medicine, but who dares to drink it? Whoever drinks it will be frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. Unless you eat something strange, it can save your life if you are on fire. But the question is, whose good person is on fire? As soon as the voice fell, a flustered sound of footsteps sounded. Little sister, come quickly. It was Song Yuan's voice. This voice was indescribably strange, with sobs and panic in the haste. Song Luhua was cleaning the room. She had just wiped off the water droplets on the table with a rag in her hand. She was startled when she heard the words, and a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in her heart. What's wrong? She tightly grasped the rag in her hand, and walked out of the room in a panic. During the period, she didn't pay attention to the threshold and stumbled over it. Come! Come quickly, Feng Xiai. Little sister. What's wrong with him? My wife. In the wide courtyard, Feng Xi's voice was hoarse, his whole body was hot, and he was isolated by something, looking at her with a smile. His face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and his tall and slender figure was surrounded by flames. At this moment, it was like the last dawn before the night. It was as if the light would burn out in the next moment, and the eternal night would come. Song Luo didn't think it was okay. She was so scared that her legs and feet became weak. She wanted to get closer to him, but she had no strength. She stood there in a daze. It was extremely difficult for her to take a few steps at this moment. She wanted to get closer, but she couldn't get to his side at all. Song Yuan, whose eyes were filled with tears, the city was surrounded by fire cloud ducks. Feng Xiai blocked it for me when he killed the fire cloud ducks, and it became like this. I am using my spiritual power to protect my body. I can still stand here and talk to you, but I don't know how long I can hold on. Thinking of this, Song Yuan blamed himself. If he hadn't neglected it, Feng Xiai wouldn't be like this. Feng Xiai shook his head. Even if you are not my uncle, you are still a member of my team. I have the responsibility to protect you. Brother, you don't need to feel guilty. If you are lucky enough to survive, my lady, please take care of me. After Feng Xiai finished speaking, he turned to Song Luo, with tenderness and reluctance in his eyes. My lady, I'm leaving. If Yanking Cheng can survive this disaster, Feng Shan, Feng Yin and my brother will help you. You must be safe, okay? After Feng Xiai finished speaking, he stepped out of the door resolutely. Chapter 135. Song Luo thought she only regarded Feng Xiai as a person to live with, but she didn't expect that she would feel pain in her heart until now. I always thought he was very strong, and could live for 300 years. The word death should be far away from Feng Xiai. Under the setting sun was like blood. Feng Xi's back was tall and straight, and his every move was like flowing clouds in water. He was surrounded by flames, as if he would be swallowed by the horizon in the next moment. I don't know when the eyes became blurred. The big tears dripped onto the bluestone floor unconsciously, and splashed into water. Song Yuan punched himself in pain and hurriedly said, Little sister, do you have any solution? Then he followed Feng Xiai not far away. Solution? Song Luo's mind suddenly became clear. Then he laughed with tears in his eyes. Really, coming back means separation and death, which makes me confused. After saying that, he quickly took out his flying sword and chased the duo, who wanted to find a place to wait for death. Feng Xiai, big brother, come back quickly, I have a solution. Really? Before Feng Xiai could react, Song Yuan ran to Song Luo in surprise. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Woo! Song Yuan cried excitedly. I just made a medicine today, it's cold, it will definitely put out the fire on you. Song Luo said, urging the two to go back quickly. Don't think about the medicine, the person will be burned to ashes halfway. The three of them hurried home, and Song Luo pushed open the door of the refining room with a bang. A chill hit them, and Song Luo and Song Yuan shivered together. Feng Xiai was surprised to feel that the fire on his body was smaller. The medicine is in the cauldron. Big brother, open the lid. Feng Xiai, come closer. After Song Luo finished the arrangement, she immediately took out a golden water bear coat from the jade bracelet space and wrapped it around her. This golden water bear coat was made by Feng Xiai after he came back from hunting in Huaxi Valley last time, and then he asked Aunt Feng Yang to make it. It was originally prepared to be worn in the cold season, and it has a very good warming effect. As soon as the lid of the cauldron was opened, a stronger chill quickly filled the whole room, and thick white smoke gushed out. The walls, furniture, and floor of the house were quickly covered with a layer of frost. Song Yuan was caught off guard, and was the first to be hit by the cold air. His thick eyebrows and black hair were covered with frost. He began to shiver as he spoke. Little, sister, I'm your brother, you should at least remind me. I'm freezing to death. After mobilizing his spiritual power to protect his body, the coldness subsided a little, but it was still very cold. Song Yuan looked at his sister with resentment, took out a cloak from the storage ring and wrapped it up, and then he felt better. Song Luo had no time to pay attention to him, and her eyes were fixed on Feng Xi's changes. Frost was like fog, lingering around Feng Xiai, and the fiery flames on his body made a puff sound when they touched the cold fog. Feng Xiai felt that his body was not so hot anymore. He took a few steps closer, and touched the outer wall of the cauldron with his hand. A chill passed through the fire on his body, and spread to his whole body. The flames around him were like eggplants hit by frost, and they could no longer be arrogant. In just a few breaths, they were extinguished directly. The spiritual power in Feng Xi's body was also exhausted, and in an instant, a chill spread throughout his body. After reacting, he raised a gentle smile at the corner of his lips, and used the remaining little spiritual power to protect his body. Surprisingly, even with his 6th level spiritual power protecting his body, he was still unbearably cold. Seeing that the fire around him was extinguished, Song Luhua and Song Yuan came forward in surprise. Feng Xi, are you okay? I'm fine. Feng Xi smiled and reached out to touch her hair, but found that his palm was stiff. He must have had an extremely cold hand. He took back his hand and covered the cauldron. The temperature in the room slowly rose. Great, the brother and sister said in unison. Song Yuan smiled and wiped away his tears. Song Luo also knew that he was too excited and his mood was fluctuating, so he couldn't help but feel uncontrollable. This time she didn't laugh at him. Since this cauldron of medicine is useful to you, take it. However, I heard that there are fire cloud pearls in the fire cloud duck, so I want some fire cloud pearls. Okay. After his palms regained their temperature, Feng Xi touched her head lovingly, and with a wave of his hand, he put the cauldron and the medicine into the storage ring. Outside the city, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, and even Lanqi, Li Cheng, Yunju and other people from the 10 major families were in a very low mood. Feng Xi was the first to be burned by the flames of the fire cloud duck, and then many members of the clan were also burned. Now some have gone back to visit their families, and some have gathered in one place, quietly waiting to die. The red clouds in the sky are like fire. Perhaps, it won't be long before they are not the only ones swallowed up, but the entire city will cease to exist. Nong Hung and Feng Xi are cousins. To be honest, he has been jealous of Feng Xi's likable appearance and his talent since he was a child. Feng Xi injured his spirit palace, was separated, and lost the qualification to become the young patriarch of the Feng family. He was happy when he heard the news. What disappointed him was that even though he was separated, Feng Xi's life was no different from before, and even got better and better. He admitted that he was a little annoyed. Just now, Feng Xi was ignited by the fire cloud duck, but Nong Hung felt a little bored. Feng Xi always stayed ahead of him in everything. Even if he died before him. However, if he wanted to learn from Feng Xi, he probably couldn't do it. He knew that Feng Xi and his wife Song had a good relationship. If he was lucky enough to escape this time, he could take care of Feng Xi's widow. It would also be a happy ending for the brotherhood of so many years. Song was unruly, ignorant of the ways of the world, and had very poor talent. As long as she was willing to bring her clansmen to submit to him, he would naturally take good care of her. Feng Jing was so confused. If he offered a little benefit and begged his aunt, the wife of the Feng clan leader Nong Yuyo, it would be easy to deal with. Nong Heng's abacus beads were clacking, and when he looked up, he saw Feng Xi appear in his sight. Impossible. Nong Hung didn't believe it. The flame of the fire cloud duck is very special. Since ancient times, there is only one ending if you are infected with it. How could he stand alive? The flame on his body is also extinguished. Not only Nong Hung, but also Qin Yi, Lanqi, Yunju and others were extremely shocked. After the shock, they were happy. Feng Xi is fine, he is fine. Jiang Wenxiu jumped 3 feet high. Yes. Qin Yi smiled. Lu Yuan lowered his head, and his brows relaxed. Lanqi, Yunju and others also showed a long-lost smile. Feng Xi is fine. Does that mean there is a solution to this fire? Go ask. Feng Xi frowned when he saw the few remaining clansmen. What happened? Feng Yin, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Feng Wu, and the others were all on fire. Feng Lu replied tiredly. Feng Yin went home to visit his wife and children. Feng Qing and Feng Yi are over there. Feng Lu pointed to a place where many martial spirit masters with flames gathered. Call everyone back. The fire can be put out. Yes. Feng Lu's pupils trembled, and he responded loudly and immediately went to call for help. Feng Xi picked up the soul inquiring stone and urgently summoned Feng Shan and others to the city wall. Chapter 136. In the city, Feng Shan's courtyard. Zhao Qiuyun collapsed on the ground. Feng Yang wiped his tears helplessly. Feng Shan was in flames, squatting on the ground and crying like a dog. Aying, after Dad is gone, you must listen to your mother and take good care of her. After saying this, Feng Shan was already sobbing. Woo. Dad can't bear to leave you. Woo. Dad. Wow wow. Feng Yang opened his mouth wide, tears and snot were all mixed up, and his thin shoulders shrugged. Yun Yang, when I'm gone, you will follow Madam. Madam is the wife of the fourth son of the main branch of our Feng family. Chief Qin, Chief Lu, and the third son of the Jiang family have a good relationship with our son and his wife, and will definitely take care of them in the future. Also, I deposited 20,000 lingbai in the Fa Kai Bank. I hid the token in a pair of rotten boots and placed it on the beam of the house. Also, on the north wall of the toilet, there are 30,000 lingbai hidden in the third brick from the left to the right, and the fifth brick from the bottom to the top. This is all my private money. I go and you guys dig it out. Woo woo. Stop talking. The boss. Zhao Qiuyun had already cried like a tearful person. Her mind was blank, she kept sobbing. Is there no way at all? Zhao Qiuyun didn't give up, and looked expectantly at Feng Shan, who was like a burning wooden block. Although her husband had many shortcomings, such as not liking to wash his feet and being sloppy, he was at least a responsible husband and father. After being married for many years, the family lived a good life relying on him. The couple tolerated each other, and lived a happy life. Zhao Qiuyun couldn't believe it, and could only watch him burn to ashes in front of him. Can you add some water? No, you know the fire cloud duck. Its fire will only get stronger with ordinary water. Feng Shan's eyes widened, and his big hands like a palm leaf fan leapt after images with flames. If possible, he didn't want to die faster. Young master's condition is worse than mine. I'm afraid he's gone now. He can't do anything, so what can I do? When Zhao Qiuyun heard that there was no way out, she felt cold in her heart and cried even more sadly. Feng Yang was infected by the sad atmosphere and cried even louder. His wife and children cried and hugged each other. Feng Shan suddenly remembered something very important. He still had a secret. It had to be solved, otherwise he would die with a stigma on his back, and he would not be able to rest in peace. Well, Daddy's good son, don't cry for now. There is a package in the cabinet in the utility room. There is something very important in it. Give it to Daddy. In his current state, it was good enough for him to stand in the yard, but he didn't dare to enter the utility room. If he set the house on fire, the fire would spread quickly, and the whole city might be implicated by him. But that thing was related to his reputation, so he had to solve it before he died. Yes, Dad, you wait. Feng Yang sobbed and wiped his tears, then obediently went to the utility room and took out a wooden box. Dad, this is for you. Before Feng Yang walked in front of him, the spiritual communication stone hanging on his waist rang. Yes, madam. He didn't bother to give the things in his hand to Feng Shan, put the box on the ground, and quickly connected the communication spirit stone. Feng Xi's voice came from the other side to calm people. Feng Yang, tell your father that the fire can be put out. Bring people back quickly. Yes, master. Master, you are not dead? That's great. Feng Xi, come quickly. Feng Shan thought he would die this time, and on the way back, he ordered a coffin for himself, but he didn't have to die? Haha. Master, I will bring people back immediately. Feng Shan didn't care about his private property or his innocence, and turned and ran. Time was running out, and several tribesmen had also returned. Their cultivation was lower than his, so he had to take them to put out the fire quickly. After Feng Shan left, Feng Yang wiped away his tears and cheered, Mom, Dad won't die. He won't die. Zhao Qiuyun was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. With the help of Feng Yang, she got up from the ground. Facing the sunset, a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. By the way, your father dared to hide his private property from us, mother and mother. Go and dig it out quickly, so that he won't regret it when he realizes it. Zhao Qiuyun remembered the private money in the toilet. There was a brick that was polished very smooth. The private money must be hidden under it. As for the others, she was so panicked that she didn't have the energy to remember. Yanger, where did your father say the token of the Fa Kai Bank was placed? I didn't remember it just now. On the beam, in the rotten boots. Feng Yang listened to his father's words as his last words, and listened very seriously. He betrayed his father without hesitation. What a good son you are. Zhao Qiuyun looked at the box in Feng Yang's hand and asked curiously, what important thing does your father have? Let mother see it. Before she finished speaking, Feng Yang remembered that his father said it was a very important thing. His father actually forgot to take such an important thing. He had to send it to him. Mother, I'm going to the city gate. He picked up the box and ran out of the courtyard. This child. Zhao Qiuyun patted the dust on his body. The boss's private money is not small. Feng Shan took a few little firemen and quickly rushed to the city gate. He touched his head and felt that he had forgotten something. Never mind. Saving lives is the most important thing. After saying that, He looked at the dozen young men who were pale and about to die at any time, and shouted, "Hold on, the young master can save us." Hoo-hoo. Yes. The veins on the necks of the dozen young men were exposed, and cold sweat was pouring down. After Feng Xiai left, Song Luo suddenly thought of a good idea, and immediately chased Feng Xiai to the city wall. "By the way, Feng Xiai, I want to increase the price. To refine this cauldron fire extinguishing powder, I use thousands of water spirits, in addition to the fire cloud pearl. If outsiders want to use my fire extinguishing powder, they need to exchange it with a water spirit." She couldn't afford to lose. "I know. You're not looking for Aunt Feng Yang. I have someone take you there." Feng Xiai scratched her nose and smiled. Feng Xiai nodded, and Song Luo left with satisfaction. Since she had to deal with the fire cloud duck, she really couldn't do without some secret weapons. Her weapon refinement didn't have a clear direction, and couldn't control the direction of the weapon refinement. At this time, she had to ask Aunt Feng Yang and other serious weapon refiners to complete it. It's too much of a spiritual sword. The first and second level spiritual swords were cracked by the residual fire before they got close. The third level spiritual sword couldn't last long. "I don't know if it can stop this fire cloud duck." There was an open space under the city wall. The weapon refiners of the major families were busy and flustered. Next to Feng Yang was the weapon refiner of the Qin family. Several weapon refiners looked up at the sky from time to time, skillfully controlling the spiritual fire with their hands and adding various refining materials, with solemnity and worry on their faces. Feng Yang's hands were not slow, and her slightly serious face became more solemn. She had lived for more than 40 years, but this was the first time she had experienced such a crisis. If Yanqing City was destroyed, she didn't know if there would be any words about this city left in the world. Chapter 137. Song Luo came in and saw this scene. Under the guidance of her clansmen, she successfully found Aunt Feng Yang among the alchemists. Looking around her, wow, there are quite a few familiar faces. On Aunt Feng Yang's left-hand side is the Qin family's weapon refiner, and on the right-hand side is the Li family's weapon refiner. She saw an acquaintance among the Li family's weapon refiners, Feng Qian. Song Luo vaguely remembered that she was married to Li Ji, the third son of the Li family. When they got married, specially, I didn't invite her and Feng Xiai. I heard that she had lived in the Ponsu City Lord's house for a while. I didn't see her when I hunted in the marshland last time. I didn't expect to see her here. Feng Xian was busy and absorbed in her work. Song Luo and her were also considerate of each other, and didn't disturb her. She waved her hand and signaled the tribesman, who led the way, "Just send her here, you go." Yes. Feng Yang was repairing the spirit sword, and was a little surprised to see her coming. Feng Xi's wife. "Aunt, I want you to refine a spirit weapon for me." Song Luo briefly told Feng about the situation outside the city. The medicine to quench the fire of the fire cloud duck has been refined. If we want to destroy the fire cloud duck now, we must take some special measures. Oh! Feng Yang's expression relaxed a little after hearing this. The current situation is special, and she doesn't think Feng Xi's wife will talk nonsense. Moreover, based on her understanding of Song Luo during this period of time, she will not play around at this critical moment. I wonder how to refine this spiritual weapon. This spiritual weapon is very simple, blah blah. Song Luo gestured and drew, describing the prototype of a back-mounted sprayer. When the time comes, with the help of this spiritual weapon and the fire-extinguishing medicine, we can easily subdue this group of fire cloud ducks. She knows the properties of the medicine she refines best. Although there is only one cauldron of fire-extinguishing medicine, each drop can emit endless cold air, and only a few drops are needed to put out the fire. At this time, the sky is already dark, and the fire cloud ducks outside the protective shield are in groups, rushing into the city relentlessly. The city wall is as bright as day. Even the fluorescent stone was saved. These fire cloud ducks were brainless, and they would die if they wanted to. The martial spirit masters were mortals, and they had been guarding the city wall for some time. They were exhausted by the fire cloud ducks. If they continued to waste time, even if they were not burned to death by the fire cloud ducks' flames, they would be exhausted to death. Feng Yang did not hesitate, and immediately began to try to refine the spiritual weapon that Song Luo mentioned. Song Luo's arrival attracted the attention of another group of weapon refiners. Qin Rui saw that Feng Xiai, who had escaped from marriage, was living a better life, and his wife did not even need to refine weapons every day like her, and she had already regretted it in her heart. Seeing Song Luo now, she dared to make comments on the weapon refining. She looked at her with a critical and disdainful look. "Are you Song Luo? Aunt Feng Yang, Did you really believe her lies? What good things can she refine as a waste with inferior talent? This is the fact. Her good sister-in-law Feng Xian often said bad things about Song Luhua to please her, and Qin Rui said it without any guilt. Song Luhua turned her head and met the woman's beautiful peach-shaped face, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Who is this? Is she polite? You just spit shit out of your mouth? Feng Yang raised his eyebrows, his face darkened. Qin Rui, my Feng family's family affairs have nothing to do with you, the wife of the second son of the Li family. Qin Rui didn't expect Feng Yang's attitude towards her to change completely, and said aggrievely, Aunt, how can you say that? Obviously, before, she liked her younger generation, who was a family friend. After Feng Yang's guidance, Song Luhua finally realized who this woman was. No wonder she was so malicious towards her. So you are the wife of the second son of the Li family. I have heard of your great name for a long time, but seeing is worse than hearing. Song Luhua imitated her and looked at her from head to toe critically. Aunt Feng Yang is right. What does our family's affairs have to do with you? You like to meddle in other people's affairs so much. It's a pity not to plug in the socket. You will be electrocuted to death. She has been in the world for 2 lifetimes. Who is not a baby? She is spoiled. Dare to say she is a waste to her face. I will be sorry if I don't scold her. Song Luhua quickly started to criticize, lest it be too late and leave regrets. Aunt, look at her. I don't know what nonsense she is talking about. Sockets, electricity? Nonsense, crazy. You don't really believe what she said, do you? Qin Rui was furious, but she couldn't understand what she was saying, so she had to complain to Aunt Feng Yang. Isn't it stupid? You are not a family member. Aunt Feng Yang will help you. Forget it. Song Luhua rolled her eyes. This guy seemed to be a little bit brainless. Did he really think he was a charmer? You? Qin Rui stamped her feet in anger. Feng Yang, That being said, is it really good for Feng Xi's wife to be so straightforward? She used to think of Qin Rui as her nephew's wife, and she had seen her since she was a child, so she was naturally more tolerant of her. Now that she married someone else, Feng Xi was laughed at by the world, and her good impression of this niece's daughter was greatly reduced. She was disgusted by her inappropriate words just now, so she reminded her. Qin Rui was spoiled. And you? Qin Rui glared at Song Luhua fiercely, and was about to say something. Feng Yang interrupted her. Okay, let's refine the weapon. There are so many things in front of us, and you only care about fighting. How can it be disgraceful? The quarrel between the two attracted the attention of other refiners. Feng Xian was repairing a furnace of spiritual swords, and glanced over here. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face. In the end, she didn't come over. Song Luhua angered Qin Rui away, and looked at Feng Xian through several refiners, smiled and nodded, and turned her head away. She had just had a quarrel with the young wife of the Li family, and she didn't want to deal with another one, even if Feng Xian was her former clansman. Anyway, they didn't have a deep friendship, at least not as important as Feng Li, Feng Su, Feng Ru, and Feng Lu in her heart. And Feng Yang thought about it, prepared the materials, and prepared to refine the weapon. Song Luhua watched quietly on the side, and didn't disturb her. It's not that she wants to be lazy. She is used to refining weapons casually, and there is no method. Many things, including handling the materials for refining, can't meet the requirements of serious refiners. At this time, not making trouble is the best help. The first attempt, Aunt Feng Yang failed to refine, and what she refined was a pile of waste, which is the failure product of an orthodox refiner. The second attempt failed. The third. The fourth. Failed. I don't know how long it took. Song Luhua had dozed off. Chapter 138. With the antidote, Feng Xi took the lead in extinguishing the fire on his family members. The onlookers were surprised to see that the fire was really extinguished, and their faces quickly turned happy. The fire can be extinguished, which means they don't have to be afraid of those fire cloud ducks. Their family members don't have to die. Feng Xi Gongzi, can you help us put out the fire? The burning eyes hit Feng Xi. He said a few words to Feng Shan lightly, and turned to face the crowd. Anyone who needs to put out the fire, 2 water spirits per person, can put out the fire several times. Feng Xi didn't explain to everyone at all, and only put forward his own conditions. During this period, not only women, but also children have found a lot of water spirits, and martial spirit masters have also found some during their rest, so everyone has stocks in their hands. 2 water spirits can save a life, and can be used for many times, and everyone has no objection. No matter how precious the water spirit is, can it be more important than life? Everyone hurriedly agreed. Here are 2 water spirits, I go first. A strong man threw a porcelain bottle over, and Feng Xiai waved his palm wind, and the porcelain bottle returned to the original path. The sturdy man took back the porcelain bottle with Shui Ling in surprise. Feng Xigongzi, what do you mean? Feng Xiai smiled faintly. My conditions are more than that. I want 50% of the fire cloud pearl this time. His wife didn't know the importance of this Ding Bing medicine, but Feng Xiai knew it. This Ding Bing medicine is the life-saving medicine for the people in the city. Without its help, they would all die. 50% of the fire cloud pearl is the minimum condition he offered for the sake of the 10 major families and the mercenary guild. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, Lan Shi, Lu Heng, Bo Song, Li Cheng, Yunju and others had no objection. Feng Jing had been feeling very uncomfortable since the incident in Huaxi Valley, and he went back to Ponsiu City to recuperate. Without him giving blind orders, the clansmen were more able to cooperate, and the clansmen of the main branch of the Feng family tacitly agreed to the conditions proposed by Feng Xiai. As for Nong Heng, he didn't succeed in his plan, so he suppressed his regret in his heart, and agreed to Feng Xi's conditions. This medicine can extinguish the fire of the fire cloud duck, so it is naturally extraordinary, and the price of obtaining it will not be simple. The conditions proposed by Feng Xiai are not excessive. The mercenary guild also understood this principle, and immediately agreed to his request. The two major forces compromised, and it didn't matter whether the other small families agreed or not. Even if Feng Xiai didn't take 50%, it wouldn't be their turn. Many people came to put out the fire, and Feng Shan and others arranged for the martial spirit masters, who were about to collapse. A simple animal skin room was built on the spot, and the lid of the refining cauldron was opened to save many people at a time. It didn't take long. In just half an hour, the martial spirit masters, who were ignited by the fire of the fire cloud duck, were out of danger. Only a few people had bad luck and were burned to ashes before Feng Xiai brought the antidote. The crowd was in no mood to feel sad for the departure of a few people. Now that they knew that being ignited by the fire of the fire cloud duck was not a sure death, the morale of the martial spirit masters was greatly boosted. They were brave and invincible in killing the intruding fire cloud duck, and soon relieved the pressure of the protective shield. It's done! After countless attempts, Feng Yang's eyes were red, and he finally refined what Song Luhua described. At this moment, the sky outside was already bright, and the fighting of the martial spirit masters continued. The weapon refiners were all covered in dust and looked depressed. Song Luhua put away the recliner, covered her mouth with her hands, yawned, and stretched lazily. The morning glow shone on her snow-white and delicate skin, as if covering her with a layer of beautiful divine light. Qin Rui had been repairing the spirit sword all night, and was tired and hungry. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help but touch her slightly numb cheek and cursed angrily. Pretentious. Song Luhua directly took out a glass mirror, and put it in front of her. Come and admire your own ugly face. Qin Rui had been busy repairing the spirit sword all night, and her face was tired, with big dark circles under her eyes. The dust from the refining materials covered her face, and her pores were exposed. Her skin was still a little oily. From Song Liuhua's point of view, she didn't look ugly, but she couldn't compare to the state of an idler like her. Logically speaking, this guy had worked hard to mend the spirit sword all night. Even if she didn't have any credit, she had worked hard. But who dared to tease her? The one who teased first was cheap. Who else should he tease if not her? Besides, in terms of credit, she was no worse than this guy, so she didn't spoil her. You, don't be so proud. Qin Rui saw herself in the mirror, and her cheeks turned red with anger. Thinking of her ugly appearance at the moment, she covered her cheeks and ran away. TSK. Song Luhua put away the mirror, and twisted her mouth. In the Ten Winds continent, what she was most satisfied with was the existence of storage bracelets and storage rings. These things allowed her to take out a mirror anytime and anywhere to give some ignorant people a look at themselves. It would save people from having to pee on their own and waste more time? Feng Xi's wife, do you think this is what you want? Feng Yang saw that she was clashing with Qin Rui again, but she didn't suffer any loss, so she didn't care about the grudge between her little daughters. After a little repair and sorting out the process of refining this night, he showed the thing to Song Luhua. The book-sized backpack sprayer was light gray, with a wide strap of the same color, a palm-wide hand crank handle, and a spray rod connected to the other side. Song Luhua looked at it in her hand for a long time, and said happily, "Aunt, this is it. Let's give it to Feng Xiai and others to try." After fighting for a day and a night, Feng Xiai and other martial spirit masters were exhausted. When Song Luhua saw Feng Xiai, he had just come out of the ice medicine shed, and there was still a hint of coldness on his body. The red corners of his eyes hinted at the fatigue of his whole body. Song Luhua ran up and handed the thing in her hand to him like offering a treasure. Feng Xiai, look, this is a spiritual weapon made by Aunt Feng Yang. Try to put some ice medicine in it. Spiritual weapon? Feng Xiai looked at it curiously. It looked extremely strange. Although it was made by Aunt Feng Yang, his wife must have contributed a little. Feng Yang nodded. This spiritual weapon is made according to what your wife said. You input spiritual power and try it. Song Luhua added, later, you will press the handle with one hand and wrap the spray rod with spiritual power with the other hand, and aim it at those fire cloud ducks. Inputting spiritual power, the book-sized backpack sprayer instantly became larger. Feng Xiai walked into the refining room, wrapped a fist-sized ball of ice medicine with spiritual power, introduced it into the spray spiritual weapon, and put it on his back. That posture was a bit like the old man spraying pesticides in the village. Song Luhua turned her head and chuckled. Seeing Feng Xiai and Aunt Feng Yang, she quickly put away her smile and pretended to clear her throat. Very good, that's it, go ahead. Chapter 139. What is that? At this moment, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. What is the fourth son of the Feng family doing? Qin Yi and others saw Feng Xiai standing on a flying sword, carrying a strange-looking spiritual weapon, spraying something like mist at the fire cloud duck. The air was instantly stained with a faint chill. The flocks of fire cloud ducks were caught off guard and crashed into the mist. Sharp screams came from the mist, and then they fell down like dumplings. Some sharp-eyed people found that these fire cloud ducks were dead, and the flames on their bodies had been extinguished. Wow! The spiritual weapon in his hand can actually kill the fire cloud duck. Qin Yi and others also felt that the mist was very familiar, and it was similar to the ice medicine. I think Feng Xiai didn't know what spiritual weapon he had refined, and sprayed these ice medicines out, which led to such a miraculous effect. Great! If this method can be imitated, these fire cloud ducks will not be able to achieve anything. Feng Xiai only tried the effect for the first time, but he didn't expect it to be so good. The dense corpses of fire cloud ducks on the ground are proof of this. Song Luhua and Aunt Feng Yang stood side by side, and smiled at each other when they saw that it really worked. Later, the major families and the mercenary union agreed with Feng Xiai that each family would buy a back spray and the ice medicine needed. In exchange, each family would use 30% of the fire cloud ducks they obtained. The meat of the fire cloud duck is average, even a little dry, but the fire cloud pearls in its body can be made into a warming item in the cold season. Its effect is long-lasting, and if it is well preserved, it can be used for hundreds of years. Although everyone was reluctant, Feng Xiai was the only one who had the spiritual weapon and medicine at the moment, so they had to compromise. There are hundreds of families of the top 10, and the mercenary guild has many forces. The two forces add up to a large number of people. Feng Xiai is naturally not stupid enough to think that he can monopolize all the benefits because everything is in his hands. If he is the main branch of one of the top 10 families, with the support of a larger force behind him, he can naturally get more benefits, and it is not a problem to get 50% of the fire cloud pearl alone. If wealth does not match the position, there will be disaster. Otherwise, even if he has already controlled the power of a powerful party, if he has the intention of monopolizing all the benefits, he will be attacked by all forces. The crisis was resolved. Song Luhua didn't plan to stay here. She didn't get enough rest outside last night, so she was yawning all the time. She had to go back to catch up on some sleep. Halfway through the journey, she saw Feng Yang rushing over. Song Luhua raised her eyebrows. The city gate is dangerous. What are you doing here? My father's treasure. I wanted to send it to him yesterday, but I didn't see him, so I sent it to him today. Feng Yang raised the wooden box in her hand. He was so anxious yesterday. Song Luhua was curious. What treasure? I don't know. I tried to pry it open for a long time last night, but I couldn't. Feng Yang laughed innocently and touched the back of his head. Madam, I'm going to find my father. Song Luhua waved her hand. Go, your father is there. She pointed Feng Yang in a direction. Watching Feng Yang jump away, Song Luhua muttered, what treasures can Feng Shan have? At the city wall, with the help of the spray spirit tool, many martial spirit masters can stop and rest for a while. Feng Shan has been busy for a day and a night, and finally he can take a breath. At this moment, he is sitting on the ground with Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others to rest. Feng Yang followed the direction pointed by Song Luhua, and saw his father at a glance. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly waved his hands, while running towards Feng Shan. Dad, I've brought you a treasure. Feng Shan was chatting with his brothers. He turned his head, and saw the familiar wooden box in Feng Yang's hand. His pupil shrank. He waved his hand to tell him not to come over, his face full of panic. At this moment, the surroundings were noisy, and Feng Yang didn't hear his voice. He thought his father asked him to come over quickly, and his little face smiled even more brightly. "Dad, I'm here." His father could hide so much private money, and his son might have hidden it somewhere else. He flattered his father, and asked him for some pocket money. Wouldn't it be great? Feng Yang had a good plan. He was thinking about what to buy with the pocket money, but he didn't pay attention to his feet, and tripped under the feet of a martial arts master. He rolled out, and the box in his hands flew out of his hands, and fell to the ground with a bang. Feng Yang made a lot of noise, and thousands of people around him stopped talking and laughing, and looked at him. Fengshan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up to look at his treasure box. He saw the box lying on the ground intact, and he was relieved. However, the next moment, what happened was so devastating. With a click, the box suddenly cracked open, and the scroll inside rolled out. The bright colors and lifelike characters were clearly visible in the sunlight. The scene froze for a moment, and then a huge booing broke out. The secret play of fighting for spring. Ha ha. Fengshan, you still like to look at this stuff. Ha ha ha. Being stared at by thousands of eyes, Fengshan felt like he was being publicly executed. His slightly dark face turned red and black. He gritted his teeth and looked at the unfilial son, who got up from the ground, and was smiling and asking for credit from him. "Dad, I brought you your treasure." "Thank you." Fengshan glared at him, quickly picked up the wooden box and closed it. Feng Yang also felt that the atmosphere was not right at this moment, and he didn't dare to ask for pocket money, and ran away. "Dad, Mom asked me to go back for dinner. I'm leaving now." Fengshan held the box, and went to a distant seat, and sat down. Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and others laughed together. Treasure. The secret play of fighting for spring. Ha 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 ha. Even Feng Qing's expression was a little strange. Fengshan rolled his eyes at these people. What's so funny? This is what my father passed on to me. He gave it to me. How dare I not treasure it? Oh, it turned out to be your father's legacy. No wonder it's so precious. That's right, I'm a filial son. Fengshan was stubborn, but he was already kowtowed to his father in his heart. Father, please forgive your son. You are dead now. Please help me take the blame, and save some face for me. As for Feng Yang, the unfilial son, you made me look so ugly. I will be served with bamboo sticks when I go back tonight. Feng Yang didn't know what his father was thinking. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw his mother sitting in the courtyard washing clothes, and humming a little song in a good mood. Xiao Qiuyan dug out Fengshan's 30,000 lingbai private money from the toilet yesterday, and just now took the token to the Fazai Bank to withdraw 30,000 lingbai, feeling very happy. Everything seemed very pleasing to her eyes at this moment. When she saw Feng Yang, her heart was instantly filled with maternal love, and she waved at him repeatedly. Yanger, mother will give you 10 lingbai, use them to buy snacks. Thank you, mother. He thought there was no hope for pocket money, but he didn't expect his mother to give him this surprise. Feng Yang took the money, and ran out of the house happily. Chapter 140. The fire cloud duck outside the city was sprayed to death by Feng Ci and others with a pesticide machine, and life became peaceful again. During breakfast, Madame Yang muttered, I don't know if it's because my eyes are blurry, Fugyear seems to have turned yellow. Huh? Song Luo finished drinking the rice porridge, blinked her eyes, and didn't react. Go and see for yourself. Madame Yang shook her head. She always remembered that when Fugyear first came, his whole body was snow white and crystal clear. Since the lady built a lotus pond, planted golden lotus, and raised Fugyear and Siphoner together, he became yellower day by day. I didn't understand what it meant when I first heard it, but I was struck by lightning when I saw it again. Song Luo looked at Fugyear, who hadn't been noticed for a few days, and whose body was slightly yellow, as if struck by lightning. Where was her snow-white Tsushima alligator? Was this yellowish alligator in front of her really her Fugyear? If it weren't for the familiar dopamine peony dog leash still on it, Song Luo couldn't believe her eyes. Fugyear, why are you yellow? It's said that you can stay clean even in the mud, but you are completely stained? In order to feed these two little ones, she took some effort to plant some spiritual plants from Huaxi Valley, and the spiritual plants in the marshland in the lotus pond. Could it be that Fugyear's food has changed its diet, and it has grown crooked? Song Luo hurriedly checked it, and found that it was fine except for yellowing, so she breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if it's a little yellow. It's more in line with your magnificent name. As for Siphoner, once she entered the lotus pond, she stayed in the mud except for floating up to bask in the sun at noon. Turtle is easy to raise, so Song Luo has nothing to worry about. She occasionally checks the spiritual plants and golden lotus seeds in the water, and replants some if there are fewer. As for Erden, after watching him for so long, Song Luo finally came to like him. At first, he looked a little ugly, but after watching him for a long time, he found him cute, ugly and cute. He also hatched a lot of fragrant eggs for her, which was also a meritorious contribution. Song Luo was always generous to her meritorious contributions, and specially had someone customize a 2-entry rabbit courtyard for him. Now Erden has a large area of radishes, which is also considered a local tyrant among rabbits. Song Luo fulfilled her promise to let him reach the peak of his rabbit life. He only needs to be pulled out occasionally to hatch eggs. She is simply a conscientious boss in the industry. In the rabbit nest, the fluffy Erden squatted in a ball, one of his front paws leisurely incubating a red and green duck egg, sniffed the other egg with his wet nose, and swallowed it in one gulp the next moment. As for the juicy big carrot next to it, it kicked it away with its hind legs in disdain. Madame Yan also knew that this rabbit beast was a meat eater, so every time in addition to carrots, she also sent some low-level exotic beast meat. This rabbit beast had good teeth, and the black rock pig bones that even dogs couldn't bite were chewed up by it in a few bites, and the exotic beast meat sent to it was gnawed by it every time, including the meat and bones. Fortunately, it doesn't eat much, otherwise how can we afford to feed it? As for stealing a few eggs, as long as it's not excessive, Yang Mama will turn a blind eye. Erden has never overturned. In the evening, Feng Xiai came back. He returned with a full load. In the past 2 days, ice medicine was used to put out the fire, and a total of 40,000 water spirits and 30% of the fire cloud duck were collected. A total of 120,000 kilograms of fire cloud duck meat and 30,000 fire cloud pearls were obtained. This wave almost wiped out the fire cloud ducks near Yanqing City. Song Luo didn't have any idea of protecting the ecological balance. After all, the Ten Wind continent has a vast land, sparsely populated, and rampant exotic beasts. There are many kinds of spiritual plants, which will automatically adjust in balance. Most of the exotic beasts and spiritual plants reproduce very quickly. For thousands of years, humans have been competing with the exotic beasts and spiritual plants for territory, and the three have maintained a relative balance. The exotic beasts are not easy to deal with, and the martial spirit masters also sacrifice their lives to obtain survival materials. Every year, there are many martial spirit masters who die in battle and humans whose cities are destroyed by the exotic beasts. The rule of heaven and earth that women marry at the age of 18 is also to ensure the survival of mankind. For special species, everyone will naturally leave some room. Now is the flood season, and the weather is not cold, so Song Luo is naturally not interested in these water spirits and fire cloud beasts. As for the 120,000 gene fire cloud duck, she had eaten one and didn't want to eat it again. Although it contained spiritual power, the meat was extremely dry and tough. She took a bite and almost knocked out her teeth. Feng Xiai made the decision and distributed all of them to the clan members. As for the other strange beasts during this period, they were eaten by the martial spirit master who was resisting the strange beasts at the city gate that day. Song Luo knew about it, but didn't think much of it. If a family wants to grow stronger, but is reluctant to give even small favors to its own clan members, it is doomed to not go far. As long as you can grasp the word moderation, you don't have to worry about people's injustice. It just so happens that one family gets thousands of kilograms of fire cloud duck meat out of 120,000 kilograms, and Song Luo no longer asks the children to help with the work. With extra food at home, each family will not mistreat their children, and Song Luo will not have to subsidize them anymore. It can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In short, a family without hope is not worth following. The rules of the Ten Wind continent are so simple and crude. In the evening, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan can finally come back to take a breath. Song Yuan, Fo Shan and others gathered at home, and Yang prepared a table of delicious dishes. During the chat, Song Luo learned about the embarrassing incident that happened to Feng Shan. Fo Shan gritted his teeth and said that Stinky Boy has been beaten. After returning home, his heart was cold. All the private money he had saved for so many years was gone, and was confiscated by his wife. He was too embarrassed to look at the treasured album, so he sold it to his clan members at a low price. It was not easy for him. Fo Shan wiped away a tear of sadness for himself. The next day, Zhao Qiuyun asked Feng Yang to bring some vegetables to Song Luo. She saw that the boy was limping. His buttocks must be broken. Song Luo smiled, but stopped when she saw the child's resentful eyes. Feng Yang handed the vegetables to Song Luo. "Madam, this is the vegetables my mother asked me to send." She dug wild vegetables at the foot of the city wall. They are very fresh. The fire cloud duck was killed, and the other strange beasts had almost run away. The strange beast tide was about to pass. There was basically no danger at the city wall. The women were used to working, and they couldn't stay idle at home. Many of them wandered around the city. I don't know who discovered that there were a lot of wild vegetables growing at the foot of the inner city wall. Carrying a basket, they started digging. Fortunately, the foundation of the city wall was very solid, so it was fine for manpower to dig casually, otherwise it would be dug down sooner or later. Song Luo took a look and found that they were all common wild vegetables. She didn't like to dig wild vegetables, but in fact, many wild vegetables tasted very delicious after being processed. She immediately asked Yang Ma to collect them. After seeing Feng Yang off, she just opened a storybook and heard someone knocking on the door again. "Madam, my mother asked me to bring you wild vegetables." A pair of siblings looked at her eagerly with baskets. Song Luo thanked them and asked Madame Yang to clear the basket. She gave each of them a few candies, and the two siblings happily held hands and left. She had collected a lot of wild vegetables in the morning. Li Zhener picked a basket of the tenderest wild vegetables and brought it over. She happened to run into the child who was giving wild vegetables to Song Luo and said with a smile, "It seems that my little sister doesn't like wild vegetables." Song Luo smiled and said, "I don't think it's too much. Sister-in-law, this is for me, right? Give it to me quickly. I don't know how to pick wild vegetables, so this time I just want to enjoy it." Chapter 141. "Mammy, come quickly, Erden is stealing eggs." In the morning, Song Luo strolled around the yard. As soon as she walked to Erden's luxurious nest, she saw him swallowing an egg in one gulp. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. "I didn't expect that you were still cunning, Erden." She thought it was an honest rabbit. Mammy Yang rushed over after hearing this. Song Luo complained, "Erden is stealing from his own company." "Erden, eh? It's a disaster." Caught off guard, a pair of red eyes looked at Yang Mama with watery eyes, and Yang Mama softened her heart instantly. "Hey, Erden eats meat, I counted. He only stole a few at a time, not much." Song Luo looked at it in surprise. Sufener and Fugue were really honest and docile. This bunny beast that looked gentle and gullible turned out to be a cunning one. At first glance, although it pretended to be an honest rabbit, the agility in its eyes could not deceive people. TSK. Song Luo thought it was quite interesting. Crouching down, he looked into its eyes and said with a smile, "That's enough. If you keep on eating, I put you in the pot." Erden blinked. That look was as innocent as it could be. Song Luo stood up with a smile. It's fun to tease pets occasionally. At the end of the month, the tide of strange beasts outside the city ended completely, and the flood spread to the base of the city wall. Every year during the flood season, a stream of water gushed out from the ground in the center of the continent. In order to avoid the tide, the land-based strange beasts migrated as an exception. The cities where humans live are mostly built with high walls to prevent floods, and very few need to migrate. The strange beasts in the northern region migrated northward, and the strange beasts in the southern region migrated southward. Yanqing City was the southernmost part of the southern region, and the water was much shallower here, so the strange beasts migrated a little further away. The city wall was built high, and the people of Yanqing City basically did not move anywhere. Every flood season, some migrating strange beasts lost their way on the way, and mistakenly broke into human cities. This was the source of the strange beast tide. The retreat of the strange beast tide indicated that the strange beasts had almost retreated, and the water flow had also arrived. Today, the city wall was very lively. Adults and children all ran to see the tide. Lying on the thick and high city wall, watching the waves surge, sometimes bringing some broken branches in the water, sometimes carrying a lot of spiritual fruits. The children excitedly used the nets they had prepared in advance to catch these spiritual fruits. They chattered excitedly. Song Luo took a look curiously, and found it quite interesting. Just lying on the city wall and staring at the rolling water, it felt like watching the waves in Qiantang River. Not to mention that there were not only spiritual fruits floating in the water, but also many aquatic animals were carried by them. Fish are the most abundant, and you can harvest a lot with one net. Most of them are first-level spiritual fish with low spiritual power, and most of them are ordinary fish, which can at least fill your stomach. Everyone showed their magical powers, casting nets and using baskets. The alchemists were not to be outdone, using psychedelic drugs, casting them upstream and setting nets downstream, and they could always catch some low-level spiritual fish. There were also a few aquatic animals that were washed over occasionally, such as brown-yellow water rabbits, fiery red water beavers, slightly larger water badgers. There were quite a few species. For several days, the city was like the new year, and the people were so happy. Song Luo slept until she woke up naturally every morning. When she woke up, Yang Ma had already warmed up the rice, and carried a basket to the city wall to catch fish and spiritual fruits. After breakfast, she ate melon seeds, and slowly wandered to the foot of the city wall to watch the fun. Whenever she saw other families catch fish or catch a lot of spiritual fruits, Song Luo felt extremely fulfilled. Fo Shan, Feng Yin, and other women from hundreds of families were busy on the city wall. Song Luo followed them to watch the fun, and was stuffed with spiritual fruits. She accepted it the first time, but she won't accept it again. She didn't lack spiritual fruits, so she accepted a few just for the sake of showing her appreciation. There was no need to take more. At this time, there weren't many things in the water, and Feng Xiai and other martial spiritual masters with some power didn't compete with ordinary people, so they all rested at home. The flood season is also a good time for hunting. After resting for a while and getting ready, you can go hunting again. At night, Song Luo was awakened by the howling wind. She got up, drank some water, and fell asleep again. In the morning, the wind outside was still very strong. Madame Yang brought breakfast over and said regretfully, "Why did it start to blow today? I'm planning to go fishing on the city wall today." Feng Xiai didn't go to the martial arts arena today, but only practice swordplay in the corridor for half an hour. After taking a bath and changing clothes, he sat down at the dining table, took the spoon from Madame Yang, and personally served Song Luo a bowl of spiritual rice porridge. Madame Yang was already used to it. Song Luo blew on the slightly hot porridge and said, "The flood season lasts for 8 months, and there will be some time before the water recedes, so there will be plenty of time to fish." Madame Yang thought about it, and thought it made sense, and said with a smile, "I never had a good time fishing, and I always think about it. It's good that the wind is blowing. There are seeds everywhere in the sky. Aquatic seeds fall into the water with the wind. Spiritual plants grow in the water, and we can go and collect spiritual plants. I collected a lot of seeds last year, mostly first and second level seeds. I hope to find some good seeds this year. The seeds of the Ten Wind continent mostly mature during the flood season, and the surface has a layer of protective spiritual power." Song Luo is a spiritual plant master, and he is also interested in this. If he is lucky enough to collect rare seeds and plant them, it can be regarded as digging up treasure. After breakfast, I stood in the corridor for a while. The wind was a little weaker. Song Luo saw a lot of seeds floating in the air. Some seeds were as big as fists. Fortunately, they were not so heavy, otherwise it would be a pity if they fell on people's heads. There were more seeds as big as thumbs, little fingernails, and very small and almost invisible. Song Luo found an old gauze dress that was not worn much and transformed it into a net for Yang Ma. Yang Ma was good at sewing. She sewed quickly and made several nets in less than a cup of tea. Feng Xiai helped to install the silver wire mesh ring and the long wooden handle, and several nets for collecting seeds were ready. Song Luo and Nani Wang spent the whole morning in the yard netting, and caught a lot of seeds. In the afternoon, the wind stopped, and the seeds in the air fell to the ground. Song Luo and Nani Yang lay in the yard for a long time and collected a lot. She wanted to go to the street outside to take a look, but as soon as she walked to the entrance of the alley, she saw a group of children running around on the street with cloth bags tied around their waists. On the clean bluestone street, not to mention seeds, even a stone was picked up. Song Luo didn't expect everyone to be so fast, so she had to go back. She gathered the seeds she and Yang Ma had collected together, filling a basket. Black, yellow, white, purple, red, green, orange, blue, big, small, sesame-sized, all mixed together. Song Luo basically didn't recognize any of them. There are many kinds of plants in the Ten Winds continent, and there are countless similar seeds. Even the most common wild vegetable seeds, if you don't plant them out and see the appearance of the plant itself, you can't be sure what kind of spiritual plant it is. From afternoon to evening, she picked, and only sorted a small part of the seeds. And there were so many kinds that she used a lot of large porcelain bottles to store the seeds. Even so, she could see different seeds by just picking them up. If she didn't have a good memory, she would not remember whether she had packed these seeds when she first saw them. Chapter 142. The work of seed sorting was too big, and Song Luo was too lazy to do it herself. It happened that the wind blew again the next morning, and it blew all day, so she didn't go out and collected another wave of seeds in the yard at home. This continued for 3 days, day after day. Song Luhua and Yang Ma collected seeds for 3 days, and Feng Xiai also took time to help for 2.5 days. Song Luhua had a large basket of seeds. At first, she still had the patience to sort them, but she had only sorted a few handfuls of seeds in the morning, and she was completely broken. He immediately took out the spiritual stone and summoned the children to help. After Feng Yang brought the news to each family, the children who were helping were hurriedly stopped by the adults in the family. Go and help the lady. Don't be lazy, work hard. Don't be naughty. Come back to eat after work. These children ate a lot of good things from the lady some time ago, and the tribesmen remembered it in their hearts. Now they finally have a serious job to do, and they urge the children not to procrastinate. The family has distributed a lot of Huiyun duck meat this time, and there is enough food to eat, so don't slack off for free meals. The children also know what is good and bad, and they quickly agreed. I know. Although the children are small, there are many of them, and each of them focuses on one kind of seed, which is much more convenient. Even if some seeds are similar, and some children can't tell them apart, or they are classified wrongly, Song Luhua doesn't care. The purpose of classification is just to avoid too much chaos, as long as they are roughly the same. With the help of these children, Song Luhua became a hands-off boss. She sorted the seeds by herself, picked a soybean-sized, slightly white seed, planted it, and watered it with growth liquid. In an instant, a small corner of the vegetable garden was covered with purple vines. The vines spread rapidly, turning from green to purple, and the duckfoot-shaped leaves also turned purple. Thumb-sized green fruits grew on the vines one after another, and in just a few breaths, they became fist-sized purple fruits. Why does this thing look familiar? Song Luhua picked a fruit and gently peeled off the thin outer layer of skin, revealing the purple flesh inside, with a faint fragrance of sweet and sour. After checking it with spiritual power, it turned out to be a third-level spiritual fruit, and it is edible. She took a bite. The flesh was sweet and sour, the juice was abundant, and the spiritual power was rich. The taste was very similar to the grapes she ate in her previous life. After eating a fruit, there were still several seeds in the middle, and Song Luhua also properly preserved them. On the Ten Winds continent, the seeds that were stimulated by the spiritual power of the spiritual plant master lost their reproductive ability after being planted several times. This is why it is important to collect seeds every flood season. I didn't expect there would be such a spiritual fruit. She had been here for so long, but she had never eaten this kind of spiritual fruit. It must be a seed blown from other regions. The Ten Wind continent is really rich in things. These vines crawled on the ground, and the fist-sized fruits were densely packed. Bunches and bunches of them, so pleasing. Song Luhua excitedly called out Yang Ma, who was busy in the kitchen, and picked the spiritual grapes on the ground together. Lingpu fruit was the name she gave it. Seeing this strange spiritual fruit, Yang Ma knew that she had planted it, and asked some questions out of curiosity, and Song Luhua answered them for her. Delicious. After eating one, Madame Yang was conquered by its delicious taste. Such a good fruit, if it is brewed into wine, it will taste extraordinary. When Song Luhua thought of wine, her eyes lit up, and she agreed with her opinion. I will plant a few more later, madam. You can brew more? Okay. The two of them worked for half an hour before picking all the spiritual grapes on the vine. Looking at the 10 baskets of spiritual grapes, Madame Yang was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. This spiritual grape can really grow. Just one vine has grown so many. Yes. Song Luhua counted the seeds in her hand. There were a lot of original seeds, so she could save some of them. The purple vines on the ground would not bear fruit again until the next year. Song Luhua was reluctant to pull them out. She planned to wait for her elder brother and Feng Xiai to come back and ask them to help transplant them to the sunbathing place under the corridor and put up a rack. Wouldn't it be nice to read a storybook under the Lingpu tree occasionally? Throw the new seeds obtained from the Lingpu fruit just eaten into the soil and watered with growth liquid. The Lingpu quickly covered the ground. Huh? Until the new spiritual grapes were produced, Song Luhua couldn't help but be surprised that these spiritual grapes were orange. The leaves, vines, and fruits were all orange. Could it be that something has changed? The bright orange fruit, the size of a fist, made Song Luhua hesitate. After using her spiritual power to investigate, she found that it was actually a 4th-level spiritual fruit, and its spiritual power was much deeper than that of the purple spiritual grapes. Song Luhua was shocked. If she hadn't investigated and found that it was edible, she really wouldn't dare to eat it. It didn't look normal. Like it's poisonous. Pick one, tear off the thin outer layer of skin, take a bite, and a bitter taste rushes straight to the top of the head. You? Song Luo spit out the fruit flesh that she hadn't swallowed yet. Pooh! This is too unpalatable, and it's a level 4 spiritual fruit. Pooh! Song Luo hurriedly spit out the remaining juice in her mouth, and her tongue was numb. After hesitating for a moment, she still picked the fruits. As for the orange spiritual grapevine, Song Luo didn't remove it. Although this fruit is a bit unpalatable, it is indeed rich in spiritual energy. If you are not picky about food and can tolerate its bitter and numbing taste, you can use it to replenish your spiritual energy. Song Luo admits that she is not good enough. It would be a pity to throw away the orange spiritual grapefruit that was only bitten once in her hand. If she doesn't throw it away, no one will eat the rest except Feng Xiai. The key is that Feng Xiai is not at home now. When he comes back, this fruit will not be fresh. Song Luo glanced at the two-story mansion of a certain rabbit, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Come, Erden, I treat you to a delicious meal. Song Luo walked to Erden's house, opened the door, squatted in front of his nest, and handed the orange spiritual grapefruit in her hand to his mouth. Erden was hatching eggs. Hearing this, he raised his gem-like red eyes, hesitated for a moment, and sniffed the orange spiritual fruit with his nose. A strong spiritual aura came over him. The pink fluffy rabbit beast's eyes lit up, lowered its head, and took a big bite. Yes, eat it like this, eat it in big bites. Song Luo stared at Erden's reaction expectantly. Perhaps his taste is different from that of humans, and he may not like this taste. Chapter 143. Jijiji. After taking a bite of the orange spiritual grapefruit, Erden turned into a screaming Jiji, shaking his head wildly, spitting out a mouthful of orange spiritual grape flesh that he had not swallowed in time, sticking out his rosy little tongue and saying shashasha. His pink and fluffy rabbit face was distorted. Oh, it seems you don't like it either. Song Luo shook her head in disappointment and left. So, even beasts don't like to eat this spiritual fruit. She didn't know that after she left, Erden hesitated for a long time, and ate the spiritual grapefruit with a grin. Even the first bite that was spit out was picked up and eaten. Erden, it's really unpalatable. After hurting Erden, Song Luo won't be able to hurt others with this orange spiritual grapefruit. Throw it all to Yang Mama, the gourmet. Yang Mama took a bite lightly, and the next second her facial features wrinkled because of the astringency. If she hadn't felt the abundant spiritual power in it, she would have spit it out long ago. She swallowed it reluctantly, savored it carefully, and said, "This spiritual fruit is rich in spiritual power, and has a lot of juice. If it weren't for the numbness and astringency of the tongue, it would definitely be delicious." Yes, the purple spiritual grapes are not like this. Song Luo took out a purple one, peeled off the thin skin, and ate one in a few bites. It was sour, and sweet with a fresh fragrance. Compared with the orange spiritual grapes, the taste was completely different. If it weren't for the strong spiritual power, I would have thrown it away long ago. Madame Yang nodded. If the astringency is removed, it will be an excellent spiritual fruit. Let me think about it. As for the remaining half, Madame Yang hesitated for a moment, walked to Erden's nest, and put it down. Erden eat. Erden lay in the nest, sticking out his tongue, stepped on the orange grape seeds under his feet, lifted his eyelids to take a look, and buried his head in the furry chest. Madame Yang thought he was not hungry now, smiled, and walked towards the kitchen. Song Luo washed some purple grapes, and gave them to the children as snacks. When she came out, she remembered that the seeds in the orange grape she had just given Erden were not collected yet. Planting new seeds may bring different harvests. She walked to the rabbit nest, ready to take back the half-eaten lingpu fruit. But she found that the orange lingpu fruit she had bitten was gone, replaced by another one. This cut was obviously not the one she had bitten. It should have been given by Madame Yang. Song Luo circled around Erden in surprise. "Where's the one I just bit? Did you eat it?" Erden's long pink ears moved. Song Luo stared at its orange beard for a long time, and finally confirmed that it was this guy who ate it. She smiled as if she had discovered a new world, saying, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you liked to eat it? I can't give you anything else, but I have plenty of these orange grapes. Wait, I get you some." After that, she ran to the kitchen. Erden stretched out a pink foot and kicked the orange grapes that had been bitten on the ground away. After a while, Song Luo came over with a large silver basin filled with orange grapes. "Eat it, you be full." Song Luo placed the large silver basin in front of Erden and walked away proudly. She is such a generous and good host. She gave the 4th level spiritual fruit to a rabbit beast without blinking an eye. The rich spiritual energy emanated from the big silver basin. Erden's pink rabbit face was full of confusion. He sniffed with his nose, licked the orange spiritual grapefruit with his tongue, and finally lay in the nest with no interest. The children stopped after picking up half a basket of seeds in their hands, washed their hands, and ate the spiritual fruit. What kind of spiritual fruit is this? The children each took a purple spiritual grapefruit and asked curiously. Feng Yang didn't know, so he could only reply, maybe it was newly planted by Madam. Eat it. The purple spiritual grapes had a strong fragrance, and the children couldn't hold back and took a bite. It's delicious. So much spiritual energy. Sour and sweet, so fragrant. The children discussed it all at once, holding the spiritual fruits and reluctant to finish them. After savoring them for a long time, they licked their fingers with satisfaction. Song Luo is using these third-level purple grapes to plant a new batch of spiritual fruits. Since these are vines, she planted a lot of them around the wall. These seeds turned out to be level 2 green spiritual grapes. Green spiritual grapes are also fist-sized. Song Luo put one into her mouth. The green spiritual grapes were sweet and slightly sour, round and full, with soft flesh. Except for the spiritual power, the taste is no worse than the level 3 purple spiritual grapes. And it is seedless. If you eat green spiritual grapes, you don't need to spit out the grape skin or the seeds. It is very convenient for lazy people. Relying on the purple spiritual grape seeds captured from the wind, she has grown 2 kinds of spiritual grapes, one level 4 orange spiritual grape with seeds, and one level 2 green spiritual grape without seeds. The courtyard wall was covered with green vines, and vines full of rich green spiritual grapes. A breeze blew, and the fragrance of fruit filled the courtyard. Feng Xi led everyone in through the gate, and smelled a fragrance. Looking up, he saw that his courtyard wall was covered with vines. Bunches of green spiritual fruits were hung on the wall. The spiritual fruits were huge and looked extraordinary. Feng Xi smiled. Needless to say, everyone knew who was doing this. Feng Shan and others were drooling. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva came from everyone's mouth, and Song Yuan was no exception. He secretly wondered what delicious spiritual fruit his younger sister had planted. The taste of the spiritual peach from last time instantly came to mind, and this spiritual fruit looked no worse than the spiritual peach. There were so many green spiritual grapes, and Song Luo was just worried about who to ask for help to collect them. Now a group of grown men happened to come. Isn't this fate? Her eyes lit up, and she waved to Feng Xi. Feng Xi, big brother, you are back? Help me collect these green spiritual grapes. Feng Shan, Feng Yin. You also come to help, and I will give you some when the time comes. Song Luo didn't plan to give away the things that were distributed a few days ago to each family. It's almost enough to win people's hearts. If you want to improve the lives of the tribesmen, you can't go too far, otherwise you will cultivate their hearts. Moderation is good. Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others were so happy when they heard that they could get some spiritual fruits by helping. Yes, madam. Green spiritual grapes grow in bunches, and picking a bunch can fill half a basket. Song Luo and Yang Mama just picked purple spiritual grapes and orange spiritual grapes, and they had to work hard. And they can't pick them one by one, they will just be exhausted. It turns out that people with strong strength work faster. Song Luo stood aside, as a satisfied spectator. A group of men were busy, working very fast. In just over half an hour, they had picked all the spiritual grapes. Of course, the yield was beyond everyone's imagination. 200 boxes of green spiritual grapes were neatly stacked in the yard. Song Luo was glad that she didn't plant many, only about 20 green spiritual grape trees. Seeing beads of sweat on Feng Xi's forehead, Song Luo handed him a handkerchief and asked, "Have you exchanged your water spirits?" These days, Feng Xi had some free time, and many tribesmen exchanged the water spirits they had collected some time ago for some supplies or spiritual jade. Song Luo asked casually. Chapter 144. Most of them have been exchanged. Feng Xi said. Feng Shan happily swallowed the last mouthful of Qingling grape flesh, and suddenly remembered that he also got a few, and asked, "Madam, I have never eaten this spiritual fruit. Would you like to exchange it? I still have a few water spirits, and I want to exchange them with you for some spiritual fruits." After this, everyone looked at Song Luo expectantly. What do you think, madam? When they were outside the city, they also found a few when they had time, but not many. If they were exchanged for supplies, they would not be able to exchange for much, but if they could be exchanged for spiritual fruits, it would be great. Song Yuan smiled and said, Big brother wants to exchange for some of these delicious spiritual fruits. Song Luo thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, 1 water spirit for 1 basket. If it's not enough, just plant some more. She still has a lot of undiluted growth liquid. When she really needs it, she can dilute a bucket with 1 drop, which can give birth to many spiritual plants. With enough seeds, she has no shortage of spiritual fruits. Water spirits are rare, and 1 water spirit for a basket of 50 kilograms of second-level spiritual fruits is not a small amount, but it is not a lot either. It can also be used as an opportunity to win the favor of the tribesmen, which is worth it. I want 2 baskets. Fo Shan happily took out a porcelain bottle. I also want 3 baskets. Fo Min smiled. Madam, there is also me. Thingy also hurriedly expressed his desire. Fo Qin didn't say anything, but had already prepared shuiling. Seeing that everyone really liked it, Song Luo changed it for them on the spot, and finally dug up 1 vine seedling of Qingling grape for each person. A group of big men were very happy. Fincy brought them back, and they all had lunch at home. She still had several black-headed pheasants left, so she asked Yang Ma to take out 2 and roast them. It was almost lunchtime. Feng Yang and the other children dropped what they were holding, slid out the door in a row. Madam, we go back first and come back in the afternoon. Song Luo hadn't reacted yet, and the group of children had already disappeared. She thought about it for a moment, and guessed that they were told by the adults to go back to eat. So she joked while eating, Fo Shan, look at your son, he ran away during the meal, he has to work for me, he can't go back hungry. Tell me, if they do this again next time, I won't want them to help. The tribesmen had good intentions, and she appreciated them, but it was really unnecessary. She had done all the good things, and it was not worth it to do it the other way around just to save a few meals. In the afternoon, Feng Yang and his friends came again, and Song Luo did not say anything. When they ate dinner in the evening, the children did not hesitate to go back to eat, so Song Luo knew that what she had said to Feng Shan in the morning worked. Each child was given a few kilograms of Qingling grapes, and the matter was settled. The next day, many women heard that they could exchange water spirits for spiritual fruits, and they brought them to the door. Song Luo hadn't expected this, but luckily she had just planted another batch of fruits, which she intended to use to make Qingling grape wine for Madame Yang. It was just right to meet their needs first. The women were either busy exchanging supplies, collecting seeds, or sorting seeds recently, and had no time to chat. They exchanged spiritual fruits and went back. Some women tasted the spiritual fruits, their eyes lit up, and asked, Madam, if I want to exchange some more spiritual fruits, can I exchange them with seeds? This spiritual fruit is rare, rich in spiritual power, and they have never seen it before. After this opportunity, it may not be possible to exchange it again. All the water spirits in their hands have been exchanged for supplies, and now only seeds can be exchanged. The quality and variety of these seeds are uneven, and there are few rare high-level seeds mixed in them. Even if there are, they cannot identify them, but most of them are ordinary seeds. On the mainland, most of the spiritual plants that can be grown at home rely on these seeds. They only need to keep enough for their own use, and the rest. In previous years, they exchanged some exotic beast meat with the tribe. Although they can't exchange much, it is an income after all. This year, following the 4th young master, life has been much better, so I thought about exchanging more spiritual fruits, not only to replenish spiritual power, but also as snacks to change the taste. This quality of second-level spiritual fruit, the spiritual power contained in it is many times more than the one sold outside. It is definitely a second-level high-level spiritual fruit. If it weren't for the madam's consideration that they are family members, they would have no chance to exchange it. So they thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to exchange more. To Song Luo, the women's proposal was just a matter of planting a seed and pouring a bucket of growth liquid. There was no reason for Song Luo to refuse. Exchange it, 1 pound of seeds, 3 pounds of second-level green grapes. Thank you, madam. The women got the confirmation and said happily, we will go back and bring the seeds back now. These days, everyone has collected a lot of seeds. Those with large families, and those who are more diligent have collected hundreds of kilograms. After a while, many people came with baskets on their backs. Madame Yang took out a scale, and quickly weighed the seeds from each family. Song Luo had collected seeds herself, and knew that it was not easy for everyone to have so many seeds. When exchanging them for green grapes, she added some water to make the total for each family. A group of people thanked them profusely, and carried the newly exchanged green grapes back home. The next day, many women came to exchange, and Song Luo exchanged them all. The matter was not settled until all the families who should have exchanged had done so. That is, if the children were to sort out these baskets of seeds, it would take who knows how long. Song Luo thought about it, and decided to hire these women to work together. Of course, the wages were paid in second-grade green grapes. Many women were about to go to the city wall to fish, but they gave up immediately after hearing this, and came here to sort the seeds. When there are more people, the house becomes lively. Song Luo set up more than a dozen tables in the yard, and about 200 women sat there. There were young wives who had just married, elderly women, and young girls of 15 or 16 who had not yet married. Fortunately, the yard was big enough. Song Luo mixed with a group of women, wandering around and listening to gossip. Real stories were much more interesting than storybooks. There were too many people, and he didn't care about the food. When it was time for the women to eat, they went home to cook, and came back after lunch. The children are all here. Song Luo was generous with the spiritual fruits, especially the newly planted green spiritual grapes, 2 for each person. From time to time, she also served some spiritual tea and cakes. When the women were tired, they would take a break, eat a cake, and drink tea. Time passed very quickly. After working for 5 consecutive days, about 200 women finally sorted the large number of seeds. With so many seeds, she, who didn't like to pick wild vegetables, would not lack vegetables to eat in the cold season. The house was still too small. If the yard could be expanded, there would be more space for the vegetable garden. Song Luo was thinking about whether she could buy another house and move in. Chapter 145. Madam, would you like to try this? Madam Song lived up to expectations and, after many attempts, made these orange-colored level 4 orange spirit grapes into orange spirit raisins. Song Luo looked at the orange spirit grapes that had shrunk to the size of half a palm, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. This thing always felt a bit like the persimmon cake she had eaten in her previous life. She took one from the plate, and tried to take a bite. The sweet and sticky taste rushed into the tip of her tongue. Not bad. The astringency was gone, and the spiritual power inside was also reduced, with about 90% of the spiritual power left. If it tastes good, it is better than the snacks sold in the market, and the spiritual power is enough. But Song Luo is used to eating delicious things, so this orange spirit raisin is not very palatable. Of course, this orange spirit raisin is not tasty, and it is rare for Madame Yang to make it like this. Ask Feng Xi and the others if they like it when the time comes. By the way, Erden likes to eat orange spirit raisin, madam. Don't forget to make some for him every day, both fresh and orange spirit raisin. Hey! In the courtyard, Erden stretched and looked at the large pot of orange spirit raisin that had not been touched. After a moment of hesitation, he ate a mouthful of orange spirit raisin and a mouthful of white radish. Eating both together, the taste is surprisingly good. After showing off 3 orange grapes and 3 large white radishes in a row, Erden comfortably lay back in his nest. Time passed in a flash, and the water outside the city wall continued to flow. Feng Xi and other major families have made preparations for hunting again. This hunt is in the sand. The sand lacks water, and relies on the springs flowing through the earth's core every year to absorb water and store it underground. Every flood season, the wind blows seeds to the entire continent, and some seeds fall on the sand and grow luxuriantly. Song Luo stood on the deck of the flying boat, and the vast ocean underground was quite magical, and she yearned for this hunting place even more. This time, the flying boat flew for 10 days before reaching the destination. The distance was not short. In addition, the land was vast, and the food of many birds and beasts suddenly decreased. They were hungry, and had strong attack power. The road was covered with bird feathers. Fortunately, the flying boat was equipped with a protective shield, and the martial spirit masters could use some tricks from time to time, and the attacks of these birds and beasts could not cause any harm. From time to time, they could catch a few to add to the dishes of the martial spirit masters. Looking down from above, the sandy land was endless, with low and sparse plants growing, which was quite desolate. But if you look closely, you can see many young shoots of plants, but they are too short to be noticeable. Finally, they can go out again, and the women are so excited. As soon as the flying boat stopped, they rushed down with baskets and dug wild vegetables skillfully. They are all used to going out, and both children and adults are very sensible. They only move within the range of the willing master station. They are unwilling to go further now. Song Luo stepped on the soft sand, making a creaking sound. The wild vegetables growing on the sand are very cute. She kicked it lightly with her toes, and the wild vegetables broke away from the sand with their roots. The thin white roots were slightly sandy, clean, and the leaves were green and tender, very pleasing to the eye. The women loved to dig wild vegetables on such land. With a shovel, they could dig them out without much effort. With a light shake, the wild vegetables would be clean. It was more labor-saving and convenient than digging wild vegetables on the ground. In the distance, the martial spirit masters of the 10 major families were also busy setting up their bases. Many people from the major families came this time, and the legitimate sons of the families, who usually led the team to hunt in other places, also came. In the recent wave of strange beasts, the fire cloud ducks not only attacked Yanqing City, but also Ponsu City. Although most of them were led to Yanqing City, there were also many fire cloud ducks attacking Ponsu City. The main branches of the 10 major families, relying on their rich heritage, used protective shields to smash a way out. The main branch of the Feng family was led by Feng Jing. Because of his cowardice and lack of the responsibility and leadership of a young clan leader, many martial spirit masters of the main branch died. The clan members complained. This attracted the attention of the respected elders in the clan, and they proposed to abolish the position of young clan leader Feng Yu to the head of the Feng family. The eldest son was useless, which aroused public outrage. Even if Feng Yu, the clan leader, wanted to protect him, he dared not go too far. In the end, Feng Jing's position as the young clan leader was not abolished. He was kneeling in the ancestral hall to apologize to his ancestors. After hearing this, Song Luhua was speechless. Later, she saw a white-bearded elder from the main branch of the Feng family at home. She didn't know what Feng Xiai said to him, and he left with a bad face. As for Feng Xiai, there was nothing unusual. Song Luhua didn't ask much. This time, the main branch of the Feng family was led by the second son Feng Ting in the desert hunting. Song Luhua didn't have much impression of him, but he still had some memories of his wife EP91, a beautiful beauty. Just as the camp was built, a clansman said that the wife of the second son of the Feng family had arrived. Song Luhua had just stood up and walked 2 steps towards the gate when she saw a woman in purple clothes walking slowly with 2 young women. She had an oval face, curved eyebrows, and a slightly upturned mouth, and was beautiful. After not seeing her for many days, Song Luhua was still amazed when she saw her again. She hurriedly greeted her and said, "Second sister-in-law is here, come in and sit down." Then she led EP91 and the 2 young girls behind her into the reception room. "Please take a seat. Ladies, please feel free to sit down." The living room was arranged according to the layout of the house. Song Luhua and EP91 sat at the top. Seeing this, the 2 girls sat on the chairs below, one on the left and one on the right. Song Luhua took out the tea-making tools from the space jade bracelet and prepared tea and spiritual fruits. He prepared one for each of the 2 girls below, and then sat back at the top. "Thank you, Madam Fourth Young Master." The 2 girls thanked him, looked at each other, drank tea and ate cakes quietly, and listened to the 2 ladies talking. EP91 blew the tea in the cup gently, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Fourth sister-in-law, don't be busy. We are a family, so there is no need to be polite. I came here today because I haven't seen you for many days, so I came to see you. It has been several months since we last parted in Ponsu City. Now it is fate that brings us together. We sisters-in-law should get closer." Song Luhua's smile faltered slightly. She was reminding her. According to reason, she was ranked slightly lower than EP91, and it was the younger sister-in-law who should have paid respects to her sister-in-law. Now that EP91 came first, it seemed that she was not following the rules. Forget it, who cares? Feng Xi's relationship with the main branch is average anyway, so EP91 didn't mention it, and pretended not to understand. Zaihiling had done the same thing last time as Jiang Shui, the eldest sister-in-law, and now he is afraid of the second sister-in-law. Song Luhua smiled, and pushed the orange spirit raisins made by Nani Yang in front of EP91. "I heard that the second sister-in-law is very good at refining weapons, so I dare not disturb her every day. If the second sister-in-law doesn't mind, she can come and sit with me when she is free." EP91 was slightly stunned. She was waiting for Song Luhua, the fourth sister-in-law, to come and pay a visit. She hadn't seen her for a long time, so she came by herself, so that people could see how she was being rude. "I don't deserve the title of the best." Now that she said that, it was difficult for her to continue. Song Luhua was impatient to talk to her about these trivial things, so she reached out and took a piece of dried orange spiritual fruit and took a bite. "Second sister-in-law, try it too. This is made by Madame Yang using level 4 spiritual fruit. It tastes good." EP91 took a bite and felt that the taste was just average, but it had a lot of spiritual energy. She usually ate high-level spiritual fruits, and level 4 spiritual fruits were not something she could eat every day. She was puzzled. Could it be that the fourth brother was really a hidden talent? Even if she became what she is now, and was separated, could she afford to provide the fourth brother and sister-in-law with spiritual fruits of this level? No, perhaps, this woman just prepared them for face. Yi-Fei-Wan chewed the dried orange spiritual fruit in her mouth, and lowered her eyes to think. Feng Xi was out, Feng Jing's position was in jeopardy, and she really couldn't think of anyone else who could be qualified for the position of the new young clan leader except her husband. Song Luhua had no idea what she was thinking, and just wanted to send her away quickly. It was too uncomfortable to sit with her. Chapter 146. Sending off Yi-Fei-Wan, Song Luhua was glad that her third sister-in-law Lu Chenxi didn't come this time, otherwise the two sisters-in-law would come together whenever they were free, which would be annoying enough. Although Feng Xi was separated, he couldn't really cut off contact with the main branch forever. In the 10 major families. Although the status of the patriarch is lofty, he is not the one who has the final say. The elders are there. Even if some requests made by the branch are rejected by the patriarch, they can give a set of rules to the elders. As the saying goes, it is good to lean on a big tree for shade. Fundamentally speaking, Feng Xi only had conflicts with the clan leader and a few brothers, and there was really no need to break with the entire family. In each of the major families, the 10 clan elders must have made an oath to heaven and earth before they can take office, and the purpose is to ensure the fairness of decision-making. Any branch would only break with the entire family if it was stupid. The consequence of doing so is that it will be swallowed up by other forces. However, Feng Xi's strength is here, and Song Luhua has no reason to ask the main branch for help. His attitude towards his sisters-in-law naturally depends on the person and the mood. Feng Xi and others built the base, repaired it, and then took people out. Song Luhua stood on the flying boat, and saw from afar that the people of the major families were advancing forward and building a safe zone with protective shields. The 10 major families have many people, the sand is vast, the vegetation is low and sparse, and large dangerous beasts are clearly visible. This time the safe zone is large and vast. The advancement speed is also very fast. The women and children of the 10 major families have scattered all over the place, looking for wild vegetables. Song Luhua went out for a stroll empty-handed, but saw Yi-Fei-Wan, Feng Xian, Qin Rui, and the legitimate sons and daughters-in-law of the major families, walking together in groups of 3 or 2 and laughing. A group of women from a large family dressed elegantly and leisurely walked on the vast sandy land, as if they were on a picnic. This was in stark contrast to the ordinary people, who were struggling for survival not far away. Song Luhua didn't feel anything when she was strolling by herself, but now she has a deeper understanding of what it means to die of drought or flood. She understands the difficulties of ordinary people, but with her current status, she will not act like a compassionate saint. She only believes in living her own life. If you are born ordinary, you will live an ordinary life. If you are born rich, you will live a rich life. Only if you have a clear understanding of yourself can you live freely. It's that simple. Yi-Fei-Wan saw Song Luhua and waved to her with a smile, motioning her to come over. In the public eye, Song Luhua did not refuse. She walked over in 3 or 2 steps and nodded to everyone. Some responded, and some were disdainful. Song Luhua saw it all, and had a rough idea in her heart. Qin Rui and her good friends rolled their eyes at her arrogantly, and Song Luhua looked back with contempt. This group of people were so angry that they could only hold back because there were so many people. Feng Xian agreed to her request, and Song Luhua only smiled faintly. Song Luhua had no complicated thoughts about this former clan member, now the wife of the 3rd son of the Li family. From the moment, she deliberately did not send invitations to her and Feng Xi for her wedding. In Song Luhua's heart, she was just a stranger. Feng Xian got married, and she sent a gift to fulfill her and Feng Xi's wishes, which was Feng Xian and the Li family being rude. For her, it was the best way to stand on the moral high ground at a very small price. Those who laughed at her and Feng Xi for being embarrassing were only those with unclear brains. Those who had a little brains knew that the couple should not have close friendships. And Yun Tang, a good friend of her unruly sister-in-law Feng Zhu, who was now married, smiled at her in a friendly manner. Song Luhua did not comment. How could someone who could play with her crazy sister-in-law be a good person? When the women gathered together, they talked about fancy clothes, jewelry, refining tools, refining medicine, etc. In the first 2, Song Luhua was not inferior to them. It was quite harmonious. However, the experiences they shared about refining tools and medicine were meaningless to Song Luhua, so she just ignored them. Qin Rui said sarcastically. I wonder if the wife of the fourth son of the Feng family has made any good things? Tell us sisters about your experience. Everyone in Yanqing City and Ponsu City knows that I am a waste. What good things can I make? If you have a bad memory, ask your two good friends to swing a hammer and hit me twice, and you may remember it. Qin Rui's friend, Is this human language? In terms of strength, she can't compete with him, but in terms of verbal attacks, can she still let herself suffer? Nowadays, Song Liuhua's life motto is to fight back against anyone who provokes her. She does verbal attacks herself, and summons Feng Ci by force. After showing her gentleness and domineering spirit among a group of female relatives, Song Luohua took the opportunity to leave. She didn't talk about gossip, and she talked about things she was not interested in. So why stay? The scenery of the desert is unique. After being used to seeing tall trees in the mountains, the vastness of the plains also makes people happy. After walking around for a few times, I rested for a while when I was tired. I set up a small table, brewed a pot of spiritual tea, watched the birds flying in the desert, and returned at sunset. Yi Feiluan and others were already tired of walking around, and went back to their respective camps together. Seeing that the time was almost up, Song Luohua also packed up the stall, stepped on the flying sword, flew slowly on the sand, and returned to the camp. At night, the wind and sand filled the sky, mixed with the faint roars of strange beasts in the distance. Song Luohua turned over and fell asleep peacefully. The nests of the major families were all around here. If she was not afraid of death, those strange beasts could come. Besides, with Feng Ci, a level 6 martial arts master, by her side, it was not her turn to be afraid. In the morning, a layer of thin green sprouts appeared on the nearby sand. It seemed that the seeds had sprouted last night. After a few more days, the women of the families would be able to harvest wild vegetables again. Chapter 147. Cactus Thorns. So many cactus thorns. The women wiped the sweat from their foreheads with their sleeves, looked up, and saw tall green plants with thorns in the distance under the bright sunlight. They ran fast with baskets and backpacks on their backs. When they got closer, they realized that these cactus thorns were so tall, several times taller than the eaves. Song Luohua was bored playing nearby, and she followed everyone these days, and she found such large cactus thorns quite spectacular. The thorns on it were dense and numerous. One thorn was longer and thicker than her arm, and the tip was white and brown and extremely sharp. It's so big, how can I get it back? This kind of fairy thorn is also a second-level spiritual plant. Its flesh is crisp and tastes good when it is mixed with vegetables or stir-fried. However, it has many thorns and is too troublesome to handle. The women don't think so. These fairy thorns are extremely tall and have plump flesh. Getting one is more profitable than digging wild vegetables for dozens of days. Just grind it slowly. The woman rubbed her fists and palms, took out the pre-prepared exotic animal for arm guard from the backpack, wrapped her palms and arms, picked up the sickle, and started harvesting. The fairy thorn was too big, and it took a long time to remove it. The women happily started to cut the thorns. Song Luohua watched for a while, and felt bored, so she left. She couldn't remember the way, but she was not afraid with the flying sword in her hand. At worst, she could fly up to the sky and take a look, and she could find the direction roughly. Wandering around along the sand, there were many wild vegetables along the way, but Song Luohua ignored them all. After walking on the flying sword for dozens of miles, there was gradually no one around. Looking back, the woman and the huge fairy thorn behind her were already submerged in the yellow sand. Song Luohua was not panicked at all. She stepped on the flying sword and was about to go back when a bunch of red and yellow flowers caught her eye. Immortal thorns? A large patch of dark green immortal thorns appeared in front of her. The immortal thorns here were not as big as the ones she had just seen. They were short, only half a person tall, and had red and yellow flowers on the oval thorns the size of banana leaves. There were also many immortal thorns, with a circle of immortal fruits the size of quail eggs growing on the oval outlines. These fairy fruits are the fruits of mature flowers. They are rose red in color, and have fine thorns on the outer skin. Fairy fruits are third-level spiritual plants. Their spiritual power is clear, and can clear fire and heart. They are top-grade beauty fruits, suitable for both men and women. So many. There are many fairy fruits on this cluster of fairy thorns in front of her. Song Luohua dared not imagine how many fairy fruits she could get if she picked all the fairy fruits in such a large field of fairy thorns. She stood on tiptoe, carefully bypassed the sharp thorns on the fairy thorns, and picked a rose-red fairy fruit. Peel off the rose-red skin, the flesh inside is bright red, and there are many black seeds in the flesh. Take a bite, it is sweet and sour, fresh and juicy, refreshing. Delicious. Song Liuhua's eyes lit up. She immediately took out the spiritual communication stone and called people. Feng Yin, come and help me. It's not that she didn't want to call her child workers. The sand was full of wind and sand, and it was difficult to tell the direction. The children had no power to protect themselves, and she was afraid of accidents. I think martial spirit masters are more suitable. Song Liuhua ate while waiting. When Feng Yin and his people came, there was already a small pile of fairy fruit skins on the sand under her feet. Fairy fruit? Madam, you found fairy fruit. So many. Feng Yin brought 2 martial spirit masters, and the 3 of them excitedly circled in the fairy thorn field. Pick it. Song Liuhua finished a fairy fruit in her hand in a few bites, and took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and hands. After Feng Yin and the other 2 sighed, they quickly got busy. A martial spirit master is suitable for this job. With a spiritual sword in hand, he turned his wrist and picked it up slightly, and several fairy fruits fell into the basket. There is no need to be as cautious as her, for fear of pricking her hands. This cactus thorn is slightly poisonous. If you are accidentally pricked by it, you will feel itchy for several days. At this moment, she was glad that the person she called was not a child. There were still many flowers in bloom. Song Liuhua didn't want to trouble them. She would come back in a few days, and take out the growth liquid to water them one by one. The cactus thorns that were blooming grew in an instant, withered, and grew new cactus fruits until they matured. Feng Yin and others had just finished a part, but turned around and found that the cactus thorns they had just collected had grown new fruits. The 3 of them looked confused. Until they saw Song Liuhua's action, they all fell silent. Feng Yin, what are people doing? Helplessly, they picked them all again. There were so many fairy thorns. Even if Song Liuhua only watered 1 scoop of water per tree, it took her half a day to finish watering them. Feng Yin and the other 2 were busy until the afternoon, and there were still a small part left to pick. How about picking them tomorrow? Seeing that time was running out, he had to go back to prepare dinner for the martial spirit masters. Feng Yin reluctantly suggested. Helplessly, he could only give up. Go back, go back. Song Liuhua had no choice. If she had known, she would have come back tomorrow to water the growth solution. Who knows if these fairy fruits would be eaten by other beasts if they were left overnight? Early the next morning, Song Liuhua and Feng Yin brought a few more martial arts masters to collect the fairy fruits. As soon as they arrived at the place, the mess in front of them made Song Liuhua scream in pain. Ah! Where are my fairy fruits? Feng Yin and others were shocked and hurried to check. The fairy thorns were pierced with holes in the oval flesh, and a large piece of flesh was missing. The rose-red fairy fruit on it had long disappeared. Feng Yin frowned, looking at the traces. It was done by a strange beast. A martial spirit master touched the hole in the flesh of the fairy thorn fruit and said, it should have been gnawed by a small strange beast. This place is designated as a safe area, and there are no beasts with great lethality. It must have been done by a small beast living under the sand. As for what kind of beast it was, looking at the hole, it must be a beast with thorns. If I had known, I would have called a few people here yesterday. Everyone regretted it. Look for it again, to see if there are any fairy fruits left. Song Liuhua was furious, walking around the field with a stick in her hand. Damn it! My growth fluid and fairy fruit are all wasted. Stepping on a piece of fairy thorn meat that had already wilted, Song Liuhua cursed inwardly, what the hell is this thing? It's so picky. It actually dislikes the fairy thorn meat because it's unpalatable. This thing is at least a 3rd-level spiritual plant, and it's still disliked. It turns out that the fairy fruit is quite the taste of these thieves. Yes, ever since she saw this piece of fairy thorn field and watered them with growth fluid, Song Liuhua has assumed that these fairy fruits are hers. Now that they are gone, weren't they stolen by the thieves? While Feng Yin and others were picking up the meat scraps from the leftovers, Song Liuhua wanted to see if she could find any clues to reveal the true face of these thieves. Chapter 148. Gone, all gone, not one. Feng Yin and the others quickly walked around and confirmed that there was not a single fairy fruit left for them. I'm so angry. Song Liuhua had lost hope since the first time she saw this mess. She concentrated on checking the suspicious places. The wind blew last night, and the traces on the sand were buried. She kicked the sand away as she walked, and sure enough, she got something. A piece of fairy fruit peel appeared under her feet. She picked it up and shook off the sand on the surface. The large piece of flesh attached to the rose-red peel had lost moisture. Hey, this thief is really particular. He even peeled the skin before eating. He peeled off a large piece of the fruit with the flesh. Song Luo laughed. She laughed out of anger. When she ate, she didn't dare to be so wasteful, these thieves were so generous. After walking a few more steps, she found another piece. She was still wasteful as always. After only a few dozen steps, she found a half-eaten fairy fruit in the shade of a cluster of fairy thorns. Song Luo's curiosity was aroused. She wanted to see what kind of thief dared to steal her things. Following the trail, they stopped in front of an inconspicuous fairy thorn. Nothing? They turned around the fairy thorn and found nothing unusual. Impossible? Since the clues point to this place, there must be something. I want to see what it is. Song Luo didn't believe it. She poked around the root of the fairy thorn with a stick. Still nothing happened. Her intuition told her that there must be something here. She struggled for a long time, but there was still no movement. Song Luo became even more curious. How to lure it out? Song Luo thought for a long time, and slapped her thigh. Got it. Don't you like eating fairy fruit? Then let's try some fairy fruit. It just so happened that she still had fairy fruit with her that she didn't have time to put into the warehouse yesterday. When Feng Yin and others were called, they saw their wife pile up dozens of baskets of fairy fruit under a fairy thorn. What are you doing? The martial spirit masters twitched their mouths, and were confused by her actions. Fishing. Song Luo clapped her hands, and threw the empty basket into the space jade bracelet. Fishing? Fishing? But this is sand? There is no water in the sand. What kind of fish can you fish? Feng Yin and others did not understand. This fishing is not that fishing, wait and see. Song Luo did not want to explain. After doing all this, she found a place and squatted comfortably, eating spiritual fruits and reading storybooks. The orange melon seed peels and fairy fruit peels on the sand were scattered everywhere. Feng Yin and the others were ordered to wait here. They looked at each other, not understanding what was meant, but they had no choice but to obey. After waiting for an unknown period of time, Song Luo felt a little sleepy. There was still no movement from Feng Yin, so she laid down on the recliner and fell asleep. In her sleepiness, she vaguely felt that the hem of her skirt was pulled by something. She pulled it with her bare hands, and heard a ripping sound. Song Luo then realized that something was wrong. She opened her eyes immediately in shock. Looking down, she was so scared by the thing in front of her, that she curled up on the recliner for a long time. It was a yellow sand crab the size of a household trash can, crawling sideways in the sand, with a small piece of cloth torn from her skirt hanging on its claws. Looking at the hem of the casual dress made of xianling yarn was torn open, and the silk thread was pulling hard on the uneven crack. This dress was ruined. The climate in the desert was a little stuffy, and this was the casual dress she made specifically for this desert hunting. It was precious. Excluding the labor cost, xianling yarn was not easy to come by. This little thing ruined her beautiful dress. Song Luo was furious. Her hair stood on end with anger, which was exactly how she felt at the moment. Filled with anger, Song Luo quickly jumped off the recliner, found the right direction, and stepped on its back. The khaki sand crab was stepped on by her, and a pair of big crab claws were holding a piece of cloth and waving it randomly in the air. The sharp crab claws shone coldly in the sun. If she hadn't chosen a good angle, she would have been caught by this thing, and the excitement was unimaginable. This thing is quite powerful. Song Luo stood on its crab shell with one foot, and it could still carry her on the sand. He called out urgently, Feng Yin, come quickly. Feng Yin and others were ordered to wait in the same place for most of the day, but nothing happened. When they were staring blankly, they suddenly heard Song Luo's call. His face suddenly changed. Is the lady in danger? Go quickly. Several people looked serious and hurried over. When they saw their lady standing on the back of a sand crab and teetering, Feng Yin and others relaxed their tense nerves. This scene was really funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Several martial arts masters burst into laughter. Seeing that they still had time to laugh, Song Luo glared at Feng Yin angrily. Come and help. I let it go later, and you guys see where it's going. Yes. Feng Yin stopped laughing and motioned Song Luo to get off the sand crab shell. Song Luo couldn't hold on any longer, so she let go of her feet and let the sand crab crawl sideways quickly with its claws raised. Feng Yin led the two to chase after him, and soon came back with a look of shock. That sand crab went in from the place you asked me to guard just now. What he didn't say was that the sand crab also took a few fairy fruits with it. So they are thieves. Feng Yin agreed with this statement. Yes, they are thieves. It is possible that the fairy fruits they left yesterday were stolen by these sand crabs. Song Luhua had an idea in her heart. Let's go and meet them. Several people came to the cluster of fairy thorns where she piled up fairy fruits. From the outside, there was nothing unusual here. Pick up the fairy fruits and dig it up from here. If nothing unexpected happens, this is probably the nest of these sand crabs. The sand crabs are not small. So many fairy fruits were lost yesterday. 1 or 2 sand crabs definitely can't empty all of them overnight. There must be a lot of sand crabs here. He saw that the sand crab was not small, and it was a 3rd level exotic beast. If he could hunt some, it would not be worse than fairy fruits. Feng Yin thought about it in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose with joy. Yes. After that, he took a few martial arts masters to clean up the mess, and each of them took a hoe and aimed at the cluster of fairy thorns to dig. The sand was soft, and the roots of the fairy thorns were all in the shape of fine whiskers, so it was effortless to dig. Feng Yin and others were strong, and several people dug together. In just a few strokes, they dug out the cluster of fairy thorns. There is a hole. After digging a few feet next to the fairy thorns, Feng Yin really saw a big hole the size of a wash basin. It must be the cave of the sand crab just now. Feng Yin and others sharpened their knives and swung their hoes vigorously. At this time, Song Luhua thought of a question. There are fairy thorns here, and sand crabs live under the fairy thorns. Ah, these fairy fruits, could they be someone else's food? After all this time, she is the thief? This is very embarrassing. Or just silence her. Chapter 149. Sand crabs. So many sand crabs. Feng Yin and his team dug out a lot of winding holes from the hole they dug out. After a few hoes, dense sand crabs appeared in front of them. The atmosphere on the scene was stagnant for a moment, and the next moment hundreds of sand crabs were running all over the place. Quick, catch sand crabs. Feng Yin was the first to come to his senses. He took out a cloth bag from the space ring and threw it to a few martial arts masters and started catching sand crabs. Several martial arts masters took the cloth bags and used their hands and feet to catch a few at a time. Several people were showing off their skills, waving their spirit swords, tapping or picking, and their boots were not idle either. With a light kick, the medium-sized sand crab fell directly into the bag before it could react. Some blind sand crabs ran to Song Luhua's feet with their claws horizontally. She raised her eyebrows and kicked them away. It's not that she didn't want to catch it, but she didn't have the skills of Feng Yin and others. If she forced it, she would be hurt. This sand crab is only as big as the diameter of a household trash can, which is very suitable for steaming. Then add the sauce. I wonder how it tastes. With her mouth watering, Song Luhua took out her flying sword, stepped on it and flew low, holding the stick like she was playing golf, and then hit a passing sand crab. Some of them just happened to fly around the willing master. Feng Yin and others didn't even look at them, moved the cloth bag and caught them. Song Luhua was addicted. Anyway, the shells of these sand crabs were so thick that she couldn't crush them even if she stepped on them, and hitting them wouldn't hurt. Hit them as much as she wanted. She hadn't exercised for a long time, and although she had never played golf, it wouldn't hurt to practice now. Some sand crabs scattered while walking, while some sand crabs were already used to it. They all ran around, exhausted. Although many of them ran away, Feng Yin and others were not in a hurry at all. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Anyway, they are still in this place. After dealing with the group on the ground, several people started digging again. This time Feng Yin and others made preparations and laid a net within a radius of 5 meters. Once the sand crabs were dug out, they would be arrested on the spot. Catching sand crabs became simple. Song Luhua's stick had no place to use, so he could only put it away with regret. This sandy land is not small. Feng Yin and his companions worked like cows, pounding and turning the land for a whole day, and finally found all the sand crabs here. As for the small ones, Song Luhua said that they didn't care at all. A large sand crab weighs about 10 pounds. They caught nearly 2,000 today. The palm-sized ones were so big that even Feng Yin sighed, not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. When they dug the last hole, Song Luhua was shocked by the pile of rose-red fairy fruits inside. Oh my god, it's still an artistic crab. In this huge cave, the rose-red fairy fruits were piled up into a rolling mountain range, some high and some low, neatly stacked. Song Luhua thought that she could not stack them so neatly. Collect them. Song Luhua waved her hand, and a pile of baskets fell to the ground. Feng Yin and others happily collected the fairy fruits. If we had known that they were so capable, we wouldn't have to work so hard to collect them. That makes sense. Yes, when they are collected, We can catch them all in one go. Wouldn't it be a good thing for us to sit back and reap the benefits? Song Luhua, She thought she was already cruel enough. But these tribesmen were even more wicked than her. Poor sand crab. Then again, the fairy fruit was too tempting. They couldn't grasp it, so she should bear the temptation. The only thing they could grasp was the flesh of the fairy thorns, and sand crabs, not being picky about food, would be healthier. Tonight, she wanted to taste the deliciousness of the sand crab. The wind and sand rose. The sunset fell. Song Luhua, Feng Yin and others returned with a full load. Feng Ci and his group also harvested a lot. 3 4-level long-tongued deer weighing 2,000 kilograms, and a 3-level sand green horse weighing 1,500 kilograms. The long-tongued deer is characterized by its long and thin tongue and neck. It is gentle, and feeds on plants in the sand. It is clumsy and much easier to hunt than many low-level exotic animals. The sand horse is a unique exotic animal in the sand. It has a violent temper, and is extremely fast. If it hadn't run confused and crashed into the sand and broke its neck, Feng Ci and his friends wouldn't have gotten it. Feng Shan laughed when he talked about this horse. This sand horse was sent to us for free. When we saw it running like lightning, we didn't think of hunting it. We didn't expect it to be so stupid and crashed into itself to death. Thinking of the incredulous expressions of Qin Yi and others at that time, Feng Shan grinned even more. He would go again tomorrow to see if he could encounter such a good thing again. Song Luhua looked at the somewhat silly-looking sand green horse, with a twitch in her mouth. It should not be called a sand green horse, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a sand sculpture. That night, the sand crab was served on the dinner table of Song Luhua and others. The steamed sand crab had a red shell. The sand crab was not small in size, and Feng Ci disassembled it neatly. Song Luhua took out a crab leg and poked out the meat inside with chopsticks. Put it in your mouth. The crab meat is tender and sweet, and the lingering fragrance after swallowing makes people give it a thumbs up. Delicious. As expected of a crab that grew up eating fairy fruit, it tastes good. At dinner that day, Feng Ci, Song Yuan, Feng Yin, Feng Shan and others each had a sand crab, and then drank some wine. The taste was amazing. As for Song Luhua, she only ate half of it, and couldn't eat it anymore, and the rest went into Feng Ci's stomach. Fortunately, this is a different world. Everyone is cultivating spirits, and it is difficult to get fat. If it were her previous life, she would have a fat husband soon. Song Luhua looked at Feng Ci, who was calm and measured, and nodded with satisfaction. Song Luhua's work and rest schedule was very free. She was a little tired from catching sand crabs yesterday, so she took a day off at home today. On this day, she was basking in the sun on the deck, and a female family member was walking towards her hesitantly. Song Luhua recognized her. She was Feng Zhang, the wife of Feng Seng, a member of Feng Ci's clan. Feng Zhang was about 25 or 26 years old, a little short, only about 1.5 meters tall, with a slightly yellow complexion, wearing a simple blue floral shorts made of homespun cloth, and her hair was wrapped in a cloth of the same color to prevent wind and sand. Seeing her, Song Luhua straightened her posture a little. He nodded to her and asked gently, "Do you need me for something?" It was the first time that Feng Zhang was facing the madam alone. She was nervous at first, but when she saw her gentle attitude and no displeasure at being disturbed, the nervousness in her heart slightly dissipated. She hurriedly smiled and asked, "We found a lot of sand garlic. We would like to borrow your space to help bring back the sand garlic we picked. Don't get me wrong, we don't want to be lazy. We are afraid that if we don't pick them all at once, they will be cheap to other families. We only want half, and the rest will be yours." Feng Zhang spoke quickly and anxiously, and she began to get nervous again, drooling unconsciously. Song Luhua twitched her lips, and calmly took out a handkerchief from the space to wipe off the saliva splashed on her face. Feng Zhang finished speaking in one breath, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that if she spoke slowly, the lady would misunderstand that she wanted to take advantage, which would make her annoyed. Such a large piece of sand garlic is too far from the station, and they can only bring back a limited amount in one trip. It is better to use it as a treasure for their family than to give it to outsiders. At that time, even if the clan only takes out a part, their families can also get some. In the past few hunts, their men have received a lot of shares. Even if they don't share any of these sand onions, they don't have any objections. It can be regarded as something they can do for the clan. Feng Zhang knew that her wife never liked to dig wild vegetables. Seeing that she didn't give an answer, she thought that she didn't care about this little thing at all. She felt very disappointed and hesitated to speak. She racked her brains to think of a reason. Before she could think of it, she heard "let's go." 2 words. He immediately patted his chest excitedly and said, "Madam, these sand garlics are all second-level spiritual plants. They are growing very well, and there are garlic fruits growing underneath. When the time comes, pickle them, so you don't have to worry about having no vegetables to eat on cold days. In the cold season every year, in order to save food, spiritual plant masters will not use spiritual power to grow spiritual plants if they can, and pickled vegetables are usually the first choice." Song Luo took out the flying sword and signaled Feng Zhang, "Come up." Yes. It was the first time that Feng Zhang took a flying spiritual tool other than a flying boat, and she was so excited that she wanted to talk endlessly. Fortunately, there was no wind at this time, otherwise, a mouthful of sand would not be able to escape. Song Luo felt the saliva on the back of her neck, her face was numb, and she swore that she would tell them to shut up next time she took people with her. Following the direction pointed by Feng Zhang, Song Luo drove the flying sword and successfully led her to the large group of tribesmen. "It's here." Looking down from a high place, a large area of green was like a green wave under the wind. Song Luo looked at the large area of green that stretched far in front of her and couldn't help but admire it. It was really a big piece. No wonder Feng Zhang asked her for help. The women were pulling garlic below, and when they heard Feng Zhang's voice, they looked up to the sky and saw that she really invited Song Luo, and she came on the lady's flying sword, and they all showed envy. She really asked her to invite the lady. "The lady's flying sword is interesting to look at. I wish I could take a ride someday." "What are you thinking about? Just pull your garlic." Look at her smile. Her teeth are showing. Song Luo put Feng Zhang down, pretended to fan her, and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the back of her neck. She felt much fresher after wiping. When the women saw her, they came forward to greet her. Song Luo smiled and nodded. "Madam, there are so many sand garlics. After we pick them all, we will give you half." The women laughed heartily. Song Luo looked at their simple faces covered with sand and slightly blackened with smiles, and waved her hand. "These are all discovered by you, so they should be yours. I will just pick some and eat them back." The women didn't expect that she wouldn't want it, and they felt a little sorry. "Why do you have to do it yourself? We just pull it out and put some in for you." Song Luo looked into the distance and nodded. "In that case, thank you for troubling me. I go around there, you just dig, and I put all the things you dig back for you." "Thank you, madam." Song Luo waved her hand and flew towards the sky on her flying sword. She seemed to see something shining in the sun, colorful, but it was too far away to see clearly, and it was vague. She had to go in and take a look. Song Luo flew all the way towards the direction of the colorful light. As the distance got closer, the colorful light became more and more conspicuous. It almost blinded her eyes. She looked closely, and saw a large area of green colorful hemp. No wonder it's colorful, it turns out to be colorful hemp. "I'm rich." Song Luo stared at the large area of colorful hemp, and her eyes were full of symbols of money. Colorful hemp is a second-level spiritual plant. The fabric woven with it is soft and not easy to wrinkle. Its toughness is dozens of times better than that of ordinary cloth. It is easy to wash, and not easy to get dirty. And it can emit colorful light in the sun, shining brightly and beautifully. Its price is not very expensive. You can buy a piece of it for 200 lingbai, and make a very beautiful colorful rui skirt. When the original owner's parents were alive, they would buy her a piece of colorful linen clothes every 2 years. Later, when her parents passed away, Song Yuan bought it for her. The original owner didn't want to use it herself, so she took it to please Xie Qingqing. Song Yuan just thought that his sister didn't like it, so he didn't buy it later. The original owner had no words to express her pain. Song Luo was not easy to judge her behavior. Most girls from ordinary families would grit their teeth and save money for a year to make such a dress. Now, with so many colorful hemp, she seemed to see a lot of lingbai flying towards her. As for money, who would complain about it being too little? Song Luo immediately called someone to help cut the hemp. As soon as Feng Yin received her message, he took off his apron and said, "Brothers, it's time to work." What he was looking forward to most now was to help his wife with work. Every time he went, he would get a lot of benefits. When several of his clansmen heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. "Brother Yin, I want to go too." Although they could share the benefits brought back by Feng Yin and his men at the garrison, who wouldn't want to indulge in hunting and gathering after dealing with the kitchen and the material warehouse all day, Feng Yin waved his hand. "Feng Xiao, you take the people to guard the garrison. Feng Yi, Feng De, you two come with me." Feng Xiao was 24 or 25 years old, with bronze skin, and was a handsome young man with sharp edges and corners. Hearing this, he licked his back teeth regretfully. Why, do you still want to go? Feng Yin saw what he was thinking and teased him with a smile. Don't worry, you will definitely get some benefits. Am I doing this for benefits? His injuries were almost healed, and he was a little bored staying in the base every day, so he naturally wanted to go hunting outside. Feng Xiao knew that he had just followed Feng Yin to help catch sand crabs yesterday, and today it was time for others to go out and exercise. Feng Yin knew what he was thinking. Okay, your cooking is terrible. Can I still keep you here, and not let you go back? I ask you to go hunting tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Yin. Feng Yin shook his head. His kitchen was a place for recuperation. Feng Xiao was the worst cook he had ever had. Since he came, he had been told by so many brothers that his food was not tasty. If he didn't leave, his reputation would be ruined by this guy. Feng Yin rushed over with 2 martial arts masters. On the way, the 2 martial arts masters, who were about 18 or 19 years old, chattered. Feng Yin, I wonder what good things Madam has found this time. Feng De, it must be something very good. It can't be wild vegetables that our Madam likes? That's right. Feng Yi counted his assets with his fingers, and was surprised to find that he had saved a lot of lingbai since Madam started to ask them to work. He didn't have to worry about the money to marry a wife. Chapter 150. Colorful Hemp. So much colorful hemp. Feng De and Feng Yi followed Feng Yin and ran all the way. When they got there, they found a large area of colorful hemp emitting colorful light. The eyes of several people lit up. For those who have sisters at home, they often hear them talking about a set of clothes made of colorful hemp. With so much colorful hemp, I wonder how much thread can be spun, and how much cloth can be woven. Even if I only give the colorful hemp to my sisters, and let them weave the cloth themselves, I guess they will be happy. Cut it. Song Luhua was always the one who gave orders. Feng Yin and his younger brothers were her reserve labor. When someone asked for something, Feng Yin would be the bull. It was the young men who were very powerful. Feng Yi and Feng De seemed to have endless energy. They used the spirit sword more skillfully than the sickle. With a few swings, the 7-colored hemp was cut off at the root. They fell neatly in one place. As for Feng Yin, although he cut quickly, he didn't have the brute force of the young men. TSK. Song Luhua, with his hands in his pockets, commented leisurely. Feng Yin was cutting the colorful hemp when he suddenly felt a little cold on his back. He blew his nose and continued cutting. Really, I caught a cold. The sandy land was colder at night than during the day. He didn't cover himself with a quilt yesterday, and sneezed several times when he got up early. The 3 of them finished cutting the large area of colorful hemp in just 1 hour, and now they were tying them into bundles with ropes. Song Luhua sighed. They were all good at farm work. If they were kidnapped to modern times to help others harvest sugarcane and rice, wouldn't she make a lot of money at the end of the day? On the sandy ground, bundles of colorful hemp were neatly placed in one place. Song Luhua waved her hand, and put all of them into the space of the jade bracelet. She looked at the sky and saw that it was still early in the morning, so she suggested, the women are digging sand garlic at the other end. Let's go and have a look. Go ahead. There's some sand garlic. Help collect it. They cut so many colorful hemp today, so they must be able to share a lot. Feng Yin and others were in a very good mood and said casually. They didn't have any feelings for sand garlic and wild vegetables. They followed the lady every day to get good things, so they didn't care much about these things. It's nothing to lend a hand. Song Luhua looked sideways. She had nothing to say if they had the intention. When Song Luhua and a few others arrived at the place, Feng Yin and others looked at the large patch of sand garlic and fell silent. So many. Yes, I didn't say it was little. Song Luhua pointed to the remaining large patch. Didn't you say you wanted to help? Go ahead. Hee hee. Feng Yin and others smiled awkwardly, squatted on the ground, and started to pull garlic. The women saw that she brought people with her, and came to talk to her excitedly. That's great, there are so many sand garlics. We thought we couldn't pull them all before dark. It's great that you brought a martial arts master. Yes, what they picked is yours, madam, please accept it. If they didn't come, we wouldn't be able to pick all of it today. If we leave it to tomorrow, who knows who will benefit from it. Song Luhua thought about it, and didn't want Feng Yin and the others to help for nothing. She nodded and said, since I have already promised not to take your help, I will not regret it. Feng Yin and the others will keep some of what they picked as the feed for their help. Is it feasible? Madam, you are so polite. You asked people to pick so many sand garlics. Just take them away. The women waved their hands generously. Song Luhua smiled and nodded. Feng Yin, Although there were only 3 of them, the abilities of these 3 martial spirit masters were equivalent to the mobility of 30 women. In this way, a lot of sand garlic can be pulled out. At that time, of course, they can't take away all the harvested ones. To manage a tribe, you can be kind or strict, but you can't go back on your word. Losing prestige will cause big problems. Feng Yin and the others, together with the women, dug until almost sunset and barely finished digging the large area of sand garlic. Feng Yin, Feng De, and Feng Yi wiped the sweat from their foreheads and looked at each other, seeing relief in each other's eyes. After pulling sand garlic for an entire afternoon, people were almost numb, and it was finally over. It wasn't that they didn't have patience, it was just too boring to repeat the simple mechanical movements. No wonder the madam didn't pick wild vegetables. At this moment, they had a new understanding in their hearts. As for the mother and sisters, they could only say that they worked hard. If it weren't for today's attempt, I wouldn't have known how boring it was to pick wild vegetables for cooking. Today, they realized that the green on the plate was not easy to come by. Song Luo waved her hand and put all the women's baskets into the space. She held the spirit sword and led a group of women back in a mighty manner. The women worked hard all day and harvested a lot. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Everyone chattered about gossip and made all kinds of jokes. This time, no one picked the scattered wild vegetables seen on the road. Feng Yin and his 3 men were quite conspicuous in the 5th village and were pulled out from time to time for fun. Women, especially those who have been married for a long time, can talk dirty as well as men. Song Luo was used to it. When the little emperor heard it, it was a little exciting, nothing more. The 3 martial arts masters, including Feng Yin, did not expect that the woman would be so brave and scary. When asked if it was okay, they blushed. Feng Yin was okay. After all, he was older and had dealt with many people. His blushing only lasted for a moment. After that, he smiled throughout the whole process, as if he was immune to all poisons. Feng Yi and Feng De had not yet married, and the 2 young men's beautiful imagination of women ended at this moment. In the end, it was their mother who came out to rescue them, and barely escaped the clutches of the devil. When they arrived at the station, Song Luo heard the 2 of them complaining to each other. No wonder they say women are like tigers, they are fierce. She is not fierce. Her brother and Feng Xiai can testify for her. After dinner, Song Luo saw the 2 young men who were teased to the point of blushing, carrying a basket of sand garlic, and quickly fleeing to their own residence. The laughter of the aunts and aunties came from behind. I couldn't help laughing. The aunties in the clan kept their promises, and said they would send her sand garlic. Soon many of them sent it. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets. There were a total of 15 baskets. Isn't this too much? How long would it take her to eat so much sand garlic? The aunties were so enthusiastic. If it weren't for your help today, we wouldn't have received so much. A few baskets of sand garlic are our token of our love. Madam, please don't despise it. After a very eloquent aunt finished speaking, she bowed and took the aunts who were delivering sand garlic away. Song Luo waved at the backs of the few people. Hey. Feng Xiai came over and saw his wife frowning and squatting in front of dozens of baskets of sand garlic and sighing. What is this sand garlic worth sighing about, my lady? He smiled and his handsome face suddenly moved closer. Song Luo smelled the fresh scent of bath beans on his body after he took a bath, turned his head away, and told him what happened today. Feng Xiai smiled and said, if you accept it, then accept it. You are delivering spiritual fruits and taking their children to eat. If you are reluctant to give up a few baskets of sand garlic, then you are not worthy of being a member of our tribe. Feng Xi's lips curled slightly, and his smile was like a spring breeze. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. His wife was 1,000 times more important than his tribe. Chapter 151. Do I care about this? Song Luo rolled her eyes at Feng Xiai. It will take forever to eat so many sand garlics. Anyway, I don't like garlic. If you like it, I give it to you. Feng Xiai, He doesn't like it either. Feng Xiai touched his nose and shut up decisively. Give it to my uncle. He likes it. He, my elder brother, does like it. Song Luo and Feng Xiai looked at each other and decided that Song Yuan liked it. Li Zhener received a basket of sandy garlic from her sister-in-law and asked in bewilderment, does your elder brother like to eat garlic? Yes, Song Luo said firmly. He likes it very much. Sister-in-law makes it for him every day. He absolutely likes it. Then sister-in-law will accept it. Last time your elder brother brought back the purple spiritual grapes from you, I made a lot of jam. It happens that it can be eaten in the next 2 days. You can take 2 jars back. Legionnaire was very grateful for the storage ring given by her sister-in-law. With it, she can carry many things with her, which makes hunting much more convenient. With a slight movement of his fingers, he took out 2 pottery jars from the storage ring and handed them to Song Luo. Song Luo took the pottery jars and smiled. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I will go back then." That night, Song Yuan and others cut the exotic beasts overnight. Legionnaire took advantage of the night to pickle 10 baskets of sand garlic. The next day, Feng Yin contributed some of the sand garlic he got as a snack for everyone. Song Yuan complained while picking, "Feng Yin is really a fool. He just added sand garlic and cut it so finely that I can't even pick it up. I have to have a good talk with him. Don't add sand garlic to me next time." Some people don't like it, and some people like it, but Feng Yin, Song Yuan, Song Luo and Feng Ci are not among them. For Feng Shan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing and others, they are just dispensable. Legionnaire's purple Lingpu jam tastes sweet and sour, with a delicate taste and transparent purple. Song Luo likes it very much. She ate half a jar in one night. If she hadn't eaten too much for dinner, she could still eat. Madame Yang said she wanted to brew Lingpu wine, but she didn't know how it was brewed. She provided the method. Yanqing City, Jinghua Lane, Feng Family Mansion. Nani Yang followed her mistress's instructions, washed 2 large baskets of purple Lingpu fruit, dried them, crushed them in a pottery jar, sprinkled them with sugar, stirred them evenly, and sealed them. This wine is different from ordinary fruit wine. It takes 1.5 months to get good. By the way, the mistress also said that she wanted to order a few sets of glass wine cups. Nani Yang found the drawings that the mistress had modified, locked the door, and went to the weapon shop. In Yanqing County, Lu's weapon shop has the best business, so it's natural to choose it. Lingpu wine is not available now. Song Luo wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and turned over to sleep. The sky was particularly blue that day. Another crop of green sprouted on the sand. Song Luo sighed that this sand was really good. The seeds blown by the wind grew faster than leeks. Song Luo failed in refining for a whole morning, and had no interest in refining tools or medicine. She glided on the sand with her flying sword. Oh! The sand was not flat all the way, but also steep. The wind and sand blew on her face. Sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes flying far away. Song Luo couldn't help but scream. The sand became her playground. Song Luo hadn't had such a good time in a long time. The sand was soft, and it didn't hurt even if she fell. Song Luo played more recklessly. Children and women in the distance cast their eyes on her, but she continued to do her own thing. She was happy by herself, and other people's eyes were nothing. For 2 whole days, the whole sand was Song Luo's show. The women of each family knew it was her once they heard the devilish. Ha ha ha. On this day, as her laughter flashed by, everyone looked up and watched her slide on the sand and rush by. A woman passed by like a meteor, and the sword separated from her and flew out in an arc. Puff. I don't know who laughed first, but the women laughed out loud. Song Luo pulled her head out of the sand, and spat out the sand in her mouth. At this time, the spirit sword also flew over, and stuck in the sand in front of her eyes. Song Luo just dug out the spirit sword, but she heard a movement beside her. Flap wings. Flap wings. Looking up, an unknown dark purple bird with wings, its head stuck in the sand, revealing a pair of wings flapping. The purple bird was as big as a turkey, weighing about 34 pounds, and its toes were also dark purple. What kind of bird it was, Song Luo had never seen the same one in the 10 Wind Continent's strange beasts. She held the flying sword in her hand, and picked up some sand to hit the purple bird. The purple bird finally moved, and saw it pull its head out of the sand, looked at her with a pair of black eyes, and then continued to stick its head in the sand. Huh? This bird didn't run away? Song Luo was surprised. Maybe it didn't see her try again. She grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at the purple bird again. The scene in front of her completely angered her. The purple bird raised its head and looked at her again, not taking her seriously at all, and continued to stick its head in the sand. Song Luo laughed angrily. Originally, she was in a good mood today and didn't want to kill. This guy didn't run away when he saw her. She reminded him twice that it was time to run, but he ignored her. Isn't this obviously looking down on her? How could she tolerate this? You don't want to take the Tontian Avenue, and you want to get into the pod, right? I help you. Song Luo smiled viciously, stretched out her judgmental hand, grabbed the purple bird's neck, and pulled it out of the sand. She slapped it with her backhand. I gave you a chance to run, but you didn't run, and you dared to despise my existence. Today I will teach you the rules and manners of being a bird. Chuck, chuck. After a few slaps, the purple bird finally reacted and struggled violently to run. Song Luhua snorted and laughed. It's too late, put it in the pot tonight. In the northeast, there is a way to stew a goose in an iron pot. Today, she wants to stew a big bird in an iron pot. When everyone saw Song Luhua passing by in the air again, they saw something purple on her waist. It also made a cluck sound. Mrs. Song seemed to be annoyed by the sound, so she freed her hands to fan it a few times, and everyone saw a few dark purple feathers below. Chapter 152. Song Luhua called this purple bird the purple sand sculpture. It was stupid and dull, willing to be caught and cooked by humans. Only the word sand sculpture could describe it. That night, Song Luhua had a delicious iron pot stewed sand sculpture meat. The meat of the purple sand sculpture was firm, tender, and full of spiritual energy, and it was very delicious. Everyone who had eaten it said it was delicious. This was the punishment for her disrespect. Today was another clear day, and Song Luhua strolled out of the camp. After walking a few steps, her stomach growled with hunger. Strange, I just had lunch. Why am I hungry so quickly? Could it be that I played too hard these days and consumed too much spiritual power? Although Song Luhua was a little confused, she didn't care. She kept taking out cakes and spiritual fruits from the storage bracelet and stuffing them into her mouth. Hungry, still hungry. Unknowingly, she rode the flying sword to the old place. Watching a familiar purple bird fall from the sky and dive into the sand. Purple sand sculpture. Song Luhua threw the cake in her hand into her mouth, rubbed her eyes, and heard. Swish. After a few sounds, several more purple sand sculptures of the same type fluttered their wings and fell, burying their necks in the sand. Are they doing this? Her eyes widened in shock. Thinking of the meat she had eaten last night, she suddenly felt a little panicked. No way, that one wasn't an exception. Are all purple sand sculptures like this? This thing is so stupid. Will I become stupid if I eat it? She hesitated. If it was in her previous life, she would definitely think this statement was nonsense. But the problem is that this is another world. Eating a golden lotus seed can turn a man into a woman, and eating stupid things to become stupid is not impossible. Song Luhua nervously tested her IQ. The multiplication table, get. Count from 1 to 100, get. 3-character classic, get. Repeat the names of relatives and friends, get. Fortunately, it didn't affect her IQ. As for her body, she had eaten all night, and was still alive and kicking, so there must be nothing wrong. Song Luhua was relieved. She took out a thin bamboo stick from the jade bracelet space, and whipped the purple sand sculpture's raised bird, butts one by one. These purple sand sculptures were just like the one she caught at the beginning. They just looked up at her, and then continued to bury their heads in the sand. Wrongly blamed, wrongly blamed. Song Luhua now knew that she had wrongly blamed the purple sand sculpture she caught at the beginning. It didn't look down on her at all, but their clan was stupid. Song Luhua patted her belly, and silently recited a few sentences from the Lotus Sutra. I be reborn into another race in my next life. She was embarrassed because her death was too frivolous. Then, here comes the question again, how to deal with these purple sand sculptures. Thinking of the delicious food she had that night, Song Luhua couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It tastes so good. Another plate of spiritual fruit cake went into her stomach. How about forgetting it? These guys are really pitiful, stupid. I don't know how they survived in this continent where strange beasts are rampant. Just when she had this thought, she saw a group of purple birds flying in the sky. The group of birds suddenly braked in the sky, and then, like dumplings, they swooped down from the sky and plunged into the sand on the ground. The purple tail and 2 claws were still moving habitually. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that something was wrong with these purple sand sculptures. Why are you burying your head in the sand? Let me see it too. Song Luhua grabbed a purple sand sculpture nearby and buried her head in it. Nothing, ah, bah! The sand was dark, she didn't see anything, and opened her mouth in disappointment. But she forgot that her head was also buried in the sand. As soon as she opened her mouth, countless sands rushed into her mouth. Song Luhua, why would she do such a stupid thing? You shouldn't open your mouth in the sand. Why do these purple sand sculptures bury their heads in the sand? There must be a deep meaning behind this. Song Luhua firmly believes it. She didn't see anything the first time, and she thought she didn't see it enough times. So, if someone passes by, they will definitely see the woman burying her head in the sand again, and there are countless purple sand sculptures beside her. The two have the same movements. If they were not different in form, one is a human and the other is a bird or beast, they would definitely be considered the same creature. After an unknown amount of time, the woman suddenly pulled her head out of the sand, and then awkwardly looked around, and after making sure that no one was around, she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Luo, She smiled awkwardly but politely. She was careless. It would be better not to eat the stupid beast next time she saw it. When she thought of the stupid thing she had just done, she wished that time could go back to yesterday. If she hadn't come to sand board, she wouldn't have fallen in the sand, wouldn't have met the purple sand sculpture, and wouldn't have been so angry that she caught it and took it home to eat. If all this hadn't happened, she wouldn't have done such an inhuman thing. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise, her lifelong reputation would have been ruined. Song Luo flattened the place where she had just crawled through with her feet, trying to cover up her mistake. Just pretend that this had never happened. After doing all this, she looked at the group of purple sand sculptures around her, but found that many of them had suffocated themselves and were stuck in the sand, motionless. She stretched out her little foot and kicked it, and the already hard purple sand sculpture fell straight to the ground. Song Luo, what the hell? He suffocated himself to death? Looking up, Song Luo found that there were many stupid people who died like this. She twitched her lips and flew away without looking back. Whoever wants to eat this thing can eat it, but she will never eat it again. When she returned to the base, she felt a severe stomachache. Thinking of the sudden extreme hunger, she kept eating, and her belly was about to burst without noticing. Song Luo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. All this was the fault of the purple sand sculpture, which turned out to be a poisonous bird and beast. After burying her head in the sand several times, her brain became clearer, and she also learned the cause and effect of her abnormality. It turned out that the flesh and IQ of this group of purple sand sculptures were the capital for their survival. This group has extremely weak combat power and low IQ, almost nothing. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when this race appeared on the continent, its ancestors entered the game with their flesh and turned into food for other beasts or humans. Any race that has eaten its meat will become extremely hungry. If they don't eat it, they will starve to death. If they eat it, they will be stuffed to death. This is one of its toxicity. Second, anyone who has eaten its meat will unconsciously lower their IQ and commit suicide. This is also fatal. Some people think that extremely ferocious beasts are cute and soft, and they want to reach out and touch them, but they are beaten into meat patties with a punch. This behavior is no different from a person who is afraid of high-voltage electricity on weekdays, and suddenly thinks that high-voltage electricity is nothing great. He can tell whether there is electricity by touching it. The result is that he is instantly electrocuted into slag, which is the same reason. Therefore, although these purple sand sculptures are very good at committing suicide, they have successfully continued this race with their strong core of sacrificing themselves to kill others. Although their number in the 10 Winds continent is rare, they are not non-existent. Most of the beasts recorded in the 10 Winds continent strange beasts are ordinary beasts. Song Luo could only complain that the 10 Winds continent strange beasts was too unreliable. She was obsessed with burying her head in the sand to see what was there. It was nothing more than the poison of these purple sand sculptures, and her brain was confused. The only way to detoxify is to bury your head in the sand several times, perhaps 100 times. If your IQ is not reduced to the point of suffocating yourself, the poison will automatically be cured. Song Luo was glad that she went out today, otherwise she would have been so stupid. As soon as she walked to the gate of the station, she saw many martial spirit masters gathered in a circle, and fierce quarrels, and begging for mercy came from the circle. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that my beard is more than your hair. Please forgive me. Ah. The man's wailing sounded. Another martial spirit master said words of pleading. Brother Ian, Brother Me was just joking with you. Please let his beard go. No, I have to count. Count his beard first, and then I shave my hair off and count. I think my hair is definitely more than his beard. Feng Yin's voice was different from the usual gentle and kind, and her tone was extremely serious, more serious than when she prayed to the gods. This is unbearable. Song Liuhua's heart skipped a beat. It's over, it's ruined. Yesterday, there was a lot of purple sand sculpture meat, and it seemed that she generously gave Feng Yin a portion. Hurriedly, she pushed through the crowd and squeezed in, but saw that Feng Yin, who was always smiling, now had a serious face and a big belly. There was still grease on his mouth. At this moment, he was holding down a strong man's head and pulling out the strong man's full beard one by one. He was muttering very seriously, the 313th, 314th, 3145th. The strong man's beard was pulled out one by one, and there were still a few beards on the right corner of his mouth that were still growing firmly on the territory, and the corner of his mouth was twitching in pain. The voices of begging for mercy were endless. Everyone persuaded, and some even stepped forward to intervene, but they were pushed away by Feng Yin with a palm. Even though Feng Yin spends all day in the kitchen and storage room, he is the highest-ranked martial arts master stationed at the base. Once he gets serious, a few second-level martial arts masters can't fight him at all. His abnormality was clearly felt by the tribesmen, and they all showed worried expressions. Why is Brother Feng Yin so strange today? He never took it seriously when he was joking in the past. Yes, he just ate 50 kilograms of roasted exotic beast meat. He couldn't eat so much in a day in the past, and he wasn't afraid of being stuffed to death. It's like he's become a different person. How can he change? Who among our tribesmen is like him? Who counts every beard? The tribesmen remembered Feng Yin's meticulous way of counting the supplies, and fell silent. Seeing this scene, Song Liuhua's mouth twitched violently. Both of them were poisoned, and compared to Feng Yin, she thought she was already very stupid, but she didn't expect that Feng Yin was even more clumsy than her. This guy was lucky to meet a member of his own family. If he had met someone from another tribe, with a higher cultivation level than him, he would have been beaten to death long ago. The moment Song Liuhua was stunned, Feng Yin had already plucked out the beard of the burly man, took out the magic sword and slashed it towards his head without hesitation. That guy's movements were so agile that everyone was caught off guard. With a few flashes of spiritual light, Feng Yin's black hair was all moved from the top of his round head. Silence. Deathly silence. Even the bearded man called Feng Mi, whose beard he had plucked out, lost his anger and looked at him in disbelief. Feng Yin ignored the eyes of others, dropped the magic sword, squatted on the ground, and counted his hair seriously. 1, 2, 3. Song Liuhua cleared her throat. It was her turn to show off. She shouted and pointed to a pile of sand not far away, saying, Feng Yin, there is a fish in the sand. Go and have a look. After Song Liuhua finished speaking, a group of martial arts masters looked at her with twitching mouth corners. There is a fish in the sand? Brother Feng Yin is not a fool. Whose fish is in the sand? That's right. What day is today? Why is our wife not normal? Everyone sighed, thinking it was weird, and they believed that Brother Feng Yin would not pay any attention to the lame and full of loopholes of Madame's words. However, as soon as the thought came to their mind, a scene that made them stunned occurred. Brother Feng Yin, who was extremely focused, suddenly raised his head, looked at Madame very seriously, and thought for a moment. What? Are there fish? I'm coming. Feng Yin took a long time to react, and quickly walked towards the sand pile designated by Song Liuhua. Song Liuhua breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that the sequelae of the purple sand sculpture were so disappointing. She originally wanted to say that there was a treasure in the sand pile, but she didn't expect that what she blurted out was fish. She thought Feng Yin would not believe it at all, but she didn't expect that he thought about it for a long time, and actually thought it was reasonable. Who cares, as long as he believes it. This won't make her look stupid. Song Liuhua muttered a few words, but saw Feng Yin had already walked to the sand pile and started digging with his butt sticking up. This won't do. Song Liuhua frowned slightly. To detoxify, she had to bury her head in the sand. What's the point of just digging sand? Suddenly, her eyes rolled, a wicked smile appeared on her lips, and she shouted, Feng Yin, you can't catch fish like this, you have to bury your head in the sand to see the fish. Everyone, Just now, they were slapped in the face, and dared not speak. Everyone watched Feng Yin's actions quietly. Feng Yin dug for a long time, but really didn't see any fish. He felt that she was right, so he buried his head in the sand as she said. Until he couldn't breathe, he took out his shiny bald head from the sand. Song Liuhua continued to bewitch him. Where there is a will, there is a way. You need to try a few more times. That makes sense. Feng Yin thought for a moment, and continued to explore, as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. Half an hour later, Feng Yin woke up. Touching his cold forehead, thinking of what he had done, he could no longer maintain the smile on his lips. With one hand covering his face, and the other protecting his shiny big head, he ran back to the room in embarrassment. Song Liuhua was happy for saving a tribe member, but suddenly, she paused and turned into a screaming chicken. Brother! Feng Ci. Chapter 153. Feng Ci was hunting, and suddenly felt extremely hungry. No! He calmly put away his spiritual sword, circulated his spiritual power, and carefully felt the state of his body. But he did not find anything. The feeling of hunger in his body gradually dissipated as the spiritual power passed through the spiritual palace. Feng Xiai was extremely confused, but this feeling only lasted for a moment, so he did not care. What he could not see was that as the spiritual power flowed, the green light in the meridians and the spiritual palace flashed by. The other victims of Zishadiao were not so lucky. Song Yuan, like Feng Xiai, ate a lot. As he fought, he suddenly felt hungry, a feeling he hadn't experienced for a long time. After retreating from the battlefield, he took out the exotic beast meat from his space ring and stuffed it into his stomach. Now that everyone's life is better, the women in each family are willing to roast some exotic beast meat for their own martial arts masters to carry with them, and Li Zhener is no exception. Song Yuan took out the roasted exotic beast meat from his storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth, one piece after another, and didn't care at all when he choked. Others looked at him in surprise. Is he that hungry? Why are you eating so fast? No one is fighting for it. Song Yuan did not respond to other people's comments, but just stuffed food into his mouth in a panic. Feng Shan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi were greedy and tasted the meat of Zishadiao, and now they began to feel something wrong with their bodies. They retreated from the battlefield and began to eat a lot. Feng Xiai saw the abnormality of several people, frowned slightly, and ordered, "Everyone retreat, return to the base." Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others are all level 4 martial spirit masters. Half of the level 4 martial spirit masters in the entire team are not right. The tribesmen with good eyesight have already noticed something is wrong, and they have put away their spiritual swords and are ready to retreat. Some idiots are still asking, what should we do with these long-tongued deer? They finally encountered them. It would be a pity to let them go. The martial spirit master next to him saw his idiocy and slapped him on the head, scolding, "It's time, and you're still talking about long-tongued deer." Song Yuan, Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others are obviously not right. The young man finally reacted and hurriedly apologized with a smile. "Thank you for your advice, brother." The resentment in his heart was immediately suppressed. The young master values the lives of his clansmen, which is good for them. A group of people hurried back, which made Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu and others, who were not far away, look at him sideways. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "Why did Feng Xiai leave? The long-tongued deer has been killed halfway, and it will definitely be taken down if we fight again. Why don't you want it now? What happened? Why did he leave so quickly?" The tribesmen looked at him tentatively. "Sir, how about we continue to fight?" Qin Yi's lips curled slightly. "Fight? Why not? There are more than 10 long-tongued deer. There is a lot of exotic meat. If we let it run away, it will be a pity. Take a small team with us. After they kill it, they will give half to Feng Xiai, they will save effort, and Feng Xiai will not lose out. The few of them have cooperated for many years, and they have a tacit understanding." When Qin Yi moved, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu knew what he was thinking. They all mobilized their troops to move together. In the camp, Song Luhua was so anxious that she was running around in circles. The sandy land was vast, and Feng Xiai and the others were nowhere to be found. They were already beyond the communication range of the spiritual communication stone. The spiritual master she sent out to find Feng Xiai did not come back either. Not only her elder brother and Feng Xiai, but also Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others had eaten this thing. This thing makes people hungry in the early stage, and lowers their IQ in the later stage. If a group of people are hunting, if there is a slight mistake, they can't save their lives. Another thing is that these few people are almost the elites of the entire team. If something goes wrong, the entire team will be wiped out soon. I told you to have a dirty hand, ah. Song Luhua slapped the back of her hand, stood on tiptoe, stretched her head, and looked into the distance. On the way, Song Yuan and others' symptoms became more and more strange. Everyone ate like crazy, and their stomachs were bulging. If they were not allowed to eat, their faces would become very painful. Feng Xiai had no choice but to wave his hand to signal everyone to retreat and rush to the camp. A strong wind blew, mixed with sand and fine hay. Feng Shan stretched out his palm, and a light brown fleshworm as thick as a little finger was blown into his palm by the wind. He threw it on the ground. Just as he was about to step on it to death, he saw the worm crawling slowly on the ground, dragging a long and thin sand path. An idea suddenly came to his mind. You can also walk like this, so? Before everyone could react, Feng Shan suddenly lay on the ground, like a fleshworm, and crawled quickly on the sand. As a martial spirit master, he had excellent physical strength and crawled very fast. By the time everyone reacted, he had already crawled a long way. Seeing a new change, Feng Xiai frowned. Pull him up. Yes. Among the stunned tribesmen, 2 martial spirit masters jumped out and chased after him. One on the left and one on the right lifted Fengshan up from the ground. When Fengshan was helped up, he looked bewildered. "I can walk by myself, I don't need you to help me." The 2 martial spirit masters looked at each other and saw speechlessness in each other's eyes. "Brother Fengshan, don't be so stubborn, let us 2 brothers help you walk." "Just kidding, if he was asked to go back on his stomach, I don't know how long it would take. Moreover, there were small animals and thorns in the sand. If he was scratched, there would be ghosts howling and wolves howling." Now everyone could see that something was wrong with him. Naturally, no one took his words seriously. However, Fengshan's martial arts value was online. With one palm on each side, 2 tribesmen flew out together. He then lay on the ground again and began to climb up. Feng Xi wanted to intervene, but he saw that Song Yuan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi were also starting to be wrong. Feng Qing stood still on the sand, motionless. When a martial arts master spoke to him, he said nothing. I waved my hand in front of his eyes, but he didn't respond. Like a piece of wood. Song Yuan fell into the sand pile, and didn't respond for a long time. When Wu Lingshi pulled him out, he had fainted and fell to the ground. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, and said in a daze, "I see stars. I want to see more." Then, in full view of everyone, he buried his neck in the sand again. Everyone, I don't understand. I don't understand at all. "Feng Yi, what are you doing?" With a cry of surprise, everyone looked towards Feng Yi. He took out a needle and thread, and a small bronze mirror, from his pocket, and poked at his dimples. He kept muttering, "The dimples are too big, sew them up. You are so cruel." Several tribesmen saw that the situation was not good, and snatched the needle and thread from his hand. He patted his chest with a toothache. "Don't you mind the pain?" Fortunately, they reacted quickly, otherwise, not to mention the dimples, he would have sewed up his mouth. 100 men were busy trying to guard against the people who were in trouble, and they were very confused. With a few people like this, they couldn't move forward, so Feng Xi had to do it himself, and tied them up with a good spirit rope. The spirit master sent by Song Luhua to find people happened to meet them halfway. Seeing Feng Shan, and the other 4 being tied up and carried away, he thought of Feng Yin's strange behavior in the base, and contacted his wife to ask him to come out to find people. After a little thought, he knew what was going on. Jianden reported Feng Xi about Feng Yin's situation and said, "Madam asked you to take Song Yuan, Feng Shan, and the others back quickly." She also said. The clan member suddenly remembered the last words of Madam, and hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to say it. "What else did Madam tell you?" Feng Xi saw that he looked strange and asked again. The young martial spirit master scratched his head, and looked at the extremely normal young master, lowering his head guiltily. He said hesitantly, "Madam also said that if you do anything stupid, you must be attacked by surprise, beaten up by a group, knocked unconscious, and carried back." "Oh, really?" Feng Xi chuckled, "That's exactly what your wife would do. Ambush, gang fight." "Heh. So does your wife know the reason?" "Yes, my wife said it was all because of the purple sand sculpture meat. This meat is poisonous, and the detoxification requires this and that." The young martial arts master gestured and buried his head in the sand to demonstrate. The strangeness of this poisoning and detoxification method was so bizarre that even Feng Xi, who had seen countless storms, couldn't help but twitch his lips. A group of tribesmen were not as knowledgeable as Feng Xi, and had never heard of it. Everyone looked blank when they heard it. Feng Xi waved his hand. "Did you hear clearly? Detoxify them." "Yes." The tribesmen received the order, and quickly divided the work and cooperated. They pressed the heads of several people into the sand, and buried them, when they were almost out of breath. The young martial spirit master was stunned. This is too rough. However, when he thought of the cruel things that Brother Feng Yin did to Feng Yi in the garrison, he was relieved. They must have done something too extreme. In order to wake them up, this is the only way. Song Luhua stamped her feet anxiously in the camp, and suddenly sneezed. She stretched her neck and looked into the distance again, muttering, "I don't know if that kid has found Feng Xi. Feng Xi has strong spiritual power, so we can only sneak attack and group attack to take him down. Otherwise, if he does something stupid, just wait for the genocide." She didn't know that the kid, who sent the message to find someone, used inaccurate words and changed a word. Not far away, a group of children ran back, each with an unconcealed joy on their faces. The top of the backpack was covered with a layer of weeds. Song Luhua twitched her lips. What good stuff was covered with weeds? Wouldn't it be even harder to see if they pulled some wild vegetables to cover it? One of the children suddenly stumbled, and the backpack on his back tilted forward, and the weeds on the top fell out. From Song Liuhua's angle, the contents of the backpack were clearly visible. It wasn't that her eyesight was too good, but that the purple color was so familiar that it made her scalp numb. She had only seen it on the purple sand sculpture. Those children are from the top 10 families, including Feng Yang and his friends. Song Liuhua was glad that she saw it, otherwise this thing would have killed a group of people. The toxicity of the purple sand sculpture is hard for ordinary people to detect. This race can keep the fire in the dangerous alien world, all by brushing their stupid purple faces. She walked forward quickly. Feng Yang, did you catch a purple bird? Feng Yang opened the backpack. Yes, ma'am, we found a lot of these purple birds next to a sand slope. They are so stupid, burying their heads in the sand, they can't run, and some of them suffocate to death. Speaking of this bird, Feng Yang's smile never stopped. There are still many, let's catch it later. Song Liuhua looked at the old acquaintance, the purple sand sculpture, which was quite large and took up an entire basket, and her mouth twitched violently. She was about to remind the children that this thing was poisonous and could not be eaten. Feng Yang. Before she opened her mouth, several children from other families said dissatisfiedly, Feng Yang, we found this purple bird together. How can you tell the adults in your family, if she takes people to catch it, we will not have it? Yes, Feng Yang, how could you do this? Although they are all children, they have been following their parents to work hard for food for so many years, and their minds have grown up a little. Even if they are from the same family, if all these things are taken away, they may not share much with them, and people from other tribes are naturally more untrustworthy. No, I will also tell the adults in the tribe. In this case, it is better to let our family take advantage. The children said one after another. Feng Yang knew that he was in the wrong, and did not say a word. Although the children complained, they did not do anything, and Song Liuhua did not care. She waved her hand, and the children quieted down instantly. The children also knew the name of Madame Song, and they were somewhat in awe of her. Song Liuhua nodded with satisfaction, and then said seriously, Don't worry, I won't fight with you for the purple bird. Not only that, Feng Yang, you all throw this bird away, and you are not allowed to pick it up again in the future. Why? Feng Yang and a group of other children from the same tribe looked frustrated, and they did not understand the decision made by their own wife. Song Liuhua understood their feelings. Anyone who got a treasure, and was suddenly told to throw it away, and not to pick it up again, would naturally question it. She patiently explained, This bird is called purple sand sculpture, and its meat is poisonous. It is very dangerous to eat it. Oh, so that's it. Feng Yang was so scared after hearing this that he even dropped his backpack. The other children in the tribe hesitated for a moment, and quickly followed suit. Song Liuhua was very satisfied. She comforted, Don't be too scared, as long as you don't eat it you be fine. Huh, yes. Feng Yang and the others breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the backpack and threw away the purple sand sculpture. The children from other families didn't believe that there were children who wanted to pick up the purple sand sculptures that Feng Yang and the others threw away. Song Liuhua held her forehead with a headache. Someone has eaten this purple sand sculpture and has been poisoned. Don't take it. The children were hesitant. They couldn't be sure whether she had bad intentions and monopolized these purple birds. There were still many on the sand slope. Lan Luo was among them. He had worked with Mrs. Song before, and knew that she was a hidden person. Seeing Feng Yang's attitude, he believed it in his heart. He immediately called on the clan members. The Lan family has thrown away this purple sand sculpture, and you are not allowed to pick it up again. 18th young master, but the children of the Lan family were unwilling to throw away the food they had just heard from others. Lan Luo frowned tightly. Don't say anything, it's thrown away. After scolding the clan members, he looked into Song Liuhua's eyes and bowed. Thank you, Madame Song, for reminding me. Listen to others' advice, and eat a full meal. Song Liuhua was very satisfied with his attitude and nodded gently. After a quick glance, other families obviously didn't believe in her children, so Song Liuhua shrugged and respected their fate. Chapter 154. After a rough detoxification, Song Yuan, Feng Shan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi finally woke up half an hour later. The poison of the purple sand sculpture will not make people forget the stupid things they have done. When Song Yuan thought of his suicidal behavior in public, he lowered his head in embarrassment and crushed the sand on the ground with his boots. Feng Qing pretended to be a pillar throughout the whole process. Even when his head was forced into the sand, he did not struggle. Now he still had a tense face. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Feng Yi, he was holding a bronze mirror and looking at his face from left to right. It was a close call. I almost disfigured myself. The tribesman teased, Feng Yi, you should thank us, otherwise you would have sewn your mouth shut. You didn't sew dimples. The needle poked the corner of your mouth. If you really sewed it shut, you would have eaten with your butt. Feng Yi saw a tiny scratch on the corner of his mouth, laughed a few times and said, Thank you brothers for your help. I will treat you all to dinner and drinks when I go back. Seeing Feng Yi like this, Feng Shan and Song Yuan were less embarrassed and joined the teasing and joking with each other. The martial spirit masters discussed the whole process of the poisoning. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi realized that the purple bird caught by their wife's younger sister was poisonous and caused problems for them. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing. The four looked at each other, their mouths twitching violently. Song Yuan laughed awkwardly. Well, don't be greedy next time. I was already wailing in my heart. Little sister, don't bring everything home. Big brother will clear it for you. Feng Xi looked at the sky and said, It's late, let's go back. When they returned to the base, it was not yet dusk. It was the first time that a group of people went home early because of the poisoning of their tribesmen. Song Luo stood on the flying boat and saw Feng Xi and others appear, and her heart was half relieved. She ran to them and saw Feng Xi, her elder brother, Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others were all safe and sound, and Song Luo finally put her heart at ease. Feng Xi, elder brother, I'm so glad you're all okay. When Feng Xi saw her, he thought of her sending a message to have someone attack him by surprise, and he flicked her forehead with his hand in amusement and anger. Madam, are you looking forward to your husband being attacked by a group of people? Ah. Isn't this for your safety? Song Luo secretly glared at the young martial arts master who delivered the message, as if to say, Can't you speak? Don't you know how to adapt to circumstances? How could Feng Xi know that she came up with this idea? The young martial arts master felt something was wrong after being glared at, and ran away with his head touched in confusion. Song Luo. Thank you for traveling thousands of miles to deliver the message. How did you know the antidote? Feng Xi thought of the unspeakable actions that Song Yuan and others had taken after being poisoned, and was very curious about what his wife had done. How did she know that burying your head in the sand can detoxify? Then, Song Luo was worried about the safety of Feng Xi, Song Yuan and others all day, and never thought about how to deal with this question if asked. At this moment, when Feng Xi brought it up, her CPU was almost burning. Facing her man's smiling eyes, which were obviously watching her play, she said dryly, I am gifted and I am not poisoned at all. As for the detoxification method, do we still need to find it? Isn't it enough to have a brain? Anyway, no one saw her do stupid things, so what if she didn't admit it? The more Song Luo thought about it, the more she felt justified. Hey, that's not right, Feng Xi. How did you detoxify? Did you also bury your head in the sand to wake up? Whenever she thought of Feng Xi, who was particular about her appearance and demeanor, doing this, Song Luo's eyes lit up, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Her beautiful eyes burned with gossip, and she looked at Feng Xi with expectation and surprise. Seeing her so expectant, Feng Xi wanted to tease her, and the smile on his face faded slightly, looking embarrassed as if someone had said something embarrassing. Seeing his wife's mouth about to burst into laughter, he sighed slightly and said slowly, My wife guessed it. I guessed it right. Ha ha ha. It's so funny, Feng Xi, you actually buried your head in the sand, ha ha. Song Luo imagined in her mind that Feng Xi was gracefully burying his head in the sand with his butt sticking up high. That look was funny to anyone. Song Luo laughed and slapped her thigh. I wish I wasn't there. Otherwise I would show you what a soul painter is. She laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. Feng Xi smiled softly, and a hint of pampering flashed in his eyes. The next moment, a playful smile appeared between his eyebrows. My lady guessed wrong. I didn't have any abnormality. Ha ha ha. Song Luo stopped laughing and looked at him in disbelief. Impossible, we all. What about you? Feng Xi stared at her with a smile. Nothing, but so many of us ate this thing, but you and I were the only ones who didn't get poisoned. Do you think it's reasonable? Song Luo struggled to death, so she would not reveal that she had been poisoned by the sand sculpture. My wife has done many unreasonable things, and one more husband is not too much, so it is reasonable. Hee hee. Song Luo was speechless for a moment, and had to cover it up with an awkward smile. It is not worth it to expose your past to see your husband laugh. The couple understood each other tacitly. That day, Song Luo's mood was like a roller coaster. Now it finally landed on the ground. As the sun set, Qin Yi and other members of the 10 major families, as well as the women who were collected from various places, all came back. The station gradually became lively. After dinner, there was still light in the sky. People from various families began to visit and chat. Hearing that the martial arts masters and children in their own station had picked up a lot of purple birds, they all went forward curiously to see. What kind of bird is this? I've never seen it before. It's purple all over. I haven't seen it in the 10 wind continent. Strange beasts. Some knowledgeable people curiously touched the wings of the purple bird with their hands. A child interrupted. Mrs. Song said, "This bird is called purple sand sculpture." How does she know it? Has she seen it before? Everyone asked in confusion. At this point, the children who discovered the purple sand sculpture today joined in. I don't know. Mrs. Song also said that this bird can't be eaten, saying it is poisonous. Nonsense. I have lived for more than 30 years. How can this exotic beast meat be inedible, only unpalatable? Some people like to think too much, and their minds turn thousands of corners in an instant, speculating. Could it be that she wants to coax you to throw it away, so that all the exotic beast meat will belong to her? I think it makes sense. The women and martial arts masters talked about it, and agreed that Song Luhua was talking nonsense. This trick can fool children, but who would believe it if it fooled adults? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenqiu, Lan Qi, Nong Heng, Bo Song, Lu Heng, Yun Ju, and Li Zhong had just finished a delicious purple bird meat for dinner. When they heard what the children said, their faces turned purple. Qin Yi heard that Song Luhua had clearly reminded them, but the martial arts masters in their tribe dared to make this thing to eat, and made it for him. He couldn't help but scold the martial arts masters in the station for being stupid. Did you do this on purpose? What good will it do you to poison me? Ah! The group of martial arts masters below were scolded like grandsons, and they didn't dare to say a word. A bunch of idiots. Qin Yi was so angry that he glared at them hatefully and walked out. Lu Yuan was cold in character, and when he heard the news, the coldness around him became even stronger. He glanced coldly at the tribesmen who had done something stupid and were standing trembling below, and turned to walk out. Jiang family residence. Jiang Wenqiu's roar and snarl could be heard from far away. In the meeting room, a table was smashed. Are you black rock pigs? Song Luhua said not to eat it. Don't eat it, but you picked it up and ate it. Are you crazy? A clan member secretly glanced at the new young clan leader, who was irritable, and said hesitantly, "Haven't you heard of poisoning from eating exotic beast meat? Besides, you are fine. How can you yell at us? You know shit." With another roar, Jiang Wenqiu angrily said, "I was poisoned, but I'm still fine. Since that girl knows it's poisonous, she must know how to detoxify it. I have to ask her." As soon as she finished speaking, she ran out. Jiang family members, What's wrong with feeling a little guilty? Lan Qi was simply amused by her family members, who did something unnecessary. My good brother Lan Lu asked you to throw it away, but you are so bold that you bought it from another family for me to eat. It's my fortune to have you. Lan Qi snorted and laughed, then turned and left. A group of clan members thought of the dreaded family rules, and prayed bitterly that the young master would be okay. At first, although other clans didn't believe it was poisonous, they tried it, and found no signs of poisoning. And this purple bird tastes delicious. I heard that other young clan leaders can eat it, so how could their young clan leader be worse than others? He must be arranged to have it. In order to verify whether it was poisonous, they also tried it themselves. How could this be poisonous? They didn't notice anything unusual. But the young patriarch made such a big move, which made them feel uneasy. Lu family residence. Lu Heng was restless. His slightly round face was deflated like a balloon with air leaking. The spiritual power ran through his body for a few circles, and there was nothing unusual. That's why he was alert. The powerful beast doesn't bark, and the beast that doesn't bark wants people's lives. This poison can't be seen now. I'm afraid it's very powerful. It's the only time in my life that poisoning from eating exotic beast meat can rewrite the history of the 10 Winds continent. Looking at the tribesmen who looked like children, who had done something wrong, Lu Heng frowned and waved his hand, saying, "Okay, listen carefully next time. Think more about what others say, whether it's true or false, especially what Madame Song says. Don't take it lightly. After returning, each of you will be given 50 sticks. If you make this kind of mistake once, I can let it go lightly. If you make it again, you will all go to the branch. Go down." Yes. The tribe members left, and Lu Heng changed his clothes and went out. Since returning from Huaxi Valley last time, Bo Song, who had always looked down on trash, also looked at Song Luhua with a more level eye. She was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Since she said it was poisonous, it was 90% true. He only hated that the tribe members were too stupid and greedy for small profits, which affected him. He, Boat Song, did not need such stupid loyalty. After this hunting, I will assign you to my uncle's branch. Young clan leader. The clan members looked ashen. How could they follow the young clan leader of the main branch instead of the third master's branch? They would rather accept the family rules than leave the main branch. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they knew that the young clan leader was a man of his word, so they could only shrug their shoulders in frustration. Boat Song didn't even look at them, and walked straight towards Feng Xi's residence. Yunju was almost killed by his family's stupidity. What kind of person is Madame Song? After what you experienced in Huaxi Valley, don't you have any considerations in your mind? I should think twice about what she said, but you dare to feed me at will. Are you waiting for me to die so that you can support my stupid elder brother? Yunju pointed at the clansman below and sneered. If nothing happens to me, you will definitely be punished by the family. If something happens to me, you will be buried with my family. If he really died in this way, Yunju dared to say that it would definitely be written into a storybook and circulated for thousands of years. He vented his anger a little, and went out with his hands on his waist. Li's residence. Li Cheng, Qin Rui, Feng Xian, Li Ji and others were all there. Qin Rui taunted, "Brother, you wouldn't really believe what Song Luo said. If she said it's poisonous, it's poisonous? I said she was a fool? This person often talks nonsense. If you take her word seriously, she's really stupid. Aren't we fine? We can run and jump. How can there be any signs of poisoning?" Seeing that no one answered her, Qin Rui felt embarrassed and touched her husband Li Cheng with her arm. "Husband, don't you think so?" Li Cheng was also tired of her eldest daughter's temper, but because Li Zhong and Li Ji were present, he couldn't get angry and responded vaguely. Qin Rui saw his perfunctory attitude, stamped her feet, and cast her eyes on Feng Xian, who was sitting on the other side pretending to be virtuous. "Feng Xian, what do you think?" Feng Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of hidden hostility, but she didn't show anything on her face. She smiled slowly and said, "Mrs. Song has her reasons, and the second sister-in-law has your reasons. I am a wooden person, how can I have any opinion?" Feng Xian was not satisfied with this ambiguous answer. She wanted to say more, but heard a bang, and Li Cheng put the teacup on the table. "Second brother, third brother, since everything is fine, you can go back first." After saying that, he stood up and left. These two brothers are both ambitious but fragile, and their wives have their own annoying features. Qin Rui, the 10th daughter of the Qin family, is unruly and arrogant, which is very annoying. Feng Xian, the third brother's sister-in-law, has an ordinary face, but she has a lot of tricks. She seems to offend no one, but he knows what she is thinking at a glance. Two useless brothers, really bad vision. They even tried to use his wife's family to suppress him, without even considering whether they are worthy. What kind of monsters did they marry? Even Feng Xi's wife is not as good as them. The matter of poisoning by the beast meat is a serious matter, but these people still treat it as a joke, In the future, these stupid people will be divided among these two stupid people, so that the stupid people can get along well. Chapter 155. After experiencing Huaxi Valley, Nong Heng had to admit that this woman had some skills, and her words made him think more. He didn't care about scolding the tribesmen who did bad things, and immediately walked out of the camp. Wang Yueya came towards him with a big belly, and couldn't help asking, "Henglang, it's so late, where are you going?" Nong Heng's eyes flashed with impatience. This woman is gentle and considerate, tender and affectionate, plus she has good talent. He admits that he liked her for a while. Later, she married someone else and continued this relationship, which gave him an inexplicable sense of excitement. Now this inexplicable excitement was broken by her own hands. With her relationship exposed, she became more and more unconcealed, which gradually made Nong Heng lose interest in her. However, after all, she was pregnant with his child, so for the sake of face, Nong Heng was still willing to pretend. He smiled and pulled Wang Yueya's hand. "It's dark and cold at night. You should go back to your room and rest early. The baby in your belly also needs to sleep." "I have something else to do. I leave first," Nong Heng said, and left without looking back. But he didn't care much about an illegitimate child. Since returning from the last hunting in the marshland, Wang Yueya obviously noticed Nong Heng's indifference to her, and she felt very uncomfortable. She thought that the window paper had been broken, and the two of them could stand together openly, but for some reason she felt alienated. She touched her round belly sadly. "My child, you have to come out quickly, I'm relying on you." Mrs. Song's words about the purple bird being poisonous had spread throughout the station, so how could she not know? The known family members in the kitchen also did it for her to please her, and she didn't think there was anything strange, but Heng Lang believed it. This made her feel a sense of crisis. Heng Lang had never taken a woman's word so seriously. After all, she didn't believe that eating exotic beast meat could poison people. There was no such case in the Ten Wind continent for thousands of years. If there was, why didn't anyone record it? At this moment, her guilt towards Song Luo completely faded away. She stood alone in the night and murmured, "At this moment, if I don't owe you, then you owe me." The main branch of the Feng family, Feng Ting, Yi Feiwan, Feng Rui, and others also heard the rumors of the children. They all agreed that it was nonsense. Who knows what kind of person the fourth brother's wife is better than the family? She has low talent, and the so-called poisoning is just a joke. A trace of disdain flashed across Yi Feiwan's beautiful face. I heard from the tribesmen that there are quite a few purple birds on the sand slope. The fourth brother's wife has no talent for refining weapons, refining medicine, or even planting. I think as the mistress of the family, the tribesmen below are not convinced. If she can take this opportunity to collect a batch of exotic beast meat for the fourth brother, I am afraid that she can change her impression among the tribesmen. If Song Luo and her clansmen heard this, they would probably laugh their heads off. She didn't hide her abilities on purpose, but she wouldn't advertise her strengths everywhere. How could these brothers and sisters-in-law who didn't want to open their eyes see her strengths? Feng Jing lost an adult during the trip to Huaxi Valley, so naturally he couldn't advertise the strengths of Song Luo, a useless brother and sister-in-law. Later, he was almost stripped of his position as the young clan leader. He was still kneeling in the ancestral hall, and had no mood to care about other people's affairs. This led Feng Ting, Yi Feiwan, Feng Rui, and others to think that Song Luo was still a little waste in Qinghua Lane, Yanqing City. Don't pay attention to her. Anyway, now that the family has been divided, they will bear the consequences of fooling everyone. Feng Ting made the decision. Yi Feiwan, his wife, also thought so. Okay, then I don't care. Feng Rui has always been used to being a fence-sitter. Whoever is in power has the say, and he immediately expressed no objection. Feng Ting and Yi Feiwan looked at each other, and their eyes were full of satisfaction. Outside Feng Xi's residence, Lan Qi arrived first. As time went by, everyone came. The 9 people looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They were not the only ones who were unlucky, so it was a relief. No one should laugh at each other when they go out. The 9 people briefly told the whole story of their poisoning. Lan Qi smiled helplessly. I was also an unprovoked disaster. The purple bird meat I ate was bought by my clan members from the Lu family. Lu Lingyuan's face was slightly embarrassed. Brother Lan, don't blame me. When I go back, I will definitely punish those clan members. But she smiled secretly in her heart. Well done. Good brothers should advance and retreat together. They have been playing together since they could talk, and Lan Qi doesn't need to see what he is thinking. She waved her hand and said, "It has nothing to do with you. It's fate, don't blame others." The atmosphere was quite relaxed. They thought they knew something about Song Luo's character. Women are kind, and she is not a cold and cruel person. If it is a very difficult poison, she will probably remind you. She didn't mention it, so it's not fatal. But some suffering is inevitable. Several people walked and talked, each guessing the detoxification method. Song Luo was glad that her family members were obedient. If they said they couldn't eat it, they would definitely not eat it. She waved her hand to put away the lounge chair on the deck of the flying boat and prepared to go back to her room to rest. At this time, a family member came to report that the young masters of the major families had come. Feng Xi also heard that the members of the 10 major families had found a lot of purple sand sculptures. At this time, someone came, and you don't need to think about what's going on. Song Luo's eyes lit up, and she looked at Feng Xi, eager to try. Go and see. Feng Xi took out a cloak from the space ring and put it on her, leaned over to tie the belt, and smiled gently. It's cold at night, don't catch a cold. The couple went to the meeting room hand in hand. In the meeting room, except for the main branch of the Feng family, the heads of all the major families came. Song Luo took a look. Good guy, Lan Qi is here too. Lan Luo threw away all those purple sand sculptures in front of her. Could it be that this kid said one thing in front of her and another behind her back? But she felt that Lan Luo was not that kind of child. It was really confusing. She expected that some people from other families would eat the food by mistake, but she didn't expect so many. All the young clan leaders of the 10 major families were wiped out. Song Luo looked at these familiar faces one by one, her eyes turned, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She was going to get rich again. Thank God for the wealth. When the couple arrived, Qin Yi, Lan Qi, Nong Hung and others stood up and greeted each other. Song Luo stood beside Feng Xiai as a wallflower until Feng Xiai greeted everyone, then she smiled and asked, "Dear young clan leaders, I haven't seen you for a few days, how are you?" The atmosphere was a little strange, and the young clan leaders of the major families had different expressions, awkwardly touching their noses or looking around. Song Luo didn't make things difficult for her, and said directly, "You are here to detoxify." "Yes, please teach me, Madam Song." Lan Qi was used to her straightforward nature, and smiled immediately, and bowed to Song Luo. "Yes, Sister Song, how can this poison be detoxified? There are no symptoms now, and it's too scary to be worried," Jiang Wenqiu said distressfully. Song Luo was stunned. The poison hasn't taken effect yet, but they all came today. I think they believed her. He nodded slightly in his heart. He deserves to live a long life and listen to advice. Song Luo was relieved. Chapter 156. I can cure the poison, but I don't know if the young clan leaders can afford it. Although she was relieved, it didn't hinder Song Luo from making a fortune. Lan Qi smiled and said, "I don't know what price Madam Song wants. That depends on whether the lives of the young clan leaders are worth it. I am the young clan leader of the Jiang family, so my life is naturally very valuable. How much do you want? As long as I can afford it, I will give it to you." Jiang Wenqiu patted his chest and said with pride. Song Luo suddenly felt that this boy was much more pleasing to the eye. She clapped her hands and smiled and said, "As expected of the young clan leader of our Jiang family, you are so generous." Jiang Wenqiu raised his eyebrows proudly, "Otherwise, I can be the young patriarch. Tell me, what's the price?" He had just taken office as the young patriarch of the Jiang family, and was allocated a large amount of money and materials. It was worthwhile for him to spend some money to save his life. The two of them sang in unison, and Jiang Wenqiu, who was thick-skinned, unconsciously gave Song Luo the opportunity to raise the price. The other 8 families were speechless. The atmosphere was so tense that Song Luo wanted to charge a lower price, but their respective values did not allow it. Of course, it was impossible to be cheap. Each person will receive 10,000 jin of level 3 long-tongue deer meat, plus 1 million lingbai, and treatment for poisoned members of their respective families. After saying the conditions, she said with a serious look, "Don't think I'm charging too much. This purple sand sculpture is extremely rare. Those who eat its meat will be poisoned the next day. They will first feel hungry, overeat, and have a confused mind. If the poison is not removed in time, one is afraid that they will do dangerous things when they are confused, and the other is afraid that they will not be able to recover after a long period of confusion. I have repeatedly told your tribesmen not to eat it, but they still thought I was joking, and even ridiculously thought that I was plotting to monopolize this purple sand sculpture meat. Teach them a lesson, so that they can remember it. If they are seeking death, I will not stop them." Song Luo said a lot of things, and everyone was silent. Spend money to save your life. 1 million lingbai is like a cow hair to the heir of the family. 10,000 caddies of 3-level long tongues are only 5, and there must be quite a few poisoned people in the garrison. It is quite cheap to spread it out. I will send it to you immediately. Li Zhong was the first to speak. Song Luo looked at him in surprise. The second son of the Li family, Li Cheng and Qin Rui, were not very good people, but Li Zhong was able to get along with him. Young Patriarch Li is very generous. Seeing that he had already started to act, other families sent messages to their clansmen and asked them to send long-tongued deer. As for Lingbai, they were given Lingbai cards directly if they had any on them. Song Luo took the detoxification fee with a smile, waved her hand, took out a basket of level 3 Qingling grapes, and gave some to each person. The poison has not yet taken effect. When you feel abnormally hungry tomorrow, come to me, and I will guide you to detoxify on the spot. Thank you very much. Goodbye. After sending off the young clan leaders of each family, Song Luo looked at the 49 long-tongued deer that had not been processed, and was very happy. By the way, Feng Xiai, 4 of them were given to you by Qin Yi, Jiang Wenqiu and Lu Yuan. You can take them. Take 50,000 of the 90,000 caddies, and put them into the public treasury, and keep the remaining 40,000 caddies for me. I will open a private treasury at home. In her opinion, the materials obtained by talking belonged to her completely, so she naturally had to keep some for herself. As for the 50,000 caddies given to Feng Xiai, it was considered protection money. Without this identity, she could not protect such a large amount of wealth. Thinking about how she would have to detoxify them tomorrow, with Feng Xiai as the backup, it would not be her turn to be beaten. Counting the lingbai and supplies, Song Luo's face was full of smiles. Feng Xiai touched her head, and secretly said to bring more spiritual swords tomorrow. Only the young patriarch of the 9 families took the poisoning seriously, while the other clan members laughed and didn't take it to heart at all. The next day, the 10 major families and the 9 major families announced a day of rest, which puzzled Feng Ting, who was about to take his clan members out. After thinking about it, he also announced that they would take a break today. Li Cheng, Qin Rui, Li Ji, Feng Xian, and others were also puzzled. Qin Rui's puzzlement lasted only for a moment. Anyway, the martial spirit master did not go out hunting, and the spiritual sword was not damaged much. She did not need to repair it, so she was happy to have some free time. Feng Xian thought about it, and knew what was going on. Li Yong was the one who led the team. She did not say anything and continued to stay in the training room. Li Zhong impatiently sent Li Cheng and Li Ji away. As soon as he stood up, he felt a strong sense of hunger. The higher the level of the martial spirit master, the more sensitive he is to his own state. When something unexpected happened, Li Zhong immediately noticed something strange. He immediately stood up and rushed to Feng Xi's base. He was not the only one with this symptom. In the base, he saw many tribesmen wolfing down food without noticing it. Li Zhong shouted angrily, "Idiot, you still think it's okay to eat so much? Follow me." As time went by, the hunger became more and more severe. Li Zhong closed his eyes, swallowed dryly, and resisted. After seeing the horrible look of his clansmen, he dared not eat anything easily. When he arrived at Song Liuhua's residence, sweat broke out on his forehead, and even his lips turned pale. People from the other 8 clans also came. The 9 of them looked at each other from a distance and understood that no one was in a good condition. He was glad that they did not despise Song Liuhua's words. The matter of detoxification had been discussed yesterday. When Song Liuhua saw that everyone had arrived, he immediately asked someone to lead Qin Yi and the other 9 young clan leaders to the middle of a large and spacious room. As for the rest, there was plenty of sand outside the base, and Feng Shan, her eldest brother, would arrange for detoxification. "Bring Gudong. What are you bringing us here for?" Yunju swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. Everyone was puzzled. This room was full of sand, exactly 9 piles, arranged horizontally, which looked weird. As soon as Yunju spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Song Liuhua. Of course, it's for detoxification. The 9 young patriarchs of different families present had lost their usual spirit. They refused to eat, their faces turned pale, they were sweating, and they swallowed their saliva from time to time, which was quite embarrassing. Song Liuhua took the money to do the job, so she should at least consider the dignity of the other party. This house was built by her last night. The sand was also clean sand found by the tribesmen early in the morning. Next, Feng Xi will take you to detoxify, you just need to do what he says. I go out first. Watching her turn and leave, Feng Xi smiled and repeated the detoxification method. Qin Yi, shock. Jiang Wenshou's eyes widened. Brother, are you sure you're right? It's better to ask me to eat than to bury me. Lu Yuan was silent. Lan Qi, it's so. Is it necessary? I dare not say it's just that. I can only say that I'm trying to find another way. Yunju couldn't believe it. Beating him up is better than this. Lu Heng felt that he could accept it. He had never tried to bury his head in the sand. Li Zhong sneered. This young master has never been afraid, come on. After saying that, he was the first to bury his head in the sand. Nong Heng unconsciously stroked the sand with his hand, watching the fine sand flow through his fingers. Both Song felt a little dissatisfied when he saw Li Cheng had already gone up, thinking that he should be the last one. These 9 people were obviously different. Feng Xi smiled slightly, and there were still those who refused to bury their heads in. Feng Xi used all his spiritual power, and pressed them accurately. Song Liuhua was anxiously turning around outside the door. What should I do? I'm very curious. I really want to see what it would be like if these high-ranking young clan leaders buried their heads in the sand. His palm touched the door frame, and he quickly retracted it. Oh, people should be moral. How can you do this? I took the money. Chapter 157. Song Liuhua didn't see the embarrassing scene of the young masters of the major families. Just as she was about to push the door open, the second son Feng Ting, Yi-Fei-1 and his wife, and the third son Feng Rui came. The 3 looked very painful. Yi-Fei-1 vomited and ate at the same time. For sister-in-law, you must know how to detoxify. Tell me quickly, I can't hold on any longer. 10,000 caddies of long-tongued denizen, plus 1 million lingbai. Song Liuhua said lightly. You are taking advantage of the fire. Yi-Fei-1 was furious, his face twisted. Song Liuhua was not panicked at all. She scratched her nails calmly, If you don't know, then bear it yourself. After that, she turned around and prepared to leave. The discomfort in her body became more and more severe. Seeing her tough attitude, Yifei-1 and Feng Ting looked at each other and called her to stop in unison. We will give it to you. First help us detoxify. Fo Shan, send people to the main branch to get supplies. Feng Yu, take the 2 brothers and the second sister-in-law to detoxify. There is no reason not to make money. Fo Shan went to the main branch station, told the matter, and easily got 10,000 kilograms of long-tongue venison, and brought back a group of poison main branch tribesmen. As for watching Qin Yi and others make a fool of themselves, or watching Yifei-1 and others make a fool of themselves, Song Luhua decisively chose the latter. After all, these 3 people are more annoying. The scene outside the detoxification site is unprecedentedly spectacular. After counting carefully, there are quite a few people poisoned in the 10 major families. One by one, the martial arts masters, women and children fell into the sand. The appearance was indescribably weird. What caught my eye was the buttocks of Yinner, which looked silly and extremely funny. Those who knew it thought it was a detoxification, and those who didn't thought that everyone was not normal. Yifei-1 and the other 2 were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They said in disbelief, "Is this the way to detoxify?" Feng Yu smiled shyly and pointed to the 3 piles of sand in front of her and said, "Madam, it is just what you think. This is the clean sand pile specially selected for you and the 2 young masters. Please." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the wife of the Feng family do such a shameful thing in public? For sister-in-law, since you have accepted our benefits, you must find a decent way to detoxify us. Seeing that she had a lot to do, Song Luhua was quite impatient. There is only one way to detoxify. If you don't detoxify, you will become stupid. I can return those things to you at most. Come here, tell Feng Shan to return the 10,000 caddies of long-tongue venison he just took back from the main branch, and ask the second brother, the second sister-in-law and the third brother to go back. Yes. A clan member heard the order, and was about to execute it immediately. Feng Ting was a little flustered when he saw this, and waved his hands hurriedly. What is the 4th brother's wife doing? Your second sister-in-law just complained a few words quickly. Why did you take it seriously? This poison must be detoxified. After saying that, he was the first to plunge his head into the sand pile. Feng Rui followed closely after seeing this. As martial spirit masters, they were more sensitive to their own changes than auxiliary spirit masters, and had a strong premonition in their hearts that if they did not detoxify, something bad would happen. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. Yifei-1 looked around blankly, and his feet involuntarily walked towards the sand pile next to him, and plunged into it. Song Luhua was satisfied. His mouth was hard, but his brain was down, so he could not control his behavior, right? As time went by, many people had already woken up. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were surprised and sighed. TSK, this scene is rare in 1,000 years. So this is what happens after eating the purple bird meat. It is indeed poisonous. Now, the 10 wind continent strange beasts will add a new strange beast. The wife of the 4th son of the Feng family is amazing. This time, thanks to her, otherwise our 10 major families would have lost a lot of people. The people who had just recovered sat in front of the sand pile and chatted, and they showed a little more respect for Song Luhua in their words. Song Luhua had just solved the problem of Yifei-1 when she heard that Feng Xian and others had come to her house. When Fu saw them, Qin Rui shouted, "Mr. Song, is it you who did this? We are all very uncomfortable. Tell me, did you poison the purple bird?" This was extremely unreasonable. Song Luhua was facing such accusations right at the beginning. She frowned and said angrily, "Fo Shan, call a few people and drive them out." Fo Shan heard this, and waved his hand. A dozen martial arts masters came out immediately. Feng Xian's eyes deepened slightly, and she cursed Qin Rui in her heart for being stupid. Now that things have come to this, she still brought out her way of being a savage lady. Wouldn't that kill them? She quickly stood up and apologized. "Don't be upset, Madam Song. My second sister-in-law said too much. I want to apologize to you on her behalf." Feng Xian bowed as she spoke. Li Cheng saw that his wife was still talking nonsense at this critical moment, and glared at Qin Rui with a bad face, which made Qin Rui even more angry. "What? I said something wrong. Why are you glaring at me? And Feng Xian, stop pretending to be a good person here. I know your intentions very well. You are just an ordinary member of a poor branch. How can you call me sister-in-law?" After saying this, Feng Xuan's face changed and her fists in her sleeves clenched tightly. Li Cheng saw his third brother and his wife with ugly faces, and apologized immediately. He secretly complained in his heart. He thought that marrying this woman would help him a little, but he didn't expect her to be so willful and arrogant, causing chaos in the family. At this time, they are still arguing. Misfortune for the family. Song Luhua was surprised to see that this family had started to tear each other apart before she could even start to fight. However, she was not a person who was made of mud, so how could she let them get away with it so easily? He sneered. Such a big shit pot is put on me, and you can say that you said too much? My wife just spoke without thinking. I think she was poisoned and lost her sense of proportion. Madam Song, you are a magnanimous person, don't bother with her. Li Chung forced a smile and said, how can you detoxify us? You set the conditions. Song Luhua should have detoxified them for free because of the agreement with the 10 major families. If Qin Rui hadn't said such harsh words, she wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to them. But if they insisted, it's not impossible to accept it. 1 million lingbai per person. 1 million, why don't you go and rob? Qin Rui seemed to have come out of a certain state and screamed immediately. 1 million is enough for her to buy many beautiful clothes and jewelry. How dare this woman think? Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat. 1 million, before she married into the Li family, she couldn't even imagine such a large amount of money. Now all her private savings added up to this amount. She subconsciously looked at Li Ji standing beside her. Li Chung quickly blocked Qin Rui's mouth and nodded. A total of 4 million. We will give it to you immediately. He took out a 2 million lingbai card from his storage ring and handed it to Song Luhua, and winked at Li Ji. Third brother, hurry up. Everyone stared at him. Li Ji's face was slightly gloomy, and he took out a 2 million lingbai card from his space ring without saying a word and handed it to Song Luhua. Feng Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If she was asked to pay for it herself, it would be a serious blow to her vitality. Chapter 158. After getting 4 million lingbai for free, Song Luhua no longer looked at these people with such annoyance, and immediately waved her hand and asked someone to take them to detoxify. Indoors. Li Zhong and others woke up one after another, and a group of young clan leaders looked at each other awkwardly, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. As for Feng Xi, several people assumed that he had done the same thing and automatically ignored it. Anyway, they had all lost face, so no one would despise anyone. When they walked outside, they were undoubtedly shocked by the scene in front of them. Thinking of themselves just now, everyone's face changed slightly, and they exchanged a few words and went home. Wang Yueyao looked at Nong Hung, who came back hurriedly, and greeted him eagerly. Hung Lang, how are you? Nong Hung waved his hand lightly. Nothing, I'm going back to my room to rest. After walking a few steps, he thought of her bulging belly and turned around and said, have you eaten the purple bird meat? Go to Feng Xi to detoxify. Wang Yueyao felt sweet in her heart, secretly thinking that Hung Lang still cared about her, and shook her head subconsciously. Since you didn't eat, that's good. I go in and rest. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Yueyao to reply, he slammed the door shut. Wang Yueyao hesitated for a moment and slowly walked towards Feng Xi's residence. In fact, she did eat. But so far, there are no symptoms. When she saw how everyone detoxified, she retreated. She couldn't accept such an indecent way of detoxification. She asked a few people, what are the symptoms of poisoning? Several female relatives spoke out their feelings. When the poison took effect, I felt extremely hungry and kept wanting to eat. After the poison was detoxified, I felt abnormal bloating. Since they were brought to the detoxification right after being poisoned, they did not directly feel that their minds became chaotic. Wang Yueyao was relieved when she heard this. So far, she has not experienced the situation they described. She secretly thought that she was lucky. Then she went back with peace of mind. The next day, the people from the 10 major families went out and saw a few purple sand sculptures again. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they passed by them expressionlessly. Song Luhua saw it, and pried the heads of these things out of the sand with a stick. After all, she made a lot of money with this thing. Such an interesting race, it's good to be alive. The sand is vast, and the beasts are scattered. After half a month of hunting, the settlements of the 10 major families have moved forward a long way. Changing to a new place, I don't know how many crops of seeds fell, and there are many more wild vegetables than before. The women were very happy, running happily with their baskets on their backs. It's rare to see green on the sand, and Song Luhua is in a good mood. Flying low on the flying sword. Suddenly, something quickly passed under her feet and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What is that? Song Luhua turned around and rubbed her eyes. She only saw a gray and white tail swinging rapidly in the air, which soon turned into a small dot and disappeared. It was probably a small, unknown beast with no offensive power. This was very common on the sand. Women and children often searched for and caught it. Song Luo was no longer surprised. Flew forward for dozens of miles. A familiar large green fruit with vertical, flowery stripes came into view. Melon? Song Luo's eyes lit up. She stood in the air and observed for a while, and then landed carefully after making sure there was no danger. The ground was covered with large palm-shaped leaves with lush branches and leaves, and yellow and red flowers were everywhere. The huge melons were very conspicuous among the green vines. Song Luo squatted down and put her hand on a melon. In an instant, a strong spiritual power leaked out, and she opened her eyes with surprise. It's actually a 4th-level spiritual fruit. It is still an edible 4th-level spiritual melon. Don't underestimate such a small piece. If all of them are picked, there will be at least tens of thousands of kilograms. And the ones that are blooming, if all of them are ripened, the yield will at least double. He immediately took out the growth liquid from the jade bracelet space and watered them one by one. I saw that the red and yellow palm-sized flowers instantly produced small fruits as thick as thumbs, which grew up in a few breaths and grew to the size of a person's embrace. If all of this is picked, there will probably be 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms. The sweet and delicious spiritual melon juice and spiritual melon meat made Song Luo's mouth secrete a lot of saliva. Pick them all. This time, she didn't call anyone. After all, if she was going to build a private warehouse, she had to fill up the warehouse. When she thought that these melons were all hers, Song Luo was full of energy. One of these level 4 spiritual melons could fill a backpack, so Song Luo simply didn't need a backpack. She took out a pair of scissors from the jade bracelet space, and with a click, the vines and melons were separated. With a wave of her hand, she directly put the spiritual melons into the space. When the time comes, she will go back and have someone move them all to the warehouse for storage. Each melon weighed about 40 to 50 kilograms, which was not a lot. She only took half an hour to collect all the spiritual melons. Song Luo was in a good mood after harvesting a lot of spiritual melons. She felt very comfortable riding the flying sword in the air. She saw a group of gorgeously dressed women from afar, and she got closer to take a look out of curiosity. It turned out to be EP91, Qin Rui, and other noble ladies from the 10 major families. Song Luo pouted and was about to turn around and leave, but she saw that they also had spiritual melons here, so she landed out of curiosity. There were sparse spiritual melon vines growing here, and fist-sized spiritual melons grew on them. The species was very different from the one she had just seen. She had just landed and wanted to see more clearly, but Qin Rui scolded her. "Song, what are you doing? We found this. Don't even think about stealing it from us." Qin Rui was very upset because such a big person was lost yesterday. Now that she saw the culprit, she vented her anger directly. EP91 and Feng Xian realized after they returned that they didn't need to pay the 4 million spiritual jades. Thinking about the 1 million spiritual jades that were extorted, she felt uncomfortable and didn't say anything at this time. However, the noble ladies and daughters of other families were a little upset and advised, "Arui, Madame Song is just looking, stop talking like that." "Yes, a few worthless spiritual fruits. What's the point of arguing about it?" Qin Rui was not convinced. "You are talking nicely. These are all 4th-level spiritual fruits. If you are kind, give your share to her." These 4th-level spiritual fruits are of medium quality and rich in spiritual power. If they were all given to Song Luo, they would naturally not agree. The ladies and daughters were so angry that their faces turned pale and then blue. They shook their sleeves and stopped talking. Song Luo had already figured out the type of melon. It was inferior to the 4th-level spiritual melon she had just picked. She immediately felt a little bored. She glanced at Qin Rui and said, "These worthless spiritual fruits are only favored by you. It's not like I haven't seen good things before. I don't like your melons and dates. Cut it." After saying that, she nodded to the people who had spoken for her just now and left on the flying sword. Qin Rui looked at her back and jumped on the ground in anger. A poor and broke person from a poor family dares to speak so arrogantly. I guess you haven't even tasted the taste of the 4th-level spiritual fruit. Chapter 159. Eat melons, eat melons. Back at the base, Song Luo asked Feng Yin and others to store her spiritual melons in the storage room. After everyone finished their work, she generously took out 20 large spiritual melons weighing about 50 kilograms and distributed them to the tribesmen. There have been a lot of things to do recently, and everyone has worked hard. Bury these spiritual melons in the sand first, and share them when everyone comes back in the evening. Thank you, ma'am. Feng Yin smiled and hurriedly called the tribesmen. Brothers, did you hear me? Hurry up and bury these spiritual melons in the sand, dig the pit deeper, and mark it. Don't forget. Song Luo nodded. She looked up and saw women in colorful clothes appearing in the distance. Thinking of the unpleasantness between her and Qin Rui, she curled her lips and went back to her room to rest. Yi Feiwan and others returned to the base in a good mood. I didn't expect that going out for a walk today would yield such a harvest. 30 or 40 women from the 10 major families who went there each got several baskets of level 4 spiritual fruits. Yi Feiwan thought of the money she spent on detoxification yesterday and felt a little comforted. Feng Xian was overjoyed. The detoxification didn't cost her a penny, and the spiritual fruits were enough for her to savor for a long time. Li's training room, outer lounge. Qin Rui waved her hand, and a basket of spiritual fruits appeared on the ground. They were the green, fist-sized, patterned 4th grade low-grade spiritual fruits she had just picked. She pointed at a tribe member and said arrogantly, "You go wash some spiritual fruits for me." The young female tribe member, who was pointed at, had long been accustomed to her bossy manner. After hearing the words, she put down the things in her hands, squatted silently, and picked a small basket of spiritual fruits to wash. "Madam, your spiritual fruits." The young female tribesman placed a small basket of washed spiritual fruits in front of Qin Rui and then quietly retreated. The washed spiritual fruits looked even greener and more attractive, with patterns on the skin arranged in an orderly manner, neat and beautiful, with a few water drops, looking very good. Qin Rui stretched out her slender fingers, picked a big one, and laughed sarcastically. "Mr. Song, what I eat are all good things that you can't eat. You just picked up a man I don't want, and you dare to show off to me. You don't deserve it." As she said this, she felt relieved. She opened her mouth and bit down hard. The hard skin almost broke her teeth. "What a cheap thing, your teeth are stuck." Qin Rui's eyes were filled with tears. She covered her aching cheeks and threw the spiritual melon in her hand to the ground. With a crisp snap, the fist-sized spiritual fruit split open, revealing the pale white flesh inside, the exposed flesh, and the juice that flowed onto the wooden floor. Qin Rui finally reacted. "So that's it. Someone come." The tribesmen who were refining medicine in the next room heard this, and flashed with annoyance in their eyes. None of them wanted to go. Everyone lowered their heads and kept silent, concentrating on refining medicine and refining equipment. Qin Rui shouted for a long time, but no one came. She screamed angrily, "Where are the people? Where did they go?" The sharp voice was very penetrating. In the refining room, everyone shuddered and looked up at each other. They all saw retreat in each other's eyes. In the entire refining room, only Feng Xian was as still as a mountain, refining the spirit sword calmly. Everyone looked at her for help. Feng Xian sighed helplessly, "Look at what I'm doing. Go quickly, or she will really annoy you later." When this was said, everyone was discouraged. Don't bother two people with one thing. Whoever went just now should go now. That's right, Ation, I remember you went just now. The second young master's wife called you. Why don't you go quickly? Yes, go quickly. The girl named Ation lowered her head and sneered, and went out with her back slightly bent. The auxiliary spiritualists in the refining room breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, the second young master's wife has become more arrogant and annoying for some reason. She would scold you if you didn't do what she wanted, and even beat you when things went too far. Because of the second young master's face, they didn't dare to report it to the young clan leader, so they could only swallow their anger. Ation suppressed his fear and walked out. Qin Rui scolded with a bad face. "I called you for so long before you came, don't you have ears?" Ation lowered his head, and didn't say anything. Qin Rui felt angry in her heart, stepped forward quickly, and slapped Ation in the face. "Go and peel these spiritual fruits, and bring them to me." With a burning pain on her face, Ation said nothing and took the spiritual fruits to the kitchen. She swiftly peeled off the hard skin, leaving only the flesh with rich spiritual power. Ation respectfully placed the spiritual fruits in the room. Qin Rui was annoyed when she saw her and scolded, "Why don't you go away? I'm annoyed when I see you. Do you want me to keep you to eat with me?" Ation still said nothing and turned around to leave. "Wait." Ation paused and felt a jolt in his heart. But she said, "The spiritual fruit on the ground is a reward for you." Ation turned around numbly, and saw a cracked spiritual fruit not far away. The juice had soaked on the floor, and there was a row of teeth marks on the peel on one side. She slowly approached, squatted down, and picked up the cracked spiritual fruit with her hands, and then walked out the door. Outside the door, the wind and yellow sand blue. Ah Tian took a cold look at the cracked spiritual fruit and threw it into the sand pile. Suddenly, Qin Rui's scream came again in the house, and Ah Tian walked towards the outside of the station with an expressionless face. The refining process was interrupted, and everyone dared not speak. Feng Xian endured the anger and cleaned up the residue in the refining cauldron. Go ahead, if she loses the support of the people, she can give more benefits. After refining a few furnaces, Feng Xian finally sat down to rest for a while. She took out the spiritual fruits picked today and said, "Let's share these spiritual fruits together." The eyes of the weapon refiners and pharmacists of the Li family lit up. "Thank you, Madam Third Young Master. It's a 4th level spiritual fruit. Madam Third Young Master is so nice." A group of female relatives complimented sweetly. Originally, when they were ordered around by Qin Rui, they asked Feng Xian, the wife of the Third Young Master, for help. They were somewhat dissatisfied with her for trying to smooth things over. Now that she was so generous in giving them such high-grade spiritual fruits, they had a much better impression of her. Feng Xian had already planned it out, and smiled gently. "We are family, no need to be polite, just wash it and eat it." "I wash it. I go too." Everyone rushed to wash it. After the spiritual fruits were washed, everyone took one and took a bite with great anticipation. As expected, the hard skin hurt their teeth. Feng Xian thought of Qin Rui's scream and frowned. The women only felt the rich spiritual power contained in it, and thought that the skin was too thick, so they found a knife to cut off the hard skin. When they saw the juicy white flesh, they all smiled and said, "I said, how can such a good thing be so hard? It really needs to be peeled before eating." Chapter 160. Bitter, so bitter. Quick, give me some water. Instantly, the entirely family's training room was filled with the sound of retching. Feng Xian's face also changed from expectation to green. She carefully bit off a small piece of snow-white flesh, and the next moment, the extreme bitterness wrapped around the tip of her tongue, and her mouth was full of bitterness. She quickly took out a pot of water from the storage ring and poured it into her mouth. It took 5 pots to feel less uncomfortable. Looking at the tribesmen, who were in a mess below and were still looking for water to drink, Feng Xian's face flashed a trace of annoyance. "I wanted to show my good intentions, but I didn't expect that I would end up making things worse." It was really a bad start. No wonder Qin Rui screamed like crazy. In the evening, Feng Xi and others were about to return, and the women and children who went out to collect came back one after another. Feng Yin led people to dig out the spiritual melon buried in the ground. The spiritual melon had been buried deep in the sand for most of the day, and was cold to the touch. "Bring out a table," a martial spirit master suggested. "Very good." Feng Yin nodded in agreement, and soon, a long wooden table of considerable length and width was placed in the center of the station. Feng Yin patted the melon skin, making a dong-dong sound. I had never seen such spiritual fruits before, but everyone had gotten used to it. Every flood season, the wind blows across the entire Ten Winds continent. This year, no one knows where the wind came from, but it brought so many fresh spiritual fruits. Feng Yin held a kitchen knife and waved it gently a few times. Under the flash of the knife, a huge spiritual melon was torn into pieces and cut into palm-sized pieces. This spiritual melon had no seeds, and the bright red flesh exposed was eye-catching. The sweet and fresh spiritual fruit spread all over Feng Yin's body in an instant. The tribesman beside him took a deep breath, swallowed his saliva, and said expectantly, "It smells good, and it must taste even better." Of course. Song Luhua ran down the flying boat, her mouth drooling. If it weren't for the fact that the melon was too big for one person to finish, she would have started eating it long ago. After waiting for everyone to come back and cut the melon, she must have a share. Feng Yin was very tactful and picked the largest piece with the least skin, the thickest flesh, and the part close to the center of the melon for her. He smiled and said, "Madam, please try it first." Song Luhua nodded with satisfaction and winked. Holding a piece of spiritual melon that was bigger than her face, she took a bite of the tip. Instantly, the sweet fruity aroma filled her taste buds, and the rich and slightly cool juice was sweet but not greasy, turning into a refreshing spiritual power that entered her throat and stomach. In one word, cool. Song Luhua squinted her eyes in enjoyment, and like a little mouse stealing snacks, she quickly finished the large piece of spiritual melon in her hand with small bites. By the time she had finished eating, Feng Yin and the others had already cut up all the 20 or so spiritual melons, filling up the long table. Song Luhua had satisfied her craving, and her stomach was almost full with this piece of spiritual melon. Although she liked the taste, She didn't plan to eat any more. Feng Yin handed her another piece, but she refused it a little. I won't eat it anymore, you guys eat it. At this time, most of the tribesmen had returned, and people were passing by, looking here curiously. She smelled the fragrance of the spiritual fruit from a distance, swallowed her saliva, and didn't dare to get close. The tribesmen led by Feng Xi had already reached the gate of the camp, and Song Luo waved at him from afar. She trotted a few steps, walked to his side, took him to wash, and showed him her achievements of the day. After hunting all day, Feng Xi's clothes were stained with blood and sand, and his cuffs were torn. Song Luo took his arm carelessly, chattering non-stop. Feng Xi's eyes passed over her white and delicate palm, and a smile flashed in his eyes. He listened to her quietly, nodded from time to time, and praised her a few words. I've left some melons for everyone. Hurry up and wash them. After washing, change your clothes, and come out to eat melons. The two of them walked into the private bathroom on the flying boat. Song Luo said, pushing him in. There was a sound of water dripping in the room. The station was bustling. Men and women lined up to receive melons, talking and laughing. After receiving the melons, some squatted aside and tasted them carefully, while more of them carried a large piece of melon and went to other stations. The children were the same. Song Luo looked very happy. At the Li's residence, Feng Xian just came out of the refining room and saw several Feng's clan members chatting with others in her residence. She smiled from a distance and nodded. She walked slowly and only heard the Li's clan members enviously say, "What kind of spiritual fruit are you eating? It smells so good, it must be delicious." "Yes, it looks like a 4th-level spiritual fruit." The Feng family member said, "That's right, this is given by our wife. Everyone has a share, and my child, who is so young, also got such a big piece." The rest was just boasting. Feng Xian couldn't listen anymore. She walked into the room as if nothing had happened. Her expression suddenly changed, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Why do I work so hard but live worse than a commoner's daughter? She didn't ask for anything but got what she wanted. I tried my best, but it was hard. Feng Xian was very dissatisfied. The woman she didn't take seriously before was now doing well, and respected by the tribe. She worked diligently in refining weapons, and was gentle and virtuous. Not only was she not as good as Qin Rui, the unruly lady, but she was not even as good as Song Luo, a woman without any talent. How frustrating. The life of a wife of a big family is not as she imagined. She has no powerful background, and can only rely on her own talent. Li Ji is a calculating person. After getting married, he realized that his wife was stingy. He married her just to use her talent and excellent next generation to gain more resources. If she can't give birth to a child that satisfies him, there will be no good results. If she can get the attention of the main branch of the Feng family, she can only keep him from thinking of divorce. As for what happens to him outside, it is impossible. Thinking of this, a trace of hatred flashed in Feng Xian's eyes. She must practice well. When she gets better, who knows who wants to divorce. As for Song Luo, she watched with wide eyes. This woman can still have a lifetime of good luck. After thinking it through, Feng Xian adjusted her expression and went out again, still the gentle wife of the 3rd son of the Li family. This time, although it was still harsh and unpleasant to hear the boasting of the Feng family members, she no longer had the anger just now. She smiled and greeted the familiar clansmen, walked outside the station, and threw away all the extremely bitter spiritual fruits in the space ring. Qin Rui almost went crazy when she saw Feng Xi's tribesmen showing off how good Song Luo, the bitch, was and how good the spiritual fruits she gave them were in their territory. She screamed and asked people to kick them out. Li Zhong heard this and scolded them, and they calmed down. Qin Rui didn't dare to get mad openly, and angrily threw away several baskets of disgusting spiritual fruits. Feng Xi's tribesmen left tactfully, and picked up several large baskets of spiritual fruits that looked a bit like the spiritual melons in their hands. Chapter 161. Madam, look what I brought. It's spiritual melon. It was almost time for dinner, and the clansmen who had taken spiritual melons to visit relatives in various families came back one after another. Song Luo watched as men, women, old and young, all carried something in their clothes and excitedly showed it to her. This size spiritual fruit, green skin, long stripes, isn't this the spiritual melon she saw Yi Feiwan, Feng Xian, and others pick this morning? Although these spiritual melons are also level 4, the fruit is small, and they are low-grade level 4 spiritual fruits. She felt that there was nothing to eat, and she didn't think much of them. Of course, all this is based on the premise that she has found many large-sized, thin-skinned, thick-fleshed, and high-quality level 4 spiritual melons. If it weren't for these, this thing would barely be acceptable. Food is extremely important in the Ten Winds continent. Even if it doesn't taste good, there's no reason to throw it away. It must be because there are some flaws that make it inedible. Song Luo smiled and said, these spiritual fruits were thrown away by the ladies and young ladies of the 10 major families. They must not taste very good. As soon as this was said, the tribesmen were in an uproar. It's such a waste to throw it away if it doesn't taste good. We ordinary people don't mind it. Let me try it. A woman was not convinced, and she wiped the sand off the melon skin with her skirt, took out a kitchen knife, and cut one. Instantly, a clear fragrance came to the face, and the snow-white flesh was exposed to everyone's vision. Song Luo was surprised. She didn't expect it to look good and smell good. If so, what's the shortcoming? The woman smiled and said, I said it, the ladies are too delicate, and such a good spiritual fruit is thrown away. What a pity. Auntie is right. It looks delicious. Please try it for us. The woman took a big bite in anticipation. The next moment, her distorted face made people's teeth ache. Odd poo. It's so bitter. Give me some water. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly got her some water. The woman rinsed her mouth more than 10 times, but the bitterness in her mouth was still difficult to dissipate. This spiritual fruit is inedible. It's bitter, too bitter. The woman's mouth was numb. She pinched her lips with her hands, as if she had no feeling. She began to worry again. Madam, this thing is not poisonous, my mouth is useless. Song Luo twitched her lips and waved her hand, indicating that she was relieved. It's not so mysterious. It's not poisonous. You go back and rest for a few days, maybe it will be fine. She was very sure that this thing was not poisonous. The woman was relieved now. The tribesmen saw it with their own eyes, and they didn't dare to try it easily. They wanted to take this thing out and throw it away without hesitation. Song Luo said, this thing is a 4th level spiritual fruit after all. Although it can't be eaten, keep it for me to practice. The tribesmen also knew that she would occasionally make medicine, so they all raised their hands to show their approval, and kindly packed them neatly for her. It was midnight, and the sky was about to get light. Song Luo got up at night, and heard the cry of a baby coming from the direction of the farmer's residence. Nowadays, women dare not rest even if they are pregnant. There are many who work while pregnant, and most of them give birth in the residence. Moreover, some magical medicines of this era greatly reduce the danger of women giving birth, and Song Luo is used to it. After drinking a mouthful of water, she continued to sleep. The next day, the weather was slightly cloudy, and the sand on the sand was quite strong, so Feng Xi and the others did not go out. When hunting in the sand, in addition to being on guard against strange beasts, you also need to look at the weather carefully. If the wind is strong, it is easy for dragons to suck water. Even if the martial spirit masters have cultivation, they are still prone to casualties when encountering dragons sucking water. In this weather, the spiritual plant masters also do not go out. The martial spirit masters, women, girls, and children in the station visited each other everywhere, and it was very lively. When Song Luo came out of the room after dinner, she saw many women standing in the open space of her own station and chatting. A woman was holding a half-eaten first-grade spiritual fruit in her hand, gesticulating with joy. Have you heard? Last night, the young clan leader of the Nong family gave birth. The wife of the young clan leader of the Nong family gave birth. Others hadn't reacted yet. You are confused. When did the wife of the young master of the Nong family come here? I'm talking about the young clan leader of the Nong family. Cough cough. The woman lowered her voice, looked around, and saw Song Luo, and smiled awkwardly and bowed from a distance. Song Luo nodded, and simply walked closer, with her hands in her pockets, to listen to the gossip openly. The woman saw that she didn't scold, so she knew she wanted to listen, and she spoke more vividly. It was Wang Yueya from the Wang family. Didn't she have something with the young patriarch of the farming family? It was her. She gave birth last night. I remember she wasn't due to give birth yet. How come she gave birth now? The woman smiled mysteriously. You don't know this. I heard that Xie Dalong was so angry that his wife was involved with the young patriarch of the farming family, so he became a cuckold openly, and took a concubine himself. As soon as the concubine entered the house, she was told about Wang Yueya and the chief of the Nong Shao clan. She looked down on Wang Yueya, the legal wife. Relying on her pregnancy, she said a few provocative words. Wang Yueya was also a person with a strong will. She was so angry that she gave birth early last night. Song Luo finally figured out the whole story. It turns out that the crying child last night was Wang Yueya's child. This is really eating melon yesterday, eating melon today. Song Luo entered the refining room contentedly. She hadn't made medicine for a long time. Yesterday, the tribesmen picked up the spiritual melons and gave them to her to practice. It's free anyway, so just do it. Farmhouse. Wang Yueyao lay on the quilt with a pale face, leisurely teasing the fat boy beside her. Xia Huixing, Xia Lushi, Xia Qingqing, and Fang Dia, the concubine Xia Huixing married later, were standing side by side beside the bed. Xia Huixing's face was not very good. He looked up at Wang Yueyao and the bastard in his arms, and turned his head away in disgust. Xia Lushi said flatteringly, Yuya, Dia didn't do it on purpose. Just forgive her because she is pregnant. Wang Yueyao was unmoved. Xia Qingqing got angry and scolded, Why are you so proud? Even if you gave birth to a son, can the young clan leader still marry you? If Nong Hung had this idea, he would have married her long ago, and would not have waited until she married her eldest brother. Fang Dia's eyes flashed with jealousy. This fickle woman was so lucky. She hoped that she would give birth to a girl every day, but she didn't expect that she would give birth to a boy in one go. Is it possible that this bitch should be suppressed by her for the rest of her life? She was wearing an ordinary dress. Her hands and feet were rough from doing rough work, and a trace of resentment flashed across her ordinary face in the shadows. Her eyes swept over Wang Yueyao, who ate well, wore well, and used good things, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. Everything she enjoyed should be hers. As for the bastard in her arms, he had nothing to do with the old Xia family, and she would not let him get a single cent. When Wang Yueyao thought that her son almost got into trouble because of this concubine, who was not presentable, she hated him in her heart. Forgive? She is not so generous. She looked at this group of timid people with disgust, and wondered why she was so blind at the beginning, mistaking Xia Huixing for a man, with an expression, Xia Lushi for a kind mother-in-law, and Xia Qingqing for a naive little girl. This family is vicious, and she can't stay there for a day. Now that the child has been born, it's time for her to divorce, and she firmly believes that Henglang will settle her down. Okay, whether she did it on purpose or not, you and I know it well. This child is not just mine, he is also the child of the young clan leader. If you dare to do it, you must bear the consequences. She had just given birth and her body had not recovered yet. After a while, she lost her energy. Wang Yueyao was hardened and drove him out tiredly. The people in the 10 major families knew who the child belonged to, but no one came to congratulate them for an illegitimate child. At most, they would mention it in casual conversation. Nong Hung had a general attitude towards this child. Everyone could see the color of the color, so naturally no one mentioned it. The clansmen in the Qin family station should do what they should do. Chapter 162. Wang Yueyao's childbirth did not stir up any waves. At most it became a topic of conversation after dinner. Song Luo had almost finished all the fist-sized spiritual melons, and had not yet refined any elixirs. All of this was within her expectations. She was not anxious at all, and did not care at all. On the contrary, the 10 major families found many traces of four-horned sand bulls. The four-horned sand bull is one of the main exotic beasts in the sand land, a 4th-level exotic beast, with a petite body, only more than 1,000 pounds, but a violent temper, and often appears in groups. A tribe has at least 1,000 heads, and at most tens of thousands heads. The fighting power of a single head is not strong, but the power of a group of heads running around in disorder cannot be underestimated. Feng Xi and other 10 major families confirmed the plan and decided to hunt together. In the evening, Song Luo stretched her muscles and bones and looked into the distance with interest. In the afternoon, she used the fist-sized spiritual melon to refine a medicine. The effect of this medicine was quite good, but how it works, she still needs to find someone to taste it. There are only 2 candidates, and Song Luo decisively chooses the eldest brother. The reason is that the eldest brother, who loves eating sand garlic, finally ate the sour sand garlic specially pickled by his sister-in-law, with tears in his eyes. They are a harmonious couple, and he has also contributed a lot. The eldest brother should repay his good sister. Song Luo looked eagerly, and finally saw the teams of each family at sunset. Feng Xi, Qing Yi, Lan Shi and others were really lucky today. They found a herd of four-horned sand cattle with 1,000 heads. The 10 major families worked together to take it down, which was quite smooth. Song Yuan was talking to others with a smile, and suddenly felt cold all over. When he thought of his wife pickling 10 baskets of sand garlic waiting for him to eat, he suddenly felt hopeless. His eyes wandered among the martial arts masters. Feng Yi, do you want to eat sand garlic? Feng Yi waved his hand quickly. Brother Yuan, please don't give it to me, I don't like it. Song Yuan's eyes swept over Feng Qing, Feng Shan, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and others, and everyone pretended not to see it. Just kidding, who doesn't have this thing is really lucky. I ate it for several days in a row and almost vomited. They can't finish their own food, but they eat it for others. Isn't this a good deed? It's not wrong to eat sand garlic in the past, but don't you have no choice? Now that every household has a better life, they still have to eat this thing. This year, because there are more women, they have to eat more than 10 baskets than in previous years, and everyone wants to cry. Only the women in the family live very frugally, and are ordered to eat it, otherwise who would like to eat this thing? Song Yuan thought of his cheating sister and gritted his teeth angrily. As soon as he arrived at the station, he saw his sister waving at him excitedly. Song Yuan said something was wrong. He was really scared of being cheated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Besides, he could run away for a while, but not forever. He looked at Feng Xi for help, winked, and hinted that he should control his wife and not catch his brother and bully him. Feng Xi smiled and shook his head. He touched the head of his uncle's wife, who was running towards him, and pointed directly at him, and said, "I'm going to wash up, you and brother talk first." After saying that, he turned around and left gracefully. Song Yuan's eyes widened. Song Luo smiled and said, "Brother, big brother, I have something good to show you." Song Yuan said with a sullen face, "Give the good things to Feng Xi, he is your husband, there is nothing wrong with giving it to him. At worst, give it to Feng Shan and the others, they are your clansmen, you are the mistress of the house, you should also benefit the clansmen." "How can that be? You are my big brother, dear big brother, I have something good, and I think of you first, you see, this thing is definitely a good thing." Song Luoxing dragged Song Yuan into the camp, boarded the flying boat, and took out an exquisite jade bottle from the space of the jade bracelet. "Look, it's not a good thing. Do I need to use such a good bottle? When have you ever seen me use such a good bottle to hold medicine?" The jade bottle is the size of a palm, and the bottle surface is crystal clear, and you can vaguely see a few pills inside. She pulled out the cork, and poured out a pill the size of a little finger from it. The pill was snow white, and exuded bursts of fragrance. Song Yuan squeaked, "Huh?" and took it curiously. He looked at it curiously in the sunset for a while, and then put it under his nose to sniff. "It looks like a good thing." Song Luo nodded quickly. "It's true, I didn't lie to you, brother. Do you think it looks like a candy? I call this kind of pill a melon pill, which is a 4th level top-rate pill. Eating one pill can increase your spiritual power by 1 level within a day, without hurting your meridians or your spiritual palace. Isn't it amazing?" "Really?" Song Yuan was overjoyed, and then laughed. "Little sister, you have made it. You can actually refine such a powerful elixir. The talent of our Song family may be extremely rare." "I think so too, brother. Why don't you try it?" Song Luo blinked, and stared at Song Yuan. Song Yuan was overwhelmed by this sudden surprise, and put it into his mouth without saying a word. Then, Song Luo saw her elder brother's tough and handsome face wrinkled miserably. "Ah! Bitter, too bitter." Song Yuan burst into tears, jumping up and down to find water to relieve the bitterness. Song Luo suddenly realized, "So it's bitter, I said it seems to have some side effects." As she said that, she immediately took out tea from the space for Song Yuan to rinse his mouth. After 10 pots of water were produced in a row, Song Yuan still said it was not enough. Song Luo simply moved a large vat, and handed him water 1 ladle at a time. He used half a vat of water before stopping. Song Luo exhaled, thinking that this thing seemed to have a big side effect. If her brother still complained about the bitterness, she would be exhausted just scooping water for him. When he looked up, 2 big sausages came into view. "Oh my God, brother, what's wrong with your mouth?" Song Luo took a step back in fear. Song Yuan touched his mouth, which was not right, and put his head into the water tank, and then he saw his face clearly. His mouth was swollen and turned up high in a funny way. He twitched his cheeks and glared at his sister speechlessly. "It's all your fault." Hee. "Didn't you expect the side effect to be this? Brother, try it quickly. Is your spiritual power improved?" Since the repair of the Soul Palace, Song Yuan has become a 4th level martial spirit master. At this moment, he mobilized his spiritual power, and the abundant spiritual power in the Soul Palace surprised him. It was actually the 5th level spiritual power. He ran the spiritual power in the meridians for a few circles, and it was smooth and smooth, without any stagnation, just like his own spiritual power. Song Yuan was shocked. He asked with shining eyes, "Little sister, how many of these pills do you have?" They were hunting 4-horn sand cattle. If they had this kind of pill to help them, they would not have to be restrained even if they encountered a large group. Look, it's all here. Song Luo waved her hand and took out a large wooden barrel directly from the jade bracelet space. When she opened the lid of the barrel, the full barrel of snow-white pills was almost overflowing. Song Yuan, So in order to trick me into eating this thing, they specially changed it into a jade bottle? Chapter 163. The next day, early in the morning, Song Yuan appeared in everyone's sight with his lips still slightly protruding. Feng Shan put his hand on his shoulder with ill intentions and teased, "You are quite playful, and your sister-in-law is also very cruel." Feng Yi laughed. "It must have taken a lot of effort for your sister-in-law to swell like this." Feng Wu, Feng Lu and others joined in the teasing. Song Yuan laughed out loud because of their teasing, which was considered as tacit agreement, and the group of men laughed even more happily. Only Feng Xi looked at him, with a hint of smile in his eyes. He and his brother, the wife, always favored him. Somewhere, on the endless flat sand, Feng Xi and others really encountered a large group of four-horned sand cattle. The group was too large, and from a distance, the dense four-horned sand cattle roared past. It was estimated that there were 20,000 heads, which was the largest group of four-horned sand cattle they had seen so far. With the current military strength of the 10 major families, if they wanted to hunt by force, it would definitely not work. The combat power of a single four-horned sand bull is not good, but 20,000 of them together will increase the force by dozens of times. For now, either there are more martial spirit masters, or the force value is higher. At this time, Song Liuhua's melon pills are useful. Feng Xi summoned Qin Yi and others and took out the pills. My wife has newly refined a kind of medicine. Taking one pill can improve the martial spirit master's cultivation level by 1 level within 1 day. There is such a pill? My sister-in-law actually refined such a good thing? Qin Yi and Lu Yuan looked at each other after hearing this, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. This time it's safe again. Jiang Wenxiu also looked overjoyed. The reactions of the three surprised the others. Lan Shi asked curiously, "Mrs. Song also knows how to refine pills?" He only vaguely knew that Mrs. Song could refine pills after the incident of the fire cloud duck at the city gate. Today was the first time Feng Xi had spoken openly about her ability in front of others. Didn't he hear that her aptitude was inferior? Lan Shi suddenly found himself funny again. She was proficient in spiritual plants, could refine pills, and was also a secondary spiritual master. Naturally, she couldn't be treated with common sense. Although others were curious, they didn't care much. In their class, there were many alchemists in their families. They didn't think it was strange to hear that Feng Xi's wife was an alchemist. It was just that Feng Xi married a useless person at that time, and people spread it everywhere. Now that the inherent impression was broken, they were a little surprised. As for talent, talent is not absolute. In the history of the Ten Winds continent, there were also people who got a chance, changed their talent, and became high-level spiritual plant masters. Although Feng Xi was separated, his foundation was still there, so it was normal for his wife to have some adventures. Lan Shi, Lu Heng, Bo Song, Li Cheng, Yunju and others have already accepted Song Liuhua's strangeness. They knew that this woman was not simple. It seemed reasonable for Feng Xi to take out the elixir she made at this moment. Nong Heng's hands were covered with blue veins, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across his eyes. Feng Xi, huh? His good cousin, his luck is always as good as ever. Even if there is more jealousy, he can only suppress his worries in his heart. He is not a fool like Feng Jing, who shows jealousy on his face, and makes people hate him. He and Feng Xi have no conflict of interest at the moment. If nothing unexpected happens, he will naturally not be stupid enough to resort to tricks. Feng Ting thought to himself that this was simply nonsense. His fourth brother was still a sentimental person. In order to save face for that woman, he used the medicine made by other alchemists to pretend that it was made by the woman surnamed Song. Others actually believed it. Is the young patriarch of the 10 major families so stupid? Feng Xi saw the reactions of the people and smiled slightly. Now is the best time. He smiled and said, "My wife has poor talent. She can only make a pill very rarely, and there is no possibility of refining these medicines in the future. Everyone, it seems more reasonable." Nong Heng finally loosened his clenched fist. Feng Ting, pretend, keep pretending. Everyone, please look, this is the elixir refined by my wife. Feng Xi took out a small and exquisite jade bottle, and poured out a pill. The crystal clear snow-white pill exudes a pleasant fragrance in the sun. Although this medicine is good, it also has some small troubles. What troubles? Jiang Wenxiu asked hurriedly. The things refined by that girl seemed to be a little strange, and he didn't dare to eat them without asking clearly. If he, the young patriarch of the clan, cries or rolls on the ground in public, wouldn't that be a disgrace? Yuanju took a pill and examined it carefully, saying indifferently, "It is already a top-grade pill if it does not damage the soul palace and meridians. Moreover, this pill has rich spiritual energy, and it is probably already a 4th-grade pill. What does a little trouble mean? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Wait until you use it before you talk." The things of Feng Xi's wife. The two thought to themselves that this little trouble was enough to make them lose face. Bo Song was not particular about details. Yuanju's words make sense. A few small troubles are nothing. Feng Xi, how much of this medicine do you have? Of course not less. There are so many of us. Even if we only improve the spiritual power of a few of us, we can't deal with so many four-horned sand bulls. Don't worry, there will be enough. Feng Xi waved his hand, and a wooden barrel appeared in everyone's sight. What is this? People who are familiar with Song Luhua, such as Song Yuan, know that she doesn't need any good utensils to hold medicine. Feng Xi wanted to ask someone to pack it, but he felt it was troublesome, so he simply borrowed his wife's medicine container. Qin Yi twitched his lips. The pills are not stored in here, right? Just look. Jiang Wenqiu untied the lid of the wooden barrel, and a fragrant aroma spread out, and a small bucket of crystal clear white pills the size of a little finger came into view. Lu Yuan, Lu Heng, and both Song couldn't help but twitch their lips. Lan Shi, did Madame Song use the Tongtian giant cauldron to refine the pills? Yuanju was speechless at this moment. Maybe. Li Zhong, can we use some good utensils to store it? Nong Heng frowned. Feng Ting, how many alchemists would it take to make this? How long would it take? Where did Lao Si find so many alchemists above level 4? Feng Xiaoyu. Are you and your husband? Or are you? Jiang Wenqiu pointed at Feng Xi and the wooden barrel, and said with great sorrow, "Brotherly is right, you should at least find a better container to store it. It's a waste of resources." Feng Xi laughed softly. It doesn't matter. The four-horned sand cattle tribe was still passing by in a mighty manner not far away. Feng Xi's face became serious. 1,000 per clan. I want this layer, and a half of four-cornered sand beef. When the price was announced, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu said almost in unison, "I agree." Lu Heng was surprised. He knew that the three of them were close, but he didn't expect that they could trust each other so much. Li Zhong had another consideration in his mind. Qin Yi and others were not good men and women. If the benefits were not enough, even brothers would not be able to take advantage of them. I immediately stopped hesitating. I agree too. Lan Shi, Nong Heng, and both Song quickly calculated in their hearts and immediately approved Feng Xi's price. Although Feng Xi's price was high, without this elixir, such a large group of four-horned sand cattle would have slipped away from their eyes in vain. Secondly, these 1,000 pills may not be used up today, and they can be kept for later use. Moreover, the elixir refined by Feng Xi's wife is a rare addition. As the saying goes, things are precious because they are rare. If it is useful, it will not be a loss to buy more and store them. Feng Ting argued in his heart, and was somewhat reluctant to give so many benefits to Feng Xi. But the other 9 families agreed. Wouldn't it be looked down upon if he dragged on? He agreed immediately. Feng Xi immediately took out the seal, and signed the contract with the 10 major families. In the crowd, Song Yuan lowered his head, trying his best to hide his lips that were still slightly protruding. Yesterday, when he returned with this honor, his wife and 6-year-old brother-in-law laughed so hard. Thinking of how many people would be able to use it later, Song Yuan forced himself to suppress the smile on his lips. He also tried his best. In order to give his brothers a surprise to experience in person, Song Yuan gritted his teeth and did not tell the truth of the matter when he was laughed at by Feng Shan and others in the morning. Later. Hey. Chapter 164. Feng Xi and the others acted very quickly. They immediately divided the pills, prepared to take them, and started hunting. Song Yuan swallowed his saliva and took a bite. The extreme bitterness quickly conquered his taste buds. Fortunately, he had the experience of being cheated by his sister yesterday, so he exchanged some sugar from his younger sister early. The sweet and bitter conflicted, like ice and fire in his mouth. Song Yuan tried his best to show a natural expression, and he explained, my spiritual power has really increased by 1 level. Fo Shan, Feng Qin, Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and others did not think much about it. They were very excited to hear that their spiritual power had really improved. They all wanted to feel the feeling of their cultivation level rising in advance. They immediately swallowed the fragrant and tempting pill in one gulp. The next moment, vomiting and exclamation spread throughout the entire team of martial spirit masters. Song Yuan only then bared his teeth. Both Song and Yuanju looked at the tribesmen, who were crying bitterly, and turned their heads away. They wanted to take back what they had just said. How could this be just a little trouble? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenqiu looked as if he knew it. Jiang Wenqiu patted his chest and said in shock, "Fortunately I didn't eat it. I knew that the pills made by that girl were not suitable for eating." Lan Qi subconsciously glanced at Feng Xi and saw that the other party was elegant and stood in the wind, looking like a hermit. His mind became more and more evil. Li Zhong believed that his cultivation was enough, and he didn't eat this stuff at all. Seeing the twisted faces of the clansmen, he raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Qin Yi was the smartest. Nong Hung frowned the whole time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Cheng and Li Ji both took this thing, and they felt that they had never suffered such a bitter life. They kept cursing Feng Xi in their hearts. Feng Ting and Feng Rui were more cautious. They let the tribesmen try it first. Seeing that the tribesmen were so bitter, they were scared and dared not eat it at all. After drinking water together crazily, the tribesmen who took the pill found that each other's mouths were swollen, and they pointed at each other and laughed funny. So far, everyone found that in addition to the bitterness and swollen mouths, this medicine actually raised their cultivation by 1 level. The 3rd level martial spirit master became the 4th level martial spirit master, and the 4th level martial spirit master became the 5th level martial spirit master. After a batch of pills were thrown down, the overall martial power was raised to a higher level. At this moment, the martial spirit masters who took the medicine were full of spiritual power, and they seemed to have endless energy. They stared at the cattle in front of them with a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. With the order of the heads of each family, everyone rushed to the front. In the camp, Song Luo slept until dawn. After breakfast, he spent some time in the training room, and then it was time for dinner. Smoke from cooking fires rose from the camps, and the aroma of food filled the air. Outside the camps, a group of children ran towards the camps. They were dragging something in their hands. When they got closer, Song Luo took a closer look and found that it was a white sand goose. White sand geese grow in the sand. They eat meat when they see meat, and eat vegetables when they see vegetables. When there is no food, they can also eat sand. In short, anything is food in their eyes. It is recorded in the records of strange beasts in the Ten Wind continent that it is also a common strange beast in the sand. However, Song Luo has not seen it in more than half a month since she came here, and she has not seen anyone catch it. The sand white goose was not small in size, half her height, with a long neck, white feathers, and plump wings. It would make a goose 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 sound from time to time. The body was not smaller than the purple sand sculpture, and it would probably take a big iron pot to stew it. Song Luo just watched the fun and put the matter behind her. The child was running around. Who knew where they caught it? Besides, she was an adult, she had enough food and clothes, and she didn't bother to snatch the prey from the child. In a flash, another day passed. In the distance, Feng Xi and others came back in a mighty procession. Song Luo stood on the deck of the flying boat and waved to Feng Xi attentively. Her eyes fell on the lips of her eldest brother, Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu, and several other martial arts masters. She immediately withdrew her hands and ran into the room. The lips of a group of martial arts masters were swollen and turned up high. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, she felt a little guilty. What should she do? Song Luo decided not to go downstairs for dinner today. First, it hurts the eyes, and second, what if someone gets dissatisfied and puts a bag on her and beats her? Fo Shan and others saw their wives waving at them from afar, and they all touched their numb thick lips unconsciously. Before they had time to cast their resentful eyes, they saw that the culprit turned around and ran away without hesitation. A group of big men walked into the camp with their mouths covered in embarrassment amid the laughter of the tribesmen. If they were not too big, they would be mistaken for shy young wives. That night, Feng Xi and the 10 great families worked all night. There were more than 20,000 four-horned sand bulls, all of which were captured by the 10 powerful families. Although Feng Xi's team was small, they did get the most because they provided elixirs. The next day, the people from other families had already gone out, and Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others were still dealing with the exotic beasts. Feng Xi smiled and told her about the harvest this time, and said, "I asked Feng Shan to keep a separate portion for you. Can I give you 30% of the hunting this time to fill your private treasury?" Song Luo's brain was working fast. This time Feng Xiai got a total of more than 3,000 four-horned blue bulls, one weighing 1,000 kilograms, and 30% is. The more he counted, the more excited he became. Song Luhua couldn't count anymore, and hurriedly agreed, "Okay, very good." Chapter 165. This hunting trip, the top 10 families, including Feng Xiai, definitely had the most harvests. Apart from other things, the 20,000 four-horned sand bulls yesterday alone, the 10 major families received enough to pay for 2,000-man teams. And it was paid according to the high standard of 600 to 700 kilograms. Therefore, in the next month and a half, the exotic beasts hunted by the top 10 families are pure profits. Feng Xi's harvest was even more than that of the top 10 families. Feng Shan and others worked all night and half a morning before they finished. After a night of hard work, they were still full of energy. They were putting the cut blue ox meat into the storage room. Fortunately, the storage room in the flying boat was a specially refined storage space with a lot of secrets inside, which was somewhat similar to a storage ring. But it had more storage and preservation capabilities than a storage ring. The refrigerator in the previous life was simply weak compared to it. But it was really expensive. A large flying boat, the storage space on it mostly covers an area of thousands of square meters, and the amount of black crystal stones used is extremely huge. Black crystal stone is a kind of spiritual stone with huge spiritual power. This stone has a lot of energy and is violent. It is only suitable as a driving spiritual stone for flying boats. Of course, if you want to use Lingbai, it is not impossible. But the spiritual power in Lingbai is delicate and gentle, and it is difficult to support such a huge spiritual power demand. Lingbai is only suitable for refining tools and medicine. "Hello, madam." Song Luhua came out of the refining room. Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others saw her, and stopped to greet her. Facing Qing Yishui's bright smile, and Feng Qing's stiff and weird smile, Song Luhua just wanted to hold her forehead. "You guys get busy." She waved her hand, and ran away in a hurry. Feng Shan and others continued to work with their mouths wide open. These clansmen have been grinning at her for a whole morning. Song Luhua was probably overwhelmed by yesterday's harvest. Their family is not one of the 10 major families, but only 100 households. With so many supplies, even if everyone gets a little more this time, they can still save a huge amount of supplies. How could she know what a surprise this unexpected harvest would bring them? With this huge batch of supplies as a foundation, the chances of getting through this winter season safely are even greater. Feng Yin and others believe that the days to come will be better and better. Next year's warm season will be the once in 50 years 4 domains exchange year, and they are eager to go and see it. In this year, the major families and mercenary guilds from the east, south, west, and north domains, as well as other small and medium-sized families and forces with some strength, will gather together. This time when the 4 domains gather together, martial spirit masters can take this opportunity to exchange martial arts and learn moves, and auxiliary spirit masters can frankly ask others for advice on refining equipment, refining medicine, and planting. Only at this time will there be no so many taboos. At the same time, good things from each domain can also be exchanged. Another important use is to revise the 10 Wind Continent Strange Beast records, 10 Wind Continent Spiritual Plant records, and other important record books, mainly for supplementary purposes. Anyone who can produce physical objects and prove their usefulness will be rewarded by each domain. Finally, the 4 domains will jointly clean up the areas where strange beasts are densely populated in the central domain. In short, this is an exchange that only rich people can participate in. After being separated, Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others dared not even think about it. Now, they have some hope. Song Luhua had never heard of this before. She was wandering around with her flying sword. There was no wind today. The women and children of the major families were picking wild vegetables not far away. She walked alone in the sand, feeling the warmth of the sun on her body, which was quite comfortable. From time to time, she put a 4th-level purple spiritual grape in her mouth, which felt great. While eating, her hands were suddenly empty. Song Luhua looked at her empty palms. She was a little confused. "Where is my spiritual fruit?" "Goose!" The cry was powerful. Song Luhua turned around stiffly, and a huge white goose stared at her with round eyes. Before she could react, she saw the goose cry a few more times, flapping its fat wings and rushing towards her, stretching its neck to peck her. "Goose! Oh my God! It turned out that you stole my spiritual fruit. Get out of here!" Song Luhua turned around and ran away in fear. She didn't dare to think about how she would feel if she was pecked by a big mouth that was bigger and longer than the face of the Lu Shao clan leader, and the size of her eldest brother's shoes. She couldn't even beat the blue star goose, so she didn't dare to fight it head-on. She ran and shouted, "There are white sand geese, children, come and catch them." Just then, a group of children came up the slope with baskets on their backs. When they saw the white sand geese, their eyes lit up, and they rushed over here. Song Luhua was running out of breath. When she saw the children coming, she immediately turned around and took out a stick as thick as an arm from the jade bracelet space. "Stupid goose, look at the stick." She hit the white sand goose on the big head with the stick. The goose was beaten and chased even harder. Song Luhua could almost see the little flame in its eyes. She ran faster, and the sand on her feet was flying. Finally, when the children came closer, Song Luhua breathed a sigh of relief. The boy had good physical strength and ran fast, running in the front. Some of them had awakened to the first-level martial spirit masters, and their strength was much greater than others. They were not afraid at all. They rolled up their sleeves and pounced on the sand-white goose. Song Luhua was also very fierce, and she would hit it with a stick from time to time. Several children were also very brave, swinging their little fists and punching it again and again. Soon, the goose that dared to steal her things was stunned, and fell to the ground with its eyes rolled up. The children were very experienced, and quickly took out the rope from the backpack and tied the goose into a zongzi. There were about 20 or 30 children in this small group. In view of their good performance just now, Song Luhua gave each of them a purple spiritual grape. "Well done, take this fruit and eat it." The children got the goose and the spiritual fruit given by Song Luhua, and they all smiled as sweet as honey. "Thank you, Mrs. Song." Feng Yang and his group of children were also nearby, but they had just walked a little further away and did not hear Song Luhua shouting. Now they saw other children holding a purple grape in their hands, muttering about their wives being chased and pecked by the white sand goose. They came to her with a backpack on their backs. "Madam, are you okay?" The sand was still hotter than other places. Song Luhua was chased by the white sand goose for a long time, and was sweating. Now she was sitting on a slope to rest. When she looked up, she saw that all the children were sweating. She did not expect that her embarrassing story would be spread to Feng Yang and the others. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Are you guys hot? One purple grape for each of you." The children knew she was being chased by geese, so they came to find her. It was thoughtful of them. She would not be more stingy with her own children than with children from other tribes. Feng Yang and others got her purple grapes, but they were reluctant to eat them, and Song Luhua didn't care. She carefully wiped the sand off her hands with a handkerchief, but she heard Feng Yang suddenly pointing to the distance and shouting in surprise, "Madam, what do you see?" Chapter 166. It's white geese, a group of white geese. Behind a pile of sand in the distance, a group of white geese were leisurely foraging on the ground. Not only Feng Yang and others noticed it, but many children and women also saw it. Everyone didn't care about digging wild vegetables, carrying baskets on their backs, and rushed towards the group of white geese quickly. It looked close from here, but in fact it was still a long way to go. Song Luhua stepped on the flying sword decisively. Feng Yang and his group of children ran very fast with their short legs, and Song Luhua slowed down appropriately. When we arrived at the scene, we found that there were quite a few white geese. The women and children rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward excitedly. Feng Yang led the older boys in the team and rushed forward with bare hands. As for the younger ones and girls, they carefully attacked with baskets on the side. The scene was in chaos. Some of the white geese were chased and ran everywhere, while others chased and pecked at the children. Song Luhua rolled her eyes, found a slightly empty place, took out a few purple grapes from the jade bracelet space, and placed them in front of her. Sure enough, the group of sand-white geese running around came here, flapping their fat wings. She quickly took back the spiritual fruit and ran away. Several sand-white geese that were attracted by the smell turned around and left in a daze. Song Luhua found that this method was feasible. Chasing geese is too tiring. The best way is to catch the ones who come to your door. Seeing that Feng Yang and others had subdued the sand-white geese in their hands and were about to look for the next target, Song Luhua shouted, "Feng Yang, come here." "Madam, you called us?" Feng Yang hesitated and glanced at the hot scene of catching geese, and walked towards Song Luhua with his friends. "Yes, follow me to catch them." Song Luhua set up the formation and told Feng Yang and others about her method. When they heard that this method was possible, they were eager to try it. Compared with running around to catch them, it is naturally easier to catch them when they are delivered to the door. The purple spirit grapes are rich in spiritual energy and fragrance, and soon attracted a white sand goose. It looked around vigilantly and found that there was only a weak human woman nearby, so it rushed over with confidence. Just as he rushed over and was about to take the spiritual fruit at her feet, he was hit on the head with a stick. Goose! Feng Yang and others saw the opportunity, and quickly flashed out from behind Song Luhua, hitting her with a stick each. After being hit by more than 10 sticks in a row, the sand-white goose head swayed a few steps before it could lift up, and fell to the ground. Feng Yang and a group of children exclaimed, "It really works." The children's enthusiasm was completely aroused, and the child who had not had time to fight just now pursed his lips, "I want to fight too." Okay, everyone, hit them. Feng Yang, you guys in front should be gentle, let everyone join in. Otherwise, it will be difficult to distribute the supplies. The children cheered again. The unlucky Sha Bei didn't know that he would be hit a few more times. Song Luhua arranged the children with strong fighting ability in the front, and the weaker ones in the back to ensure continuous and uninterrupted attacks, so that they could be stunned directly, in order to avoid disrupting the formation when he reacted. Facts have proved that Sha Bei's IQ is indeed there, but it is not much better. The fate of the predecessors next to him is clearly visible, and they are still coming one after another. Are they really willing to sacrifice their lives for a little food? Occasionally, a few came over, and Song Luhua, adhering to the principle of single-mindedness, would catch one and beat it. The rest saw this, and tried to steal the spiritual fruit, while their companions were being beaten. Song Luhua put her hands on her waist and panted. She put away the spiritual fruit with a wave of her hand. Seeing that the spiritual fruit was gone, the white sand goose ran away without any loyalty. But it ran away, and there would always be new ones to fill the gap. People from other tribes could only sigh with envy when they saw their way, because they didn't have any good spiritual fruit. They were basically carrying first-level spiritual fruits, and there were even fewer second-level spiritual fruits. The group of white sand geese didn't even want to look at theirs when they smelled the high-level spiritual fruits. At the beginning, there was a basket of purple spiritual grapes, and at the end, the basket of purple spiritual grapes was still there. Song Luhua looked at the small holes pecked out by the top few grapes, and thought she was careless. At the end of the fight, her hands were sore, and she asked a few white sand geese to take advantage of the opportunity, and pecked a few spiritual fruits. Otherwise, hum. After all, the number of white sand geese was getting smaller and smaller. There were still too few of them. It took several people to subdue one. Many timid white sand geese were not tempted by the spiritual fruits and ran away long ago. Song Luhua looked at the harvest of the people at the scene and nodded with satisfaction. There were more than 30 people in their group, and she was the only adult among them. They harvested 73 white sand geese, which was not less than others. Song Luhua asked for 2 white sand geese, and Feng Yan arranged for the children to share the rest. After working hard for an afternoon, they got 2 white sand geese. Song Luhua asked Feng Yin to stew 2 large pots that night. The 2 white sand geese were chopped into small pieces, stir-fried with various seasonings, and added with various fresh wild vegetables, which was so delicious that it was mouth-watering. Song Luhua ate 2 large bowls by herself. Feng Xiai, Song Yuan, Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others were in a good mood and sat around the table to enjoy the meal. Song Luhua felt a little sorry. If there was a little more, it would be better. She hadn't eaten enough. Time passed quickly. It has been almost 1.5 months since I came to the desert to hunt. In the farmhouse next door, Wang Yueya's child is already 1 month old. Each farmhouse is built opposite to each other. Feng Xi's farmhouse is located in the middle of the 10 major families. Song Luhua passed by the gate of the farmhouse. Wang Yueya was walking outside the farmhouse with her child in her arms. She recovered very well. Her figure, which was slightly bloated due to pregnancy, has become slimmer and her complexion is rosier than before. Song Luhua passed by her, and did not want to greet her. Wang Yueya coaxed the child and took the initiative to stop in front of Song Luhua, bowed and said, "Mrs. Song is back?" To be honest, Song Luhua and her did not have much interaction, and did not want to pay attention to her, but she nodded politely when she bowed. "Your child is so cute." Speaking of children, Wang Yueya seemed to be interested. When she said, "This child is good. He didn't make a fuss in the womb. After he was born, he didn't cry much, but he had a big appetite. It's good that he has a big appetite. He will be like his father in the future, with extraordinary talent." "Who is this father?" "Everyone knows that he is talking about Nong Hung." Song Luhua twitched her lips, and nodded with an awkward smile. To be honest, she just said it casually, but she didn't expect Wang Yueya to take it seriously, and talk about her son's interesting stories with great interest. Song Luhua didn't listen seriously. She carefully observed the child who was wrapped in her arms. The child had fair skin, and his facial features were 80% similar to Nong Hung, and his pale eyebrows were 100% similar. At this moment, the child was opening his eyes. Song Luo looked at him for a long time, and found that his eyes did not move for a long time. She had never been in contact with children, and did not know whether this was normal or not. She was not very patient to listen to her parenting experience, so she made up an excuse and left quickly. Chapter 167. Look, is that an oasis? It was a clear day with blue sky and white clouds. An ant pointed excitedly in the distance. Song Luo looked up and saw a green area. However, due to the distance, she could only see a palm-sized patch of green. It seemed so. Let's go and have a look. The women and children of the major families ran quickly with baskets in their hands. You know, encountering an oasis in the sand is much better than digging wild vegetables everywhere. An oasis is more suitable for seed germination. Not only do all kinds of wild vegetables grow densely, but there may also be spiritual fruits. Everyone rushed along the way, and as the distance got closer, the palm-sized oasis they had just seen gradually enlarged in front of everyone's eyes. It really is. The women smiled happily, carrying baskets on their backs and rushing in, fearing that they would get less good things if they entered too late. Song Luo followed behind with great curiosity, and as soon as she stepped into the oasis, she felt different. The soil under her feet was soft, and there were wild vegetables and weeds everywhere. The fresh air of flowers, plants and trees hit her face, and the fragrance was mixed with the smell of soil. Even the spiritual energy in the air became richer. The wild vegetables in the sand grew too sparsely after all. Everyone hadn't seen such a concentrated amount of wild vegetables for a long time. They all squatted down excitedly and worked quickly. Song Luo naturally couldn't dig wild vegetables. She walked around and found a patch of sawgrass in the south. Sawgrass is about 3 or 4 inches tall, and is a common wild grass in places with abundant water on sandy land. The leaves are narrow and thin, with fine and dense serrations on the edges, but they are not prickly. They grew densely, and the occasional wild vegetables that were mixed in were short and small. The women and children only took a look and didn't come here at all. Song Luo was really not interested in digging wild vegetables. She squatted on the ground, pulling out the sawgrass one by one, entwining it with her fingertips, and weaving it randomly. Pushing aside a clump of sawgrass, a small puddle the size of a bowl came into view. The clear water, reflecting the slender wild grass, made people want to scoop up a handful and drink it all. I dipped some with my fingertips and put it in my mouth to taste it. It was surprisingly sweet, with a trace of spiritual power floating on the tip of my tongue. Song Luo was quite surprised. It's actually a spiritual spring. This spiritual spring water is like the water droplets floating in the air at the beginning of the flood season. It is very good for drinking. As time goes by, the water droplets floating in the air are dropped by passing birds and animals and fans. Many of them fall into the ground, and most of them become nutrients to nourish plants. I didn't expect that there are still some in this oasis in the sand. After walking a few steps forward and pushing aside the grass on the left, there was another fist-sized spiritual spring. Song Luo collected it casually. Although Feng Xiai bought a lot of spiritual spring water for her, this thing is a consumable. She needs it for making tea and drinking now. Collecting some by herself can last longer. This piece of sawgrass is about half an acre. Song Luo walked and pushed aside the grass with a stick. She accidentally found that there were quite a lot of small spiritual springs here. The small one was only the size of a fist, and the big one was the size of a wash basin. Others only saw her wandering in this sawgrass, but they didn't know that she had collected several jars of spiritual springs. What kind of grass is this? It doesn't look like a wild vegetable. A tall and thin woman dug up a crystal white grass. The transparent stem only had a thick leaf on the top, which looked very extraordinary. Could it be a spiritual plant? A dozen women gathered in a circle, looking at each other, and were a little unsure. Finally, they found a third-level spiritual plant master to take a look. The spiritual plant master was a slightly plump woman of the same age as them. She only took a glance and said with a smile, "It's not a spiritual plant, it's just an ordinary weed." Everyone didn't believe it, but it looked so special. It doesn't look like an ordinary weed. There are so many things that look special. How can I fool you? The slightly plump woman said, pointing to a few identical grasses that they had discarded on the ground not far away, and said, "Look, we have dug them up and have already checked them. There is no spiritual power fluctuation at all." The tall and thin woman sighed regretfully and discarded the crystal white grass. "You are so happy for nothing. You thought it was some rare spiritual plant." Song Luo picked it up. She thought the grass was lovely, with crystal white stems, green and thick leaves. If you look closely, the leaves seemed to have a layer of crystal white light inside. She also explored it, and didn't detect any spiritual power fluctuations, but she really liked it, especially the leaves, which were fat and thick. It should be very relaxing to pinch them. Song Lu walked casually through the few crystal white grasses she saw into a jar of spiritual spring water. In this way, they can be kept fresh for a while. When she has time, she can pinch them to relieve stress, or grow them again as ornamental plants. They are pretty. In the past half day, apart from collecting spiritual spring water, she did almost nothing. The only thing she did was to follow the women and children, and collect the crystal white grass they threw away. The women knew her character, and knew that she was in a playful mood, but they didn't take it seriously. Feng Yang and a group of children, and women such as Feng Zhang and Feng Jiang saw it, and specially picked it for her. They just coaxed her to play. Song Luhua had no sense of shame at all. It was good to be treated as a child. When she was well behaved, everyone praised her, and when she was naughty, she was afraid of herself. This piece of sand looks small, but when you go deeper into it, you will find that it is not small. The wild vegetables on the periphery have been dug up by everyone, and everyone goes into the forest together. The forest in the oasis is no different from the forest on land. The only difference is the different species of wild vegetables, spiritual plants and trees. The Tin Wind continent is vast, and it is not surprising that there are different species in 100 miles. After entering the forest, there are more kinds of wild vegetables. There are fungi, vines and flowers. The women are all spiritual plant masters. Most of them are first level and second level, and there are also third level and fourth level ones. Whether you can eat it or not, you can find out by yourself or by asking a high-level spiritual plant master. Don't worry about that. Song Luhua looked around curiously, but didn't touch anything. Occasionally, she reached out to pick a few flowers. Holding a long and straight branch that she had just picked up from the ground, she dug around. Raised her head. A tree with extremely large, wide, slightly short leaves, and a trunk that was about as thick as 3 people could hug appeared in front of her. She raised her head slightly and saw long, light red fruits growing together. She stood on tiptoe, and used a stick to pull open another leaf. Song Luhua's mouth opened slightly. The densely packed bunches of red long fruits that were about to hang on the ground occupied her sight. Red banana. Level 3 red banana. This thing is recorded in the record of spiritual plants in the Tin Wind continent. The red banana leaves are short, and the fruit is soft and delicious. It grows in the East region, and is a specialty of the East region. I think the flood wind this year is strong enough to blow the red banana seeds from the East region here. Song Luhua flew to a high altitude on the flying sword, and looked down from above, only to find that the whole place was red banana. A large area of red bananas are in a semi-mature state, with a slightly hard skin. They can definitely be picked and taken back and left for a while before eating. She could recognize it, and some people who love reading naturally recognized it. Once the news came, the women didn't care about digging wild vegetables, and swarmed here, holding sickles, and started cutting red bananas. Song Luhua picked a few bunches of red bananas, circled 5 banana seedlings directly, and started digging. The red banana seedlings were only half a person's height, and the thickness of the palm. Everyone didn't care at all. The soil here was soft, and Song Luhua easily dug them up. With these 5 trees, take them back and plant them, and then use growth fluid to promote growth. That's enough. After passing through the banana forest, there is a forest. The wild vegetables and fungi in the forest grow very lushly. If you look around, you can see all kinds of magical herbs. Most of them are first level and second level ones. Occasionally, you can see a third level or fourth level one. Song Luhua bends down to pick it. There is a sound from the small bushes on the left. Looking up, a white feather sways in front of her eyes. Song Luhua's eyes light up. Isn't this the white goose? The taste of the goose stewed in the iron pot is quite good. The meat of the white goose is tender and fresh. If her stomach capacity is not too small, she can eat 8 bowls. This is an oasis with abundant resources. It makes sense for this thing to appear here. She looked around and saw that she was the only one here. Should she follow it? Song Luhua hesitated. After all, it seemed unlikely that she could defeat this thing alone. Let's go and have a look. This thing can't fly. If you can't defeat it, just run away on the flying sword. Since this oasis is in a safe zone, there are naturally no large monsters with great lethality. It is possible that with the force of the white goose, it can still become the overlord of this place. The thought flashed in an instant. Song Luo stepped on the flying sword and chased after the sand-white goose. From the aerial view, the sand-white goose twisted and turned, looking a little clumsy. She was about to swoop down and hit it with a stick. Suddenly, a dozen geese emerged from the grass and trees nearby, forcing her to make a sharp turn and return to the sky. Feelings are not left alone. Song Luo curled her lips, squatted on the flying sword, and silently looked at the sand-white geese gathering from another direction. She would have to sneak attack one of them, so flying down would only be a waste. Anyone who is not stupid would know what to do. Yes, Song Luo chose to follow them. If she could find their nest in the oasis, it would be a good idea to catch them all at once. Following them all the way, the group of white sand geese gradually grew to an astonishing number of thousands. Song Luo, Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively just now. If she made a wrong decision, the speed of shaking the geese would not be slower than her speed of shaking people. Such a large number of white sand geese passed through the woods and came to a flat grassland. Huh? The large grassland in front of them stretched for several miles, and it was full of small grass 1 finger deep, growing green. Since the white sand geese saw the grassland, they flapped their fat wings and ran fast, as if they had something good. Are they so excited? This grass looked like ordinary grass to her, nothing special. That is, since the white sand geese stepped on this grassland, their speed slowed down. Each step was extremely slow, as if something was sucking her feet. Swamp. It's actually a swamp. Song Luo flew down a little and inserted a small section of a nearly 2-meter-long branch into the swamp. The next moment, she watched the small section of the branch being swallowed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. She felt a chill in her heart and quickly stepped back a few steps until she retreated into the forest. The 2-meter-high branch swallowed it up in an instant. With her height of more than 1.6 meters, if she accidentally entered the swamp, she would probably be left with nothing but bones. She stood in the air and observed the white sand geese in the swamp. The white sand geese walked as if on flat ground, their long pointed beaks flipped in the grass, and they didn't know what to eat. Except for their slower pace, they were no different from those on land. Strange, those white sand geese are not even as tall as me. How do they ensure that they don't sink in the swamp? Song Luo was puzzled and could only go back first. She didn't have the skills of the white sand geese. If she accidentally fell into it, she would die without anyone knowing. Just as she turned around and was about to fly high, she heard a whoosh and felt a sense of weightlessness. Ah! Song Luo lay on the ground, already dazed. Did she fall from the sky? Fortunately, she didn't fly high, and the ground was soft. Except for a little pain in her, but there was nothing else. But what was this? Song Luo got up from the ground, still unable to understand. She was clearly flying a flying sword just now. She had been flying a flying sword for so long, and she considered herself an experienced driver. How could she fall? Oh no, where is my flying sword? At this moment, she remembered that she seemed to have lost sight of her flying sword. She searched in the direction where she fell, but could not find any trace of the flying sword. She searched again in a radius of 1 mile, but could not find any trace of the flying sword, let alone the flying sword. What the hell? My flying sword just disappeared like that. How is it possible? This flying sword had been with her for quite some time, and it saved her a lot of energy. It was a must-have item for her when she traveled. Now that it was lost, Song Luo felt very disappointed. After all, she was a lousy weapon refiner, and it was impossible for her to refine the same thing again. The bigger problem was that she had run so far with these women, and had to walk back on her own 2 legs. That was more painful than killing her. Song Luo was a little upset. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have come to this damn place. This is really a loss of both the wife and the army. She didn't know that somewhere, there was a palm-sized green bird with light green feathers, a touch of red on its forehead, and a very beautiful long tail. The bird bit the palm-sized fat sword with a few bites, picked out a round stone from it, and ate it. After eating, it smacked its beak, and its bean-sized eyes were humanely comfortable. The victim was walking through the woods in pain, and it took half an hour to get back to the red banana forest. Looking at the familiar banana forest in front of her, Song Luo almost cried. She had it so hard. If she had known earlier, she would not have run so far. Once she lost the help of the flying sword, her physical strength would be nothing, and it would be difficult to walk. When she thought about having to walk back later, she felt sick. Chapter 168. Everyone was still picking red bananas. Song Luo was sitting on the sidelines unhappy because she'd lost her flying sword. She couldn't figure it out. How could the flying sword disappear when she was standing on it? Oh, she seemed to hear a whoosh sound at that time. What was that sound? She was puzzled and decided to look for it again. She walked breathlessly for more than half an hour, and wandered around in the forest for a long time, before finally finding the place where she had fallen. After expanding the search area, Song Luo finally gave up. The most bizarre event of the year, her flying sword disappeared from under her feet. As she was leaving in disappointment, she saw a small light blue figure passing by. Then the thing that fell in front of her was so familiar that it made her shudder. Song Luo screamed and picked up the broken flying sword from the ground. My flying sword. The black crystal stone embedded on the flying sword was gone. Looking up, she saw the light blue bird flapping its wings neither too high nor too low, with a bright red on its forehead and its head tilted. Its pair of dark eyes still showed some innocence and curiosity. Song Luo felt insulted. This was a provocation. She was insulted by a bird in her lifetime. This creature not only stole her flying sword, but also threw the remnants in front of her. How infuriating. She was furious and turned around and ran away. Just kidding, this thing is small, but it has the ability to steal her flying sword quietly from under her feet and chew it up. It can be seen that it still has some ability. If she doesn't run, she will wait for this creature to use a big move and chew her up. Since coming to the Tin Wind continent, Song Luo feels that she has become more capable of judging the situation. You can't delay for a moment when you need to be cowardly, otherwise it would be disrespectful to life. She ran and ran 2 miles in one breath, and stopped panting. That bird looked stupid, it shouldn't catch up. Song Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead, raised her head, and froze. This damn stinky bird also followed. The distance she walked today was equivalent to the distance she walked in a month, and after running for so long, she was in a state of exhaustion. Song Luo felt a lump in her heart, and forced her sore calves to continue running. Along the way, the bird fluttered its wings leisurely, and followed behind her. She really didn't have the strength to run anymore, so she just sat down on the ground. Huff, huff. Song Luo took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. Whatever you want to do, I won't run away anymore. She realized that the bird didn't seem to be bothering her, but it made her run around and exhausted. She said angrily, You chewed my flying sword to pieces, and you still followed me. Do you want to be my mount? Song Luo swore that she was just talking nonsense. This light blue bird was only the size of a palm, and she didn't want it to be her mount. But when it heard it, its black eyes lit up, and it circled around her a few times, grabbed her neck and started to exert force. Song Luo was still confused until her feet left the ground. She was caught by a palm-sized bird. Ah, it's lonely at the top. For the first time, Song Luo deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. Her body was suspended in the air, and looking down, the endless desert and oasis became tiny in her eyes. She began to be afraid of heights again. Ah! No one noticed that a living person was floating up and down in the air, and the clouds behind him were disrupted, leaving a long tail. In the red banana forest of the oasis, Feng Yang looked around and wondered. I seemed to hear the lady's voice. Hearing this, several children beside him stopped what they were doing and looked around, but saw nothing. Brother Feng Yang, you must have heard it wrong. Did you hear it wrong? Feng Yang scratched the back of his head, muttered a few words, and continued to work. A quarter of an hour later, deep in the woods. You. Song Luo leaned against a tree and vomited until the sky was dark. The light blue bird flapped its wings and flew around her shoulder, as if asking for credit. You? After wiping the stain from the corner of her mouth, Song Luo's eyes were about to roll up to the sky when she saw it out of the corner of her eyes. Who knows how much psychological trauma this short quarter of an hour has caused her? This bird can actually hold her up. The light blue bird flapped its wings and flew vigorously, fanning her messy hair. A slight breeze blew to her neck, and Song Luo's mind finally became clear. She looked closely and found that this little guy looked good. The light blue feathers were fresh and elegant, the lines of the small body were smooth, and the fiery red feathers on the forehead were particularly eye-catching, which made the pair of dark eyes more spiritual. The long tail was as elegant and beautiful as a phoenix, and the pair of delicate red claws were cute. If she hadn't experienced it herself, Song Luo really couldn't believe that this small body had such great strength. She tried to reach out and get closer to it, but it chirped a few times, tilted its head, looked at her with its spiritual eyes, and then took the initiative to put its furry little head on her palm. The soft touch was so real. She stretched out her fingers to scratch its little head, and saw that the bird rubbed it against her palm again with enjoyment. Song Luo's mind turned, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You are a good bird. I know you must not have taken my flying sword and damaged it on purpose. The bird seemed to understand and nodded. Song Luo was surprised. It was actually smart, and could understand human words. Thinking of the black crystal stone that was lost on the flying sword, she had a guess in her mind. She took out a white black crystal stone the size of a marble from the space of the jade bracelet and asked tentatively, "Do you recognize this?" The light blue bird saw the black crystal stone and flew over excitedly, flapping its wings, staring at the black crystal stone in her palm with its little eyes, and it couldn't even move. It stretched out its little beak to peck. Song Luo closed her palm in time, and the pale blue bird became anxious and flew around her closed palm quickly, flapping its wings quickly. In the tiny bird's mouth, suspicious drool was left. Song Luo chuckled. It was confirmed that this bird liked to eat black crystal stones. She suppressed the smile at the corners of her mouth and pretended to be depressed. "I am weak and can't walk far. How can I go out after I lose my flying sword?" The bird tilted its head and seemed to think for a moment, flew around Song Luo a few times, and its two tender red claws scratched in the air, flew up and down a few times, and then looked at the black crystal stone in her hand expectantly. The intention was obviously to be her mount. Song Luo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of success. She lowered her head and pretended not to see it, sighed and said, "It's a pity that you are a strange beast, small in size, and fly too high, so you are not suitable. I have to find another beast, an obedient one with a large body." Chirp! Chirp! The light blue bird rubbed its little head against her face, flapping its little wings, as if saying, "Be obedient, I'm obedient, choose me." Chapter 169. Finally, through various means such as deception and PUA, Song Luo successfully deceived a rookie to work for her as a mount. The reward is 2 black crystal stones a month, and spiritual fruits are provided continuously. If you do a good job, you will get an extra month of black crystal stones at the end of the year. The light blue bird squatted on Song Luo's shoulder and thought. Song Luo continued, "My flying sword only consumes 1 black crystal stone a month. I will give you 2. You have to be frugal in the future." She suddenly smiled. "It's okay, you're so cute. I make sure you're full even if I eat less." The little thing on her shoulder rubbed her cheek, like a spoiled child. At this point, Song Luo knew that the deal was done. She was almost dying of joy. If she used a spirit sword, she would have to use 5 black crystals a month. But now that she had this bird, she saved 3 black crystals a month. "But this guy damaged his flying sword, so I don't know if it was a loss or a gain. Since you are my beast, I give you a name." The light blue bird chirped a few times happily, and the sound was extremely crisp. Song Luo suddenly had an idea and smiled. "You have a clear and cheerful voice and a red forehead, so let's call you Shihong." "Shihong? Shihong? Do you like this name? It's so festive." The light blue bird, It tilted its head and refused. "I don't like it." Then Suehua, Chrysanthemum, Morning Glory. Shihong, Each one is more unpleasant than the other. As for whether it would be better for a male bird to be called Shihong or Suehua, it chose the first one. This time, with Shihong as her little mount, it only took her a quarter of an hour to get back. Although Shihong looks small, she has great strength and speed. Unfortunately, Song Luo is a fragile person and can't bear such a fast speed. And Shihong's body is too small, so she can only step on it with 1 foot. Fortunately, once she stepped on it, Shihong's body emitted a faint blue halo that wrapped her up, just like stepping on flat ground. Therefore, when a group of children saw her flying down from the sky, they were all stunned. At an angle they couldn't see, Shihong rushed onto Song Luo's shoulder like a light blue stream of light. "Madam Song can fly?" Their martial arts masters can only fly in the air if they reach the 8th level or above. Most of these masters are almost 300 years old, and there are very few of them in the entire continent. Besides, madam, she is a supporting spiritual master. Feng Yang denied. "Our madam has a flying spiritual sword, and maybe she has other spiritual weapons. It's strange to see nothing." So that's it. This explanation was reasonable, and the children quickly accepted it, and only talked about it with envy. Song Luo was delighted and stuffed a black crystal stone into Shihong's hand. Shihong's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the black crystal stone in 1 gulp. At the end, he burped. Shihong was as useful as a flying sword. Song Luo decisively threw out a sugar-coated bullet to win over the beast. This trick worked very well for Shihong. It was full and satisfied, and nestled in her neck to act coquettishly and cling to her. It was indeed a fledgling beast, so satisfied. The women spent a whole half-day cutting the red bananas before they finished cutting them. Song Luo thought of the white sand geese in the swamp, and she had another idea. She wanted to go and take a look. In the swamp behind the woods, white sand geese were leisurely foraging in the swamp. Song Luo squatted on the edge and watched. How to start? If she could figure out how these white sand geese avoided being swallowed by the swamp, she could go in and investigate, and then find a way to catch a few of them. As for calling the women to catch them, Song Luo didn't even think about it until she found a way to conquer the swamp. There were too many people. If someone fell in without paying attention, it would be troublesome. Before she could think of a solution, she saw Shihong, the working bird she had just tricked, cried out loudly, flew out, and pulled out a white goose directly from the ground like pulling a carrot. With a bang, it was thrown in front of her. The white goose was thrown from a high altitude and fell to the ground. It was so dizzy that it finally stood up. Shihong flew up and pecked a small hole in its head. The white goose's eyelids fluttered and fell to the ground, dead. All this happened in an instant. Song Luo's eyelids twitched. She felt a chill on the back of her head even though it was not pecking at her. The iron head of the white goose, which could not be killed even if it was hit on the head by a dozen sticks, was like tofu brain under Shihong's beak. You can imagine how strong its fighting power is. At this moment, she just felt lucky. Fortunately, she did not anger it, otherwise her head was not as iron as the white goose, and it would have been pecked into a sieve. When Shihong approached, she subconsciously tilted her head. It seemed to see it, and looked at her with a pair of big eyes. The little wings flapped and whirred, and it turned its back to its furry body in anger. Song Luo touched her nose and coaxed awkwardly, Shihong, have you seen those white sand geese? If you catch 10, I will give you 1. No. 2 black crystal stones. Shihong was no longer angry after hearing this, and quickly flew to the swamp, repeated the same trick, and killed a white sand goose. The harvest came so easily, Song Luo thought, it's so simple, can't it be that this bird can catch all the white sand geese here? The third white sand goose landed, and Song Luo was expecting Shihong to give it a fatal blow with its knife-like beak. All the white sand geese stood up, but Shihong didn't move. Song Luo realized that something was wrong with it at this time. Shihong was swaying and spinning in the same place. At this moment, the green feathers on her body were dull, and even the bright red feathers between her eyebrows were a little lighter. The bad thing was, the white sand goose had recovered and was running towards her at this moment, stretching its neck, ready to peck her. Not good. Song Luo exclaimed, picked up Shihong, who was still spinning in the same place, and ran into the woods. The white sand goose chased after it, calling goose, goose all the way, and refused to give up. Song Luo panted heavily, thinking that Shihong was not reliable at all. All her embarrassment today was caused by it. Deduct the black crystal stone, you must deduct the black crystal stone. Don't let it go hunting in the future, it is only suitable to be a mount. Song Luo's face was scratched by the white sand goose all the way out of the woods. Feng Yang and others were digging wild vegetables in the forest. Seeing her in such a mess, they were shocked. Madam, what happened to you? Behind. Song Luo was out of breath and pointed to the direction behind her. Feng Yang and others looked over and saw that it was a white goose. Their eyes lit up and they all rushed over. Just as they were about to hit it with a few sticks, they saw that the white goose swayed a few times and fell to the ground. Feng Yang and others poked it with a stick, but there was no response for a long time, and then they realized, dead? Run to death? Song Luo, who was panting, said, Chapter 170. Sand white geese. Look, there are so many sand white geese. The women walked through the woods and saw the sand white geese leisurely foraging in the swamp. Catch them. The women rubbed their fists and palms, took off the baskets on their backs, and stared at the group of sand white geese with burning eyes. This was a real surprise for them. Song Luo pointed at the large patch of green grass in front of her with her chin and reminded, don't go down, that's not ordinary grass, there's a swamp underneath. Swamp? No way, aren't those white geese fine? Everyone was a little unconvinced. Whether it's true or not, you know if you try it or not. Song Luo reminded everyone, and then told her family members and children seriously, the swamp is very deep. Once you fall into it, you will be sucked in quickly. You may not be able to save it even if you want to. Don't go down. The women and children in the family rarely saw her so serious, and their expressions were stern. They said in unison, yes. Song Luo was relieved to see that her family members were retreating. She looked at the other family members, who were still pulling and grumbling in front, and shook her head. Life and death are determined by fate. She had already reminded them to such an extent. If there were still people who wanted to take advantage of that, and put themselves in danger, that would be their fate. It had nothing to do with her. Some were impatient and could not wait to verify. When they saw a large group of white sand geese, they ran into the swamp as if they had seen a treasure. They just stepped on it and ran a few steps, and found that they could not walk anymore. It was not until the whole person sank down and could not walk back at all that they began to panic and cried for help. There were quite a few people like this. Song Luo looked around and saw that about 5 or 6 women and 3 children had already fallen in. Well, there was no need to test this time. The women from the 10 major families were a little skeptical when they first heard what Song Luo said, but they still decided to give it a try for the sake of caution. Before they inserted the branches in, they saw several people trapped and unable to move, and they were all scared and sweating. It's really a swamp. The women retreated in a hurry. They were as scared as they were excited just now. Swamps are extremely rare. They have only heard about them from their elders. Now they have seen it with their own eyes, and know that it is even more terrible than what their elders said. Help! Cousin, help me! Third brother and sister, help me! Most of the people who came out to dig wild vegetables were relatives. Seeing this, they immediately wanted to go forward to save them. Song Luo looked at the women who were so anxious that they were confused, and stopped them. If you go up like this, you will be trapped in it like them later. The women came to their senses after hearing this. They all stopped in their tracks and looked at Song Luo in a panic. Mrs. Song, what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? She didn't listen when I told her, and now she's asking us what to do. It's cold. The man trapped in the swamp was about to cry, struggling to go back. Help. The 3 children found themselves sinking deeper and deeper, and they were getting weaker and weaker. Finally, they couldn't help crying out of fear in their hearts. Mom, save me! Woo-woo. I don't want to die. Song Luo frowned as she watched the people sinking faster and faster, saying, don't move. The bodies were still sinking, and the trapped children and women were wrapped in fear. They couldn't listen to anyone at all, and just cried and struggled in fear, causing them to sink deeper and deeper. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. If you don't want to die quickly, don't move. When the people on the shore heard this, they hurriedly yelled at their children and sisters-in-law, finally making them sober and calm down a little. Song Luo pondered for a moment and said, to be on the safe side, let's call for help first. The women of other families reacted one after another, and each took out the communication stone to contact the martial spirit master stationed in the clan. Song Luo also used the communication stone to contact Feng Yin and asked him to bring people. The swamp is not the home ground of their auxiliary spirit masters. Calling the martial spirit master can help rescue those who have fallen into the swamp. Secondly, they can see if there is any way to get the group of white sand geese out. There are no members of her clan trapped in the swamp. Song Luo called Feng Yin to find a way to catch the white sand geese in the swamp. What if they have a way? The oasis was discovered together, and all the people from the 10 major families came. It makes no sense that they can't have a share. At this moment, the woman who was trapped in the swamp was half buried in the mud, and the children were short and had their abdomens buried in the mud, and their faces began to turn purple. The mother on the shore looked at her children, who were almost unable to hold on, and she was so anxious that she clamored to go down to save them. She was held down by the tribe members. Seeing that the situation was not right, everyone asked anxiously, Mrs. Song, what should we do now? The children can't hold on anymore. Song Luo pondered for a moment. She said to the trapped women and children, calm down, open your arms, and lie on your back. But, if the trapped people can't figure it out, wouldn't it be even more hopeless if they lie down? Quick! If you don't want to die, just do it. Song Luo was too lazy to fight with them, so she shouted. Try to take off your shoes, and slowly pull your feet out. She took out a few long ropes from the space of the jade bracelet, had someone tie one end to a tree trunk not far away, and had Shihong hold the other end in her mouth and throw it to the trapped people to grab. In this way, one side pulled and the other side climbed. After half an hour of effort, the trapped women and children all reached the shore. Several women covered in mud came to thank her. Thank you, Mrs. Song, for saving our lives. We, blah blah. The women, children and their relatives were grateful to her and thanked her again and again. Song Luo waved her hand expressionlessly. I don't want to pay attention to them at all. She doesn't listen when she is talking, and she starts to worry when something happens. If this kind of person is a little cold-hearted, she would have asked for death. Perhaps they could see that she was in a bad mood, so they retreated awkwardly and stopped disturbing her. After this incident, everyone no longer dared to covet the goose meat, and went to the woods to look for wild vegetables and fruits. Song Luo waited for a while, and Feng Yin and the martial arts masters of the 10 major families also arrived. The group of people were surprised to see the white sand goose on the grass, but when they heard that this place was a swamp, their faces became serious. After walking around the swamp for a few times, the martial arts masters of each family first tested the depth of the swamp, and found that it was several feet deep. No matter how tempting these white sand geese are, no one dares to take the risk to catch them. The white sand geese in the swamp seem to know that humans can't do anything to them, and they keep calling. Some of them even arrogantly walked to a safe distance and walked around leisurely. The light yellow under the big paws made her see it clearly. Song Liu's eyes flickered slightly. The martial spirit masters didn't find any way, so they naturally didn't want to waste time here, so they went back together. Feng Yin Fang was about to leave together, but was stopped by Song Luo. Wait a minute.